Chu Siqing was reborn as a mere supporting character in a novel, destined for an early demise. However, she unexpectedly activated a gossip system, allowing her to glide effortlessly toward success. Mother, how foolish you are. My aunt's visit to the palace is not merely to see you, she clearly intends to become my stepmother. Upon hearing this, the Princess of Yu immediately raised an eyebrow, becoming wary of her younger sister. Father clearly favors my mother, yet Princess Yongfu dares to intrude, how shameless. The Prince of Yu, feeling a surge of indignation, hastily urged his elder brother, the Emperor, to arrange a marriage for Princess Yongfu. Uncle, how blind you must be to employ such a treacherous minister who colludes with the enemy. Upon hearing this, Emperor Chu Ming sneezed and promptly imprisoned the traitor. Though the young prince possesses a chivalrous heart, alas, his martial skills are woefully inadequate, leading him to be captured by a ruffian and forced into servitude. To think that the heir of Duke Wei has a penchant for cross-dressing, reveling in the guise of a young woman during nightly escapades. Is it true that the wife of the Minister of War and his concubine harbor mutual affection? Could it be that he has disrupted their union and acted as a third party? Chu Siqing savored the unfolding drama, oblivious to the fact that the nobles around her could hear her innermost thoughts, feasting on the secrets she divulged. Chapter 1. A Fortunate Rebirth. With a swift push, she shoved the bewildered child aside, her mind racing as a large truck barreled toward her. By heavens, I risked my life for this noble deed. In my next life, may I be born into a fortunate family. When she regained consciousness, Chu Siqing struggled to breathe. A soft, anxious voice whispered near her ear, "Why isn't the young princess crying? If anything happens to her, the prince will surely blame us." Another, steadier voice retorted, "Nonsense. Allow me to try once more." A sharp slap echoed in the air. Chu Siqing felt a jolt of pain and attempted to open her eyes, but to no avail. She intended to curse, but instead, a baby's wail escaped her lips. "Wah! Congratulations, princess, it's a girl. Your Highness, you cannot enter." Upon hearing the child's cries, the Prince of Yu, Chu Hongla, brightened, disregarding the two maidservants' protests as he pushed the door open. He hurried to the bedside, only to find the princess with closed eyes and a pallid complexion, his expression darkening. He scanned the room full of attendants and midwives, demanding, "What ailment afflicts the princess?" The gathered crowd fell silent, intimidated by his presence. At that moment, a bold midwife stepped forward, clutching the swaddled infant, and bravely reported, "Your Highness, the princess is in stable condition, she is merely exhausted." From childbirth, Princess Han Wanqing managed to open her eyes slightly and murmured, "I am fine, my lord." The prince's expression softened as he finally turned his gaze toward the child in the midwife's arms. Seeing his mood brighten, the midwife eagerly lifted the baby higher, exclaiming, "You must congratulate the prince on the birth of a precious daughter." The other servants quickly seized the moment to offer their well wishes. "Congratulations on the birth of a noble daughter, Your Highness." A smile crept onto the prince's lips. Though he yearned to cradle his daughter and admire her beauty, he maintained a semblance of decorum, asking, "How should one hold the child?" The midwife promptly demonstrated. She then added a few flattering remarks. "Your Highness is truly a tender-hearted father. The young princess is fortunate." The prince focused intently, albeit somewhat clumsily mastering the technique. Gently, he took his daughter from the midwife, clearing his throat as he proclaimed, "The princess and her daughter are safe. I am greatly pleased. You may all go to the steward for your rewards." With this, the room erupted in joy, and the onlookers discreetly exited. Once alone, the prince could no longer maintain his serious demeanor. He sank into the armchair beside the prince's bed, scrutinizing his precious daughter. Chu Hongla gazed in wonder at the infant, turning to his wife, Han Wanqing, with a grin. "Wanqing, she looks all wrinkled, like a little monkey." Han Wanqing smiled, her eyes twinkling. "All newborns appear this way. Have you chosen a name for our daughter, my lord?" Without hesitation, Chu Hongla replied, "Yes, her name shall be Siqing." Feeling a bit shy, he turned away and mused, "Indeed, she shall be called Chu Siqing." Han Wanqing's eyes widened, and she blushed upon realizing the implications of this name. While she was delighted by her husband's candid affection, she worried that others would tease her about it. Chu Siqing faintly heard her name being called. Struggling to open her eyes, she caught sight of a handsome face beaming down at her. "Who is this?" Wasn't I just hit by a truck? Piecing together the fragments of her memory, princess, young lady, she deduced she had become the daughter of a prince. While she had wished for a fortunate rebirth, life in ancient times was fraught with challenges. Noticing the movement in his arms, Chu Hongla looked down, quickly presenting the child to Han Wanqing, exclaiming, "Look. Siqing is looking at me." Han Wanqing glanced at their daughter, her lips curling into a smile. Gazing at the pale, yet undeniably beautiful face of the woman before her, Chu Siqing felt a sense of disbelief. Is this truly my mother and father in this life? By the way, Wanqing, what transpired today that prompted you to give birth so suddenly? At this, Chu Siqing's heart sank. She had previously mocked the name of a doomed supporting character in the novel she had read. Thinking of the tragic fate that awaited her, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a plot point, binding the gossip system. Huh? Who is speaking? A system? Could this be my golden finger? As the mechanical voice echoed in her mind, Chu Siqing was filled with elation. Surely, good deeds would be rewarded, system? System? According to the book, I am about to meet my end. What can you do to save me? System loading complete. Desperate, she asked system. What functions do you possess? The system replied, This system is a gossip system. As the name suggests, it collects various hidden tidbits of information. In an instant, Chu Siqing understood. This system was nothing but a useless trinket. I enjoy gossip, but if my life is at stake, what good is gossip? Frustration washed over her. Had she known she would transmigrate, she would have memorized that book. Upon hearing Han Wanqing, Chu Hongla declared solemnly, That dog is dead, but Wanqing, rest assured, I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. Han Wanqing nodded, saying, Your Highness, Siqing needs to be fed, let Nurse Zhou take her. The system, feeling underestimated, was eager to prove its worth. Upon hearing the host mention a nurse, it quickly dug up a piece of gossip. Host, wake up. That Nurse Zhou hasn't bathed in half a month, the grime on her is thick. Startled by the sudden revelation, Chu Siqing winced. Imagining having to coexist with the unkempt Nurse Zhou, she cried out in protest, Wah! Mother! I don't want Nurse Zhou to feed me. She's filthy. Chu Hongla and Han Wanqing froze, their eyes wide in astonishment. Chapter 2. The Unbathed Nurse. Upon hearing the unexpected infant voice, Han Wanqing felt a twinge of disbelief. She initially thought her exhaustion from childbirth, coupled with her long anticipation for this child, had caused her to hallucinate. Han Wanqing smiled and turned to the prince, only to find him equally astonished. An absurd thought crossed her mind, that the soothing voice was indeed real. Han Wanqing tentatively suggested, Your Highness, there are several wet nurses in the manor, perhaps we should summon them to discern any discrepancies? Chu Hongla nodded vigorously, adding, Especially those who are unkempt, they must not come near my daughter. In that instant, Han Wanqing realized that the prince had also heard the voice. Chu Hongla gazed at his daughter's face, feeling a swell of pride. Surely, it was because of their deep father-daughter connection that he could hear Siqing's thoughts. Truly, he was destined for greatness, haha. The head maid, Mei Qing, summoned 3 wet nurses. Nurse Zhou, Nurse Zhang, and Nurse Li. The 3 lined up before the prince and princess, their faces alight with hope. If they could become the little princess's nurse, their futures would be secured. Mei Qing instructed, Nurse Zhou, step forward. Nurse Zhou, the most senior, was expected to be chosen immediately, yet to her surprise, both the prince and princess had summoned all of them. Anxious not to be overlooked, she endeavored to make a good impression, stepping forward and puffing out her ample bosom to showcase her worth. Chu Hongla, standing nearby, quickly averted his gaze. He scrutinized Nurse Zhou's face, which appeared immaculate, making it hard to believe she was unclean. Father, look. Nurse Zhou's neck is distinctly darker than her face. This is because she neglects her hygiene. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Hongla cast a sidelong glance at Nurse Zhou's neck and indeed noticed a dark ring there. Heavenly heavens! He felt as though his eyes had been sullied. Next! He cried. Han Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle, hearing her daughter's thoughts. Nurse Zhang eagerly stepped forward, thinking to herself that this was her chance at wealth and fortune. Mother! Nurse Zhang has liver disease. Her milk is unhealthy, I cannot consume it. Han Wanqing was taken aback. While poor hygiene was easily discernible, How did her daughter know about the liver disease? Just look at her tongue. It must be thick and yellow. Chu Hongla pointed at Nurse Zhang, demanding, "Stick out your tongue." Nurse Zhang, bewildered, complied, revealing a thick, yellowed tongue. Chu Hongla waved his hand. "This one won't do, either next." Finally, Nurse Li stepped forward, exuding a sense of quiet confidence, inciting jealousy in the other two rejected nurses. Nurse Li seems to be a good person, healthy and of decent character, raising her son well on her own. Chu Hongla decisively chose Nurse Li, curiosity prompting him to ask, "What family do you have?" Having just given birth, Han Wanqing felt a twinge of sympathy for the nurse. "If it is inconvenient, you may bring your family to the manor." Upon hearing this, Nurse Li's eyes glistened with gratitude, nearly spilling over with tears. She quickly wiped them away, bowing deeply. "Thank you, Your Highness." After Nurse Li took the little princess to feed her, Han Wanqing fixed her gaze on Chu Hongla. "Your Highness, you must have heard as well with such unusual thoughts from Siqing, if in the future." Though she was not frightened by her daughter's precocity, she could not dismiss the concern that someone might exploit it, claiming Siqing to be a reincarnation of an evil spirit. Chu Hongla, unfazed, replied, "What is there to worry about? Isn't our daughter simply talented?" He mused, "Perhaps Siqing is a reincarnated celestial being, which grants her such insight into the world. Her prowess is indeed a blessing for me as her father." There was an unmistakable hint of pride in his tone. Han Wanqing remained silent. Meanwhile, after Nurse Li managed to coax the little princess to nurse, it took considerable effort to get this little darling to eat. Alas, Chu Siqing, having once been over 20, found it utterly humiliating to learn to nurse like an infant after her transmigration. Once satiated, she closed her eyes under Nurse Li's tender lullabies. While she appeared to be sleeping, she was in fact communicating with the system in her mind. "Host, how do you find it? This system is indeed useful, is it not? Just now, I helped you evade 2 crises." Chu Siqing replied dryly, "All right, you do have some merit." After a moment's thought, she asked, "But I see others have systems with marketplaces to exchange for various treasures. Life in ancient times is not easy. Can you exchange for modern items?" "Of course. This system is advanced. However, you will need points." Chu Siqing inquired, "How does one earn points?" "By performing good deeds and accumulating virtue. You were originally killed by a truck, but you were reborn to save that child." "Ah, I see." Chu Siqing recalled her once happy family, from which her father had named her Siqing. Unfortunately, her parents had passed away early, leaving her to grow up in an orphanage without close relatives. Now, having reincarnated with both parents, that could be considered her good fortune. Although she appeared to have become a cannon-fodder character in a novel, Chu Siqing resolved to do everything in her power to live well. Thinking of the potential treasures in the system's marketplace ignited a fervor within her. "System, open the marketplace. I want to see what treasures lie within." Well, host, you currently have no points, so the system marketplace cannot be accessed." Chu Siqing gasped, "What? I'm still a baby. How can I do good deeds to earn points? You're not deceiving me, are you?" It dawned on her that she couldn't even speak yet. By the time she could earn points, would she already be gone? "Of course not. Host, I am a spectator system. When the time comes, you can find ways to reveal your situation to others. That too counts as your virtue." "Fine." Chu Siqing felt a tinge of frustration. However, a baby's body required sleep, and soon she truly began to doze off. Thus passed several days of bliss, reminiscent of a little pig. Chu Siqing spent her days eating and sleeping, feeling utterly at peace after a life of toil. She relished this well-deserved ease. Each day, she was brought before Princess Yu, snuggling against her beautiful and gentle mother, a source of unparalleled happiness. Seeing her daughter nestled against her, her little nose twitching in contentment, Han Wanqing's heart brimmed with joy. At that moment, a maid entered to report, "Your Highness, the second Miss Han has arrived." Han Wanqing replied, "Let her in then." Bending down to tease her daughter, she said, "Siqing, your aunt has come to see you."
"Ah."
"Mother, you must be wary. Aunt intends to become my stepmother." Han Wanqing's brows furrowed in concern. Chapter 3. The Aunt Who Wishes to be a Stepmother. Han Wanqing could hardly believe her ears. What had she just heard? Her sister wished to become her daughter's stepmother? Han Wanqing was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Niyuan family, left with two younger brothers after her mother's early demise. Her father, disinterested in remarrying, elevated his concubine, Lady Wang, to the status of wife. Lady Wang had one son and two daughters, the younger sister, Han Xiangru, being the one visiting her now. During their time in the boudoir, Han Wanqing had not been particularly close to her second sister. However, after marrying into the Yongfu, Han Xiangru had begun to visit frequently. At that time, Han Wanqing believed her sister sought to grow closer, hoping that, as the Yuangfei, she might assist in her future marriage. I never anticipated that she harbored such unspeakable thoughts within her heart. The Ningyuan Duke's ancestors once basked in glory, yet ever since the generation of her grandfather, their fortunes have waned significantly. By the time her father, who was solely devoted to tending to flowers and lacked ambition, inherited the title, the Duke's estate had become nothing more than a hollow name pleasing to the ear but devoid of substance. However, the Prince of Yu, being the Emperor's full-blooded brother, is a noble figure of great esteem in the Grand Empire of Chu. Despite his somewhat eccentric disposition, he possesses an illustrious status and handsome countenance, attracting a multitude of highborn ladies eager to wed him. To everyone's astonishment, he ultimately found himself ensnared by the daughter of the fallen Ningyuan Duke. When the Emperor bestowed the marriage of the eldest daughter of the Ningyuan Duke, Han Wanqing, to the Prince of Yu, countless young ladies secretly tore their handkerchiefs in jealousy over her fortune. Han Xiangru could not help but utter a few sour remarks, to which Han Wanqing merely responded with a smile. In truth, this union was not a match of equal standing. It was solely due to the prince's infatuation with Han Wanqing that he sought the emperor's approval. The Ningyuan Duke's household was not affluent, and her father, lacking ambition, merely held a trivial post with a meager salary. Coupled with the income from several farms and shops, the Duke's estate managed a modest existence, yet it paled in comparison to the opulence of the prince's residence. Upon her first visit to the prince's palace, Han Xiangru was dazzled and remarked, "If I could possess even half of my sister's fortune, my life would be deemed complete." However, not everyone is blessed with Han Wanqing's good fortune. At 17, Han Xiangru was not without suitors, yet none could rival the prestige of marrying into the prince's family. Han Wanqing understood her younger sister's ambition in the past. She had perceived Han Xiangru's meticulous nature concerning marriage as a mere desire to avoid being overshadowed by her elder sister. Recalling their previous interactions, Han Wanqing felt a pang of discomfort. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a maid lifted the curtain, revealing a young girl clad in a pale blue dress, who approached gracefully. With a cheerful tone, she exclaimed, "Sister, I have made some pastries for you." As she spoke, she handed the paper bag she was carrying to the maid beside her. The girl, possessing a delicate beauty reminiscent of the prince's wife, was none other than Han Xiangru, the second daughter of the Han family. Han Wanqing suppressed her scattered thoughts and replied with a composed demeanor, "Please sit down, my dear sister." Han Xiangru settled beside her on the embroidered stool, smiling. "Mother has been preoccupied with household affairs and sent me to check on you. How is your health faring?" Han Wanqing replied nonchalantly, "I have recovered quite well." "Mother? What sort of mother is Wang Shi?" "She claimed to be too busy with family matters, yet perhaps she is simply too ashamed to face me." Originally a concubine, Wang Shi was only legitimized after the death of the previous madam of the Ningyuan Duke. At first, she pretended to be virtuous, inquiring about Han Wanqing and her siblings' well-being. However, it did not take long for her true nature to surface. She not only withheld the monthly allowances that were rightfully theirs, but also skimped on their meals. Han Wanqing, along with her brothers, confronted their father regarding Wang Shi's misconduct, leading to a severe reprimand from the Ningyuan Duke. Humiliated in front of the household servants, Wang Shi's relationship with Han Wanqing thereafter became one of mere civility. Later, when the emperor bestowed the marriage upon Han Wanqing, Wang Shi foolishly attempted to usurp her position, only to be confined by the Ningyuan Duke until his eldest daughter was wed. This incident became known among the ladies of the capital, leading to a complete severance of ties with Wang Shi. For reasons unknown, Han Xiangru sensed a chill in her elder sister today. Feeling slightly displeased, she thought it akin to her warm face being met with a cold rear. What is there for Han Wanqing to be proud of? Is it not merely because she has married the prince? Despite her dissatisfaction, Han Xiangru recognized the necessity of appeasing her elder sister for the time being. Noticing the infant in Han Wanqing's arms, she sees the opportunity to initiate conversation. This child is truly well-behaved, not crying or fussing at all. Han Xiongru leaned in to observe the child closely, suddenly exclaiming, "Sister, I have never seen such a tiny baby. May I hold her?" In the past, Han Wanqing might not have hesitated. However, upon hearing her daughter's heartfelt concern, she found herself hesitant. Upon hearing the ill-intentioned woman's desire to hold her, the seemingly quiet Chu Siqing, who had been silently observing, grew excited. "Mother, let her hold me. I shall promptly wed her, and let's see if she dares to covet my father any longer." Humph. Hearing her daughter's innocent yet fierce retort nearly made Han Wanqing laugh. She quickly lowered her head to mask her amusement, saying, "Sister, the little one cannot control herself. I fear she may wet you, so perhaps it is best to refrain." Han Xiongru was not genuinely eager to hold the child upon hearing this. She swiftly retreated. "Very well. By the way, has my niece been named yet?" Han Wanqing smiled and nodded. The prince named her Chu Siqing, Chu Siqing Siqing. Han Xiongru repeated the name in her mind, feeling a surge of jealousy. Why is Han Wanqing so fortunate? Is it not utterly unfair? She merely arrived 2 years earlier otherwise. This marriage could have been hers. Imagining the prince's esteemed household and the prince's handsome visage, coupled with his virtuous character, Han Xiongru wished she could take her sister's place. Both hailing from the duke's family, why does Han Wanqing deserve the prince, while suitors for her are merely subpar? Not to mention, there are no young men of noble birth. Even among the heirs of dukes, it is truly infuriating. These inept individuals are unworthy of her. Han Xiongru clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, forcing a smile. "The prince, and you share such affection, I am truly envious." Han Wanqing's eyes flickered, and she cautiously probed, "Sister, you have reached an age of marriage. Have there been any suitors for you?" Han Xiongru perceived Han Wanqing's inquiry as a boastful taunt regarding her own age. A flicker of indignation crossed her features as she pursed her lips. "I am not yet inclined to marry. The life of a young lady is far too comfortable. I have no desire to wed and serve another." Nestled in the arms of the prince's wife, Chu Siqing rolled her eyes internally. "Mother, do not believe her. She simply looks down upon those who have come to court her. Her heart is set on marrying my father." Han Wanqing responded, "You speak nonsense. A young lady's prime cannot be squandered." Pausing, she added, "Moreover, do you not envy my union with the prince? It is only through marriage that one can find harmony with another." Han Xiongru bit her lip in frustration and swiftly changed the subject. "Sister, let's not dwell on this. By the way, why has the prince not yet arrived?" Chapter 4. Aunt's disgrace. Currently, Han Xiongru is wholeheartedly seeking opportunities to meet with Prince Yu on numerous occasions. Should the prince harbor any feelings for her? One wonders how much longer Han Wanqing can remain haughty in her presence. Chu Siqing couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Look, the fox's tail has been revealed. Mother, she is merely attempting to seduce my father." Han Wanqing's gaze turned icy as she pointedly remarked, "Sister, have you come to meet the prince?" Confronted with her thoughts being laid bare, Han Xiongru felt a pang of anxiety within her. Nevertheless, she managed to maintain her composure and replied, "Of course not. I merely came to visit my sister. It was just a casual inquiry." Deep down, Han Xiongru felt resentful and jabbed at Han Wanqing. "Speaking of which, sister, you ought not to be so stringent with the prince. With such a noble stature, he should be encouraged to take on more consorts to ensure the continuation of his lineage." Just as Han Wanqing was about to respond, a maid entered to announce, "Princess, the prince has arrived." As Chu Hongla lifted the curtain and entered, he inquired, "What do you mean by the continuation of lineage?" Han Xiongru had not anticipated that her words would be overheard by the prince, and she hurriedly rose to perform a respectful bow. A momentary panic surged within her. Yet as she lifted her gaze, she donned a captivatingly delicate expression. Alas, her flirtatious glance was wasted on the blind. Chu Hongla merely acknowledged her with a casual nod. He strode directly to the side of the princess, extending his hand with a smile. "Wanqing, after holding our daughter all day, you must be weary. Allow me to take her for a while." Initially irked by Han Xiongru's remarks, Han Wanqing's brow relaxed upon hearing his words. She handed their daughter, Chu Siqing, to her husband, saying, "I am not tired. Siqing is quite well behaved." Chu Hongla cradled Chu Siqing in his arms and planted a kiss on her cheek, cheerfully inquiring, "My dear daughter, have you thought of your father today?" Chu Siqing felt the prick of his stubble against her tender little face and, in response, playfully slapped his handsome visage. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Dear father, your stubble is rather coarse. I have a preference for the fragrant and soft touch of my beloved mother." Chu Hongla, unfazed by the slap he received, felt a twinge of jealousy due to the favoritism shown towards his daughter. On the side, Han Xiangru found herself in an awkward predicament, unsure whether to stand or sit, acutely aware of her complete neglect. Reluctantly, she tightened her grip on the handkerchief and interjected into the family's tender moment. "Your Highness, I came today to visit my sister, and upon seeing Siqing, I found her exceptionally endearing." Only then did Chu Hongla cast her a glance. Recognizing her as the princess's sister and recalling his daughter's praise, he nodded and said, "Very well, please take a seat." He then settled into the armchair beside the princess, cradling his daughter. Suddenly remembering the words he had just heard, he inquired, "What did you mean by continuing the lineage?" Han Xiangru was taken aback by Prince Yu's insistence on this matter, and she felt a wave of panic wash over her. Although she held herself in high regard, she was rational enough to acknowledge that Han Wanqing held significant weight in the prince's heart, and such words should not have been uttered by her. Nevertheless, it was indeed her intention to inspire the prince's desire for new concubines. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiangru cleverly remarked, "Sister has just given birth and needs to recuperate. She may not be able to attend to the prince properly. Thus, it would be prudent to bring in some companions, both to keep the prince company and to ensure the continuation of his lineage." Her words suggested that it was Han Wanqing's own desire to present concubines to Prince Yu. Indeed, upon hearing this, Chu Hongla's expression fell instantly. Just as he was about to inquire why the princess consorted with such matters, he caught a glimpse of his daughter's true feelings. Han Xiangru is truly a deceptive individual, artfully manipulating circumstances to her advantage. She provocatively incited the empress to suggest that the king take a concubine, yet she cunningly misrepresents it as the empress's own desire. This is an outright attempt at sowing discord. "Father, you must not fall for it, you foolish man," he whispered tenderly to the princess, Wanqing. "You must know my heart belongs solely to you. Surely you wouldn't wish to arrange a concubine for me?" Han Wanqing had initially been deeply vexed by Han Xiangru's words, but upon hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, she immediately brightened. "Of course not." Chu Hongla's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, his voice brimming with delight. "Then this husband can rest assured." Having said that, he turned his gaze toward the nonsensical Han Xiangru, his handsome features darkening like a stormy sky. With biting sarcasm, Chu Hongla remarked, "One wonders whether the second Miss Han suffers from an affliction of the ears or has been seized by delusions to spout such absurdities in broad daylight." From outside, a muffled giggle escaped one of the maids, and the atmosphere in the room grew palpably awkward. Hearing the prince's blunt words, Han Wanqing couldn't help but curve her eyes into crescents, her earlier vexation dissipating somewhat. Han Xiangru's face flushed crimson with humiliation, wishing she could vanish into the earth. Stammering in mortification, she attempted to salvage her dignity with a feeble excuse. "Your Highness jests. Perhaps I merely misheard."
Ton noble Han Wanqing.
If only that wretched woman had not denied it, how could she have fallen to such a dire predicament? Han Xiangru was seething with rage. Yet she had no choice but to suppress her temper before the prince, pretending as though nothing had occurred. Though this man had just humiliated her, she couldn't bear to relinquish her golden opportunity with Prince Yu. Thus, she directed all her resentment towards Han Wanqing. Her present suffering was but an investment for the future. So long as Prince Yu favored her, the wealth and splendor of this princely mansion would one day be hers. Han Xiangru consoled herself internally, once more, then steeled her resolve, devising ways to attract the attention of Prince Yu. The prince was known for his penchant for teasing, and he had indeed startled her moments ago. Chu Hongla found the jade bracelet somewhat familiar and gazed at it a little longer. Noticing Prince Yu's gaze fixed on her wrist, Han Xiangru assumed he had taken an interest, and her heart swelled with pride. She deliberately extended her hand to adjust the hairpin atop her head. Meanwhile, Han Wanqing felt a surge of frustration as she observed the prince's rapt attention on Han Xiangru's flirtations. What a capricious man he was. "You just profess to cherish only me, yet you cannot help but fixate on another's hand." Chu Siqing, however, uncovered the truth from the system's explosive revelation. "Father, stop staring. That was originally one of the bracelets from the betrothal gifts you intended for mother. Later, it was stolen by Han Xiangru's maid." The thought of the bracelet bestowed by the prince being stolen and worn by Han Xiangru filled her with such fury that she nearly abandoned all propriety, yearning to unleash a torrent of scathing rebukes upon her shallow-minded sister. Chu Hongla suddenly comprehended and immediately questioned, "Second Miss Han, where did you obtain this bracelet? How could she have been so careless? Today I actually wore this bracelet out. Could Prince Yu have noticed?" "Not at all, as long as she does not acknowledge it. There are countless similar bracelets in the world. How could the Prince of Yu possibly ascertain which one it is?" Chapter 5. Reclaiming the jade bracelet. At this thought, Han Xiangru struggled to suppress her panic and composed herself, saying calmly, "Your Highness, I purchased this myself. What seems to be the matter? How dare you still dissemble?" Chu Hongla sneered coldly. "Might second Miss Han lend me the bracelet for inspection?" Han Xiangru instantly broke into a cold sweat. Could this bracelet possibly conceal some extraordinary peculiarity? What if the Prince of Yu recognizes her? How could she possibly explain herself? Yet she had no valid reason to refuse showing the bracelet to the prince either. Chu Hongla noticed her hesitation and immediately sneered. What's the matter, second Miss Han? Conscience pricking you? Han Xiangru's mind raced, swiftly conceiving a stratagem. With graceful alacrity, she slid the bracelet from her wrist, proffering it to the prince while explaining with practiced ease. Your Highness misunderstands. This bracelet is but an intimate possession of mine. And considering your Highness' masculine presence, I merely hesitated momentarily. Chu Siqing silently cursed this artful pretender in her heart. Father. Father. Do not dare catch that bracelet with your bare hands. What if Han Xiangru is setting you up for a scam? What if she takes advantage to make inappropriate advances towards you? Han Wanqing overheard her daughter murmuring about eating tofu and couldn't help but look perplexed. Since when did women speak of taking liberties with men in such terms? She suppressed a laugh and said, since that's the case, dear sister, please hand me the bracelet so I may examine it on His Highness's behalf. Chu Hongla quickly nodded, adding with pointed implication, do be careful, let's not have any accidental drops of the bracelet. That wretched Han Wanqing, why must she always stir up trouble? Han Xiangru gritted her teeth, harboring a deep-seated resentment within her heart. She initially intended to take advantage of the opportunity presented by handing over the bracelet to draw closer to the prince. Ideally, she hoped for an accidental mishap, where the bracelet would fall to the ground, shattering into pieces, thus leaving no evidence behind. Who could have foreseen that all her schemes would come to naught? Now she finds herself unable to approach the prince, nor can she deliberately shatter the bracelet. If the bracelet were to be recognized, how would she possibly extricate herself from this predicament? Han Wanqing admired Han Xiangru's captivating expressions and deliberately urged, Sister, what troubles you? Han Xiangru forced a pale smile and said, Sister, I'm fine. After some contemplation, she concluded that the prince must be deliberately making things difficult for her. She had held and admired that bracelet countless times. Its flawless jade surface bore no patterns or markings, its color perfectly uniform, which was precisely why she found it so utterly captivating. How could anyone possibly determine the ownership of such a bracelet? Surely the prince was merely toying with her. It's all because of that damned Han Wanqing. Though resentment simmered within, Han Xiangru dared not attempt any further tricks. With forced composure, she handed the bracelet to Han Wanqing. Seeing the intact bracelet in Han Wanqing's possession, Chu Hongla commanded, bring a basin of clear water. At the mention of verification with water, Han Xiangru's momentarily eased heart instantly tightened again. Could it be that the bracelet truly possessed some extraordinary quality, given the Duke of Yu's unwavering confidence? If it were confirmed that the jade bracelet was the one Prince Yu had gifted to Han Wanqing, and it became known that she had orchestrated the theft of her elder sister's betrothal gift, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Then, do not speak of marrying into the princely mansion. Not a single noble household in the capital would permit their sons to wed a woman of such depraved morals and dishonest character. Han Xiangru was overwhelmed with regret and resentment towards her sister's petty calculations. Han Wanqing had already married into the royal household. She had everything. She is her own sister. Yet over a mere broken bracelet, she would humiliate someone in front of the prince, utterly devoid of sisterly affection. No matter how bitterly Han Wanru regretted and resented in her heart, the maid soon brought up a basin of clear water. Chu Hongla gestured for the maid to place the basin before the princess, then said to Han Wanqing, Wanqing, place the bracelet into the water. Though puzzled, Han Wanqing complied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Han Xiangru, despite her inner turmoil and anxiety, dared not reveal any trace of guilt on her face. She could only join the others in gazing at the jade bracelet submerged in the water. To everyone's astonishment, as the emerald green bracelet touched the water, a small character gradually emerged along its inner surface, a pristine white character that stood out starkly against the jade. It was unmistakably the character Wan. The truth was now laid bare. Even the maid holding the basin understood whose bracelet this truly was. A bracelet inscribed with the name Wan could never, by any stretch of the imagination, belong to Han Xiangru. Chu Hongla picked up the bracelet from the water and gestured for the maid to take the basin away. With a triumphant expression, he declared, "This is a bracelet I specially commissioned craftsmen to create using a secret technique. The jade reveals inscriptions when submerged in water, a skill exclusive to the imperial family." Nestled in her father's arms, Chu Siqing was utterly mesmerized, never imagining that such mystical craftsmanship existed in ancient times. How utterly fascinating! How devoted His Majesty is to Her Highness! Chu Hongla, upon hearing his daughter's heartfelt words, seemed to be suddenly reminded. Eagerly, he turned to the princess with an air of seeking approval, saying, Wanqing, to bring you joy, I have devoted great thought and care into preparing the betrothal gifts. Han Wanqing finally realized how considerate he had been. Yet he had never mentioned it before in her presence. Deeply moved, she responded softly, Your Highness is truly thoughtful. I adore it. Meanwhile, Han Xiangru sat rigidly on the embroidered stool, consumed by bitter envy and resentment. The handkerchief concealed in her sleeve was nearly torn to shreds. That wretched woman and her pretentious airs. What virtue does Han Wanqing possess to deserve such favor? How could the prince treat her so well? Why wasn't it Han Xiangru who married into the royal manor back then? Chu Hongla turned his head with a sudden change in demeanor. His voice icy as he interrogated Han Xiangru. Second Miss Han, how do you intend to explain this matter of the bracelet? Could it be that you too commissioned a royal jeweler to craft a bracelet engraved with a character one? Han Xiangru's cheeks burned crimson with a mixture of fluster and mortification, utterly at a loss for words. Lowering her head, she could feel two piercing gazes dissecting her very soul, as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. In that moment of unbearable humiliation, she wished nothing more than to faint away rather than face this disgraceful scene. The profound disappointment weighed heavily upon her, that her own sister, a lady of noble upbringing whom she had treated with genuine affection, could stoop so low as to orchestrate theft, and of her own sister's possessions no less. Stammering incoherently, Han Xiangru suddenly grasped at a desperate excuse. This bracelet. I purchased it from a pawnshop. Since His Highness has ascertained it belongs to my sister, it should rightfully be returned. No sooner had she uttered these words and attempted to retreat than a sharp command halted her in her tracks. Halt.
Miss Han.
There is no need for you to depart in haste. I still have matters to inquire about. Chu Hongla's countenance turned icy, his imposing aura pressing forward as he demanded. From which pawnshop did you procure that bracelet? Do you possess any documentation of the transaction? This very day, I shall ascertain who dares to be so audacious as to pilfer treasures from my royal estate. Han Xiangru's face turned deathly pale. Waves of dizziness swirling in her mind as she found herself utterly speechless. Her lips trembled slightly, yet before any words could escape, she collapsed into unconsciousness. Chapter 6. Feigned faint and needle pricks. Chu Siqing had been thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama, taking particular delight in witnessing Han Xiangru's humiliating predicament. Unexpectedly, she heard a loud thud and was utterly stunned. Is this for real? Do people actually faint out of the blue these days? Could it be that Han Xiangru feigned fainting out of fear that her theft of the bracelet would be exposed? Han Wanqing had not anticipated that Han Xiangru would feign outright. Regardless of past grievances, they were still sisters from the same household, even if something befell Han Xiangru. It certainly shouldn't happen under her watch. With this thought, Han Wanqing hastily instructed her chief maid, Mei Qing, summon the household physician immediately. Mei Qing acknowledged with a prompt bow before hurrying off. Chu Hongla found the sight of someone collapsed before the princess consort's bed distasteful and ordered two maids to assist Han Xiangru onto a nearby daybed. The household physician arrived swiftly, medical kit in hand. Wiping a sheen of perspiration from his brow, he offered a respectful bow. Your Highness, my lady. Chu Hongla gestured toward the daybed. Examine the second Miss Han. Determine whether this faint is genuine or feigned. Chu Siqing nearly choked on suppressed laughter at his bluntness. Father truly embodies the epitome of tactlessness. I wonder if Han Xiangru still has the audacity to continue lying there. Haha. Han Wanqing shot Chu Hongla a glare. My lord, do not jest. Though she spoke thus, the same thought had crossed her mind. Turning to the court physician, she urged, Physician Lin, examine my sister at once. Physician Lin had been startled by the prince's earlier remark. Matters between nobles were not for him to meddle in. Fortunately, the princess consort did not press him further. The moment his fingers touched the pulse, his brow furrowed slightly. Composing himself, he focused intently on the rhythmic flow beneath his fingertips, his expression gradually shifting to one of perplexity. The prince's words had proven true after all. How peculiar of Miss Han to feign unconsciousness when she is clearly awake. Could it be that she has somehow offended His Highness the Prince earlier? Han Wanqing noticed his peculiar expression and inquired, Dr. Lin, is there something wrong with my sister's condition? The physician of the Lin residence pondered for a moment and, considering she was indeed the princess's sister, gently remarked, Miss is not gravely ill. She merely fainted from excessive fright, momentarily unable to catch her breath. Chu Hongla casually suggested, I believe a needle should suffice to remedy her condition. Hearing this, Chu Siqing felt immense joy in her heart. My father is truly wise. One should administer a sharp injection to Han Xiangru, ensuring that she immediately leaps up in agony. Han Wanqing could hardly suppress the corners of her mouth and had no choice but to turn to the physician of the residence. In your esteemed opinion, how should my sister be treated? The physician from the Lin residence asserted that there was no need for treatment, as Miss Han was merely feigning unconsciousness. To serve in the prince's residence, the physician from the Lin family must possess a certain astuteness. At that moment, he cleared his throat and remarked, Indeed. What the prince says holds merit. An acupuncture treatment can indeed invigorate and hasten Miss Han's awakening. Hearing this, Han Wanqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Though she feigned hesitation as she inquired, Shall we proceed with the acupuncture? Chu Hongla chuckled and said, Isn't it time for the physician of the Lin residence to administer acupuncture to Miss Han Air? The physician of the Lin residence complied. He rummaged through the medicine chest and unearthed a golden needle, then ignited a candle, holding the needle over the flame for a brief moment. Just as he raised the needle to pierce Miss Han's acupoint, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Han Xiangru's eyelids fluttered slightly before she abruptly opened her eyes and sprang to her feet. She forcefully shoved aside the Lin family's physician, who was holding a golden needle, exclaiming, Get away from me.
Ouch.
The venerable physician of the Lin family fell to the ground, the impact causing him to emit a cry of pain. For a fleeting moment, a kaleidoscope of expressions flickered across everyone's faces. Chu Siqing secretly chuckled in her heart. She collapsed the moment I mentioned fainting. I truly thought Han Xiangru possessed remarkable fortitude against herself. Yet before the needle even grazed her skin, she'd already lost her composure. Chu Homeless sneered coldly. Miss Han II, why must you feign unconsciousness? Han Xiangru hurriedly explained. No, I just woke up and saw him holding a needle. I was terrified. Han Wanqing furrowed her brows and said, Dr. Lin, you may take your leave now. The doctor promptly acknowledged and quickly departed, eager to avoid any further involvement. Chu Hongla fixed his gaze on Han Xiangru and inquired, now, tell me, at which pawnshop did you purchase the bracelet? Han Xiangru understood that if she spoke carelessly, the prince would undoubtedly uncover the truth immediately. Thus, she whispered, I truly cannot recall. Observing that the prince was about to press further, she rushed to Han Wanqing weeping, Sister, I acknowledge my faults, but we're sisters after all. The bracelet has now been returned to you. Could you perhaps refrain from holding onto past grievances? As Han Xiangru wept, she tenderly rubbed her forehead and lamented. Oh, my head feels so dizzy, and my entire body is in discomfort. Han Wanqing understood that this was all a consequence of Xiangru's own misdeeds and felt no sympathy for her at this moment. However, the scandal of theft would tarnish the reputation of the Ningyuan Duke's residence, especially since her younger siblings had yet to be married. And such a scandal would undoubtedly cast a shadow over their prospects. Nonetheless, it was imperative to teach Han Xiangru a lesson today, otherwise, one could only imagine the troubles she would face in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Han Wanqing demanded, Han Xiangru, how did my bracelet come into your possession? You must provide an honest explanation. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to report you to the authorities. Han Xiangru harbored deep resentment. Yet she was also terrified that she might truly deliver herself to the authorities. If that were to happen, her life would be irrevocably ruined. The mere thought of confessing to theft before Han Wanqing filled her with unbearable humiliation, yet she found herself powerless to resist. Han Xiangru's nails dug deep into her palms as she stammered faintly, it was I who instructed Shuer to steal. Han Wanqing's suspicions were confirmed. Without hesitation, she dispatched Mei Qing to the Ningyuan Count's residence to deliver a message to Lady Wang. This would serve as a stinging slap to the faces of that mother and son pair. Hearing this, Chu Siqing immediately protested inwardly. Mother, you mustn't agree. What if Han Xiangru shamelessly overstays her welcome? How utterly vexing it would be if they kept causing trouble and irritating us every single day. Han Wanqing was just about to decline when Prince Yu interjected with displeasure. My consort, I cannot consent to this. Having just given birth, you require tranquility and should not overtax your mind. After Han Xiangru was sent away, Chu Hongla's countenance finally brightened. He gently teased the infant in his arms. My sweet daughter, you must be weary from such a spectacle. It is time for your slumber. With that, he summoned the wet nurse to carry little Chu Siqing away. Chu Siqing protested inwardly, but I am not the least bit tired. Clearly, you simply wish to monopolize our mother's affection, while being cradled and nursed by wet nursely. Chu Siqing was feigning sleep when suddenly the system's electronic voice chimed in. Chapter 7 Newcomer's 1-point exchange. How has the system's storefront abruptly become accessible? Drowsy and lethargic just moments ago, Chu Siqing immediately perked up with renewed vigor, engaging in a silent dialogue with the system within the recesses of her mind. Open it quickly. I wish to behold its contents this very instant. The system whispered. Close your eyes, host, and the system store interface will appear before you. Chu Siqing immediately shut her eyes. The wet nurse, assuming the little princess had fallen asleep, ceased her murmurs. She gently placed the infant upon the cradle, tucked her in with care, and settled nearby to keep watch. The moment Chu Siqing closed her eyes, her vision shifted from darkness to the luminous display of the system store. As she glanced around in wonder, her gaze froze upon a spectral figure hovering eerily in the air beside her. Ah, system. There's a ghost here. System. Host, I am the system. This is the system space, and we are both in phantom forms. Chu Siqing lowered her gaze to look at herself, only to find she was indeed floating midair, which finally allowed her to exhale in relief. Honestly, you could have warned me earlier. I was nearly frightened to death just now. The system remarked. How was I to know the host is afraid of ghosts? Chu Siqing retorted stubbornly. Don't talk nonsense. I'm certainly not afraid. Observing the system's semi-transparent form, Chu Siqing inquired curiously, System, do you possess a physical form? What might your appearance be? The system replied, not at present, but perhaps after an upgrade. I could materialize into physical forms, such as kittens or puppies. Chu Siqing exclaimed joyfully, how marvelous. Then I shall be able to take you out for strolls. System. Host. Were you not intending to peruse the system marketplace? Chu Siqing suddenly recalled her purpose and swiftly floated before the merchant interface. The layout bore striking resemblance to the point redemption pages on her previous life's smartphone applications, albeit with rather peculiar exchangeable items. The mere thought of acquiring certain golden fingers made her rub her hands together like an excited fly, eagerly perusing each option. Hybrid rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes. Why are there so many books? Chu Ming Yao Shu, Compendium of Materia Medica, the exploitation of the works of nature. Chu Siqing fell silent. System. Surely you don't expect me to engage in infrastructure development? I merely wish to lie back and live a life of leisure like a salted fish. System. Host. You must realize this is a backward world. Only by enhancing productivity can your happiness index truly rise. Chu Siqing understood this principle. Yet she was merely an infant at present. Even if her heart was willing, her abilities were insufficient. She extended her translucent fingers, flipping through the shopping interface, and fortunately, there were still some other items available. Painkillers, talismans, protective charms, beauty pills, fertility elixirs. Now, this was precisely what she had been eager to see. As Chu Siqing's excitement grew, she cast a glance at the redemption section, only to discover that everything in the mall required a minimum of 100 points. The meager 30 points she had just acquired seemed utterly insignificant. System. Are you toying with me? I am utterly incapable of redeeming any of the items contained herein. The system. Host, do not be upset. We now have a new benefit where one can exchange for one item. Chu Siqing exclaimed with delight. Does that mean I can exchange for 30 items? The system responded. No, the novice reward is limited to a single item. Chu Siqing felt a twinge of disappointment, but she quickly regained her spirits. After all, having something is certainly better than having nothing. However, after much contemplation, she found herself in a quandary. The opportunity was singular, and Chu Siqing did not possess any particular needs at the moment. Thus, she inquired of the system. System. Are these the only items available in the marketplace? The system responded. Host, the marketplace will periodically refresh its inventory, and these are the items currently available. The system hesitated momentarily, an unusual occurrence, and then continued. Host, the beginner's benefits are limited to just one day. Chu Siqing, sensing the suspicious pause, immediately inquired. System. Do you possess a means to assist me in extending this period by a few days? Chu Siqing, with unwavering determination, playfully implored, Atong, you are now mine. So you must assist me. In the past, I was referred to as a mere trifle, but now I am addressed as Atong. The host truly exhibits remarkable adaptability. Very well, dear host, yet with my current authority, I can only permit a delay of 3 days, remarked Chu Siqing with a wave of her hand. No matter. 3 days it shall be. In truth, she was primarily attempting to gauge whether the system could provide additional benefits. Now that she is aware of this, Chu Siqing resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with the system, beginning with the way she addresses it. Upon concluding her exploration of the system mall, Chu Siqing began to contemplate the issues she had previously overlooked. Chu Siqing was astonished. Awe. Upon realizing that all the words she had silently spoken to herself were overheard by her parents in this lifetime, she felt an overwhelming sense of social embarrassment. I'm doomed. Utterly doomed. Oh system, do you think they'll perceive me as some monstrous creature? The system reassured. Fear not, host. Had they truly deemed you a supernatural being, you would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Chu Siqing exhaled in relief. You're right. All this time I've noticed nothing amiss. Perhaps it's the boundless love of parents that grants them such tolerance. Now aware that her parents could hear her innermost thoughts, Chu Siqing maintained an uncharacteristic silence over the following 2 days. Both the joyful prince and his consort found this peculiar. Prince Chu Hongla confided privately to his wife, Wan Qing. Our daughter has fallen strangely mute these past days. Have you heard her voice? Han Wanqing shook her head. I don't know either. Chu Hongla sighed regretfully. What a pity. I was hoping to hear more from our little girl. She's quite amusing. Han Wanqing straightened her expression. Your Highness, regardless of whether Cici has any peculiarities, I will always treat her as my daughter and raise her as any mother would. Chu Hongla quickly reassured her. Wanqing, I meant no offense. I adore Cici just as much as you do. Han Wanqing smiled softly. I know. I'm simply saying, let's let things unfold naturally. Chu Hongla drew her into his embrace and murmured, very well. 2 days of quiet nearly drove Chu Siqing to boredom. That day, as she drowsed in the arms of the joyful Princess Consort, she heard a maid announce from outside, My lady, the second young master of the Han family has arrived. Han Wanqing's eyes brightened, and she eagerly replied, Quickly, let my brother in. Since their mother's passing, her 2 younger brothers had become her greatest concern. The bond between the siblings had always been exceptionally close. Unlike Han Xiangru, when her second brother, Han Nanqing, came to visit, Han Wanqing's joy was genuine and heartfelt. Sensing the princess consort's excitement, Chu Siqing grew curious about this second uncle. Little did she know, she was about to uncover a startling revelation from the system. What? Was my second uncle expelled by the academy's headmaster? Hearing her daughter's inner thoughts, Han Wanqing's brows instantly furrowed in contemplation. She too recalled that today was indeed not a rest day at Wansong Academy. Chapter 8. The raspy-voiced second uncle among the 2 younger brothers born to the same mother as Han Wanqing, the one who troubled her most was Han Nanqing. The elder brother, Han Yuqing, was naturally gifted and diligent in his studies. At merely 17 years of age, he had already attained the scholarly rank of a provincial graduate. Currently enrolled in the Imperial Academy, he was destined to inherit the title of Marquis of Ningyuan, requiring no concern from her. Han Nanxing, however, was entirely different, a mischievous child from birth who dozed off the moment he opened a book. In his youth, when the tutor punished him by striking his palms, he retaliated by slipping crickets into the tutor's teapot, leaving the old scholar so furious his beard quivered in indignation. In his youth, the Earl of Ningyuan was framed by political rivals. Disillusioned, he accepted a sinecure position, spending his days tending flowers and plants with no ambition for officialdom. Yet he remained deeply concerned about his son's education. When the tutor came to complain, the Earl immediately dragged Han Nanxing out for a beating, leaving the wretched boy's backside thoroughly bruised. Though the tutor had initially intended to dismiss Han Nanxing from his tutelage, witnessing this scene left him with little room for further protest. Later, Han Yuqing proved his worth by gaining admission to the Imperial Academy through his own merit, while Han Nanxing lacked such capability. The Earl expended tremendous effort to secure his younger son's enrollment at Wansong Academy, only to have the boy expelled by the headmaster today. The headmaster of Wansong Academy is renowned for his gentle temperament. What unspeakable outrage could Han Nanxing have committed to be expelled so ruthlessly without the slightest consideration for his dignity? At this thought, Han Nanxing felt a wave of dizziness, her fingers itching to seize her troublesome younger brother and give him a sound thrashing. As footsteps approached, Chu Siqing, nestled in the Duchess of Yu's embrace, turned her head with curiosity, eager to glimpse the audacious second uncle who had stirred such commotion. To her astonishment, the youth who swept aside the curtain was tall and broad-shouldered, his sword-like brows and starry eyes brimming with vitality, an undeniably dashing and spirited young man. Chu Siqing was utterly astonished, her lips parting in disbelief. I had always assumed second uncle was some frivolous playboy, yet never imagined he would be so strikingly handsome. Han Nanxing plopped down unceremoniously before the consort of Yu, his gravelly voice rumbling. Elder sister, I've come to see you and my niece. Craning his neck to peer at the infant cradled in the consort's arms, he cackled hoarsely. What a well-behaved child, and so comely too. His rasping, dissonant voice formed a jarring contrast with his strikingly handsome features. That discordant sound instantly shattered Chu Siqing's infatuated reverie. How could such a fine-looking gentleman be cursed with this cacophonous crow's voice? Even Han Nanxing, who was initially eager to vent her anger at her younger brother, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing her daughter's inner thoughts. Nanxing, what happened to your voice? He paused for a moment and, feeling aggrieved, said, Sister, why do you mock me as well? Chu Siqing inquired of the system and only felt relieved after learning the reason. Thank goodness it's just due to the voice change period. How dreadful it would be if it stayed like this permanently. Han Nanxing quickly reassured him, many boys your age experience changes in their voices. It will improve with time. Han Nanxing felt somewhat comforted by her words and pressed anxiously, but how long until it gets better? Chu Siqing stifled a chuckle. At least a year or so. Seeing the hopeful look in her younger brother's eyes, Han Nanxing couldn't bear to disappoint him and softened her words. It varies. Some recover in just a few months. Han Nanxing's face fell. That long? Would I not be the laughingstock of them all? Today, as those fellows were speaking, he suddenly realized something and hastily stopped himself. Chu Siqing and the system were enjoying the drama. So second uncle is this formidable? His classmates mocked his raspy voice, yet he single-handedly took down all 5 of them. Han Nanxing's gaze shifted subtly. Have you become the subject of your classmates' mockery? Han Nanxing realized a slip of the tongue and quickly lowered his head to conceal it. It was merely a jest. Han Nanxing responded sternly. If it were truly just a jest, why are you outside the academy today when classes have not been dismissed? Nanking, you must tell me the truth. How Han Nanking resents it. Why must he be so outspoken? Yet the thought that his sister would inevitably learn of this matter, and that hearing it from someone else might cause her even greater distress, left him with no choice but to confess. Han Nanxing's heart ached upon hearing this. Yet she sensed there was more to the story. With patient composure, she gently pressed further. And then what happened? Han Nanxing stole a glance at the Duchess Yu's expression and murmured in a hushed tone, Then I gave them a thrashing, and the academy had expelled me. Though Han Nanxing had anticipated this outcome through her daughter's inner thoughts, hearing her brother recount the incident without the slightest hint of remorse still provoked her anger. She snapped. So when the academy had dismissed you, you just left without even attempting to smooth things over with a few conciliatory words? Han Nanxing felt a pang of guilt. The headmaster initially punished me by copying texts for a month. Unwilling to accept it, I argued my case vehemently, and he simply dismissed me. Honestly, I had no desire to linger there any longer. Studying seemed utterly meaningless, so I left. Han Nanxing, witnessing his complete lack of remorse, was instantly overcome with fury, her vision nearly darkening with rage. In this matter, both of you bear fault. The headmaster's punishment was not unjust. How could you act so recklessly? She rebuked him with indignation. Father went through great pains to secure your admission to the esteemed Wansong Academy through connections, and now you've been expelled by the headmaster. Which reputable institution would dare accept you hereafter? Han Nanxing said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter. I don't want to study anymore anyway. Han Nanxing angrily retorted, Not study? Are you trying to defy the heavens? Upon witnessing the fury of the princess, Han Nanqing hastily interjected, No, no. Dear sister, please do not be angry. I was merely contemplating pursuing martial arts in the future. Realizing that her brother harbored aspirations beyond mere indulgence, Han Wanqing's irritation began to dissipate. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, In this era, where the emperor places great emphasis on the military, studying martial arts can indeed be a viable path. If you possess ambition, pursue it wholeheartedly. But do not engage in half-hearted efforts. It must not be mere words without action. Seeing that his sister did not oppose his intentions, Han Nanqing felt a surge of joy and quickly asserted, I am earnest in my desire. Since childhood, I have preferred martial arts over scholarly pursuits. Yet my father insisted on my academic studies. Han Wanqing countered, Whoever said that one cannot study martial arts and academics simultaneously? Even to qualify for the military imperial examinations, one must first pass the literary tests. If you remain ignorant of literature and history, how shall you ever command troops in battle? After a brief pause, she continued, Your father is acting in your best interest. I suggest you first contemplate how to explain your expulsion from the academy to him. At the thought of his father's stern visage and the beatings he had endured throughout his childhood, Han Nanqing could not help but shudder. With a pitiful expression, he pleaded, Dear elder sister, if my father learns of this, he will surely kill me. Please allow me to stay in the Wang residence for a few days. Han Wanqing smiled and said, I dare not keep you. Father will inevitably find out, for you acted impulsively, cutting off the matter before reporting it. Han Nanqing's expression instantly darkened as he lamented, Sister, how could someone as rigid as father ever entertain my thoughts? Han Wanqing discerned her brother's subtle intentions and directly stated, Just speak plainly, how would you like me to assist you? Chapter 9. The rehabilitation pill. Upon hearing his sister voluntarily offer assistance, Han Nanqing joyfully exclaimed, If I can become a disciple of the great general, my father will surely have little to say. The current great general, Fang Yongshan, is a legend. Born into humble beginnings, he possesses an innate talent for military strategy. Han Wanqing was left both amused and exasperated by her brother's audacity. Han Nanqing, since you wish to take on an apprenticeship, you ought to demonstrate sincerity by personally visiting the general's residence to earn General Fang's recognition, rather than relying on my assistance. She sighed and said, Nanqing, even if the prince wields his power to oppress, General Fang would not be pleased in his heart. So, how could he be willing to teach you earnestly? Upon realizing her misunderstanding, Han Nanqing hastily clarified, Dear elder sister, that was not my intention. I merely wished to ask my brother-in-law to find some skilled physicians who might be able to heal General Fang's leg. In truth, I have visited the Grand General's residence several times and expressed my desire to apprentice under him. Lady Fang has shown a willingness to have me as her pupil. Yet it seems that General Fang, due to his ailments, lacks the energy for such considerations. Upon hearing this, Han Wanqing understood that he had long harbored intentions and had made considerable efforts. Thus, she replied, If that is the case, I shall inquire with the prince on your behalf. Han Nanqing rejoiced, saying, Thank you so much, sister. He continued, I know this is merely my humble attempt to contribute to General Fang's recovery. Even if I do not become his disciple, I sincerely wish for his health to be restored and for him to regain his former glory. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Han Nanqing took his leave from the prince's residence. With her usually restless younger brother finally having a plan, Han Wanqing also desired to lend her support for his future. Your Highness, are there any physicians capable of treating General Fang's leg injury? Chu Hongla pondered for a moment and, with a troubled expression, said, Wanqing, this may prove to be quite challenging. Whether it be the imperial court's physicians or the folk healers, my elder brother has sought their aid, yet none have succeeded in remedying General Fang's leg injury. Han Wanqing felt a twinge of disappointment. I feared as much. At that moment, Chu Siqing had finally concluded his communication with the system and eagerly called out in his mind, Mother, Mother, I possess a miraculous remedy for the ailments afflicting General Zhuang's leg. Upon hearing her second uncle express his desire to assist General Fang in treating his leg injury, Chu Siqing suddenly recalled that she had yet to utilize her new benefits, which seemed to include relevant medications available in the marketplace. Coincidentally, today marked the final day for the system to extend her benefits. Without hesitation, Chu Siqing closed her eyes and entered the system space, where she exchanged a point for a rehabilitation pill. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Han Wanqing was filled with delight, yet slightly incredulous. Siqing, can that medicine truly heal General Fang's leg injury? Such an extraordinary feat is beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled imperial physicians and divine healers. Chu Hongla exclaimed in astonishment. Where is that miraculous drug? Chu Siqing opened her tightly clenched little fist, revealing a soft, chubby hand cradling a small pill. This is a recovery pill, capable of healing old injuries and ailments, restoring the body to its former state. When Chu Siqing exchanged for the recovery pill, she meticulously reviewed the item description and even inquired with the system to ensure its efficacy. The two exchanged a glance, both astonished by their daughter's remarkable abilities. Han Wanqing could not resist reaching for the pill in her daughter's hand, examining it closely. Although it appeared rather ordinary, how could it possess such extraordinary powers? Chu Hongla's nose suddenly twitched as he remarked with curiosity, "This medicinal pill emits an extraordinarily peculiar fragrance." Han Wanqing also noticed, "I find its aroma rather soothing." "Father, mother, please trust me. Do not inquire about the origin of this pill. Only know that it shall undoubtedly cure General Feng's leg ailment." Gazing at the infant Chu Siqing nestled in her arms, Han Wanqing was aware that her daughter harbored many secrets. Yet regardless, now that she had become her child, she vowed to raise her with utmost devotion. Chu Hongla, untroubled by deeper contemplation, addressed his wife, "Wanqing, let us present this medicine to General Feng. He is a meritorious hero of our great Chu, and his recovery would be a blessing." Han Wanqing nodded. "Then entrust this matter to you, my lord. Simply claim the medicine was given by a wandering physician. Make no mention of Nanqing, let him speak of his apprenticeship himself." Agreeing, Chu Hongla promptly dispatched an invitation to the general's estate, intending to deliver the remedy in person the following day. At the general's residence, Lady Feng received the missive from Prince Yu and immediately informed her husband. General Feng, perplexed, mused, "Our household shares no prior acquaintance with Prince Yu. What business could he possibly have with me?" Lady Feng remarked, "My dear husband, have you forgotten? That young Han fellow who frequently visited our household recently, his elder sister is none other than the Princess Consort of Yu." General Feng snorted through his nostrils. "Humph. So it was him. I have repeatedly stated that I do not take on apprentices. Why does this young man persist? I shall not meet with the Prince of Joy." Madame Feng immediately pinched the old man's ear, exclaiming, "Old man, have you taken leave of your senses? His Highness the Prince has come in person, and you dare to dismiss him at will?"
Ouch! Ouch!
"Madam, please be gentle." Gently, General Feng swiftly grasped his elderly wife's assertive hand, hurriedly exclaiming, "I simply lack the inclination to take on a disciple." Lady Feng released her grip on the old man's ear and sighed, "Why must you be so stubborn? Is it not a delight that wooer has been gone for such a long time, and now there exists a disciple who can bring joy to his knees?" The only son of the couple, Feng Wurong, perished in battle several years ago. Initially, they endured the sorrow of a parent bidding farewell to a child, and later, Feng Yongshan's old injuries resurfaced, leaving him somewhat despondent and entirely disinclined to take on apprentices. Feng Yongshan remarked, "It is not feasible. My health has markedly declined, and I lack the energy for such endeavors." However, Mrs. Feng urged, "Regardless of whether you take on an apprentice, His Highness the Prince of Yu still wishes to meet you." It would suffice to explain the circumstances in person at that time. Neither of them anticipated that when Prince Yu visited the following day, he made no mention whatsoever of Han Nanqing's desire to become an apprentice. "General Feng, a traveling physician recently visited my residence and presented me with a recovery pill, effective for treating old injuries and ailments, restoring the body to its former state. Considering your long-standing afflictions, I thought it prudent to bring it to you," the prince stated, extending a wooden box towards Feng Yongshan. The general was taken aback, receiving the box with both hands and muttering, "Ah, thank you for this generous gift, Your Highness." Observing her husband as stunned silence, Mrs. Feng promptly interjected, "Has Your Highness come here regarding the matter of the second son of the Han family seeking to become an apprentice?" General Feng cast a helpless glance at his elderly wife, already contemplating the words with which to decline later. However, Prince Yu interjected, "Not so. This humble prince offers medicine to General Feng because the general has spared no effort in defending our homeland, making him a distinguished hero of Great Chu. As for Han Nanqing seeking apprenticeship, that is his own affair." General Feng was dumbfounded. After seeing Prince Yu off, the general turned to his wife and asked, "My lady, what do you think, should I take this medicine or not?" Chapter 10. The Full Moon Banquet. Madame Feng cast an exasperated glance at the old man and remarked, "What? Is His Royal Highness the Prince of Yu truly so malicious as to target you specifically? Are you still afraid of being lenient with the old man?" General Feng's mask was torn away, his face flushing crimson as he retorted, "This medicine appears utterly commonplace. Perhaps the Duke of Yu merely sought to deceive me with it. Do I fear him? Very well then. I shall take it. If it is truly possible to restore everything to its original state, accepting Han Nanqing would not be a concern." General Feng swallowed the recovery pill in one gulp and immediately felt a surge of vitality. Warmth enveloped his body, and he exclaimed in delight, "This medicine is truly remarkable." He felt that the pain in his legs seemed to have subsided, and though he was still unable to stand, his condition had certainly improved. General Feng sensed a glimmer of hope for the healing of his leg injury, which instantly lifted his spirits. He remarked to his elderly wife, "Han Nanqing, being of noble lineage, I wonder how much hardship he can truly endure? I certainly do not wish for a decorative pillow." Observing that her husband seemed to be in better spirits, Madame Feng remarked, "I find that young man quite capable. If you are unwilling to grant him even a single opportunity, how can you ascertain that he is merely a decorative pillow? This old man is indeed quite stubborn. In his heart, he has clearly accepted the idea of taking on a disciple, yet he still feigns reluctance with his words." General Feng grunted, expressing his skepticism about the young one's abilities. Madame Feng responded, suggesting that if he had any shortcomings, he could simply guide him further. General Feng fell silent. A few days later, an invitation arrived from the Prince of Yu's residence, requesting their presence at the celebration of the little princess's full moon. Madame Fong readily accepted. As this was the first child of Prince Yu, the festivities were grand, with nearly all the influential figures of the capital in attendance. Early in the morning, the prince's residence bustled with activity. Nurse Li dressed little Chu Siqing in a vibrant red outfit, exuding a festive charm. The ladies gathered in a circle to admire her, continuously showering her with compliments. The young princess is truly beautiful, with a complexion as fair and delicate as that of an ethereal being. The princess is indeed blessed with exceptional fortune. Fortunately, Chu Siqing was still a speechless infant. Otherwise, she might have truly succumbed to social anxiety. On this day, she encountered numerous relatives. Her maternal grandfather, an ethereal old man, cast a glance at Chu Siqing and, stroking his beard, remarked, "The name Siqing is indeed commendable." Her step-grandmother, with a hint of acidity, added, "Wanqing is truly fortunate. She possesses the ability to marry into the esteemed Prince Yu's residence, but do not forget your younger siblings." Her uncle, Han Yuqing, embraced Chu Siqing and, with a gentle smile, said, "What a well-behaved child." Upon beholding the strikingly handsome young man before her, Chu Siqing's heart exclaimed, "Oh, my idol. I hereby declare that my uncle shall be my idol from this day forth." Chu Siqing could not help but gaze at her uncle with starry eyes, her mouth nearly watering. Han Wanqing, feeling sympathy for her younger brother, said to Uncle Ningyuan, "Father, do you not think you have been rather harsh? If Nanqing's leg were to be injured, what future would await him?" Before Ning Yuanbua could speak, Han Xiangru interjected. "Father has gone to great lengths to send him to Wansong Academy, yet he engages in brawls and is expelled by the headmaster. Shouldn't he be punished?" Han Wenyuan quickly responded, "Indeed, there are those who instigate trouble, prompting my second brother to take action." Han Xiangning concurred, "Yes, indeed, second sister." Han Wanqing disregarded Han Xiangru and introduced her daughter, saying, "Siqing, this is your third uncle and third aunt." Chu Siqing thought to herself, "It seems that among the children born to the Wang family, there are indeed some good individuals." The Marquis of Ningyuan remarked, "This young rascal needs a good thrashing, or he'll be tearing the roof tiles off next." Just the other day, he had the audacity to boast shamelessly about wishing to become the Grand General's disciple, truly the height of impudence. Han Nanqing cried out, "Father, all men under heaven revere the great general as a hero, and it is only natural for them to seek apprenticeship under such a legendary figure." Han Xiangru continued, "You wish to apprentice yourself, but does the other party desire to accept you? Is this not sheer audacity?" Han Nanqing retorted indignantly, "Second sister, must you always undermine me? I simply wish to become General Fong's disciple." At that very moment, Madame Fong arrived and said with a smile, "Nanqing, come pay respects to your master in a few days. Your teacher has already given his consent." Everyone present was instantly stunned. In the past, it wasn't as if no one had attempted to become a disciple at the general's residence, yet without exception, all had failed. It was said that after General Fong's old ailment recurred, his energy had waned significantly. So how on earth did this fellow Han Nanqing manage to succeed, where all others had failed? Han Xiangru felt even more embarrassed. She had just mentioned that Han Nanqing wished to become a disciple but was rejected, only for the master himself to agree moments later. What a humiliating turn of events. Her face flushed crimson as she forced a faint smile and said, "It seems my eyes have failed me. Congratulations on achieving your heart's desire, dear brother." Han Nanqing, brimming with excitement, eagerly seized the opportunity to inquire, "Madam, has master's health shown any improvement?" Lady Fong smiled gently and said, "I am feeling much better now, thanks to your highness's medicine." Chu Hongla nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "It is my pleasure to be of assistance in alleviating the general's chronic ailment." Just then, the gatekeeper announced from outside, "Her Grace, the Princess Yongfu, has arrived." For a fleeting moment, a myriad of expressions flickered across the faces of the assembled guests. It was common knowledge that the Yongfu Countess had harbored affections for Prince Yu, only to be thwarted by the daughter of the Earl of Ningyuan, a scandal that had once set tongues wagging throughout the capital. Now, at the infant princess's full moon celebration, the uninvited arrival of the Yongfu Countess promised a spectacle most intriguing. Han Xiangru observed Han Wanqing with malicious delight, savoring the predicament. The Yongfu Countess was notorious for her penchant for tormenting others. How would you possibly navigate this thorny situation now? Witnessing the crowd's reaction, Chu Si grew increasingly intrigued and promptly inquired of the system in private. What exactly is the background of this Princess Yongfu? Princess Yongfu is the daughter of Prince Xianfu. After the demise of the previous king and queen, she was taken into the palace by the Empress Dowager for upbringing, and she shares a childhood bond with your father, the host. Chu Siqing gossiped, "Could it be that she fancies my royal father?" The system responded, "Indeed, host. Another intriguing piece of gossip has been detected. Would you care to hear it?" Chu Siqing was utterly shocked upon hearing this. "What? The small dog that caused my mother to go into premature labor was deliberately arranged by Princess Yongfu? How could she be so malicious?" Chu Hongla was utterly astonished upon hearing his daughter's innermost thoughts. Though he was aware of the Yongfu princess's affections toward him, he had already made his stance unequivocally clear to her. The thought that Princess Yongfu dared to lay hands on his consort sent a chill through Chu Hongla's gaze, as if all past affections had dissipated like smoke. It seemed he must seek an audience with his imperial brother. Princess Yongfu approached with graceful steps, unaware that her misdeeds had already been exposed by Chu Siqing. Upon seeing Chu Hongla, she smiled and said, "Today is the full moon celebration of my royal brother's daughter. Why do you appear so displeased?" Chu Hongla said coldly, "Yongfu, what brings you here today?" Princess Yongfu was momentarily taken aback, then replied with disdain, "This insignificant full moon banquet. Am I, the princess, not even permitted to attend?" Chu Hongla questioned with a piercing gaze. "Do you truly believe I remain oblivious to all your clandestine deeds?" Chapter 11. Exposing the fake blind man. The crowd detected the tantalizing hint of scandal in the Prince of Yu's tone, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they eagerly settled in for the unfolding drama. Chu Siqing, my royal father possesses such unyielding fortitude. Han Wanqing contemplated. He can still be considered a man. The Princess Yongfu momentarily panicked, but quickly regained her composure. What is it that you claim I have done? She had disposed of everyone who had handled that dog meticulously, convinced that Prince Yu could uncover nothing. Chu Hongla's eyes blazed with fury. When the princess consort was near her time of delivery, she was strolling in the courtyard. Suddenly, a dog lunged at her, startling her into labor, nearly claiming both mother and child. After a pause, he continued in a low, seething tone. After months of covert investigation, I discovered that it was you who deliberately arranged for that dog to be unleashed. He fixed his gaze upon Princess Yongfu and said coldly, "Yongfu, human life hangs in the balance. How could you commit such an act?" Upon hearing such a scandalous revelation, the crowd cast disapproving glances towards Princess Yongfu. Good heavens! How could Princess Yongfu dare to conspire against the beloved Princess Yu? It nearly resulted in a tragic double demise. How malicious! Sensing the peculiar gazes surrounding her, Princess Yongfu panicked and exclaimed, "Nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with me." She gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What evidence do you possess? Do not attempt to tarnish my reputation with mere baseless accusations." Father. She dispatched her maid, Cui Shi, to the southern city to procure rat poison from the blind Zhang, captured a wild dog to administer the poison, and then bribed the litter carrier, Wang Er, to deliver it to the Wang residence. Cui Shi and Wang Er have already been sold far away to the south by Princess Yongfu. However, the blind man selling rat poison, Zhang, is merely feigning his blindness. He is well aware of Cui Shi's appearance. Chu Hongla was instantly filled with confidence as he addressed Princess Yongfu, declaring, "I certainly possess evidence." He then turned and commanded loudly, "Summon the attendants. Bring the blind man Zhang, who sells rat poison in the southern part of the city." Several royal guards rushed out in succession, responding affirmatively. Understood. Upon hearing of the blind man Zhang, Princess Yongfu's heart began to race uncontrollably. After Cui Shi had completed the task for her, she, fearing any potential errors, sought to fully comprehend the unfolding events before she sent Cui Shi and Wang Er away to distant lands. Only the blind man, Zhang, remains among those involved in this matter. Yet, he is merely a vendor of rat poison, entirely blind and incapable of seeing anything. How could the king of Yu be aware of him? The Princess Yongfu felt a sense of unease creeping upon her, unable to comprehend the situation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. After all, the blind man could not see, and it was unlikely he would articulate anything of significance. Upon this realization, Princess Yongfu regained her composure. Today, she was eager to observe how Prince Yu would attempt to place the blame upon her shoulders. The guards of the Prince Yu's residence exhibited remarkable efficiency, bringing the blind man Zhang to the palace in the span of a single tea ceremony. 2 guards each seized an arm of the elderly man, forcing him to the ground as they declared, "His Royal Highness, Prince Yu, wishes to inquire. Speak truthfully." The old man, clad in tattered garments, with a pair of pale, vacant eyes, hurriedly knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Your Highness, please feel free to inquire. I would never dare to deceive you." He bowed fervently, though his direction was askew, addressing the Princess Yongfu as Your Highness, clearly indicating his blindness. The onlookers gazed at this unfortunate blind man, murmuring amongst themselves, "This old man cannot see anything at all. Indeed, how could he possibly serve as a witness? Has the prince resorted to desperate measures in his time of illness?" Princess Yongfu listened to the whispers of those around her, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She turned to Prince Yu and remarked, "Brother Wang, are you truly resorting to a blind man as your witness?" She took out a handkerchief and covered her mouth with a smile, saying, "When one seeks to impose blame, what words are lacking?" Before anyone could react, Chu Hongla abruptly drew his sword and swiftly lunged towards the eyes of the blind man, Zhang. Just as the crowd anticipated Zhang's imminent demise, a sudden brilliance ignited within the old man's white eyes, and he nimbly evaded the blade. Among the onlookers, someone was the first to realize the truth. He was not blind at all. Upon hearing the cry of this individual, the crowd felt as though they had received a profound revelation. This blind man was, in fact, feigning his blindness. I always believed that the prince's actions must be rooted in reason. This old man is exceedingly cunning. Princess Yongfu gazed upon the unfolding scene, her complexion instantly turning ashen. Had she foreseen this moment, she would have taken measures to eliminate the blind man as well. Chu Hongla glanced at Princess Yongfu's expression and sneered, "Yongfu, are you frightened?" Princess Yongfu stiffened her resolve and retorted, "What could possibly make me afraid? He is merely a deceitful charlatan pretending to be blind." Several guards had once again firmly pressed blind Zhang to the ground. Chu Hongla let out a cold snort before interrogating with an icy tone. "How dare you feign blindness in my presence? What punishment do you deserve for this insolence?" Blind Zhang, overcome with despair, began to plead for mercy, exclaiming, "My lord, spare my life. I am but a humble soul seeking only to earn a meager living." He bowed his head repeatedly, the sound echoing like thunder, as he implored, "I beseech your grace to discern my plight. The little one has only sold rat poison and has never engaged in any heinous acts." In order to seek evidence, Chu Siqing specifically inquired within the system regarding the tale of Zhang the Blind. Zhang the Blind was originally an artist, with a profound admiration for beautiful women. However, after offending a noble, he was cast out, and, lacking any means of support or other skills, devised a scheme to feign blindness and sell rat poison in the southern part of the city. The women, perceiving him as elderly and blind, felt great sympathy and often purchased medicine from him. Zhang the Blind took this opportunity to surreptitiously observe them. Whenever he encountered a woman of exquisite beauty, he would clandestinely sketch her likeness on paper to preserve the image. "Father, that Cui Shi is exceedingly beautiful, often adorned in green garments, with a small red mole at the corner of her eye." Zhang the Blind must have secretly captured her likeness. Hearing his daughter's inner thoughts, Chu Hongla couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Clearing his throat, he inquired of blind Zhang, "Do you recall about a month ago, a maidservant dressed in green with a crimson mole at the corner of her eye coming to purchase medicine from you?" Zhang the Blind actually had some recollection of the woman, but given the current delicate situation involving distinguished guests, he dared not offend any of them. His eyes darted shiftily as he evasively replied, "Your Highness must forgive this humble servant. I sell dozens of packets of rat poison daily and truly cannot recall customers from a month ago." Seeing his reluctance to confess, Chu Hongla had no choice but to publicly reveal the hidden truth. "Zhang the Blind, you were originally a painter with a particular fondness for observing beautiful women. After seeing them, you would sketch their portraits. The maid's likeness is currently stored in your residence, is it not?" Upon hearing such intimate matters being divulged by Prince Yu, blind Zhang was utterly aghast. No longer daring to conceal anything, he kowtowed repeatedly, pleading, "Your Highness, have mercy on this humble servant. Indeed, there exists a certain maid. Yet I truly cannot recall her." Upon witnessing Zhang the Blind's admission, the crowd erupted in disdain. How utterly despicable this old man is. At such an advanced age, one still takes pleasure in admiring beautiful women. Fortunately, His Highness possesses keen discernment. Chu Hongla gazed at the tottering Princess Yongfu and demanded with an air of solemnity, "Yongfu, what further words have you to utter?" Chapter 12. Irrefutable evidence. The Yongfu Countess gritted her teeth and stubbornly insisted, "What maid? This is utterly preposterous." Chu Hongla's voice turned icy as he declared, "It seems you refuse to yield until faced with dire consequences." He then turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Guards, retrieve all the portraits from blind Zhang's residence at once." The guards promptly departed to carry out their orders. Only then did Chu Hongla continue. "A month ago, you dispatched your personal maid, Cui Shi, to purchase medicine from blind Zhang. After bribing the coachman Wang Er, you used the medicine to poison a stray dog and released it into the prince's residence, thereby causing the disturbance that startled the Princess Consort." Upon hearing Prince Yu recount the sequence of events and name every accomplice involved with such precision, Princess Yongfu's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she stammered in agitation, "Preposterous nonsense. Cui Shi made a mistake and was dismissed by me long ago." The gathered ladies could no longer contain their indignation. That crimson mole upon Cui Shi's countenance was indeed most distinctive, and I too had taken note of it. I had wondered why that particular maid from the princess's retinue had vanished so abruptly. Now it appears she was sold off. Why, I saw Cui Shi myself just last month. Evidently, the prince has irrefutable proof. The princess has acted most unwisely indeed. Chu Hongla sneered coldly. "Let us first examine the portrait rendered by blind Zhang before drawing conclusions." The Princess of Yongfu was acutely aware that if that blind artist Zhang truly managed to capture Cui Shi's likeness in his painting, she would be in grave trouble. No matter how anxious she was, it wasn't long before the guards from Prince Yu's mansion arrived carrying a stack of portraits. Everyone gathered around to look, and the first painting on top was a beautiful woman's portrait, with a signature and date in the lower corner. This convinced everyone that blind Zhang indeed had a habit of painting beauties, for his latest work was dated just yesterday. The guard presented an image to Prince Yu, saying, "Your Highness, this is the portrait of Cui Shi." As the crowd craned their necks for a better view, those who recognized Cui Shi gasped in astonishment. It was indeed Cui Shi. This blind man truly possesses remarkable skill. Is it not a remarkable coincidence that the date inscribed corresponds precisely with the day of the princess's childbirth? Surely. The princess has been rendered speechless by this turn of events. Chu Hongla coldly remarked, Yongfu, do you have anything left to say now? Seeing that there was no argument left to be made, King Yu continued to press for answers. The Princess Yongfu, her eyes aflame with emotion, resolved to no longer conceal her feelings. She twisted the handkerchief in her grasp and exclaimed, what of it if I did? Han Wanqing raised her delicate brows and inquired, Your Highness, have I ever wronged you? Princess Yongfu cast her a disdainful glance and remarked, I cannot bear to witness your harmonious relationship with my royal brother. As you conceive and bear children, it was I who was destined to wed him. Upon hearing this, the noble lords and ladies present perked up, for they had come to attend the full moon banquet, only to unexpectedly witness a dramatic love triangle. How truly worthwhile. Chu Hongla hastily clarified, do not speak nonsensically. We have never discussed marriage. The one who holds my heart has always been the princess. Witnessing the prince's heartfelt confession on the spot left everyone in awe. Truly, the prince is deeply infatuated. How fortunate the princess is. It is truly excessive for Princess Yongfu to intrude when two hearts are mutually enamored. Princess Yongfu was consumed by jealousy and indiscreetly exclaimed, she is merely the daughter of a fallen noble, the Count of Ningyuan. I wonder what kind of enchantments she has employed. Chu Hongla immediately interjected, silence. Wanqing is my queen. He no longer concerns himself with past affections. Since you have already confessed to the crime of plotting against the princess, let the imperial clan court handle it. Princess Yongfu is the daughter of Prince Xianfu. When a member of the royal family commits an offense, it is only natural for the royal clan court to conduct the trial. Princess Yongfu could hardly believe her ears. Brother Wang, how could you treat me this way for her? Chu Hongla remarked coldly. Have you committed a transgression that should simply be overlooked? Moreover, if I do not stand up for my princess, how can I ever claim to be a worthy husband? The onlooking ladies were immediately moved. This is the epitome of a true man. One should seek a husband akin to His Highness, the Prince of Joy. Upon realizing the earnestness of the Prince of Joy, Princess Yongfu felt a twinge of fear and lamented, Brother Wang, do you not recall the bond we once shared? We have grown up together since childhood.
Chu Honggo Tito, bond?
If you truly valued our bond, you would not bring harm to my beloved queen or my child. He paused momentarily and continued, the decision to let the imperial clan court conduct the trial is made solely in consideration of the safety of the princess and her mother. Should any misfortune occur, I shall demand your life in recompense. As the situation escalated, Princess Ningyan stepped in to mediate, suggesting, it seems that Fuan has acknowledged her mistake. If she were to apologize to Princess Yu, this matter could be put to rest. While she too felt that Yongfu was being unreasonable, she recognized her status as a princess and noted that Princess Yu was not gravely affected. Allowing the matter to spiral further would tarnish the royal family's reputation. However, Chu Hongla remained unmoved, asserting, I have my own views on this matter, imperial sister. Please refrain from intervening. Upon hearing this, Princess Ningyan chose to remain silent. After all, in comparison to Princess Yongfu, her connection to Prince Yu is undeniably closer. Unwilling to concede, Princess Yongfu retorted, it is not solely your decision to summon the imperial clan court to judge me. Her parents passed away early, and she grew up within the palace walls, maintaining favorable relations with both the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Should she seek their intercession at court, they would undoubtedly stand by her side. When that time comes, it would no longer be a matter of Prince Yu's whims dictating her fate. Chu Hongla remarked, in that case, I shall report this matter to my royal brother tomorrow and request him to adjudicate on my behalf. Princess Yongfu let out a cold snort before turning to leave, evoking a sense of hasty retreat. It was only then that Chu Hongla addressed the gathered guests, stating, today marks the celebration of my daughter's full moon, and I regret the delay we have encountered. Please, let us proceed to the banquet. Having witnessed an enthralling spectacle, the guests' stomachs were already grumbling with hunger, making it the perfect moment to sit down for a meal and enjoy some wine. Chu Siqing was taken by Nurse Li to be fed. After satisfying her hunger, she began to engage in a leisurely conversation with the system in her mind. Tong, having been raised by the Empress Dowager since childhood, will my uncle the Emperor show her favoritism in due course? The system stated, Princess Yongfu is the sole descendant of the late Prince Fu. The imperial family would never severely punish her. Chu Siyuan sighed deeply. Alas, if only I could avenge my mother's death. The system advised, host, you should accumulate more points to exchange for innovations that benefit the nation and its people. Present these to His Majesty. When your value increases, your words will carry greater weight. After pondering, Chu Siyuan expressed apprehension. What terrible advice. Should His Majesty suspect me of sorcery, wouldn't that spell my doom? The system spoke in a measured tone. Host, the imperial preceptor in this world holds an exceptionally esteemed position, with numerous supernatural abilities officially recognized by the royal family. Should he accept you as his disciple, all your peculiarities would no longer be subject to criticism. Chu Siqing's eyes sparkled with sudden understanding. That indeed presents an elegant solution. A thought suddenly occurred to her. By the way, system. When I used the recovery pill to cure General Fong's leg ailment earlier, that should qualify as a virtuous deed, correct? Why hasn't the credit been registered yet? Chapter 13. Entering the palace system. Host, General Fong's leg injury has not yet fully healed. Chu Siqing expressed bewilderment. What? Did you not claim that the recovery pill could heal old wounds and restore the body to its original state? The system replied, but it still requires time. Chu Siqing pondered for a moment before inquiring, so, does that mean the points will still be credited, albeit a few days later? The system replied, affirmative. Chu Siqing immediately fawned. Dear system, could you transfer the points to me now? After all, they'll be mine eventually, anyway. The system hesitated. Well, that's rather against protocol. Catching the implied reluctance, Chu Siqing hastily explained. I have to enter the palace tomorrow, and I'd feel much more at ease with some points on hand. If you can't grant them outright, perhaps you could extend me some credit instead. System. Chu Siqing perseveres with renewed vigor. My dear comrade-in-arms, we stand united on the same front. You must lend me your unwavering support. The system responded promptly. And soon, Chu Siqing heard an electronic voice announce, the host shall assist General Fong in treating his leg ailment, earning 200 points. To her astonishment, the reward was quite substantial. Chu Siqing was both astonished and delighted, and hurriedly asked, System, how come there are so many points this time? Did you secretly give me special treatment? The system responded, Host, the magnitude of your accumulated points doesn't solely depend on the action itself, but also measures the consequential impact it generates. Chu Siqing swiftly grasped the concept. So you're implying that the more profound influence my benevolent deeds create, the greater the reward in points I shall receive? System, correct. Chu Siqing was overjoyed, finally sensing that this golden finger might actually be of some use. On the following day, Chu Hongla escorted his wife and daughter into the palace. Han Wanqing brought Chu Siqing to the Empress Dowager's quarters, where they unfortunately encountered Princess Yongfu. Chu Siqing pondered silently. Had they arrived a moment later, she wondered how the Empress Dowager might have perceived this encounter. While her father was indeed the Empress Dowager's own flesh and blood, Princess Yongfu had also been raised under the imperial matriarch's care, making the outcome rather unpredictable. Seated beside the Empress Dowager, Princess Yongfu's eyes flickered with concealed disdain upon Han Wanqing's arrival. Masking her displeasure, she remarked, Your Majesty, how fortuitous. The moment I mentioned her, the Princess Consort of you arrives. Han Wanqing, accompanied by the nursemaid cradling Chu Siqing, performed the customary obeisance. After being granted seats, Empress Dowager Pei smiled warmly. This old one has yet to behold Hongla's daughter. She is called Siqing, is she not? Han Wanqing replied yes. With that, she instructed Nurse Li to hand the child over to Madame Fong beside Empress Dowager Pei. Madame Fong carried the child before the Empress Dowager, who examined her with a discerning gaze. With such delicate features and bright eyes, she is truly a blessed child, the Empress Dowager remarked. Chu Siqing, recognizing the Empress Dowager as both a formidable ally and her own grandmother, knew she must ingratiate herself. She stretched out her plump little hands toward the Empress Dowager, babbling sweetly. Empress Dowager Pei was momentarily taken aback, but Madame Fong swiftly interpreted the gesture. With a warm chuckle, she said, Your Majesty, the little princess is asking to be held by you. Empress Dowager Pei hadn't anticipated such immediate affection from her granddaughter, her eyes instantly brightening as she tenderly gathered Chu Siqing into her embrace. Gently stroking the child's plump little hand, she found her fingers immediately grasped by the infant, who blew a tiny bubble with her rosebud mouth. The Dowager Empress's eyes crinkled with delight. This little one truly possesses an affectionate nature. Lady Han Wanqing spoke softly. Your Majesty is Siqing's own grandmother by blood. Naturally, she feels this kinship. The Princess Yongfu interjected pointedly. Your Majesty, infants have little control over their bodily functions. Do take care lest she soil your garments. Truly the offspring of that wretched Han Wanqing, she added venomously under her breath. Such a young child already knows how to win people over. Empress Dowager Pei cast a faint glance at Princess Yongfu. This old one merely wishes to embrace her granddaughter. She had long been aware of the princess's intentions today. Were it any other matter, she might have turned a blind eye, but meddling with the delivery of the Joyful Princess Consort was an offense she could not lightly forgive. Though she had watched Yongfu grow up, how could she compare to her own flesh and blood, her son and granddaughter? If this matter is lightly dismissed, who knows what even more outrageous deeds Yongfu might commit in the future? The Princess Yongfu bit her lip, secretly resenting Empress Dowager Pei's aloofness. Could a mere child she'd just met overshadow the affection built over more than a decade of her devoted companionship? It seems that without a blood bond, closeness is indeed elusive. Observing the situation, Han Wanqing interjected, Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, Siqing is quite well behaved. She has never once soiled anyone's clothes. Empress Dowager Pei gently tapped little Chu Siqing's nose and chuckled. Is that so? You are so well behaved, my dear. Chu Siqing immediately interacted with her golden benefactor, cooing softly in response. Empress Dowager Pei remarked with surprise. This child seems quite intelligent, as if she understands what we're saying. Han Wanqing then shared more amusing anecdotes about her daughter with the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, the Yongfu princess stood by anxiously, unable to interject. She had entered the palace early that morning hoping to plead her case before the Empress Dowager, never expecting Han Wanqing to arrive at Xinang Palace right on her heels. The mere thought of the Emperor Yongwang summoning the imperial clan court to examine her fills Princess Yongfu with both fear and resentment.
Why?
Despite Han Wanqing's current innocence in the matter, does Chu Hongla persistently cling to it? Clearly, they have grown up together since childhood. Meanwhile, just after the morning court, Chu Hongla was waiting outside the imperial study. Emperor Chu Ming noticed his younger brother's evident agitation and inquired with curiosity, "What matter weighs so heavily upon you this day?" Chu Hongla said solemnly, "Imperial brother, when the princess consort was frightened into premature labor, I secretly investigated the matter. To my astonishment, the evidence points to none other than the Yongfu County princess as the perpetrator behind this unfortunate incident. At yesterday's banquet celebrating the full moon of our beloved, I confronted Yongfu with irrefutable evidence, and even she had to concede the truth." Emperor Chu Ming frowned and said, "We have also heard of this matter. Are you suggesting that the imperial clan court should punish her?" Chu Hongla nodded solemnly. "She has committed crimes and must face punishment." Emperor Chu Ming hesitated. "Hongla, Uncle Fu Wang has rendered meritorious service to the nation. Now the Fu Prince's mansion has only Yongfu as its sole remaining descendant. If we punish her according to the law, I fear it may chill the hearts of the imperial clan." Chu Hongla's eyes blazed with fury. "Imperial brother, is it merely because Uncle Fu has rendered meritorious service that this matter can be lightly dismissed? Lady Wanqing is my consort, and Cici is my daughter. How dare Yongfu lay a hand upon them? If she goes unpunished this time, who knows what greater transgressions she might commit in the future?" He spat out bitterly. "Her actions are so ruthless. Had the princess not been fortunate, how could she still be alive?"
Empereur Chu Ming Gastilisut, on-le.
"It is not that I refuse to punish Yongfu, but we must proceed with prudence." Chu Honglo remained unyielding, pressing further. "Imperial brother, then tell me, how shall she be punished?" After pondering for a moment, Emperor Chu Ming decisively declared, "Demote her to the rank of Junjun and confine her to quarters for half a year." Upon hearing that Yongfu merely received a one-rank demotion and 6 months confinement, Chu Hongla expressed dissatisfaction. "Your Majesty, you're showing undue favoritism."
Empereur Chu Ming declared, on-le.
"You must also consider my position. If we punish her too severely, the imperial clan will surely protest." After a moment of contemplation, Chu Honglo responded, "This is insufficient. Your Majesty, I further request that you arrange a marriage for Yongfu, lest her restless ambitions persist." Emperor Chu Ming chuckled. "Pray tell, what do you mean by this?" Chu Hongla glared in response. "Your Majesty feigns ignorance, most deliberately. I sincerely wish for her to cease harboring thoughts of me." Emperor Chu Ming consented. "Very well. I shall arrange Yongfu's matrimonial affairs with all due haste." Relieved, Chu Hongla smiled at the sovereign and proposed, "My daughter is currently in Her Majesty the Empress Dowager's palace. Would your Majesty care to pay her a visit?" Chapter 14. The tranquil card Emperor Chu Ming was over a decade older than him, already blessed with not just children, but even grandchildren. Witnessing his younger brother's rare display of joy, he too felt an unusual surge of amusement. With playful curiosity, he teased, "Earlier, I heard you mention her name is Siqing. Did you bestow that name upon her?" Chu Hongla, feeling a tad embarrassed, nodded slightly.
Emperor Chu Ming Chukka, Siqing.
"It appears your affections for the princess are indeed profound." Chu Hongla, blushing, replied, "Brother, please do not tease me." The two then proceeded to Xinang Palace. Princess Yongfu, having finally found a moment, was about to discuss the events of the previous day with the Empress Dowager when Emperor Chu Ming and Prince Yu arrived together. Empress Dowager Pei remarked with a smile, "The Emperor has come as well. It is an opportune moment to see Siqing, truly a delightful child." Nestled in the Empress Dowager's embrace, Chu Siqing could not help but curiously observe the Emperor. Truly, he is a man who once stood at the zenith of power in ancient times." Chu Siqing observed that although Emperor Chu Ming's appearance was merely above average, his dignified bearing exuded natural authority. She was already contemplating how to secure this golden opportunity. Rapidly exchanging thoughts with her system in her mind, she inquired, "System, quickly analyze for me, how can I enhance His Majesty's favorable impression toward me?" The system detected that Emperor Chu Ming had been suffering from frequent insomnia lately, resulting in mental fatigue when handling state affairs. The host could start from this aspect. Chu Siqing recalled that she had just earned 200 points yesterday, and hurriedly closed her eyes to search through the system mall. "Found it. A calming card. System, exchange this for me immediately." The system processed the operation. "Host, the Tranquility card has been exchanged for 150 points. The Tranquility card was a skill card that allowed the user to soothe those they touched, easing their spirits and aiding in peaceful slumber."
Emperor Chu Ming Mai Fai Li.
To receive such praise from the Empress Dowager, no wonder Hongla dotes on this child so dearly. he remarked, his gaze shifting toward the infant nestled in the Empress Dowager's arms. Chu Siqing stared back at him with wide, round eyes, bright and lively. Seeing the intelligence in the little girl's gaze, and knowing she was his younger brother's firstborn, the emperor felt a flicker of fondness stir within him. To avoid giving his concubines false hopes, he seldom held his own children. Yet, as he looked upon Chu Siqing, an unexpected urge to cradle her arose. Extending his hands, he declared, "Let this emperor hold her as well." Empress Dowager Pei obliged, gently transferring the child into the emperor's embrace. Once nestled in the emperor's arms, Chu Siqing immediately rewarded him with a radiant, toothless grin. Amused by the infant's beaming expression, the corners of Emperor Chu Ming's lips curved upward. He lifted a finger and lightly tapped her plump little cheek. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Siqing clutched his finger tightly with her chubby hand. Simultaneously, she silently commanded the system, activate the tranquility card now. Emperor Chu Ming suddenly felt the fog in his mind gradually dissipate, as if all weariness had been miraculously swept away. In recent days, the affairs of state have been numerous and burdensome, requiring him to expend immense mental energy daily. Even in slumber, he found no peace, and during daylight hours, dizziness and mental fatigue frequently plagued him, leaving him no choice but to summon his remaining strength to persevere. Yet now, inexplicably, he suddenly felt significantly better. Emperor Chu Ming was momentarily taken aback when he heard the soft cooing sounds from the little one nestled in his arms. The infant, Chu Siqing, raised a chubby hand and gently touched his face. "Ah, what a delightful surprise." Chu Hongla suddenly tensed up and exclaimed, "My dear daughter, you must not profane the dragon's countenance." His words sent the entire company into laughter. Emperor Chu Ming raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Hongla, what manner of speech is this?" Empress Pei couldn't help but chuckle. "What an impish rascal. How could you speak so irreverently?" Han Wanqing smiled and said, "Your Highness seems rather jealous of how close Cici is to His Majesty." Princess Yongfu chimed in. The prince has always been fond of jesting. She had originally intended to plead privately with the Empress Dowager, but with Chu Hongla present, she found herself in an awkward predicament, neither able to leave nor comfortably stay. Ignoring Princess Yongfu, Chu Hongla turned his gaze to Han Wanqing and remarked, "Only my consort truly understands me." Then, addressing Emperor Ming, he added, "Brother, you are burdened with state affairs day and night. Allow me to hold Cici for you?" Emperor Chu Ming smiled and said, "Holding her does not weary me in the slightest." Gazing down at the infant beaming up at him from his embrace, he mused silently. Perhaps it was precisely this child's radiant smile that lifted his spirits and brought him such inexplicable joy. What had begun as playful teasing toward his younger brother now kindled a genuine desire within the emperor to prolong this tender moment with little Siqing. Chu Hongla's eyes widened in astonishment, at a loss for words. Finally, with an indignant huff, he protested, "But I am Siqing's true father." Emperor Chu Ming merely smiled in silence. Princess Yongfu, witnessing the emperor's affectionate demeanor towards Han Wanqing's child, nearly tore her embroidered handkerchief to shreds in suppressed fury. She suppressed her emotions, sensing the opportune moment to broach yesterday's incident, hoping that with the emperor and Empress Dowager in good spirits, the matter might be dismissed with their leniency. With a single tear glistening in her eye, Princess Yongfu turned to Prince Yu and said, "Brother, at Siqing's full moon celebration yesterday, I spoke out of turn. My past actions were improper, and I wish to apologize to the princess. Could you let this matter rest?" Chu Hongla's expression instantly turned cold. If an apology could erase the pain, what purpose would the law serve? Princess Yongfu turned to the Empress Dowager, tearfully lamenting, "Your Majesty, in the past, I was blinded by my own folly and wronged the princess consort. Now I have come to realize my mistakes. Yet the prince still intends to send me to the ancestral hall. I implore you to save Yongfu." Chu Hongla addressed the Empress Dowager, saying, "Mother." The envoy of Yongfu startled the princess, which nearly resulted in a tragic outcome during her childbirth. Her actions are so ruthless that she must be taught a lesson. He turned to Emperor Chu Ming and said, "I have reported this matter to my elder brother, the emperor." Empress Dowager Pei, who had no desire to intervene, inquired, "What is the emperor's decision?" Emperor Chu Ming gazed at Princess Yongfu and declared, "I shall demote you from princess to lady, and you shall be confined for 6 months." Princess Yongfu could hardly believe her ears, exclaiming, "Your Majesty." Emperor Chu Ming furrowed his brow and remarked, "If you find this unjust, let the imperial clan court adjudicate." The Princess Yongfu dared not speak further. She lowered her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of indignation passing through her eyes, her nails digging deeply into her flesh. It was all the fault of that wretched Han Wanqing. She will never let this wretched person escape her grasp. As night fell, Emperor Chu Ming lay upon his dragon bed, initially anticipating that he would toss and turn as he had on previous nights. To his surprise, he fell into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he found himself on a grassy expanse, flying a kite alongside a child. Emperor Chu Ming held the kite string in his hand, with a child clinging to his leg, watching him as he released the kite into the sky. As the kite soared higher and higher, so did his spirits. At that moment, He heard the child laughing and exclaiming, "Uncle, let it rise even higher. Let it rise even higher." Upon lowering his head, Emperor Chu Ming realized that the child was, in fact, his brother's daughter. He could not resist crouching down to gently stroke the doll's head and inquired, "Siqing, what brings you here?" The doll replied, "Uncle, I have come to assist you in flying kites." Emperor Chu Ming was about to inquire further when he heard a eunuch whispering in his ear, "Your Majesty, it is time to rise." Upon opening his eyes, Emperor Chu Ming realized that he had inadvertently slept through the morning court assembly. Chapter 15. The Master-Disciple Banquet. Meanwhile, Chu Siqing also received a notification from the system. Host, you have successfully assisted Emperor Chu Ming in resolving his insomnia, earning 500 points. Chu Siqing was overjoyed. This emperor is truly exceptional, awarding such a generous amount of points all at once. Chu, the greedy miser, had tasted the sweetness and became addicted, eagerly yearning to experience it again. System. Quickly tell me, what troubles has His Majesty the Emperor been facing lately? The system spoke with a hint of admonishment. Host, must you be so impatient for quick success and instant benefits? Chu Siqing replied without a trace of shame. Oh system, how shallow your perspective is. Am I not accumulating more points in order to assist a greater number of individuals? After Chu Siqing turned 1 month old, Han Wanqing also took her out a few times. The first was Han Nanqing's apprenticeship banquet. General Fong did not wish to make a grand spectacle of it, so invitations were only extended to the Yu Prince's residence, the Han family, and his own brothers. On the day of the banquet, Han Nanqing could hardly contain his excitement, chattering incessantly in his hoarse, adolescent voice. Brother-in-law, sister, please come in. Father, elder brother, please sit here. Little brother, little sister, have some fruit. His overbearing enthusiasm made it seem as though he were the master of the general's residence. The Marquis of Ningyuan glared in exasperation. Must you be so restless? Han Wanqing smiled gently and said, Father, Nanqing has finally achieved his heart's desire. It is only natural for him to be overjoyed. Han Xiongru covered her mouth with a delicate laugh, remarking, Look at his foolish expression, dressed entirely in crimson. Were one unaware, they might mistake him for the groom himself today. Han Nanqing was overjoyed and glanced at her, saying, Mind your own business. I'm perfectly content. General Fong and his wife came out to greet the assembled guests. After exchanging pleasantries, when the auspicious hour arrived, the apprenticeship ceremony commenced. The ritual was not overly elaborate. Under the collective gaze of the attendees, Han Nanqing respectfully offered tea to General Fong in formal obeisance. Honored master, please accept this humble disciple's reverence, he proclaimed with ceremonial solemnity. General Fong accepted the tea with a gracious sip, offering words of encouragement before the assembled guests took their seats. Meanwhile, the infant Chu Siqing remained confined to her wet nurse's embrace, passing the tedious hours in idle chatter with her system. Ah, when shall I feast upon a grand banquet? This endless routine of consuming mere milk has become utterly intolerable. The system consoles. Host, it will get better once your teeth grow in. Chu Siqing sighs. Ah, I'm so dreadfully bored. System. Aren't you supposed to be a gossip system? Bring me some juicy gossip to relieve my boredom, system. Host, I've detected some intriguing rumors about General Fong. Would you like to hear them? Chu Siqing's thoughts immediately took a mischievous turn. What? Surely not. My second uncle only recently became General Fong's disciple. Could the mentor's reputation collapse so swiftly? The system responded solemnly. Host, you've misunderstood. General Fong is a man of impeccable integrity, beyond reproach. Chu Siqing exhaled in relief. Thank heavens. Then what is this scandal about? General Fong was a henpecked husband, often having his ears twisted by Madame Fong at the slightest disagreement. Chu Siqing was skeptical. It doesn't seem genuine to me. Is this melon truly authentic? The system remarked. Host, observe the right earlobe of General Fong. Does it not appear slightly more plump than the left? That is the handiwork of Madame Fong's persistent tugging. Chu Siqing instinctively glanced at General Fong's right earlobe, comparing it to the left one. It indeed appeared red and swollen. Chu Siqing couldn't help clicking her tongue in amazement. Who would have thought that beneath the mighty general's imposing exterior lies a henpecked husband, with his ear swollen from being pinched by the domestic tigress? The Duke and Duchess of Yu were dining when she remarked, he's sitting right next to Fong Yongshan. What if he suddenly spits out his food? Despite his utmost efforts to restrain himself, Chu Hongla could not help but scrutinize Fong Yongshan's ears. Were they truly pinched and swollen by Madame Fong? General Fong inquired with concern, Your Highness, what troubles you? Could there perchance be an insect upon his ear? Chu Hongla raised his cup with visible discomfort. Ahem, General Fong, allow me to propose a toast to you. General Fong was utterly bewildered, sharing a toast with Prince Yu in complete puzzlement. On the lady's side, Han Wanqing couldn't help but repeatedly glance at Madame Fong. The general's wife appeared gentle and amiable. How could she possibly be the ferocious tigress described by the young maiden's inner thoughts, who allegedly twisted the general's ears until they swelled? Lady Fong naturally took notice. Your Highness, is there something that requires your attention? Han Wanqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and suddenly recalled something, so she casually remarked. Speaking of which, it was thanks to Madame Fong that Nanqing could take General Fong as his mentor. Madame Fong smiled and replied, Nanqing is a sincere child, and I think highly of him. The old man was previously reluctant to accept disciples, worried about his leg ailment. I have already advised him on this matter. Han Wanqing discerned the underlying strength of Madame Fong in the household. Meanwhile, Emperor Chu Ming had not experienced a sleepless night for several consecutive evenings. Each day he awoke refreshed. Even his efficiency in handling state affairs had notably improved. He reflected upon this, attributing it all to Chu Siqing's influence. This child truly was his lucky star. That day after court, Emperor Chu Ming summoned Prince Yu, and the two proceeded to the imperial study together. Chu Hongla inquired, Imperial brother, what matter brings you to summon me today? He did not utter a word in court today, did he? Could it be that he is to bestow a marriage upon Princess Yongfu? Upon contemplating this, Chu Hongla remarked, If my royal brother intends to bestow a marriage upon the Princess of Yongfu, I harbor no objections. My only desire is for her to be wed as far away as possible. Emperor Chu Ming, how can it be so swift? Even I cannot declare marriage at will. Chu Hongla, disheartened. Do not worry about that, Emperor Chu Ming reassured. Rest assured. I shall not forget my promise to arrange a marriage for Yongfu in a timely manner. Chu Hongla, filled with curiosity, inquired, Then, dear elder brother, what is it that you seek my presence for? Emperor Chu Ming cleared his throat and said, On that day when I saw Siqing, I was exceedingly fond of her. The Empress Dowager also holds her in great regard. Why not allow Siqing to stay in the Empress Dowager's palace for a few days? Chu Hongla was taken aback, exclaiming, What? No, my daughter is still quite young. I cannot consent to this matter. Emperor Chu Ming remarked, Let us consider it merely a few days of companionship for the Empress Dowager. Yet, Chu Hongla persistently declined. Your Majesty, you are blessed with numerous offspring, whereas I have but a single daughter. Who could resist the undeniable charm of your beloved Siqing? Seeing his younger brother's resolute attitude, Emperor Chu took a step back. How about having the princess accompany Siqing to the palace a few more times to spend time with the Empress Dowager? Surely, that would suffice? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Hongla acknowledged that it was only natural for her mother to wish to see her granddaughter, thus she acquiesced. Emperor Ming personally selected a gift, entrusting it to his younger brother to present to his niece. Chu Hongla confided to the princess consort, Wang Fei. It appears that the emperor has taken quite a liking to our daughter. Han Wanqing responded with a smile. Isn't that a splendid thing? Chu Hongla expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, However, he still wishes for Siqing to reside in the palace, claiming it is to keep the Empress Dowager company for a few days. Han Wanqing couldn't help but furrow her brow. Your Highness, Siqing is still so young. I truly cannot rest easy. Chu Hongla quickly reassured her, Do not worry. I have not agreed to this matter with my imperial brother. However, you will need to frequently bring Siqing to the palace to keep the Empress Dowager company. Han Wanqing sighed in relief. That is not so concerning. Chu Hongla then produced a delicate rattle, crafted from pure gold, with large characters of fortune inscribed on both drum faces. At the top, 2 small golden balls hung, and on the sides were intricately carved small tigers, representing Chu Siqing's zodiac. He lamented, Look, my brother even had someone make this for her. Han Wanqing took the small drum, played with it for a moment, and remarked with curiosity, This rattle drum is truly exquisite. Why haven't you let Siqing play with it? Chapter 16. The national master Chu Hongla scoffed, but he is quite evident, after all. Siqing's father is indeed me. Han Wanqing chuckled and replied, Let us bestow it upon Siqing, for it is a gift from the emperor. On the other side, Chu Siqing. The system inquired, Host, do you wish to indulge in the tale of your father? Chu Siqing's spirits were instantly lifted, Do tell. The emperor has bestowed upon you a rattle crafted entirely from pure gold, which has been concealed by your father. Chu Siqing exclaimed in astonishment, How could my father possibly overlook what belongs to me? Chu Hongla sneezed suddenly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he handed the rattle to Chu Siqing. With her chubby little hands, Chu Siqing grasped the rattle tightly, her eyes squinting into narrow slits from the joy of the moment. Oh, dear. This is crafted from pure gold. It's incredibly valuable. System. Host, could you refrain from being so obsessed with wealth? Chu Siqing clicked his tongue a few times and said, Tong, you simply do not understand. As the saying goes, without money, nothing can be accomplished. She shook the rattle, producing a jingling sound, and said to the system, Did you hear that? This is the sound of wealth. The system declared, Host, you are now the daughter of a prince. Wealth is not an issue. Chu Siqing responded nonchalantly. Who would ever complain about having too much money? After a brief pause, the system continued. Host, my scans indicate the emperor holds you in exceptionally high regard. He's even arranged for your mother to frequently bring you into the imperial palace. Chu Sixiang's heart swelled with delight. At last I've secured patronage from the most powerful golden thigh in the realm. That tranquility card was worth every point exchanged. The system suggested, Host, while you have this opportunity to enter the palace, perhaps you could also try to gain the favor of the imperial preceptor.
Chu Siqing the mat.
I nearly forgot. System. Quickly scan for any scandals regarding the state preceptor. The system responded, Host, I've attempted repeatedly, yet remain unable to detect anything. Chu Siqing. Forget it. Let me find an opportunity to meet her first. The Grand State Preceptor of Chu resided in the Celestial Divination Pavilion within the Imperial Palace, facilitating the Emperor's summons at any time. The position of State Preceptor was traditionally passed down from master to disciple. The previous Elder State Preceptor had passed away prematurely due to illness, and the current one, named Chu Qingchen, was merely in his 20s. On this day, Emperor Ming of Chu was attending to state affairs in the imperial study when the chief eunuch, Feng Zhonglin, announced, Your Majesty, the State Preceptor requests an audience. Emperor Ming closed a memorial and said, Grant him entry. Chu Qingchen entered the imperial study and first paid his respects to Emperor Ming. The emperor remarked, Beloved minister, there is no need for such formalities. Attendants, prepare a seat for the State Preceptor. The State Preceptor of Chu possessed extraordinary abilities to foresee fortune and calamity, thus holding an exceptionally esteemed position. Without preamble, Chu Qingchen stated directly, Your Majesty, I have recently cast a divination. A holy maiden was born a month ago. If she can be utilized, the prosperity of Chu shall flourish. Emperor Ming was first astonished, then overjoyed, and eagerly inquired, State Preceptor, where might this holy maiden be now? Chu Qingchen said, She is currently in the palace. Emperor Chu Ming was taken aback. A month ago, no princess had been born in the palace. The national master claimed that the saintess was now within the palace. Who could she possibly be? Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Mingdi, prompting him to inquire of Feng Zhonglin, Has the princess consort brought the young lady into the palace today? Emperor Chu Ming's heart pounded violently. Could the holy maiden possibly be his niece, Chu Siqing? With trepidation, the emperor inquired, Grand Preceptor, is the holy maiden indeed Chu Siqing, daughter of Prince Yu? Chu Qingchen remarked, I dare not speak presumptuously. Only upon meeting the saintess can I ascertain the truth. Emperor Ming of Chu replied, If that is the case, the national master shall accompany me to the Xinang Palace. Eunuch Feng announced, Let us proceed to the Xinang Palace. In the serene halls of Xinang Palace, Princess Yu was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the Empress Dowager when a messenger announced from outside, Your Majesty, the national master has arrived.
Instanti, Chu Siqing.
Nestled in her mother's embrace and drowsy, perked up with renewed vitality. The national master is here. A few days ago, she mentioned to the system her desire to seek out the national master, and today, the national master has graciously presented himself at her doorstep. The system excitedly remarked, Host, you must take the initiative later. Chu Siqing responded, After everyone exchanged pleasantries and took their seats, Empress Dowager Pei smiled and inquired, What brings His Majesty to accompany the national master today? Emperor Chu Ming declared, We have come with the State Preceptor to visit Siqing. Upon hearing it concerned her daughter, Han Wanqing grew slightly apprehensive and asked, Has something gone amiss with Siqing? Could it be that the peculiarities of my daughter have been divined by the imperial astrologer? Might they regard Siqing as some unnatural fiend? At this thought, Han Wanqing clenched the handkerchief in her hand tightly, her heart burning with such desperation that she wished she could flee with her daughter in her arms. Emperor Chu Ming declared, Rest assured, my princess. The national master has recently divined that our great Chu's holy maiden was born a month ago. Thus, I have come to investigate. Chu Siqing's eyes widened in astonishment, and within her mind, she shouted, The system is equally taken aback. Host, I have no such information. I cannot even detect the national master's revelations. How could I possibly bestow upon you the identity of a holy maiden? Chu Siqing, feeling somewhat flustered, exclaimed, Atong, what am I to do? System, host.
Just go with the flow.
With the identity of the holy maiden, your future endeavors shall be considerably more convenient. Chu Siqing trembled with fear and said, Didn't you claim the imperial preceptor of this world possesses supernatural abilities? What if he deduces that I possess a system, and under the guise of instructing the saintess, drags me away for interrogation? The system responded, No, host. I just checked, and in this realm, the status of the saintess surpasses that of the national master. It is likely that the national master has deduced your remarkable fortune, which is why he sought you out. Even if he indeed harbors ill intentions towards you, host, you can simply exchange for a protective talisman in the marketplace and you need not fear. It continued. Chu Siqing let out a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of pride. That's wonderful. Having traversed into this world, and with a system by my side, I must indeed be the embodiment of fortune. Empress Dowager Pei gazed in astonishment. The saintess? Is it truly Siqing? Emperor Chu Ming remarked, The national master has yet to be determined. Upon hearing the term saintess, Han Wanqing was suddenly overwhelmed, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Saintess? Could her daughter potentially be the saintess of the great Chu? Han Wanqing could hardly believe her eyes. It is well known that the saintess holds an exalted position in the great Chu, with legends suggesting she possesses the ability to influence the very fate of a nation, embodying the daughter of the Tao who can commune with the divine. It is said that 50 years ago, during a time when the Chu was still in its infancy, There existed a saintess whose guidance led to the flourishing of the present-day Great Chu. Although Siqing exhibited certain peculiarities, Han Wanqing had always regarded her merely as her daughter, never once contemplating the possibility that she could be the saintess. Upon careful consideration, Chu Qingchen inquired, "Your Highness, may I be granted the privilege of beholding the young princess?" Even though she was aware that the national master harbored no ill intentions, an inexplicable sense of unease still lingered within her. "Mother, it's all right. Please entrust me to the esteemed national master." Upon hearing her daughter's heartfelt sentiments, Han Wanqing finally felt a sense of reassurance. In the past, this intuition had always proven to be prescient. Now that her daughter had expressed her feelings so candidly, Han Wanqing felt at ease. She entrusted her daughter into the hands of the national master, who readily accepted her. As he lowered his gaze, he found himself locked in a gaze with Chu Siqing, their eyes wide with astonishment. The national master is so handsome, truly captivating. Chapter 17. The Saintess. As Tingchen gazed at the sparkling eyes of the girl nestled in his embrace, a sudden wave of uncertainty washed over him regarding the outcome he had predicted. He extended his finger and gently touched the center of Chu Siqing's brow, only to hear a sweet, childlike voice exclaim, "To be held in the arms of such a handsome national master brother, I have no regrets in life." In the midst of her thoughts, Chu Siqing was startled by a sudden feminine voice resonating in her mind, nearly causing her to lose her composure. "A Tong? Who was speaking just now?" The system inquired. "Host, what is the matter?" Chu Siqing, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "A Tong, can you not hear? Just now, a woman spoke to me in my mind." System. "Host, no, you must be hearing things." Chu Siqing was certain she had heard something and inquired once more, "Who is speaking?" At that moment, the ethereal female voice materialized once more. "I am Chu Qingchen." The Grand Master was communicating within her mind. Yet, was not the Grand Master male? Although the voice was rather low and magnetic, Chu Siqing would not mistake it. This was indeed the voice of a woman. Chu Siqing exclaimed in astonishment, "You are a woman? Gu Qingchen, are you a time traveler?" Chu Siqing, "How did you know?" "Master Gu, are you also a time traveler? Or perhaps a woman in a man's body?" "Let us not dwell on that any longer. Our immediate priority is to address the issue concerning the saintess, for the emperor is still observing us." Chu Siqing suddenly recalled their current predicament. "Indeed. How could you possibly perceive me as the saintess?" "Chu Qingchen, I have deduced this." Chu Siqing, "I assure you, I am merely an ordinary person." "Chu Qingchen, do you possess a system?" Chu Siqing blinked her eyes and replied, "Yes." Chu Qingchen finally felt a sense of assurance in his heart. "Is it the infrastructure system or the powerful nation system?" Chu Siqing felt a twinge of guilt. "No, it is the Melon-Eating System." "Chu Qingchen, The Emperor of Chu, upon witnessing the national master gently touch his niece's forehead with a finger, observed an intriguing exchange of glances between the two, their expressions markedly distinct and filled with curiosity. He could not help but inquire, "National Master, what is the matter?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chu Qingchen's forehead. His mind raced as he declared, "Your Majesty, I am certain that the young princess is indeed the holy maiden of our great Chu." Chu Siqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "What on earth is happening, Chu Qingchen? Please do not lead me astray." "Chu Qingchen, there's no other choice now. We must resort to desperate measures." Chu Siqing. Emperor Chu Ming, filled with joy, exclaimed, "The holy maiden has descended upon the royal lineage. This is indeed a blessing for the imperial family." Empress Dowager Pei remarked, "Duchess Yu, you have raised a splendid daughter." Han Wanqing offered a faint smile in response. "Your Majesty flatters me too much. Regardless of the glory bestowed upon the saintess, all I desire is my daughter's safety and happiness. Now that she has been chosen as the great Chu saintess, who knows what trials my Siqing will face in the days to come." Emperor Chu Ming declared, "Siqing has been confirmed as the saintess by the imperial preceptor and should reside with him in the heavenly divination pavilion within the palace." Chu Siqing could no longer keep pace with the unfolding events. "You have done a terrible deed. Why must you drag me into this abyss? I refuse to dwell within these palace walls." Chu Qingchen replied helplessly, "There's nothing I can do either." Han Wanqing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Had it been anyone other than the emperor uttering those words, she would have undoubtedly lost her temper. Her daughter is still so young. How could they possibly separate mother and child? There is no justice in this world that would permit such cruelty. Just as Han Wanqing was about to speak, Emperor Chu Ming continued, "However, Siqing is still too young to be separated from her parents prematurely." He turned his gaze toward Han Wanqing and said, "Consort Yu, from now on, you shall bring Siqing to the Tianyan Pavilion every 3 days. How does that sound?" Han Wanqing replied, "I shall faithfully adhere to His Majesty's decree." What else could she possibly say? Not to mention that the matter of the Holy Maiden concerns the very fate of the nation. Now that His Majesty has decreed it, what can she possibly do even if she disagrees? Han Wanqing remarked, "From now on, I shall enter the palace every 3 days, bringing Siqing to Tiangong Pavilion to study alongside the national master." Upon hearing this, Chu Honla slammed his palm onto the exquisite mahogany table, causing it to tremble. Gritting his teeth in pain, he exclaimed, "Brother, you have truly gone too far. Tomorrow, I shall confront him with reason." I had long known of his envy over my well-behaved daughter. In the past, when he expressed his fondness for Siqing and wished for her to stay briefly at the palace, I declined. Never did I imagine he would resort to such underhanded tactics now. Han Wanqing elucidated, "It is not the emperor's intention. Rather, it was the national master who first predicted the birth of a saintess in our great Chu and subsequently confirmed that it is our daughter."
Chu Hongo inquired.
Is it Tu Qingchen? He is scarcely younger than me, yet instead of fathering his own daughter, he insists on stealing my Siqing away to the palace. Han Wanqing was at a loss for words. She said, "Your Highness, the Grand Preceptor cannot marry or bear children." Chu Honla replied, "I know. I'm just furious." Han Wanqing was skeptical in her heart, yet she still encouraged him. "My lord, the fate of Siqing rests in your hands." The following day, after the morning court session, Chu Honla stormed to the outer chamber of the imperial study to await an audience. Feng Zhonglin announced, "Your Majesty, Prince Yu requests an audience." Emperor Chu Ming felt a pang of frustration, knowing full well the purpose of this visit. His younger brother was excessively protective of his daughter, perpetually convinced that everyone sought to claim Siqing as their own. He sighed inwardly, at a loss for words. Rubbing his temples, Emperor Chu Ming commanded, "Let him in." The moment Chu Honla entered, he launched into an indignant accusation. "Imperial brother, this is utterly unacceptable."
Empereur Chu Ming déclarait, "On-le."
"You are well aware in your heart that Siqing, as the sacred maiden of Great Chu, is destined to cultivate alongside the state preceptor within the celestial divination pavilion." Chu Honla retorted furiously, "Imperial brother, cease attempting to placate me with such hollow words. My daughter is still so young, barely able to speak. What could she possibly accomplish?" Emperor Chu Ming remarked, "The national master possesses extraordinary abilities, capable of engaging in spiritual communion with Siqing." Upon hearing these words, Chu Honla was suddenly taken aback. What could this possibly mean? Can the imperial preceptor also hear our daughter's thoughts? Oh dear, won't Cici be mistaken for some kind of demonic entity? Chu Honla's heart was in turmoil when Emperor Chu Ming continued, "Honla, I understand your concern for Siqing." He sighed deeply and spoke solemnly. "But this matter cannot be left to your discretion. The Holy Maiden is intricately linked to the fate of our nation. Since Siqing bears this destiny, she must shoulder the responsibility." Chu Honla was stunned. Emperor Chu Ming rarely addressed him in such a tone, and when he did, it signified an irrevocable decision. Lowering his voice, Honla murmured, "Elder brother, you must take good care of Siqing." Emperor Chu Ming smiled. "Naturally, rest assured, as Siqing is still young. The joyful consort may remain in Tianyan Pavilion to look after her." Honla grumbled under his breath, "Just don't forget about her own father in the process." The emperor chuckled lightly. "How could we? You are overthinking it." Chapter 18. The grand enthronement ceremony. Han Wanqing approached and inquired, "My lord, how did your discussion with His Majesty proceed today?" Chu Honla blurted out. "His Majesty said that in 1 month's time, there will be a grand ceremony to confer the title of Holy Maiden upon Siqing." Han Wanqing inquired, "What about Siqing's journey to the Tianyan Pavilion then?" Chu Honla suddenly recalled the purpose of his visit to the palace today. He rubbed his nose awkwardly and stammered, This matter wasn't handled properly by me." Han Wanqing, having anticipated this outcome, wasn't overly disappointed. She merely comforted him, saying, "Let it be. I shall accompany Siqing in the future." Just as Chu Honla was about to offer further explanations, he heard Han Wanqing inquire, "Your Highness, why has His Majesty arranged the coronation ceremony to take place so early?" Chu Honla remarked, "The grand ceremony of enfeoffment is intended to proclaim the identity of the Holy Maiden Siqing to the noble citizens of Dechu. The national master advised that this matter should be addressed promptly." Han Wanqing smiled and replied, "Isn't it true that your Highness holds doubts regarding the national master's counsel?" Chu Honla said with a hint of embarrassment, "Wanqing, you are unaware that Tu Qingchen can also perceive our daughter's innermost thoughts." Han Wanqing was both astonished and frightened. "What? Your Highness? Will the national master be able to discern what Siqing is contemplating?" Quickly reassuring her, Wanqing said, "Do not worry. Tu Qingchen will not perceive Siqing as malevolent." He elucidated, "It is precisely because he has heard the voice of Siqing's heart that he has affirmed our daughter's identity." Relieved, Han Wanqing then inquired, "Where will the grand ceremony be held?" Chu Honla remarked, "The Temple of Heaven." Han Wanqing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is it truly this grand?" Chu Honla, with a hint of pride, remarked, "After the sacrifice to the heavens, there will be the grand ceremony for Siqing's promotion, and all the esteemed officials will be present." At that moment, Chu Siqing was reclining on her small bed, drowsily teetering on the edge of sleep. The system inquired, "Host, there is news about you. Would you care to indulge?" Chu Siqing, feeling utterly exhausted, remarked, "Upon discovering that the esteemed national master, Tu Qingchen, is a woman masquerading as a man, and that I have been forcefully designated as the saintess, I find myself engulfed in profound confusion." The system responded, "In 1 month, You shall be taken by Emperor Chu Ming to the altar of heaven for a grand sacrificial ceremony. Following the rites, your elevation to the status of saintess will be formally proclaimed. This ceremony is of great significance. All the civil and military officials shall be present, and thereafter, the entire realm will be aware of your identity as the saintess. Chu Siqing was taken aback and exclaimed, "Atong, this has escalated significantly. What am I to do now?" Upon returning to the royal residence, she spoke to the system regarding Chu Siqing. However, the system was at a loss. It could not even detect any information related to Chu Siqing. The system remarked, "Host, being a saintess has its advantages. Your elevated status makes tasks more manageable."
Chu Siqing,
In a fit of frustration, retorted, "But I am merely a useless person, utterly devoid of any skills." System, "Host, do you not still have me?" Chu Siqing sighed inwardly. "Atong, let's not deceive ourselves any longer. You are merely a bystander system. What use do you serve?" Chu Siqing, the system replied, "Host, do not lose heart. We still have the points mall, don't we? Engage in virtuous deeds to accumulate points. When challenges arise, you may exchange them for valuable items. After all, did you not once rely on the offerings of the marketplace to remedy General Fong's like ailment and Emperor Chu's insomnia?" Hearing the system's encouragement, Chu Siqing finally gained a bit of confidence. Soon arrived the day to enter the heavenly divination pavilion with the joyful princess. Chu Siqing said to Chu Siqing, "You previously falsely claimed I was a saintess, and now this fabrication has become reality."
I'm utterly panicked.
Chu Siqing, "I swear it's not nonsense. My deductions clearly indicate you are the holy maiden." Chu Siqing, "Aren't you supposed to be a time traveler? Since when did you start masquerading as a charlatan?" She couldn't help but purse her lips in disdain. "Why put on airs before your own countrymen?" Chu Siqing, "In truth, the imperial preceptor of this realm possesses certain mystical arts, not the charlatan's trickery, mind you. Only through apprenticeship did I come to comprehend this." Chu Siqing scoffed. "Then how could you possibly deduce that I am the holy maiden? Clearly, your mastery remains lamentably deficient." Chu Siqing remarked thoughtfully, "Perhaps in the eyes of this world's consciousness, you are the chosen one, what common folk would call the sacred maiden. After all, you possess a system." Chu Siqing complained bitterly. "You don't understand. That system of mine can only collect trivial gossip about others, utterly useless for anything else." The corner of Chu Qingqin's mouth twitched. "Now I understand why it's called the Melon-Eating System." Chu Siqing still defended her system. "At least there's a system marketplace where I can exchange points earned through good deeds for useful items." Chu Qingqin's eyes lit up with realization. "I knew it. The female lead simply must have her golden finger after all." Chu Siqing was utterly bewildered. "The female lead? You mean me?" Chu Qingqin replied with calm certainty. "You possess the system. If you aren't the protagonist, then who could possibly be?" Chu Siqing replied with a dark expression. "No, I'm a transmigrate. In the original storyline, I should have perished shortly after birth." Chu Qingqin asked in confusion, "Then who is the female lead in the book you read?" Chu Siqing sighed in frustration. "I don't know, I only read the beginning." "Perhaps you're the female protagonist." As she spoke, she suddenly realized Chu Qingqin was currently in male form and asked curiously, Wait a minute, how come you've crossed over as a man?" Chu Qingqin, "Perhaps I didn't drink the Mingpa soup when reincarnating. But when I woke up I had become an abandoned male infant. My master picked me up, and I became his disciple." Chu Siqing sighed. "If you weren't such a handsome man now, I'd really want to punch you." Chu Qingqin, "Well, what's done is done. For the sake of our shared hometown origins, let's cooperate well together." Chu Siqing quickly pleaded for benefits. "Now that I'm just a baby, you must hold me more and take care of me when we're at Tianyan Pavilion." Though aware that Chu Qingqin's heart was feminine, his outward appearance remained extraordinarily handsome. Chu Qingqin, "Good." Chu Siqing was utterly delighted. From now on, she would frequently be cradled in the arms of a strikingly handsome man. What bliss beyond measure! 1 month later, on the auspicious day designated for celestial worship, Emperor Chu Ming led his civil and military officials, along with the holy maiden Chu Siqing, to the Temple of Heaven. As the propitious hour arrived, Emperor Chu Ming ascended the altar clad in ceremonial robes, crowned with a 12-beaded imperial headdress, presiding over the sacred rites. The assembled officials prostrated themselves below as drums and music resounded in unison, creating a scene of magnificent grandeur. Following the celestial rites came the grand ceremony to formally enshrine the holy maiden. Emperor Chu Ming personally carried Chu Siqing as the grand astrologer presided over the ritual. Chu Qingqin dipped a brush into vermilion pigment and touched it to the center of Chu Siqing's forehead, intoning solemnly, "With vermilion upon thy brow, wisdom and enlightenment awaken. May the holy maiden bless our great Chu with enduring prosperity for generations unending." As soon as the imperial preceptor finished speaking, the crowd witnessed a faint golden glow emanating from the vermilion on the holy maiden's forehead. Immediately, those standing nearby heard an adorable, childlike voice remark, "This ceremony is so tedious, I'm practically falling asleep from boredom." Chapter 19. Inner voice. Who is that? Who just spoke? How dare you utter such blasphemous words during the sacred canonization ceremony of the Holy Maiden? Do you have a death wish? But why does this voice sound like that of a mere child? The crowd subtly lifted their heads, glancing furtively around in search of the speaker. The only infant present at the grand ceremony was none other than the Holy Maiden Chu Siqing. Emperor Chu Ming and the assembled civil and military officials stared at the Holy Maiden as if they'd seen a ghost. Surely the Holy Maiden hadn't yet reached the age where speech was possible? Could this possibly be the innermost thoughts of the sacred maiden? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, confirming they weren't the only ones hearing that milky infant voice. After the celestial worship ceremony came the grand investiture ritual. As a nursing babe, Chu Siqing could only be carried in someone's arms, yawning from sheer boredom. Left with no alternative, she turned to conversing with the system in her mind. System. With so many people around, why don't you dig up some juicy gossip to entertain me? The system promptly served her several scandalous tidbits. What? The left vice minister of rights, Lu Dahai, was actually a spy for the state of Qi. Now the land is divided into 4 kingdoms, with Chu located in the east. To its north lies Zhao, to the west is Yan, and heading south one reaches Qi. Over recent decades, Chu has been steadily rising in power. While other states pose little threat, only mighty Qi possesses the strength to rival Great Chu. As if by reflex, all eyes turned toward Lu Dahai. He remained with his head bowed, seemingly lost in thought, until he suddenly sensed a shift in atmosphere. Raising his gaze, he realized the entire assembly was staring at him. Bearing the weight of their peculiar glances, Lu Dahai felt utterly bewildered. Leaning toward a colleague beside him, he murmured softly, "What just happened?" The vice minister of rights who was questioned had a complicated look in his eyes and remained silent. At that moment, someone couldn't help but whisper, "Just now, I heard." The crowd held their breath, but the low-ranking official who had spoken suddenly choked on his words, as if an invisible hand had seized his throat, rendering him mute. Another skeptic attempted, "I also," yet after uttering only 2 syllables his voice too was stifled. The assembled civil and military officials, all shrewd minds, quickly surmised that the saintess's thoughts were not to be divulged. Still, many remained unconvinced by Chu Siqing's claims. After all, the saintess was, at present, merely an infant. How could her word alone brand Lu Dahai as a traitor? Without irrefutable evidence, would not every court official soon live in fear of baseless accusations? Emperor Chu Ming was also somewhat incredulous. At that moment, the childish voice spoke again. Originally, Lu Dahai was the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Jinyang from the state of Qi. Abandoned by his biological father in childhood, he wandered into the state of Chu, where he was later adopted and raised by common folk. The assembly listened in silence, their gazes occasionally flickering toward the Minister of Rights. Yet after achieving fame and success, instead of repaying his adoptive parents, he sought out the father who had cast him aside, betraying his country for personal gain. Truly, an ungrateful wolf raised in vain. Upon hearing this, the officials' expressions shifted in varied ways, with only Lu Dahai appearing utterly bewildered. It then dawned on everyone that Lu Dahai was unable to hear the saintess's inner thoughts. Lu Dahai even bestowed upon himself the courtesy named Qiji. Such an overt display of his aspirations to emulate the state of Qi could not be more glaringly evident. The treacherous correspondence was concealed behind the landscape painting in the study of the vice minister's residence. How audacious indeed. Upon hearing the saintess reveal the evidence of Lu Dahai's treachery, the expressions of those present grew increasingly grave, with the Minister of Rights displaying the most dismal countenance. He had held Lu Dahai in high regard, never anticipating that this old rogue harbored such treacherous intentions. Alas, Uncle Emperor must be blind to have appointed such a treacherous minister who colludes with the enemy and betrays our nation. Upon hearing the saintess declare the emperor blind, the assembled ministers and officials all lowered their heads in unison, wishing desperately they could have been deaf at that moment. The saintess is the daughter of Prince Yu, making her the emperor's own niece. Speaking slightly out of turn is of little consequence for her, but it's an entirely different matter for these others. Even if I have only heard a single phrase, I still fear the displeasure of His Majesty. On the journey back, the civil and military officials instinctively distanced themselves from the treacherous Lu Dahai. Consequently, an unusual phenomenon emerged within the procession for the heavenly sacrifice. A void enveloped the left vice minister of rights, as no one dared to approach him. Lu Dahai was taken aback. Could it be that he had inadvertently stepped in something unpleasant? He discreetly inhaled the scent of his own clothing. Lu Dahai was utterly perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed those around him lowering their heads, as if they feared engaging him in conversation. These individuals are utterly insufferable. After a prolonged wait, he finally seized the opportunity to present himself in the imperial study. However, upon entering, Chu Hongla discovered that the national master, the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Justice, and the chief of the capital were all present, kneeling in a disarrayed multitude. Emperor Ming of Chu was furiously denouncing, how can such a treacherous spy, conspiring with the enemy, be appointed as the Deputy Minister of Rights? Chu Hongla, what is the meaning of this? He hasn't even mentioned what he heard during the grand ceremony, yet how does the emperor brother already know? Could it be that the national master has spoken of it? Chu Siqing felt quite speechless. He was taken aback at first, but upon careful observation, he realized that the crowd could only hear the sensational revelations made by Chu Siqing while selectively shielding certain individuals. For instance, the person at the center of the scandal, Lu Dahai, was completely oblivious to it all. Moreover, if anyone wished to express their ability to hear Chu Siqing's innermost thoughts, they would find it utterly impossible. Emperor Ming was filled with profound sorrow, lamenting, "You speak incessantly of loyalty and patriotism, yet you all remain willfully blind. The masses are rife with whispers, for it is evident that your majesty has failed to discern any irregularities, yet all blame is directed towards us." The Saintess's words ring true. The Minister of Rights, a frail and elderly man, was already trembling with fear. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Dahai was one of his subordinates in the Ministry of Rights, whom he had once held in high regard. It seemed that he would likely have to bear the consequences of this matter alone. Minister of Justice Du Muqing, steeling himself, spoke. "Your Majesty, I have dispatched individuals to discreetly monitor Lu Dahai. Shall we now send someone to search for evidence?" Emperor Chu Ming, with a hint of irritation, commanded,
Right now.
"Depart at once." Du Muqing received the order, and after a moment of contemplation, Emperor Ming of Chu instructed the governor of Jingzhou, Lu Huaying, "You shall personally lead a team to apprehend Lu Dahai." Lu Huaying replied, "Your humble servant abides by your command." Emperor Ming of Chu waved his hand, dismissing them, leaving only himself, Chu Hongla, and Tu Qingchun in the imperial study. Chu Hongla, realizing the situation, exclaimed, "Elder brother, are you all aware of this?"
Emperor Chu not dead.
Expressing his gratitude to Siqing, he turned to Tu Qingchun saying, and to the national master, "I am thankful for your counsel to hasten the grand ceremony for the canonization of the Saintess. Otherwise, it is likely that this traitor would have remained undiscovered." Tu Qingchun replied, "This is merely my duty." However, he too was uncertain of how the situation would ultimately unfold. Chapter 20. Dealing with the traitor Lu Dahai found today's events rather perplexing. During the grand ceremony for the canonization of the Saintess, he lowered his head, contemplating how to convey the news of the newly appointed Saintess of the Chu kingdom to his father. As he lifted his gaze, he suddenly realized that everyone around him appeared to be amiss. Not only did his colleagues display a frigid demeanor, but even the minor officials who once sought to curry favor with him now appeared to shun him. The Minister of Rights, who had always held him in high regard, even cast a fierce glare in his direction. Lu Dahai felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Could it be that his affairs had been exposed? Upon this thought, Lu Dahai's heart raced. If he were to go to the state of Qi, would not his future appear exceedingly bright, owing to his status and talents? As Lu Dahai was busily gathering his treasures, his trusted aide, Lu Ping, rushed in, stumbling and panting. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "This is bad, my lord. The officials and soldiers have encircled our residence." Lu Dahai was taken aback as the exquisite jade cup slipped from his grasp, shattering into countless fragments upon hitting the ground. Moments before, he had been torn with indecision over whether to take this precious set of jade cups, a gift from his father. Now, however, all that remained was a profound sense of dread. He feared he might never leave this place again. Even in the face of the direst circumstances, Lu Dahai clung to a flicker of hope and urged Lu Ping, "Go inform Wang Ji and tell my father to hasten to my rescue." When the Duke of Jinyang initially sought him out, it was through Wang Ji that the message was conveyed. Lu Ping was the sole individual in the minister's residence privy to this matter. Lu Ping exclaimed anxiously, "My lord, we are unable to leave at this moment." Lu Dahai menacingly declared, "Seize the opportunity as it arises. This is our sole chance for survival. Do you understand?" Lu Ping nodded repeatedly. Suddenly recalling something in the study, Lu Dahai hurriedly dashed over, desperate to destroy the evidence. Yet as he reached the study door, he found the Minister of Justice standing there. Du Muqing sneered coldly, why so flustered, Vice Minister? Damn it. That despicable creature appears decent on the surface, yet commits such utterly vile deeds behind the scenes." Lu Dahai broke into a cold sweat, yet he understood that composure was most crucial in such moments. With measured calmness, he responded, "My lord, you flatter me unduly." This humble official was merely preoccupied with urgent official matters. "Might I inquire as to the purpose of your esteemed presence here?" "My lord, the evidence has been secured." Yu Zixin presented the letter with both hands. Lu Dahai's eyes widened in shock, and without a second thought, he lunged forward to seize it, only to be firmly restrained by the imperial guards. The chief magistrate strode forward and remarked with derision, "What's this? A desperate attempt like a cornered beast?" Lu Huaying bowed respectfully to Du Muqing and inquired, "My lord, has the evidence been conclusively established?" Lu Dahai felt his eyes nearly burst with rage as he struggled incessantly. An officer, pressing him down, delivered a sharp kick to his knee, compelling him to settle down. Du Muqing and Lu Huaying exchanged glances filled with a chilling intensity, their desire to eliminate this treacherous spy who had betrayed his nation, palpable. Fortunately, they all heard the Saintess's inner voice. Otherwise, who knows how much longer they would have been betrayed by that Lu Dehai. Lu Dehai, along with everyone from the Ministry of Personnel, was escorted into the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. In the days that followed during the trial, Lu stubbornly refused to confess, insisting he had been falsely accused, clinging daily to the hope that the Marquis of Jinyang would send someone to rescue him. However, it wasn't long before Lu Ping quietly informed him, "My lord, I secretly spent silver to have a message delivered, only to discover that Wang Ji had already fled." Lu Dehai's vision darkened before him. After enduring so much suffering and striving tirelessly for his father's sake, he had ultimately met with such a wretched fate. Why, for what reason is this happening? Eventually, under the duress of torture, he could no longer withstand the pressure and divulged all the details. The Emperor Chu Ming immediately sentenced him to execution by decapitation. As he was led into the execution grounds, Lu Dehai still glanced around, clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope. The townsfolk formed a circle around him, pointing and murmuring. "Look, this is the treacherous spy, Lu Dehai. It is said that he holds the position of Deputy Minister of Rights. Even with such a high-ranking office, he still betrays his country. One cannot fathom what goes through his mind. It seems that his biological father is a nobleman from the state of Qi. So what? At this point, does it even matter to him?" Lu Dehai listened to the hushed murmurs of the surrounding populace, and a flicker of regret finally stirred within him. Had he not established contact with the Duke of Jinyang, he would still be the illustrious Minister of Rights today. Suddenly, Lu Dehai spotted two familiar figures amidst the crowd. They were his adoptive father and mother, two elderly men, their backs hunched and hair gray, leaned on each other, quietly standing amidst the crowd, tears streaming down their weathered faces. Lu Dehai could not help but weep. In this moment, it seemed that only they could shed tears for someone like him. From a young age, he was aware of his adoption, and after enduring ridicule for his family's poverty, he looked down upon his adoptive parents who toiled in the fields of the outskirts of the capital, vowing to make a name for himself. Once he achieved success, he feared the scorn of others regarding his humble origins, further distancing himself from his adoptive parents. When he eventually rose to the position of Deputy Minister of Rights, his biological father reached out, promising him the title of heir to a marquisate, and he believed it, only to find himself facing this tragic end. Lu Dehai had never imagined that the last ones to visit him would be the adoptive parents he had always scorned. Overcome with shame, he lowered his head, unable to face them. The executioner glanced at the sun high above and shouted, "It is noon. The execution shall commence." The executioner received his orders, raised his great blade, took a swig of liquor, and then decisively brought it down. In the fleeting moment before the head fell, Lu Dehai cast one last glance at his adoptive parents. "If there is a next life, let me serve you as a beast of burden to repay you." System. Host. You have successfully eliminated the traitor of the Qi from the state of Chu, earning 500 points. Chu Siqing, perplexed. Huh? I haven't done anything at all. Could it be that my father, upon hearing my innermost thoughts, conveyed them to my royal uncle? The system analyzed. It should be so. In truth, he could not ascertain the specific reason. For some inexplicable cause, certain matters appeared to be obscured. Chu Siqing, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "It seems I am quite successful in my role as the saintess." Once again, the day arrived for entering the heavenly Yen Pavilion. Chu Siqing was cradled in the arms of Nurse Li, accompanying the Princess of Yu into the palace. Upon entering the pavilion, the princess entrusted her daughter into the care of Master Tu Qingchen, expressing her gratitude. "I appreciate your assistance, esteemed national teacher." Tu Qingchen accepted Chu Siqing, assuring her, "Rest assured, princess." As Chu Siqing found herself embraced by the handsome figure, she noticed an expression of complexity in Tu Qingchen's gaze, one that seemed to carry a hint of pity for her. Chu Siqing pondered, what on earth does this mean? Chapter 21. The selection of the crown princess. Chu Siqing communicated with him through her inner voice. "What expression is that?" "Ah, poor child," remarked Tu Qingchen with a hint of sympathy. Chu Siqing, misinterpreting his words, believed he felt pity for her for being dressed as an infant, destined to be cradled in others' arms. She, however, took pride in her appearance, retorting, "What of being an infant? I have not yet become the saintess of the great Chu." Out of a sense of hometown camaraderie, Tu Qingchen was genuinely inclined to inform Chu Siqing that many could now overhear her scandalous inner musings. Yet, whether it was him or others, every attempt to reveal this truth was mysteriously silenced by an unseen force. It seemed this was the will of heaven. Tu Qingchen's gaze grew increasingly tender and affectionate, sending shivers down Chu Siqing's spine. Chu Siqing inquired, "What purpose does the Emperor Uncle truly have in summoning me to this celestial divination pavilion?" Tu Qingchen said softly, "Just to see you more easily." As they were speaking of Emperor Chu Ming, he arrived. A palace attendant announced from outside, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived." Upon hearing that the Crown Prince had also come, Chu Siqing hurriedly called out to the system in her mind. "System, quickly dig up some gossip about the Crown Prince for me." The system replied, "Host, let me search for a moment." Found it. The Crown Prince's infatuated cousin harbors affection for the second prince. In contemporary times, the imperial harem is devoid of an heir, with Consort Li, Consort Xian, and Consort de collaboratively managing the inner palace. The second prince is the offspring of Consort Li. Chu Siqing's spirits were lifted. What a melodramatic love triangle. Upon hearing that Emperor Chu Ming and the crown prince were arriving at the Tianyan pavilion, Qing Qian hastily embraced Chu Siqing and welcomed them. The Princess of Yu also emerged to pay her respects. After the formalities, everyone took their seats. The crown prince, named Chu Yuheng, was merely 15 years of age, the offspring of the late Empress Yuan. Though he endeavored to exhibit a demeanor of composure, his gaze frequently darted towards Chu Siqing, the holy maiden of Chu and his own dear cousin. He had attended the heavenly sacrifice that day and had heard the holy maiden's heartfelt declarations with utmost clarity. When he initially heard this young child reveal the secrets of Lu Dahai, he, like everyone else, was filled with disbelief. However, subsequent discoveries of evidence at the minister's residence, coupled with Lu Dahai's candid confession regarding his crimes against Hongqi, validated all that Chu Siqing had spoken. From that moment onward, Chu Yuheng harbored an indescribable curiosity towards his cousin, and now, in close proximity, he found it difficult to contain himself. Observing the crown prince's frequent glances at his niece, Emperor Chu Ming chuckled and remarked, "My dear Hunger, do you wish to embrace your cousin?" He naturally welcomed the idea of his son and niece forming a bond. Chu Yuheng nodded and inquired of the princess, "Aunt, may I embrace Siqing?" Han Wanqing was taken aback and quickly replied, "Your Highness, you are too kind. Of course. It is possible." Subsequently, Tu Qingchen handed over Chu Siqing, who was nestled in her arms, to the crown prince. Chu Siqing gazed at the crown prince's handsome face, unable to suppress her admiration. The crown prince is truly handsome. I like him so much." Upon hearing his cousin praise his good looks, Chu Yuheng was about to break into a smile, only to hear her add, "What a pity, he will soon be betrayed." Chu Yuheng's handsome face stiffened in disbelief. The assembled crowd instantly held their breath, savoring the unfolding drama with rapt attention while simultaneously shifting uneasily in their seats. Emperor Chu Ming exclaimed in disbelief, "My own son has been cuckolded? Princess Yu, my dear, are there not some words that you ought to keep to yourself?" As the light-hearted Chu Qingchen gazed at her cousin with sparkling eyes, Chu Yuheng's mind raced with thoughts. Although he had yet to marry, his father had recently expressed intentions regarding the selection of a royal consort. 3 candidates had been tentatively proposed: Ning Qingyan, the daughter of the Duke of Qing'an; Xiao Wenshu, the daughter of the Duke of Anghua; and Wen Minjing, the daughter of the Marquis of Yongding. In terms of personal affections, Chu Yuheng found himself leaning towards his cousin Ning Qingyan. Could it be that his cousin harbored feelings for someone else? Chu Siqing gazed intently at Chu Yuheng's handsome visage. Utterly perplexed, is that Ning Qingyan truly a fool? The crown prince, who disdains my pure and virtuous self, has instead fallen for the second prince, a married man with children? The second prince has been married for over a year and already fathered a daughter, so his marital and paternal status is perfectly understandable. But what on earth does the crown prince's bodily purity refer to? Chu Yuheng twitched at the corner of his mouth upon hearing his cousin describe his chaste purity. Noticing the emperor, the joyful consort, and the state preceptor casting peculiar glances his way, indignation flared within him. He was merely preserving his virtue, with utmost discipline. This certainly did not imply any inadequacy. So it was the second prince who initiated the seduction, orchestrating a chance encounter with Ning Qingyan while deliberately presenting himself as the epitome of grace and charm. What a cunning and calculating man indeed. He is already married with children, yet still shamelessly flirts with a girl who could potentially become his sister-in-law. What a despicable scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Emperor Ming of Chu could not help but frown slightly. The reach of the second prince indeed extended too far. Furthermore, there had been numerous admonitions from the court recently advocating for Consort Li to be elevated to empress, undoubtedly instigated by those with ulterior motives. The imperial harem was far from tranquil. Princess Yu, trembling in fear, whispered, "The royal secrets, the discord among brothers, could they truly overhear such matters?" Chu Yuheng harbored no excessive thoughts on the matter. Since his cousin had set her heart on the second prince, he could simply choose another to wed. Even if he held affection for Ning Qingyan, it was largely fraternal care for a younger sister, far from the depths of an irreplaceable love. Moreover, he had long understood that as a scion of the imperial family, certain matters lay beyond his control. Emperor Chu Ming declared, "Grand astrologer, we have recently contemplated selecting a consort for the crown prince. Do you have any recommendations?" Tu Qingchen thought to himself, "Isn't this just trying to use my words to make Chu Siqing voice the appropriate candidate?" He dared not be careless and pondered for a moment before replying. This humble subject would not presume to speak recklessly. "However, I have heard that the daughter of Duke Anghua, Xiao Wenshu, is renowned for her literary talents, while Wen Minjing, daughter of Marquis Yongding, is exceptionally intelligent and perceptive." These were precisely the candidates Emperor Chu Ming had in mind. Tu Qingchen deliberately slowed his speech, aiming to probe Chu Siqing's inner thoughts. Chu Siqing indeed turned to consult his system for some inside information. Brother Imperial Preceptor truly has discerning taste. The two ladies he recommended are both exceptional, 1 in 100. Emperor Chu Ming. It was clearly my list in the first place. When Minjing's grandfather verbally arranged a childhood betrothal for her years ago with the young master of Shun County's princely household. Unfortunately, the old man's memory has faded with age. And he has forgotten it himself. Emperor Chu Ming inwardly shook his head. If it were later revealed that the crown princess had once been betrothed, it would inevitably tarnish the imperial family's reputation. Oh dear, Marquis Yongding is also a henpecked husband. Who would have thought that the formidable Lord One, so dignified in public, is often made to kneel on a washboard by his wife as punishment. One Minjing had also mastered the whip with astonishing proficiency. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuhun couldn't help but shudder. He had no desire whatsoever to marry the young lady of the Wen family. Emperor Chu Ming coughed lightly and inquired of the crown prince, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chu Yuhun hurriedly replied, it is entirely up to Father Emperor to decide. The Ming Emperor of Chu immediately concluded, then let the daughter of Duke N, Xiao Wenshu, be designated as the crown princess. The system promptly announced in Chu Siqing's mind, host, you have successfully assisted in selecting the crown princess, earning 300 points. Chu Siqing, bewildered, responded, I haven't done anything at all. How is it that my points keep rising? Chapter 22. The spare tire. The selection of the crown prince's consort has been finalized. After conferring with Empress Dowager Pei, Emperor Chu Ming issued a decree. The decree stated, by the grace of heaven, the emperor proclaims, as the crown prince Chu Yuhing approaches the age of marriage, it is imperative to choose a virtuous lady as his match. I, along with the Empress Dowager, have heard of the noble character and exquisite beauty of Lady Xiao Wenshu, daughter of the Duke of Ngua. Thus, we have decided to betroth her to the crown prince as his primary consort. All ceremonial arrangements shall be managed jointly by the Ministry of Rights and the Imperial Household Department, selecting an auspicious day for the wedding. Upon concluding the imperial edict, Eunuch Zhang presented it to Lady Xiao Wenshu, smilingly remarking, your fortune is yet to unfold. Lady Xiao Wenshu received the edict with reverence, responding gently, I am grateful for your auspicious words, Eunuch Zhang. At this moment, the maidservant, Hua Ping, hurried forward, placing a plump purse into Eunuch Zhang's hands, whispering, please accept this as a token of gratitude. Eunuch Zhang, feeling the weight of the purse, beamed even more broadly, saying, I shall graciously accept this. Once the messenger departed, the Duchess of Ngua grasped her daughter's hand, exclaiming, indeed, our Wenshu is truly fortunate. The Duke of Ngua, overflowing with joy, remarked, my dear, we must prepare an impressive dowry for Wenshu, ensuring that no one looks down upon our daughter. Lady Xiao, with a playful scold, replied, my lord, am I unaware of this? Duke Ongwood gently touched his nose and remarked, am I not simply expressing concern for our daughter? Madame Zhao's eyes glimmered with mischief as she remarked, in that case, my dear husband, why not present your little treasury to adorn Wenshu? Duke Ongwa was instantly rendered speechless. How did this lady come to know about his secret stash? Lady Xiao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Is it that you are reluctant to part with it, my lord? Xiao Wenshu gazed eagerly at her father, facing the attentive eyes of his wife and daughter. The Duke of Ongwa could only grit his teeth and say, very well, I shall bring forth my private savings to adorn Wenshu. Seeing Duke N's demeanor, which was clearly stingy yet pretended to be generous, brought amusement to all present. Lady Qingyan remarked, why has the imperial decree not yet arrived? It is said that His Majesty issued an imperial decree today to designate the crown princess, yet up to now, no eunuch has arrived at the Duke of Qingyan's residence. Ning Qingyan appears utterly indifferent. After all, I have no desire to become the crown princess. The Duke of Qingyan admonishes sternly, Qingyan, refrain from such reckless words. Were it not for your aunt ascending as the empress, how could our Ning family have enjoyed these years of glory?
Madame Ming also adviset, indit, Yaner.
You and the crown prince have been childhood sweethearts, and he holds you in high regard. We certainly cannot allow the position of crown princess to be bestowed upon another without a fight. Ning Qingyan bit her lip in frustration. She wished to voice her thoughts but ultimately remained silent. Mrs. Ning hurriedly inquired, what have you learned? Is the messenger of the decree on their way? The servant whispered awkwardly in a low voice, Madam, the imperial decree was delivered to the Duke of An's residence, not to our household.
What?
Madame Ning was so startled that she inadvertently dropped the porcelain teacup in her hand. Lord Qingyan furrowed his brows and remarked, what unbecoming behavior is this? Ning Qingyan felt a pang of bitterness upon learning that Xiao Wenshu had become the crown princess. Even though she harbored no affection for the crown prince, she was acutely aware that barring unforeseen circumstances, the crown princess would inevitably ascend to become the empress, the most exalted woman in the realm. Both renowned for their exceptional beauty and intellect, and hailing from equally prestigious families, she and Xiao Wenshu had long been hailed as the twin jewels of the capital, perpetually pitted against each other in every conceivable comparison. Ning Qingyan prided herself on surpassing none in talent and allure, and without conscious effort, she had always measured herself against Xiao Wenshu. In the past, she had often held a slight advantage. Moreover, as the crown prince's cousin, the world had naturally presumed she would one day assume the role of crown princess. Now that the position had been secured by another, she could not help but wonder, had all those who once fawned over her now turned their flattery toward Xiaowen? Ning Qingyan felt a surge of indignation within her. While she could choose not to love the crown prince, how could he possibly select another? Lord Qingyan dismissed the attendants and mused to himself. The selection of the crown princess may well be His Majesty's intention, but that matters little. Stroking his beard thoughtfully, he addressed his daughter, "My dear Yenner, should you but capture the crown prince's favor, what does it signify to be but a secondary consort? The future is an enigma none can decipher with certainty." Clutching her handkerchief tightly, Lady Ning protested indignantly, "But doesn't this mean our precious Yenner must suffer this injustice?" Lord Qingyan was also greatly vexed and replied impatiently, "The imperial decree has already been issued, and the crown princess has been decided upon. It is too late for any further discussion." Ning Qingyan retorted stupidly. "I refuse to be his concubine." Lord Qingyan's countenance darkened. "Yenner, do not act on impulse. If you refuse to marry the crown prince, whom else would you consider for a husband?" Lady Ning agreed. Indeed, there could be no better match under heaven.
My dear Yanner,
"You must endeavor to cultivate closer relations with His Highness the Crown Prince." Ning Qingyan longed to marry the second prince. The mere thought of that elegant and handsome nobleman from their first encounter made her cheeks flush with warmth. As time passed, their intellectual conversations and mutual admiration had blossomed into deep friendship, and her tender heart became wholly devoted to him. Yet, the second prince already had a principal consort, along with a secondary consort and a concubine. Though he had once promised to divorce his current wife and wed her instead, her parents would undoubtedly disapprove of such an arrangement. Caught in hesitation, Ning Qingyan gazed at her breathtaking reflection in the mirror. With quiet determination, she whispered to herself, "If heaven has bestowed upon me such peerless beauty and talent, then surely I am destined for the finest things this world has to offer." At this thought, Ning Qingyan summoned her trusted maid Zipping and whispered, "Deliver this token to Xiadizi and convey my wish to meet the second prince." With these words, she handed an exquisite jade pendant to the maid. Zipping accepted the keepsake with a respectful bow before departing on her errand. To Ning Qingyan's astonishment, the second prince refused to grant her an audience. Ning Qingyan urgently inquired, "What else did he say?" Zipping murmured meekly, "The second prince's residence still lacks a concubine position. If the young lady doesn't disdain, His Highness would be honored to take you as his secondary consort." Ning Qingyan was so enraged that she immediately smashed a teacup. That scoundrel Chu Yutao. To be the crown prince's concubine was beneath Ning Qingyan's dignity, let alone becoming the second prince's mere consort. The tender affections and solemn vows of the past vanished into thin air in an instant. Ning Qingyan bitterly regretted her own infatuation and blindness in those bygone days. Just wait, she would surely make him pay the price. In the celestial pavilion of Tianyan, Crown Prince Chu Yuheng clung tightly to the holy maiden, refusing to let go. These days, whenever he had a spare moment, he would rush here to embrace his beloved sister Siqing, leaving even Tu Qingchen with little opportunity to intervene. Nestled in his arms, Chu Siqing bubbled with bliss. "The crown prince is so dashing, I'm utterly overwhelmed with joy." Tu Qingchen remarked with a hint of playful jealousy, "Such a fickle admirer. Not long ago, she claimed I was the handsome one." With impartial grace, Chu Siqing declared, "You're both magnificent. As the holy maiden, I shall cherish you equally." At this moment, the eunuch yawned and presented a letter. "Your Highness, Miss Ning has sent you a correspondence." In the past, Chu Yuheng had held a considerable fondness for this cousin. Hence the eunuch promptly delivered Ning Qingyan's letter to the prince. Chu Siqing and the system observed with intrigue. Has Ning Qingyan been humiliated by her beloved? Seeking solace in a backup? Chapter 23. The young county prince a spare tire? What kind of tire is this? Is Siqing referring to him?
Chu Siqing Berlin Gate.
Receiving the letter without opening it, her expression a mixture of confusion as she turned to gaze at the Grand Master. Tu Qingchen cleared his throat. Being a mere spectator before the main act indeed tested one's composure. Chu Siqing, oblivious to her surroundings, continued her engrossing conversation with the system. So, the second prince had originally promised Ning Qingyan that he would divorce the second princess and take her as his bride, only to abandon her when the crown princess was confirmed to be Xiao. Chu Yuheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The second imperial concubine bore no fault, and hailing from the Duke of Zhen's household, how could she be dismissed at will? Even the royal family cannot abide by such reasoning. What manner of unparalleled scoundrel is this? Oh, the second prince approaches Ning Qingyan merely to vie for the affections of the one his elder brother, the crown prince, cherishes? The social circle is truly chaotic. Chu Yuheng's gaze dimmed slightly. Indeed, while his second brother could be somewhat competitive at times, he had never anticipated that his brother would treat him in such a manner. Meanwhile, Tu Qingchen watched from the sidelines, both excited and restless. Is this something he can actually eavesdrop on? Ning Qingyan, blinded by her own folly, has chosen a scoundrel. And despite her indifference towards my esteemed brother, the crown prince, she still turns to him in a bid for revenge against that wretch. Dear brother, do not be deceived. When she comes to you, shedding tears and lamenting her plight, be wary of succumbing to her charms. Marrying her may bring unrest to our household. Chu Yuheng thought to himself, rest assured, I shall not wed my cousin. During the lifetime of Empress Ning, Ning Qingyan frequently visited the palace to see her aunt, and her affection for the crown prince has been nurtured since childhood. Without the presence of Empress Ning, Ning Qingyan found herself unable to gain entry to the palace. Thus she resorted to writing a letter, requesting an audience with the crown prince. Within the elegant private room of the tea house, Chu Yuheng sat across the table from Ning Qingyan. After sipping his tea, Chu Yuheng was the first to shatter the silence. Cousin, what brings you to summon me today? Ning Qingyan softly inquired, Cousin, have you completely forgotten the bond we once shared? Chu Yuheng nearly choked, exclaiming, On what grounds do you make such a statement? Ning Qingyan gazed at him, her voice filled with accusation. We have been childhood sweethearts, sharing an innocent bond since our youth. Why then have you changed your heart and chosen to marry another? Chu Yuheng said, I have always regarded you as my cousin, and I believe you feel the same. Moreover, my marriage is dictated by the will of my parents and the arrangements of a matchmaker. It is ultimately my father, the emperor, who holds the authority over it. Ning Qingyan let a tear slip from the corner of her eye and, with a sorrowful voice, replied, I cannot believe this, cousin. You clearly promised me in our childhood that you would marry me. Chu Yuheng let out a sigh and spoke earnestly, Cousin, I am aware that your heart belongs to another, thus I shall not take you as my wife. Ning Qingyan felt a wave of anxiety. Could it be that her connection with the second prince was known to her cousin, the crown prince? No, she has already been mocked by Chu Yutao. She must not falter again in front of the crown prince. Upon contemplating this, Ning Qingyan feigned vulnerability and said, Cousin, I am aware of your kindness towards me. Is it too much to ask for the position of a secondary consort? Chu Yuheng resolutely declared no. His cousin merely sought to use him as a means to exact revenge on her second brother. Should he momentarily relent and acquiesce to her request, it would ultimately prove detrimental to both of them. Ning Qingyan could hardly believe her ears. The cousin who had always indulged her without question now refused even this modest request. Who, then, could she hope to marry in the future? Who could possibly surpass the crown prince? No matter whom she marries, she would always be overshadowed by Xiao and Shu. Ning Qingyan is resolutely unwilling to accept such a fate. In a moment of desperation, Ning Qingyan disregarded the decorum befitting a young lady and boldly sought to take the prince's hand to express her feelings. Chu Yuheng was taken aback and hurriedly stepped aside. Just as the two found themselves in an awkward predicament, a guard arrived to announce, Your Highness, the young master of Shun County wishes to pay his respects.
Chu Siqing,
filled with delight, quickly turned to Ning Qingyan and said, Cousin, it seems today is unfortunate, as I have matters to discuss with the young prince. I must take my leave. Reluctantly, Ning Qingyan departed. Before she left, she turned to Chu Yuheng and declared, Cousin, I truly harbor feelings for you. Aware that her flirtatious glances had been wasted on someone oblivious, Ning Qingyan left in frustration. After seeing off his cousin, Chu Yuheng remembered that he still had a younger cousin waiting for him and instructed the guard, Please let the young prince enter. A young man in a flowing green robe entered the elegant chamber, fanning himself gracefully. While others in similar attire might appear somewhat common, he carried an air of distinction, truly resembling a celestial gentleman. However, this ethereal figure proved to be somewhat lacking in decorum, as he immediately disrupted the allure of his handsome visage by exclaiming, Prince brother, how fortunate you are, having just secured your crown princess, and now a beauty professes her affection for you. Chu Yuheng, unwilling to engage with her rather unruly cousin, simply instructed, Bring in new tea. The maid promptly served fresh tea. Chu Yushi persisted, I too desire to wed a virtuous and gentle lady. Yet my father and mother have steadfastly refused. Chu Yuheng replied, You're still quite young. The Prince of Shun, a man of leisure, has devoted his life to the beauty of nature, with only the princess by his side. As the sole heir to the royal estate, Chu Yushi will undoubtedly approach the matter of marriage with great caution. He muttered, I am already 14, and you are only a year older than I. Previously, he had overheard his cousin's thoughts, suggesting that the daughter of the Marquis of Yongding was indeed betrothed to his cousin. Chu Yushi's eyes sparkled with excitement. A betrothal? Such a splendid opportunity. Why has my father not informed me of this? Chu Yuheng mused. Perhaps Uncle Wang has nearly forgotten as well. Chu Yushi was already indulging in fantasies about a future filled with harmonious melodies alongside his wife. With a cheerful heart, he wondered, I do not know if my wife is intelligent and beautiful, kind and considerate. Chu Yuheng recalled from his cousin's inner thoughts that the Marquis of Yongding was a henpecked husband, frequently punished by his wife to kneel on the washboard, and that Miss Wen was also quite skilled with a whip. At this thought, Chu Yuheng's gaze toward his younger cousin immediately turned sympathetic. Chu Siqing, bored at home, began gossiping with the system. What's the latest news in the capital? The system. Host, I have detected a significant revelation regarding the Shun Jun Wangfu. Chu Siqing expressed her interest. Please elaborate. The system. The Shun Junwang and the esteemed old Yongding Marquis share a friendship that transcends generations. In their youthful exuberance, they unwittingly arranged a betrothal while under the influence of wine, only for both to subsequently forget this agreement until now. Chu Siqing realized, no wonder this sounded so familiar. It turns out the daughter of the Yongding Marquis was indeed among the candidates for the position of crown princess. Fortunately, my royal uncle did not select her. Upon recalling this arrangement, both families sought to unite the young prince with the miss when in matrimony. However, to their astonishment, the young prince, having heard rumors that his fiancée wielded a whip, staunchly refused and, after enduring a thorough beating, chose to flee from home. With a sudden surge of spirit, Chu Siqing exclaimed, "Is running away from home this exhilarating?" Chapter 24. The adopted daughter Chu Siqing never anticipated that, even in ancient times, individuals would resort to the act of running away from home. To her astonishment, the situation had escalated considerably. Within the confines of the Xinang Palace, Empress Pei found herself momentarily speechless. She had indeed heard of this matter. The union between the two families was originally a fortuitous event, yet unexpectedly, the young prince chose to flee from home rather than marry the young lady from the Wen family. The princess consort of the state approached the Empress Dowager. Remaining silent for a moment before stating her case directly, the prince is unwilling to take the initiative to withdraw from this engagement. In my opinion, it is inappropriate for the male party to retract, as it concerns the reputation of the young lady. After all, Sheer is not a suitable match for the Miss one. She paused briefly, hoping earnestly, "Mother, might I beseech you to intervene and persuade the Wen family to annul this engagement?" Madam Wen hails from a branch of the Pei family, which, one could say, has a certain familial connection to the Empress Dowager. The Pei Empress Dowager expressed her concern, pondering, if we were to hastily call off the engagement, would it not be said that this widow is abusing her power to oppress others? The princess of Shun County had already devised a strategy. Wiping away her tears, she said, "Mother, how about I take Miss One from the Wen family as my adopted daughter?" Thus, Sierra established a bond of sworn sisterhood with her. And when the time comes for her to wed, I shall contribute a portion to her dowry as a token of my heartfelt sentiments. After contemplating this, Empress Pei nodded in agreement, deeming the proposal quite feasible. The princess of Shun felt an immediate sense of relief and added, however, "We must also request the empress to act as a mediator." Empress Pei consented. In the residence of the Duke of Yongding, Madam Wen seized her husband's ear, exclaiming in indignation, "How can this be? How can this be?" Alas, upon sensing the pain, Lord Wen hastily implored, "Madam, please loosen your grip. Our daughter is still present." When Minjing spoke, "Mother, do not blame father any longer. Since Chu Yushi is capable of abandoning her home, she is hardly a suitable match for us. Let us call off the engagement." Lady Wen, incensed, retorted, "If we were to annul the engagement, who knows what others would say about you?" Lord Wen contemplated. What more could they possibly say? Is it not merely a tigress giving birth to a young tigress? The lady had trained in martial arts since childhood, mastering formidable skills to the extent that even he could not best her. Despite being the esteemed Marquis of Yongding and the commander of the Nine Gates, when he erred, he still found himself kneeling on the washboard. Moreover, she passed down her martial prowess to their daughter, so while other young ladies practiced embroidery or played the zither, Wen Minjing spent her days wielding a whip in the courtyard. The lady lamented bitterly, "All because of my father arranging this marriage. You too, why didn't you try to dissuade him?" Lord Wen protested with grievance. "I only came to know about this recently." Madam Wen pondered for a moment before sighing deeply. As the saying goes, forced fruits never taste sweet. At this juncture, dissolving the engagement seems the only recourse. Yet before the Wen family could formally withdraw the betrothal, Empress Dowager Pei summoned Madam Wen to the palace. After exchanging pleasantries, the Empress Dowager broached the subject. The Duchess of Shun wished to adopt Wen Minjing as her goddaughter. Madam Wen understood the implication immediately. This gesture signified the end of any marital alliance. Though indignant at the young duke's discourtesy, she remained composed and pragmatic. The dissolution was inevitable. What mattered now was preserving her daughter's reputation. If the Shun estate was willing to offer this graceful exit, so much the better. With this in mind, Madam Wen acquiesced gracefully, "Your Majesty, let it be as the Duchess proposes. From now on, Minjing shall be regarded as the of the young prince," rendering previous matrimonial arrangements null and void. Empress Dowager Pei remarked, "You are a perceptive individual. If that is the case, I shall serve as a witness," allowing the princess to adopt Minjing as her. Once the news spread that the Princess of Shun intended to take the daughter of the Yongding Marquis, Wen Minjing, as her, the marriage between the two families was inevitably thwarted. This development not only alarmed the Princess of Shun but also prompted the prince to rush to the palace, seeking assistance from Emperor Chu Ming. Within the imperial study, the prince bore the weight of two prominent dark circles under his eyes, his complexion a portrait of despair. Clearly distressed over the well-being of his only son. "Your Majesty," he implored, "it has been half a month without any news of she. I am truly fearful for his safety." Emperor Chu Ming addressed the Grand Eunuch Feng Zhonglin, saying, Summon the Minister of the Nine Gates and the Jingzhao Yin to present themselves before me. After a moment's contemplation, he added, also, bring the National Master and the Saintess from the Tianyan Pavilion. Feng Zhonglin complied and departed. The Emperor then assured Prince Shun. I have long instructed them to increase their manpower. They shall undoubtedly locate Yuxi. However, Prince Shun remained apprehensive. He had recently conferred with the Jingzhao Yin and had received no news regarding Yuxi. As for the Minister of the Nine Gates, Lord One of Yongding, he had visited the Yongding Marquisate only the day prior, yet there was no sign of progress. Before long, everyone had gathered. Chu Siqing was brought in by the National Master, as today marked her entry into the Tianyan Pavilion, and it was quite fortuitous that she was summoned by the Emperor. After exchanging pleasantries, Emperor Chu Ming inquired, When Yuani, Lu Huaying, I ask you, after so many days, do you have any news of the young prince? As Wen and Lu exchanged glances, both wore expressions of trepidation. The commander of the Nine Gates spoke first, confessing his inadequacy. I have been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of the young prince. The governor of Jingzhou followed suit, steeling himself as he admitted. I too have failed to uncover any leads. Although such an outcome was anticipated, the Prince of Shun was nonetheless profoundly disappointed. Emperor Chu Ming, in a fit of fury, declared it has been half a month and still no progress has been made. You are truly a bunch of inept individuals. What purpose do you serve? After speaking, he casually glanced in the direction of the National Master. Chu Qingchen chuckled. So you wish to hear the voice of the Saintess, do you? I knew that calling us here had a purpose. Chu Siqing listened attentively, her curiosity piqued. Unable to contain herself, she inquired within her mind, a tong. Could you check if there are any rumors regarding the young prince? System. Understood. Chu Siqing listened as the system narrated in a measured tone, and couldn't help but be utterly astonished.
What?
It turns out that the young prince had disguised himself as a beggar and blended into the vagrant community the moment he departed from his palace. No wonder the imperial guards failed to locate him. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Shun immediately perked up his ears. He had been present during the celestial sacrifice and was somewhat aware of the extraordinary nature of the saintly maiden. However, having lived a life akin to that of a carefree wanderer, he had never paid much heed to such matters. To his astonishment, it was the saintly maiden who could aid him in discovering the whereabouts of his son. Upon hearing the voice of the saintly maiden, others could not help but exhale in relief. At last, there was news of the young prince. However, the young prince, renowned for his divine charm, had gone so far as to disguise himself as a beggar to avoid marrying Miss Wen. How formidable must the Miss Wen be? The crowd couldn't help but cast peculiar glances at Minister Wen. When Yuani declared, You ignorant lot, what do you know of the virtues of a formidable wife? Concerning the young prince's safety, everyone listened attentively. One day, the young prince witnessed someone bullying a little beggar in the alley and sought to intervene. Little did he know, it was all a trap set by human traffickers. Alas, though the prince possessed a chivalrous heart, his martial skills were woefully inadequate. To his misfortune, he was captured by the traffickers and forced into servitude in a brothel. The Aquila has truly become audacious, teetering on the brink of disaster. Chapter 25. A beautiful rescue of the hero.
What?
My son has been coerced into becoming a male courtesan. The Shunjun Wang felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Upon witnessing this, when Yuani hastily studied the faltering Shunjun Wang, initially, he harbored profound dissatisfaction towards Chu Yuxi's actions. But upon seeing the young man's dire predicament, he could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Lu Huaying knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was over. All was lost. The young prince has been ensnared by a beggar and thrust into a brothel. As the Minister of Justice, he cannot escape responsibility. It seems his official career is at an end. Emperor Chu Ming was also seething with wrath. Beneath the very feet of the Son of Heaven, even the most exalted imperial relatives and noble lineages could suffer such indignities. Did this not expose the utter lawlessness plaguing the imperial capital? Although it was Chu Yuxi himself who disguised as a beggar, one could hardly blame others for failing to recognize his noble status. Emperor Chu Ming turned to Tu Qingchen and inquired, Grand Preceptor, where do you suppose the young prince might be? Tu Qingchen replied, leaning against the Emerald Tower. Ah, you ask knowingly. Yet, Chu Siqing remains oblivious, blissfully unaware of the situation. Tu Qingchen, fortunately, you can hear my heartfelt voice. Otherwise, this pitiful little prince would be left without salvation. Lightly, Chiochim cast a pitying glance at her. Chu Siqing, perplexed, did not delve further, merely thinking that this gossip system had its merits after all. With the decree from the national advisor, Emperor Ming of Chu was able to issue his command. Hearing of Yuan Yi and Lu Huaying, I hereby order you to set forth immediately and rescue the young prince. Yes. The assembled men swiftly dispersed to carry out their rescue mission. Just as when Yuani was about to lead his troops to raid the Itsue pavilion, when Minjing arrived. Father, where are you going? She inquired. When Yuani succinctly declared, go rescue the young prince. When Minjing's eyes sparkled with excitement, as she promptly replied, I wish to go as well. When Minjing keenly grasped the crucial information, could the young prince actually be trapped in a brothel? When Yuani, wishing to say no more, waved his hand dismissively, instructing, in any case, you should remain at home and await news from your father. When Minjing, her eyes darting with cunning, nodded in agreement but stealthily trailed behind her father's entourage. The officers swiftly encircled the entire Itsue Tower. The madam, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly made her way outside. When Yuani and Lu Huaying stood outside, their faces etched with displeasure, the madam forced a semblance of calm and inquired, I have the honor of meeting both gentlemen. May I ask what transgression my Itsue Tower has committed? When Yuani coldly inquired, in the past fortnight, has anyone sent a young master here? The madam's heart skipped a beat, pondering whether it was the young master from the other day. However, she maintained her composure and replied with feigned nonchalance, Oh dear, my lord, you jest. In our Chitsue Tower, we are all maidens. Where could there possibly be a young master? Lu Huaying said to Wen Yuani, esteemed one, do not heed her idle chatter. Let us proceed directly to the search. The words of the saintess are never mistaken. Nodding in agreement, when Yuani commanded, guards, search every corner thoroughly, the madam immediately panicked and exclaimed, Oh dear, how could this be allowed? Esteemed guests, I kindly implore your mercy. There are still numerous patrons in my establishment, and with such a crowd to search through, how shall I continue my business in the future? Lu Huaying sneered, still lost in your dreams? When they uncover the truth, you shall fear being ground to dust. The brothel keeper felt a heavy weight in her heart, realizing that the individual sent to her a few days prior must possess an exceedingly noble identity. If the officials and soldiers were to discover this person in her establishment, it would spell doom for them all. Upon this realization, the madam discreetly made a gesture while they were preoccupied. Neither Wen Yuani nor Lu Huaying, who were focused on the search within the building, noticed it. However, when Minjing, who had already slipped into Yaquilu amidst the chaos, took note of the subtle signal, she distinctly observed that as soon as the gesture was completed, a shadow flitted past within the building. This was alarming. This old madam likely harbors intentions of silencing someone permanently. When Minjing discerned the significance of the gesture and promptly pursued the individual, she followed him to a secluded cellar. As she advanced, she beheld the man grasping another's neck with a fierce grip. Stop, she exclaimed. Perceiving the dire situation, when Minjing let out a fierce cry, drawing forth the whip from her side and hurling it towards the individual with great force. The whip was specially crafted by Madame Wen for her daughter, intended as a means of self-defense and preservation of life. Its body bore barbs and was infused with a tranquilizing substance, striking with precision upon the hand that clutched her throat. The assailant, stung by pain, instinctively released their grip. The one who was freed collapsed to the ground, emitting a series of thunderous coughs. When Minjing had already rushed forward, she deftly evaded the assailant's attack, delivering a series of lashes that left him bloodied and howling in agony. Realizing that his attacker was merely a woman wielding a whip, he resolved to eliminate the other individual first. Observing this, when Minjing recklessly positioned herself in front of the man, engaging the assailant in close combat. While fighting, she urgently urged, Little Prince, flee at once. He could never bring himself to let a woman shield him from danger while he fled. Chu Yushi observed for a moment, seizing the opportunity, and forcefully collided his head against the assailant's waist. The perpetrator, already weakened by the drug-laced whip, found his strength waning further as Chu Yushi's head struck him against the wall. The impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Yushi felt a buzzing in his head and promptly collapsed onto the ground. Witnessing that the young prince did not flee but instead chose to assist her, when Minjing could not help but feel a flicker of admiration for him. Noticing his exhaustion, she smiled and said, Young prince, shall I carry you out? Just moments ago, Chu Yushi found himself in a dire predicament, with a firm grip around his throat, believing that his life was about to come to a tragic end. To his astonishment, a valiant heroine appeared, rescuing him from the brink of despair. Instantly, Chu Yushi felt a profound affection for his savior. As the saying goes, a life-saving grace deserves a pledge of devotion. With this thought, his cheeks flushed with warmth. When Minjing noticed the young prince's flushed face and anxious demeanor, mistakenly assuming that he was still reeling from the earlier assault on his throat, she hurriedly reiterated, Young prince, allow me to carry you outside. It would be prudent for the doctor to examine you. He gradually rose to his feet, only to realize that he appeared utterly disheveled, lacking the grace of the charming young master he once was. Chu Yushi awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair and brushed off the dust from his attire before following his heart's desire outwards. Along the way, he struggled to contain his curiosity and finally whispered, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, but I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Wen Minjing smiled and said, My name is Wen Minjing. Chu Yushi was momentarily stunned. Could this be the infamous fiancé of the legendary tigress he had heard about? Chapter 26. Grant me another chance. Chu Yushi followed Wen Minjing out of the cellar in a daze, making her way from the back courtyard of Itsue Tower. When Yuani, with his keen eyes, was taken aback to see his daughter unexpectedly emerge from the flower pavilion, nearly losing his composure. He gasped in astonishment. Min Jing, what are you doing here? One Min Jing, with a calm demeanor, declared, Father, I have come to rescue the young prince. As she spoke, she pushed forward the person trailing behind her. The youth appeared disheveled, yet his astonishing beauty remained undiminished. It was indeed the young lord who had run away from home half a month ago. The madam of the Jade Pavilion fainted in terror upon hearing the title young prince and seeing the youth who was supposed to be dead standing before her. Lu Huaying observed that although the young prince appeared haggard, there was no trace of humiliation or resentment in his demeanor, which eased his worries. Fortunately, the young prince had not suffered any disgrace. Thanks to the guidance of the Holy Maiden, they managed to rescue him just in time. Had a member of the imperial clan been forced into servitude as a courtesan in the capital, as the metropolitan governor, he would surely have paid with his life. Chu Yushi stepped forward, cupping his hands in gratitude and saying, My deepest thanks to both esteemed officials and Miss Wen for your timely rescue. Just as he was about to continue, the Prince of Shun and his consort arrived in haste. My poor child. As the Marchioness of Shun stepped out of her palanquin, she caught sight of her son whom she hadn't seen for half a month. Forgetting all decorum, she hurried to Chu Yushi and embraced him tightly in her arms. Chu Yushi, aware of his mother's distress, quickly reassured her, Mother, I'm perfectly fine. Witnessing his son's disheveled appearance and imagining the hardships he must have endured, the Marquis of Shun felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Yet here was his son, willing to degrade himself to such a state merely to avoid marrying the Wen family's young lady. The Marquis reflected that arranging this betrothal had indeed been his own mistake. Fortunately, the Marchioness had already adopted Miss Wen as her goddaughter, and thus the matter was settled. With this thought, the Marquis of Shun cleared his throat and spoke sternly. You, unfilial child. You were initially unwilling to agree. Chu Yushi hurriedly interjected, Father, Mother, today I am safe and sound, all thanks to Miss Wen, who braved danger to rescue me. He had just realized, in a sudden moment of astonishment, that the young lady he had fallen head over heels for, the one who had saved his life, was none other than his previously rejected fiancée Yi. The revelation left him momentarily dazed. However, he was not a fool. After a brief period of contemplation, he resolved that he would marry Miss Wen, even if she were truly a fierce tigress. What of it? Miss Wen is a chivalrous heroine who has saved his life. Moreover, she possesses such exquisite beauty. Chu Yushi stole another glance at Miss Wen. Even if he were to be lashed by her whip in the future, he would accept it. He paused for a moment, his face flushing slightly as he said, In the past, it was my son who lacked understanding. In the days to come, I shall personally visit my esteemed father-in-law to offer my apologies and formally propose to Miss Wen. Upon hearing these words, everyone was left utterly astonished. Could it be that the young prince had been rendered foolish in the Luiqui Tower? It was you who initially refused to marry her, even resorting to the dramatic act of running away from home, creating a scandal that spread throughout the city. Not only did this exhaust the officials and soldiers searching for you, but you also ended up in a brothel, suffering immense hardship. Later, the princess took her in as an adopted daughter, and the marriage was called off as you wished, with everyone finally rescuing you from that pit of despair. And now, after all this, you suddenly declare that you want to marry her after all? Are you jesting with us, Your Highness? Among those who harbor resentment, Lu Huaying is undoubtedly the most infuriated. Were it not for his minor official position, which prevents him from offending His Highness the County Prince, he would have relished the opportunity to spit in the face of the young prince. I nearly risked my life for you, and yet you dare to toy with me in such a manner? Although the young prince being abducted to the brothel was indeed related to the security of the capital, the root cause was his own reckless behavior. Upon hearing the mention of marriage proposal, when Minjing's delicate brows furrowed slightly, she thought to herself, It seems the young prince, confined in the brothel these days, remains unaware that the Shun princess has already adopted me as her goddaughter. Yet, this was not a matter she could elaborate on, so she could only cast her gaze toward her father. When Yuani's countenance had darkened considerably, were the daughters of the Wen family to be summoned and dismissed at another's whim? He uttered coldly, Young lord, there's no need for apologies. And the matter of marriage proposal is utterly preposterous. Chu Yushi, assuming that Lord Wen was displeased by his previous refusal of the engagement and subsequent elopement, hastily explained, Esteemed uncle, I was once misled by baseless rumors, but I have since realized my folly. I implore you to grant me another chance. When Yuani exhaled through his nostrils with a cold snort, uttering no further words, the princess of Shun County, witnessing her son's increasingly erroneous statements, promptly seized his arm and exclaimed, Sheer, you are no longer betrothed. I have already taken Miss Wen as my adopted daughter. She is now your sister by adoption.
What?
Chu Yushi, both astonished and enraged, staggered and collapsed into the embrace of the princess of Shun County, losing consciousness. The prince of Shun County hurriedly supported his son and called out to the physician accompanying them, Royal physician, come quickly and attend to my son. The royal physician hastily approached with his medicine chest to examine the young prince's pulse. The anxious princess consort inquired, Royal physician, What ails our beloved Sheer? The princess of Shunjun finally felt reassured. Naturally, Lu and the others would not obstruct her. They still had to tidy up the mess left behind in order to report to the emperor later. In Sinang Palace, after dismissing the Shunjun Wang, Emperor Chu brought his niece to speak with the Empress Dowager. Chu Siqing nestled in the embrace of the Empress Dowager Pei, listening to her uncle discuss the affairs of the young prince. At that moment, a digital voice echoed in her mind. Chu Siqing perked up, her curiosity piqued. And she inquired, Atong, please tell me how the young prince was rescued? The system has elucidated the entire process. Oh my goodness. When the officers and soldiers surrounded the Itsue Tower, the young prince was nearly silenced. Fortunately, Miss Wen noticed the old madam's unusual expression and rushed to save him just in time. Upon hearing Chu Siqing's thoughts, Empress Dowager Pei and Emperor Chu Ming exchanged a knowing glance, silently choosing to indulge in the unfolding drama. Wen Min, truly the daughter of Madame Wen, struck the assailant with such force that he was left nearly lifeless, leaving the young prince utterly astonished. Emperor Chu Ming could not help but feel relieved. Fortunately, I did not arrange a marriage for the crown prince with a girl from the Wen family. What an astonishing revelation. The young prince unexpectedly fell head over heels for Wen Minjing, who saved him, declaring that he would marry no one but her. Empress Pei, what on earth is happening here? I have just witnessed the moment when the princess of Shun County accepted Miss Wen from the Wen family as her adopted daughter. Chapter 27. The case after the gossip recently. Two significant events have transpired in the capital. One revolves around the intriguing gossip concerning the royal family. However, the princess of Shun County has officially acknowledged a young lady from the Wen family as her adopted daughter, with the Empress Dowager serving as a witness to this solemn commitment, rendering it far from a jest. Now, Miss Wen is, in name, the sister-in-law of the young prince, making any potential union between the two families utterly impossible, much to the distress of the young prince. It is said that he caused quite a commotion within the royal residence, prompting the Prince of Shun County to administer a sound thrashing. Those privy to the matter can only comment justly. The Prince of Shun County acted rightly. At first, you adamantly refused to marry her. Well, your mother devised a plan, and now she has become your sister-in-law, yet you insist on marrying no one but her. Who else should I reprimand if not you? Who does not speak of the fact that the Princess of Shun County has given birth to a son who is a relentless debtor? As the central figure of gossip, Chu Yushi has recently been engulfed in a deep sense of melancholy, prompting her to seek the counsel of her elder brother, the Crown Prince. In a private chamber of a wine house, Chu Yushi drained her cup of fruit wine in one gulp and lamented, "Brother, how could this happen? What could possibly be the reason behind it?" Chu Yuheng's lips twitched. This fellow had already uttered the same phrase in his presence 800 times. It is often said that one drowns their sorrows in strong spirits, yet I have never heard of someone seeking solace in fruit wine. The crux of the matter is that this individual, having consumed only a few cups, has already begun to lose their senses. Seeing that he was about to pour more wine, Chu Yuheng quickly intervened and gently advised, "Yushi, perhaps you should refrain from drinking any further. Consuming alcohol alone will not resolve your issues." Chu Yushi, feeling distressed, set down the wine jug and lamented, "Brother Crown Prince, my heart is heavy with sorrow." Chu Yuheng nodded perfunctorily, already weary of the conversation, and merely wished to take his leave.
Chu Zuxi lamented, Julie.
I believed that she and I were destined for each other, yet fate has played its cruel hand, leading us to such a disheartening predicament. Chu Yuheng has finally gained prominence. He instructed his guard, "Bring me a basin of cold water." The guard promptly entered with a basin of cold water and placed it on the table as per the prince's directive. Chu Yushi, perplexed, inquired, "What are you doing?" Chu Yuheng let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Let me bring you back to your senses." With that, he callously plunged Chu Yushi's ethereal visage into the icy water. "What are you doing? Let me go." Chu Yushi flailed for a moment before the alcohol finally dissipated from his mind. Only then did Chu Yuheng release him, elegantly wiping his hands with a handkerchief. Chu Yushi, wiping his face, complained, "Brother Crown Prince, why are you so ruthless with me, much like our father?" Chu Yuheng admonished sternly, "You only know how to evade and complain when faced with adversity. No wonder Uncle Wang disciplined you. Even I feel compelled to strike some sense into you." Chu Yushi responded bitterly, "Yet what recourse do I possess? My honored mother has already adopted her as a sworn daughter, with our venerable grandmother serving as witness. What power have I to alter this ordained circumstance?" Chu Yuheng analyzed thoughtfully. "In my opinion, we can afford to delay matters concerning our grandmother and the princess consort for now. The most pressing issue lies with Minister Wen." Chu Yushi immediately perked up his ears, listening intently. Chu Yuheng continued, "Previously, when you fled home to reject the marriage arrangement, the Wen family was undoubtedly displeased. Even if you are now willing to wed their daughter, they may no longer be inclined to agree." Chu Yushi pondered and said, "Then I shall visit my late father's old friend to offer my apologies and express my sincere intentions. Once relations are mended, how shall I proceed to secure her hand in marriage?" Chu Yuheng remarked, "When the time comes, I shall seek our father's permission for marriage. You may then clarify the situation to grandmother and the princess consort. Merely expressing your determination will suffice. Chu Yushi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she clung to Chu Yuheng's arm and flatteringly said, "Elder brother, the crown prince. I shall also require you to speak a few kind words on my behalf to our imperial uncle."
Chu Siqing consented.
Subsequently, Chu Yushi frequently visited the residence of the Duke of Yongding, shamelessly ingratiating himself with his future in-laws. Initially, Lord Wen resolutely barred him from entry, leaving Chu Yushi with no alternative but to adopt a brazen tactic. He recounted to the storyteller how Miss Wen, fearless in the face of peril, had rescued him from the clutches of thugs in a brothel. The storyteller, upon retelling this tale in the tea house, ensured that the entire capital became aware of the incident. The fact that a man like Chu Yushi had been abducted to a brothel and subsequently saved by a woman not only caused him considerable embarrassment, but also placed significant pressure on Lord Wen. For instance, whether colleagues, superiors, or neighbors encountered him, they would invariably remark, "Lord Wen, your daughter is indeed the epitome of a fierce father begetting a valiant daughter." Upon hearing the incessant disturbances, Lord Wen could no longer endure and forcefully brought Chu Yushi to his residence, delivering a scathing reprimand. Yet, Chu Yushi savored the experience, for he had finally gained entry into his father-in-law's abode. If he were to persist in this manner, the realization of his aspirations would be but a matter of days. Setting aside the matters of the royal family's gossip, a more pressing issue arises concerning a case of child trafficking. Due to Chu Yushi sharing her experiences with the storyteller at the tea house, this case has stirred significant public interest. Many citizens who had previously lost children gathered spontaneously at the yamen, hoping for news about their offspring. The young prince was initially rendered unconscious, leading the traffickers to mistakenly believe he was a girl in disguise, which resulted in him being sold to a brothel. The Itsue Tower was subsequently raided, and all associated individuals were imprisoned, subjected to daily interrogations by the Ministry of Justice. Upon learning that the buyer was none other than the young master of the Shun Prince's residence, the brothel madam recognized her dire predicament. To evade the torment of torture, she readily divulged all the details. With the clues provided by her, the ministry swiftly apprehended the traffickers. Through rigorous interrogation, these individuals revealed the whereabouts of the abducted children. Most of them were recent migrants from Jizhou, having only recently taken up the trade of trafficking, and many of the missing children still had traces to follow. Following this incident, Chu Siqing received additional points. She fell into a moment of contemplation, recalling the news stories about trafficking she had watched on television before her time travel. Then, contemplating the matter of the points, she inquired of the system, "Tong, isn't this a noble deed accomplished by the young prince? How has this debt been attributed to me?" Chu Siqing nodded in approval and praised. "At last I have discovered that even if you, Autumn, only excel at savoring the spectacle, it remains a remarkable talent indeed." System. Chapter 28. Raising awareness against human trafficking under the Great Chu's legal code, both the buying and selling of human beings were treated as equally grave crimes. Thus, the recent case of child abduction implicated numerous offenders, many of whom were sentenced to death. A verdict met with unanimous public approval. On her way to the Tianyan Pavilion, Chu Siqing couldn't help but discuss the matter with Tu Qingchen. Chu Siqing remarked, "If only we could publish the various methods employed by child traffickers in the newspapers, it would serve as a widespread warning and heighten public vigilance against such crimes." Suddenly struck by a thought, she turned to Tu Qingchen and inquired, "Does this world even have newspapers?" Chu Siqing asked with puzzlement, "Why hasn't anyone established newspapers dedicated to gossip and sensational news? Thus, even ordinary citizens could peruse." She couldn't help envisioning herself running a gossip newspaper, amassing immense wealth. "I believe this would undoubtedly sell spectacularly, for who in this world doesn't relish indulging in juicy scandals?" The figure, Qingchen, elucidated, "Newspapers must be transcribed by hand, and the cost is quite high. How can the common populace afford it?" A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Chu Siqing's mind. Is it possible that this world has yet to discover the art of movable typeprinting? Tu Qingchen understood her thoughts and replied, "Not at all." Chu Siqing scoffed, "After wearing this for over 20 years, you still haven't invented any technology." Tu Qingchen rolled her eyes and said, "In my previous life, I was merely a liberal arts student. I had only heard of many technologies but was entirely unaware of the specific methods." "All right," Chu Siqing proclaimed with pride. "This is where the significance of this holy maiden becomes evident." Curiously, Tu Qingchen inquired, "Do you understand the technique of movable typeprinting?" Chu Siqing replied with an embarrassed smile, "I am not entirely certain about the specifics, but I do possess a system marketplace." Light flickered in Tu Qingchen's eyes as she exclaimed, "I nearly forgot you possess a golden finger. Do show it to me at once." Chu Siqing mentally addressed the system. "Atong, please open the system store. I wish to exchange for movable typeprinting." The system responded, "Host, you have successfully exchanged for movable typeprinting. Points, 100. Would you like to place it in the system space?" Chu Siqing replied, "No need, simply take it out." Tu Qingchen is not an outsider. The system acknowledged, understood. In the next moment, Tu Qingchen beheld with astonishment as a book materialized in Chu Siqing's embrace, resembling the tomes of De Chu. Tu Qingchen marveled, "How extraordinary. Upon taking the book, he noticed the cover bore the inscription movable type printing. Flipping through its pages, he discovered a detailed exposition of the methods and processes, all articulated in the characters of Chu. Chu Siqing pondered, should I present this book directly to the emperor? How shall I explain the origins of the book to him? Chu Siqing pondered for a moment and replied, did you not deduce that I am the saintess? You simply need to express the ideas I have, and you shall write them down.
Chu Qingshen responded affirmatively.
Chu Siqing placed great importance on the issue of combating human trafficking and reiterated, I believe merely publishing articles in newspapers is insufficient, as many individuals remain illiterate. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, it would be best to have a storyteller narrate in the tea houses and to stage operas that depict the horrors of trafficking, thereby comprehensively enhancing the public's awareness of prevention. Chu Qingshen agreed. Subsequently, he conveyed all of Chu Siqing's proposals to Emperor Chu Ming. The emperor nodded frequently in agreement, and finally clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, with you and the holy maiden by my side, I have no worries for the prosperity of our great Chu. Chu Qingshen complimented, Your Majesty, such wise decisions have led to the prosperity of Chu. The corners of Emperor Chu Ming's mouth lifted slightly. There is no need for you to be modest, my dear minister. Chu Qingshen cast a fleeting glance before hastily lowering his head, sensing that the emperor was quite pleased with the praise. Subsequently, Emperor Chu Ming convened the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of Justice to collectively discuss the promotion of anti-abduction measures among the populace. Within the imperial study, Emperor Chu Ming addressed Feng Zhonglin. Present this volume on movable type printing to Minister Zhang. Feng Gonggong promptly handed the book to the Minister of Works. Zhang Yuan, not daring to be negligent, quickly skimmed through the contents of the book. As he perused several pages, his expression transformed from solemnity to astonishment, ultimately culminating in unrestrained elation. With a satisfied glint in his eye, Emperor Chu Ming intentionally inquired, What do you think of this book? Zhang Yuan exclaimed with fervor, Your Majesty. With the printing technique described in this book, we shall no longer require manual transcription of texts. This advancement will significantly augment the quantity of literature in our great Chu, yielding innumerable benefits. The Minister of Rights, Chu Huaqing, glanced with curiosity at the book in Lord Zhang's hands.
Emperor Ming of Chu remarked, Du King.
Do take a look at this book. Zhang Yuan then passed the volume to the two ministers. The assembly beamed with delight. With this book in circulation, the price of literature in Great Chu would inevitably decrease, enabling a greater number of individuals to afford books. Emperor Ming continued, recently, you must have heard about the case of child trafficking involving the flower sellers. I have been contemplating the numerous children abducted from their families, leading to the heart-wrenching separation of husbands and wives, resulting in countless broken homes and lives ruined. The repercussions are indeed dire. The Minister of Rights expressed his concerns, stating, Your Majesty, the government has already issued a report on this matter. Would it not be somewhat redundant to produce a new one? The assembly fell into contemplative silence. Given the inconvenience of handwritten copies and the exorbitant prices of books and official gazettes, which were beyond the means of common folk, the advent of movable type printing heralded a new era for public discourse. Emperor Ming of Chu then remarked that, in addition to publishing in newspapers, it was essential to weave tales from instances of human trafficking into narratives to be recounted by storytellers in tea houses, as well as to create plays for theatrical troupes to perform. The assembly was thoroughly impressed, and applause erupted in fervent approval. The Minister of Rights was the first to express his agreement, proclaiming, Your Majesty speaks with utmost wisdom. Following suit, the Minister of Justice added, Your Majesty's foresight is commendable. The Minister of Works chimed in, It is indeed a blessing for the people of Great Chu that Your Majesty holds such deep regard for their welfare. Even though Emperor Chu Ming was aware that they were flattering him, he felt an immense sense of joy. He advised, All departments must cooperate with one another and must not shirk responsibility. The ministers of each department accepted their orders and soon became busy. Before long, a new publication emerged in the capital, named the People's Gazette, priced affordably, which led to a rush in purchases among the populace. Unlike the official gazettes, this publication primarily featured matters concerning the common folk, thus earning the moniker of the Civil Gazette, which spread to various regions. Concurrently, storytellers in the major tea houses began narrating tales of beggars and kidnappers, while theater troupes staged adaptations of these stories. In no time, the awareness of the citizens in the capital regarding abduction significantly heightened. These initiatives to promote awareness against kidnapping were later emulated by local magistrates, leading to a near eradication of such cases in the vast realm of Chu. Chapter 29. A proposal of marriage in the rear garden of the Prince of U.S. residence, under the meticulous care of the gardener. An array of exquisite flowers bloomed splendidly, swaying gracefully in the breeze and exuding delightful fragrances. In a pavilion, Chu Hongla comfortably held his daughter, while the Princess of Yu sat beside him, both indulging in the beauty of the blossoms and sipping tea. Ever since his elder brother conferred the title of Saintess upon his daughter, requiring her to enter the palace every 3 days to attend the Tianyan Pavilion, Chu Hongla had been extremely disheartened. It was evident that he and the princess, along with their daughter, constituted a family. Yet his elder brother's actions had drastically reduced their time together. As a father, his standing in Qingxin's heart was likely overshadowed by that of his elder brother, or even by the frivolous light dust. Such behavior was utterly excessive. Today is a day of rest, and my daughter is not required to enter the palace. Chu Hongla is in remarkably high spirits, finally able to savor the joys of familial bliss. He chatted leisurely with the princess, his eyes twinkling with joy, occasionally glancing down at his daughter in his arms, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. The afternoon sun shone just right, and as Chu Siqing listened to her parents' murmurs, she began to feel a bit drowsy. Just as she was about to close her eyes, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in her mind. The system's voice chimed with delight. Congratulations, host. You have made a significant contribution to the prevention of abduction education in the state of Chu, earning 10,000 points. What? 10,000 points. Chu Siqing was instantly overwhelmed with joy, her excitement causing her to flail about. Chu Hongla was engaged in conversation with the princess when he suddenly felt a movement in his embrace. He quickly tightened his hold on his daughter, his heart racing with fear. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Otherwise, my daughter might have fallen to the ground. Han Wanqing, watching from the side, was equally startled. What just happened? It was only then that Chu Siqing realized her excessive excitement had caused her parents undue worry. She hurriedly chimed in with a few words. Mother, I am fine. I merely had a brief spell earlier. Upon hearing her daughter's heartfelt words, Han Wanqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Just as Chu Hongla was about to gently admonish his daughter, he noticed the sparkling brightness in Chu Siqing's eyes as she beamed with joy. The sternness of his fatherly heart melted away like a puddle. He playfully pinched his daughter's chubby cheek, chuckling helplessly. You little rascal. Chu Siqing grasped her father's finger with her tiny, pudgy hand, offering a gesture of reassurance.
Indeed.
Chu Hongla felt a surge of happiness and exclaimed, Oh, my daughter is truly well-behaved. He could not resist the urge to boast to the princess. Wanqing, look. Siqing is holding my hand. Han Wanqing's gaze was gentle as she said, The prince used to remark that Siqing was not affectionate enough towards you. Yet I perceive that she quite adores you. Chu Siqing remained lost in the ecstasy of her sudden wealth. My goodness. 10,000 points. How many items can this be exchanged for in the system's marketplace? Chu Siqing felt as if she were in a dream, an experience as surreal as winning the lottery. She repeatedly sought confirmation from the system, asking Atong, I wasn't hallucinating just now, was I? There really are 10,000 points? Chu Siqing, feeling reassured, exclaimed with delight. This time, we shall reap substantial rewards. The system responded, Host, this 10,000 points are rightfully yours. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Chu Siqing sought to glean insights to amass even more points. Thus, she inquired of the system, What should I say? The system elucidated. The preventive measures against abduction you provided to Emperor Chu Ming have significantly curtailed the number of trafficking incidents in the subsequent Chu state, altering the fates of countless families that would have otherwise been shattered. Chu Siqing felt a profound understanding dawn upon him. It is truly remarkable that her acts of kindness have the power to transform the destinies of so many individuals. This feeling is undeniably splendid. The system encouraged, Host, if you continue to engage in such benevolent deeds, your points will increase exponentially. Chu Siqing joyfully remarked, Even without points, I would still engage in such matters. The points are merely a delightful surprise. Her spirits were high, and she inquired with great interest, Atong, what news do we have lately? The system reminded its host, Your Highness, I must inform you that tomorrow marks the end of Lady Yongfu's house arrest. Chu Siqing initially felt perplexed upon hearing the title Lady Yongfu, but then suddenly recollected. Previously, Princess Yongfu had conspired against her mother, prompting His Majesty the Emperor to punish her by demoting her noble rank. Now she was indeed addressed as Lady Yongfu. To my astonishment, the adversary is set to emerge once more so soon. Thus, Chu Siqing began to hum a few notes, intending to alert her parents. Father, mother. Tomorrow the Duchess of Yongfu shall make her appearance. Do exercise caution. Chu Hongla was chatting with the Princess Consort when he suddenly heard his daughter's inner voice, momentarily stunned. Han Wanqing also froze, her lips slowly pressing into a frown. Seeing the Princess Consort's displeased expression, Chu Hongla hurriedly placated her. Wanqing, I've already spoken to His Majesty. He promised to arrange Yongfu's marriage as soon as possible. Han Wanqing's expression remained impassive. When was that? Chu Hongla's smile faltered, and he began to harbor grievances against his unreliable royal brother. How frustrating. My royal brother has repeatedly urged for promptness. Yet it has been half a year, with not a shred of news. Han Wanqing sighed softly and remarked, It matters not. After all, the princess will eventually marry. Holding the prince in mind for a few more years is hardly significant. Chu Hongla hurriedly retorted, How can it be insignificant? This is a considerable hindrance. Then, he declared with resounding conviction, I shall seek an audience with His Majesty tomorrow and ensure this matter is expedited without delay. Han Wanqing nodded and said, I trust the prince. The following day, after the morning court session concluded, Chu Hongla, burning with urgency, followed Emperor Chu Ming to the imperial study. With amusement, Emperor Chu Ming remarked, "Hongla, what prompts such haste?" Chu Hongla, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Brother, this is all your fault. You never keep your promises." Humph. Emperor Chu Ming, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by that?"
Chu Honggo Ekkalim Angeli.
"Did you not promise me that you would hasten to arrange a marriage for Yongfu? It has been 6 months already." The Emperor Chu Ming suddenly recalled, feeling a twinge of guilt. Recently, he had been preoccupied with numerous affairs, and indeed, he had forgotten about the marriage decree. However, out of respect for the emperor's dignity, he could not admit to his lapse in memory. Clearing his throat lightly, the Emperor Chu Ming offered an excuse, saying, "Isn't Yongfu under house arrest for the past 6 months? It is indeed I who bestows the marriage, yet which family would be willing to accept?" Chu Hongla inquired, "Now that the period of confinement has concluded, surely my royal brother must grant the marriage, must he not?" Emperor Chu Ming, unable to refuse further, remarked, "I shall instruct the Empress Mother to organize a flower-viewing gathering in a few days, inviting all the noble ladies into the palace to ascertain which young gentleman might be suitable." Chu Hong, dissatisfied, interjected, "But how long will that take? Brother, could you not simply arrange a marriage by imperial decree?" Emperor Chu Ming solemnly stated, "Yongfu is the only bloodline of the Duke of Fortune. Thus, any marriage proposal must be approached with utmost caution. Furthermore, we must ascertain whether other families are amenable to this union." Only then did Chu Hongla relent, reiterating earnestly, "Your Majesty, you must not go back on your word this time." Emperor Chu Ming chuckled, "Hongla, I assure you that this time I will see to it that Yongfu is wed. You need not worry." Chu Hongla murmured softly, "Hee, Your Majesty. You said the same last time, so I shall remain skeptical." Emperor Chu Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, insisted, "This time it is indeed genuine." Chapter 30. The flower viewing feast. The lady of Yongfu County was taken aback. She had merely been confined for half a year, and the world outside had undergone a profound transformation. To her astonishment, Han Wanqing's daughter had ascended to the status of a saint. How is it that a mere child, lacking in any discernible skills, can be exalted to the status of a saint? She harbored profound skepticism, believing that the emperor had been deceived. It is essential to understand that the saintess in the kingdom of Chu holds a position of immense significance, one that surpasses even that of the national master, possessing the power to influence the fate of the nation. What astonished her even more was that the emperor intended to arrange a marriage for her. In the Hall of Benevolent Tranquility, Empress Dowager Pei remarked, "Yongfu, tomorrow marks the Flower Appreciation Banquet, an occasion to select your future husband.
You shall attend."
Princess Yongfu clenched her palms, her heart heavy with reluctance. "Your Majesty," she protested, "I am not yet prepared for marriage." Empress Dowager Pei lifted her gaze, her tone cool and measured. "If you refuse to wed, does your heart still linger upon Hongla?" She had once harbored some affection for this child, but ever since learning of Yongfu's plot to harm the Duchess of Yu, that sentiment had waned. Lady Yongfu's eyes flickered with evasion as she denied, "Your Majesty, I did not." Empress Dowager Pei's expression darkened with displeasure. "You grew up under my care. Do you truly believe I do not understand the nature of your character?" The Lady of Yongfu could no longer contain herself and spoke with indignation, "Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, why did you not grant me the union with His Highness the Prince back then?" Her eyes reddened as she spoke, gritting her teeth and saying, "After all, I'm the one you watched grow up." Empress Dowager Pei heaved a melancholic sigh and remarked, "Yongfu, Hongla has never harbored any affection for you. Cease this futile obsession." The Lady of Yongfu sought to argue further, had it not been for that Han Wanqing, but the Empress Dowager's countenance had already frosted over as she interjected coldly, "The selection of the Duchess of Yu was Hongla's own choice. You have no right to resent her." Weary of further discourse, she stated plainly, "At tomorrow's flower viewing banquet, whether you attend or not, His Majesty shall decree your betrothal based on the list presented." A fleeting glint of indignation flashed through the Lady of Yongfu's eyes before she suppressed it, replying stiffly, "As your Majesty commands, I shall attend." The following day, the noblewomen who had received the Empress Dowager's invitations arrived at the palace in full attendance. These matrons were wives of dukes, marquises, or high-ranking ministers, each with an unwed son of suitable age. Thus, the Empress Dowager's intentions were laid bare, though ostensibly a floral gathering. The more astute among them understood its true purpose, the selection of a husband for the Lady of Yongfu. By the appointed hour, the pavilion within the imperial gardens had been lavishly prepared with an array of delicacies and fruits, a feast of opulence. Behind the silk curtains, musicians plucked their zither, suffusing the air with refined harmony. Seated at the head of the gathering was Empress Dowager Pei, with the Lady of Yongfu positioned to her left, while the other noblewomen were each granted their own individual seating. After exchanging pleasantries, the Empress Dowager gracefully steered the conversation toward its true purpose. With a benevolent smile, she declared, "Yongfu has grown under my care since childhood. Now, the time has come to consider her future." The Lady of Yongfu, adorned in resplendent attire, feigned bashfulness and lowered her gaze. The assembled noblewomen studied her intently. by rights, as the sole daughter of the late Prince Fu and raised under the Empress Dowager's patronage. Her hand in marriage should have been fiercely contested. Yet, since the Duchess of Yu's near-fatal ordeal during childbirth, an incident many suspected the Lady of Yongfu of orchestrating, her reputation had darkened irreparably. Though the scandal had been hushed to preserve imperial dignity, her demotion from princess to lady spoke volumes of the emperor's displeasure. Moreover, any mother seeking a virtuous bride for her son would prioritize character over lineage. The mere thought of the Lady of Yongfu's ruthless attempt to murder both mother and child in the Duchess of Yu's most vulnerable moment sent chills through those privy to the truth. Yet, regardless of their private disdain, none dared slight the Empress Dowager's authority. With feigned modesty, the Lady of Yongfu murmured, "I am unworthy of such praise." Beneath the table, her fingers clenched around her handkerchief, her heart seething with venomous resentment. Humph, a mere lady. She detested nothing more than being addressed as Junjun to her face. She was meant to be a Junju. It was all because of that wretched Han Wanqing. Empress Dowager Pei turned her gaze over, realizing it was the wife of Lord Qing'an who was speaking. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "I recall that your second son is named Qingjia, is it not?" Ning Qingjia appears to possess a certain reputation, yet her character remains uncertain. Alas! She had just offered a few compliments to the Yongfu County princess, merely intending to flatter Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Such a treacherous woman is one whom her son cannot afford to provoke. The brow of Empress Dowager Pei twitched slightly, yet she chose not to respond. In that moment, the heart of Lady Yongfu felt as though it had been pierced by a thorn. She understood the implication of those words. What, after all, could this Ning Qingjia possibly be? How could Lady Qing'an dare to look down upon her? Everyone present was well aware of the situation. Upon hearing the words of Lady Qing'an, it was evident that her family held the Yongfu County Lord in disdain. At this moment, the lady of the Duke of the State inquired, "When did the second young master of your residence become engaged?" "I was utterly unaware." She paused for a moment, covering her mouth as she chuckled. "Surely, the esteemed lady of the benefactor cannot be jesting? The Duchess of the State has long harbored discontent. Her daughter is the consort of the second prince, yet the young lady Ning Qingyan from the esteemed Qing'an Duke's residence shares an ambiguous relationship with him, which is truly vexing." The Duchess of Qing'an gritted her teeth, nervously asserting, "This is no jest. Jia has indeed become betrothed to his cousin." The tone of the Duchess of the State was laden with intrigue. "Cousin? This is indeed a straightforward matter. Lady Qing'an clearly has no intention of pursuing eternal happiness." And Empress Dowager Pei, wishing to avoid any awkwardness, inquired, "Does Lady Wang's family have any engagements for their 4 sons?" The lady of the Duke of the State had anticipated this and remarked, "While Xian has not yet been betrothed, he does have an elder brother, as the younger sibling. It would be inappropriate for him to overlook his brother." She chuckled, "My son Aki is also exceptional. If he could marry the esteemed county Lady Yongfu, it would truly be a blessing earned from a previous life." The corners of Empress Dowager Pei's lips turned downward, revealing her discontent. How could the third son of the Wang family, born of a concubine and a servant, possibly be worthy of Yongfu? The Lady Yongfu was engulfed by a surge of indignation. As the esteemed daughter of the Prince of Fugu, granted the title of Yongfu by the late emperor himself, how dare these individuals subject her to such humiliation? In an instant, no lady dared to speak, and the atmosphere became uncomfortably silent. With the presence of the Lady of Qing'an and the Lady of Jinghua, the other ladies were filled with trepidation, fearing that the Empress Dowager might arrange for their sons to wed the Princess of Yongfu. The Duchess of Yongfu was so enraged that she nearly lost her composure. Though her gaze was fixed solely upon the Prince of Yu, she couldn't bear the sight of others recoiling from her as if she were some venomous serpent. Chapter 31. The fate of the Eternal Fortune County Princess. Following the conclusion of the flower banquet, Empress Dowager Pei found herself with nothing to show for her endeavors. The previous conspiracy against Princess Yu by the County Princess of Eternal Fortune had circulated among the ladies of the court, rendering any marriage prospects rather bleak. Even those who sought to propose were either from families in decline, or were motivated by the desire to wed a legitimate heir from their own lineage. These suitors merely coveted the wealth associated with the Duke of Fortune's residence. The Duke, having lost his wife and left no heirs to inherit his title, had only one daughter. Thus, the families aspiring to unite with the County Princess of Eternal Fortune were primarily those whose outward appearances belied their weakened status, merely yearning for the opulence of the Duke's estate. The County Princess, being the legitimate daughter of a prince and raised under the care of the Empress Dowager, would find her royal dignity compromised should she marry into such families. However, it is indeed challenging to be bestowed in marriage to a man of equal social standing. Just as Empress Dowager Pei was engulfed in her worries, the Princess Yongfu unexpectedly exacerbated the situation. Upon entering the carriage, she suddenly heard the anxious voice of the system. "Host, you must disembark the carriage with Princess Yu at once." Chu Siqing asked in confusion, "System, what has occurred?" The system replied, "I have just discovered that the Duchess of Yongfu intends to take action against you." With a sudden jolt, Chu Siqing immediately regained her composure. She hastily inquired, "Is there an issue with this carriage?" The system anxiously remarked, the assassin arranged by the Duke of Yongfu will soon make a move on this carriage. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder a strategy, Chu Siqing hurriedly uttered a few urgent sounds, internally imploring the Princess Yu, "Mother, please instruct the coachman to halt. There are assassins ahead." Upon hearing her daughter's heartfelt words, the princess was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "Stop the car." The carriage driver promptly halted and inquired of the princess, "Your Highness, is there something amiss?" Prince Yu specifically arranged a contingent of guards to escort the princess and the county lord into the palace, with the groom being among them. In her heart, Chu Siqing addressed the Princess Yu, "Mother, it is an assassin arranged by the esteemed Lady Yongfu. This time, she must not be allowed to escape." The princess consort's expression turned frosty as her mind raced to devise a strategy. After a brief moment, she turned to the captain of the guards, Lin Yuan, and said, "Be vigilant, for an assassin will attempt to strike at the carriage shortly." The captain's countenance changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Your Highness, who would dare to launch an assassination attempt against you and the princess?" "Princess Yu said, it is someone sent by the county Princess Yongfu." Lin Yuan immediately broke into a cold sweat and replied, "Fortunately, you and the county princess have disembarked." Princess Yu nodded and admonished, "Do not raise any alarms. It is imperative that we capture that assassin alive." Lin Yuan has regained his composure and responded with a firm, "Yes." The Prince Regent gathered a contingent of guards, elucidating the situation and orchestrating their actions. Though their expressions remained composed, they were, in truth, poised and ready, awaiting the appearance of the assassin to ensnare him in one fell swoop. The Prince Fu manor was enveloped in an air of tension. The Countess Yongfu wore a faintly deranged smile, eagerly anticipating the news of Han Wanning and her daughter's demise at the hands of an assassin. However, much to her astonishment, it was not the anticipated news that arrived, but rather the officials from the House of Lords. The chief of the House of Lords proclaimed, "Countess Yongfu, you are suspected of conspiring to assassinate the Princess Yu and the Saintess. Please accompany us." The Countess was taken aback, both shocked and enraged, as she had not anticipated that suspicions would be cast upon her so swiftly. She struggled to maintain her composure and questioned, "What evidence do you possess?" The gaze of the imperial envoy was frigid as he declared, "Your Grace, the Duchess of Yongfu, the assassins you dispatched have confessed to the assassination plot." The Duchess of Yongfu, incredulous, could hardly believe it. She had sent only the most loyal and stealthy of warriors. How could they have been captured and confessed? However, the official of the ancestral hall did not grant her the luxury of contemplation, urging, "Lady Yongfu, it is time for you to proceed to the ancestral hall for your examination." Though Lady Yongfu was alarmed, she retorted with disdain, "What qualifications do you possess to compel me to attend the ancestral hall?" Last time, Yuang repeatedly asserted his intention to send her to the ancestral hall. Yet in the end, she was merely confined within the royal residence. The minister of the imperial clan nonchalantly retrieved the imperial decree from his bosom and stated solemnly, "This is the emperor's command." The heart of the Duchess of Yongfu plummeted to the depths, and an inexplicable panic surged within her. How could the emperor be so devoid of compassion this time? No, it will not be so. The Lady Yongfu comforts herself and even finds the leisure to inquire about the condition of the royal consort Yu. She had already braced herself for the news of Han Wanqing's demise. However, Zhong Renling mockingly remarked, "Rest assured, both the Princess Yu and the Holy Maiden are perfectly safe." What? This is impossible. It cannot be. Lady Yongfu never anticipated that despite being meticulously trained by the Prince of Fortune's residence, the assassins would fail to harm Han Wanqing, who remained unscathed. Thus, while repeatedly exclaiming impossible, she was dazedly escorted into the ancestral hall. Confronted with the interrogation of the ancestral hall and the irrefutable evidence, the Duchess of Yongfu ceased to protest, admitting to having orchestrated an assassination attempt on Princess Yu. Yet at that moment, the Duchess naively believed that, just as in the previous incident involving Princess Yu, the Empress Dowager would intercede on her behalf, and the Emperor would once again overlook the matter in light of her father's status. However, 3 days later, she was met with an edict stripping her of her noble status, condemning her to a life of servitude as a commoner, guarding the tomb of Prince Fu in atonement. The Duchess of Yongfu could not accept this fate and created a commotion within the ancestral hall, demanding to see the Empress Dowager. Upon learning of the situation, Empress Dowager Pei, moved by the fact that this would be their final meeting, granted her request. The former duchess, named Sun Jiro, lost her title upon being relegated to commoner status, and thus the honorific of Yongfu was also stripped away. Sun Jiro knelt before the Empress Dowager, clad in plain white, with merely a simple hairpin adorning her head, bereft of her former grandeur. From that moment forth, she would possess no title nor wear anything unbecoming of her new status. Sun Jiro, her eyes swollen from weeping, pleaded pitifully, "Empress Dowager, I beseech you, save me." Empress Dowager Pei's heart had long since grown cold. With an expressionless demeanor, she declared, "This is all of your own making. I am unable to save you." Sun Ji wept softly, her tears flowing as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, I have come to realize my mistakes. I implore you, grant me one more chance." Empress Dowager Pei remained unmoved. I have long advised you not to be obstinately deluded. It is now too late. Sun Jiro fought back her tears and, with composure, implored, my father sacrificed his life for the great Chu. Could you not, in light of his contributions, grant me one last chance at salvation? Empress Dowager Pei spoke coldly. To send you to guard the tomb for reflection is already considering the honor of your late father. She paused for a moment and said otherwise. You would be condemned to a lifetime of confinement within the ancestral hall. Sun Jiro's eyes glowed with a fiery red hue. How could the emperor treat me this way? When Han Wanning is merely the daughter of a noble family. Empress Dowager Pei, having grown weary, simply stated, the one you conspired against is the princess of Prince Yu, as well as the holy maiden of the great Chu. Such a punishment is indeed lenient. Then, Empress Dowager Pei commanded, attendants, remove her from my presence at once. I can no longer bear the sight of her. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. As Sun Jiro attempted to express further sentiments, she was silenced by a palace maid and escorted away. From this moment forth, she would be exiled from the imperial city, destined to guard the tomb of Prince Fu for the rest of her life, forever in contemplation of her transgressions. Chapter 32. The marriage of Han Xiangru following the downfall of the Yongfu county lord. There were reactions of both joy and sorrow among the families. Those who feared being betrothed were relieved, while the Prince of Yu was undoubtedly the most elated. Upon learning that Yongfu had sent assassins to target the princess and her daughter, he was nearly struck with panic. Fortunately, both the princess and her daughter emerged unscathed. Otherwise, Chu Hongla would have been at a loss for what to do. Now that Yongfu had been dispatched to guard the tomb far away, he could finally breathe easy. However, those who had previously coveted the wealth and status of the Prince of Fu were now filled with dismay. Their dreams of marrying and prospering had been dashed, leaving them to seek new prospects. One individual, however, reacted differently, Han Xiangru. Upon learning of Yongfu County Lord's attempt on Han Wanqing's life, she initially reveled in schadenfreude. She had entertained the notion that, should Han Wanqing perish, she might still have the opportunity to marry into the Prince of Yu's household as a secondary wife. To her astonishment, Han Wanqing remained unharmed, while it was Yongfu who faced disgrace. With this precedent in mind, Han Xiangru's aspirations of aligning herself with the Prince of Yu began to cool. At present, she must devise alternative plans. After all, Han Xiangru was 17 this year, and if she did not marry soon, she risked becoming an old maid. Fortunately, among the recent suitors, one family of decent standing had come forth. The house of Qingyuan was seeking a match for their third son. Upon hearing of the noble house, Han Xiangru felt inclined towards acceptance. Although the current heir of the Qingyuan marquisate would overshadow her title, at least she would be part of a reputable family. As the adage goes, a lean camel is still larger than a horse. Marrying into the Qingyuan marquisate would undoubtedly be preferable to aligning herself with those of lesser renown. Han Xiangru had firmly resolved that this was the family for her daughter. Upon hearing that the Duke of Qingyuan's residence sought to marry his daughter, Wang felt a surge of pride. This proposal came from the most distinguished family of all. As a concubine elevated to the status of a legitimate wife, Wang had previously wronged the legitimate children of the former Count of Ningyuan, and later, when the emperor bestowed a marriage upon the Princess Yu, she attempted to usurp their position, thereby tarnishing her reputation. The ladies of the capital regarded her with a respectful distance, which had, in turn, made it exceedingly difficult for Wang's daughter to secure a marriage. Wang was elated. Her daughter was indeed deserving of an alliance with a noble family. Both Wang and Han Xiangru were eager to accept the marriage proposal at once. However, Lord Ningyuan was rather reluctant. He stroked his beard and poured cold water on the idea, saying, the reputation of the Qingyuan marquisate is not particularly favorable. Wang immediately inquired, my lord, what is wrong with it? The ladies of any standing in the capital were unwilling to associate with her, so Madame Wang remained entirely ignorant of the underlying circumstances. The Earl of Ningyuan contemplated for a moment before remarking, the Marquis of Qingyuan's household is populous, with no fewer than 7 or 8 illegitimate sons alone. Should Xiangru marry into such a family, I fear she would struggle to coexist harmoniously with her sisters-in-law. Madame Wang responded, but this third young master is the legitimate heir. Surely there would be no issue. Frowning, the Earl countered, we know not what manner of man this third son may be. It would be prudent to make inquiries first. Though Madame Wang was inclined to give immediate assent, she held her tongue, recognizing her husband's concerns stemmed from paternal devotion. At the palace of Yu, ever since the Princess Yongfu had been disciplined by imperial decree, Chu Siqing's spirits had remained buoyant. At long last, she had avenged her royal mother. System. Host, would you care to partake in some intriguing gossip? Chu Siqing, in high spirits, remarked, the system has informed me that the Qingyuan marquisate has approached Han Xiangru for a marriage proposal. This marquisate is quite distinguished. Chu Siqing wrinkled her delicate nose in distaste, her impression of this so-called and thoroughly unfavorable. Han Xiangru not only harbored jealousy towards her mother at every turn, but even dared to covet her royal father. What shameless audacity! Chu Siqing inquired, what has transpired at the Qingyuan marquis estate? The Duke of Qingyuan is surrounded by numerous concubines. with no less than 10 sons, and the family fortune has long been depleted. The Duchess of Qingyuan initially intended to marry her son to the Princess of Yongfu, hoping to replenish the family coffers with her dowry. However, now that the Princess of Yongfu has been dismissed, she has turned her attention to Han Xiangru. Chu Siqing pondered for a moment. I recall that my maternal grandfather's family is also not particularly wealthy, is it? What purpose does she have in seeking Han Xiangru? The reputation of the Qingyuan marquisate is rather tarnished, and even those of slightly better standing look down upon it. Moreover, it is evident that the lady of the Qingyuan marquisate is not genuinely interested in Han Xiangru. Rather, she seeks to forge a connection between her son and Prince Yu, aiming to secure a powerful ally. Chu Siqing, in silence, reflects. Perhaps she is unaware that my mother has long since severed ties with Han Xiangru? The system replied. It should be. Chu Siqing inquired. Then what kind of person is her son? The beam above is crooked, and the one below follows suit. Her son is not only a mama's boy, but also keeps 3 mistresses. Chu Siqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens. They're so impoverished they have to scheme after the daughter-in-law's dowry, yet still have money to support mistresses? The system remarked. Host, you may not be aware, but even a mistress can be raised in modest circumstances. Chu Siqing, feeling exasperated, thought to herself, well, he truly is a miser. She couldn't help but ponder. What on earth did Han Xiangru see in such an extraordinary character? She is utterly determined to marry into an aristocratic family. Chu Siqing understood. Indeed, Han Xiangru constantly compares herself to my mother. Seeing that mother married into the royal household, it's only natural she would seek to climb the social ladder by attaching herself to nobility. Though feeling somewhat schadenfreude, after some deliberation, Chu Siqing still decided to inform the Yu princess about the matter. She silently conveyed to her mother, Mother, the Marchioness of Qingyuan seems to have set her sights on our Yu household. You must make it clear to Aunt. Either refrain from this marriage altogether, or if she encounters any unpleasantness later, she must not come seeking our assistance. Upon hearing of the disorder within the Qingyuan marquis household and that the third young master seeking marriage was far from respectable, the Yu princess was already seething with anger. Unfortunately, their visit was ill-timed as Han Xiangru and Lady Wang had gone out. The Yu princess thus addressed the Earl of Ningyuan. Father, the third son of the Qingyuan marquis is no suitable match. We must exercise great caution regarding younger sister's marriage prospects. The Earl of Ningyuan was equally astonished. He had made inquiries himself, believing that while this third young master lacked ambition, his filial piety was renowned, and thus saw no harm in marrying his daughter to him. Little did he know that appearances could be deceiving. The scoundrel was actually keeping 3 mistresses outside his household. Earl Ningyuan massaged his temples and said, I am aware of this matter. You've been considerate towards Xiangru. The Duchess of Yu remarked, I only hope our younger sister doesn't become overly fixated. Earl Yongning vowed earnestly. Rest assured, I shall personally clarify matters with your sister. Little did Earl Yongning anticipate being proven wrong so swiftly. He had assumed that, given the circumstances, his second daughter would surely abandon this betrothal. Yet Han Xiangru retorted, Elder sister simply cannot bear to see me happy. Chapter 33, Secret Dealings. Earl Ningyuan nearly fainted from rage. Clutching his chest, he struggled to contain his fury as he demanded, How could your elder sister possibly begrudge your happiness? Han Xiangru cast a furtive glance at her father's expression, feeling a pang of guilt as she replied, I took one of her bracelets before, and she has been relentless ever since, wishing nothing more than for my marriage to falter. Ning Yuanbua, aware that his second daughter had inherited some of Wang's traits, was taken aback by her lack of decorum. He inhaled sharply, questioning, What do you mean by took? To take without asking is to steal. Do you not understand this principle? Han Xiangru's face flushed with embarrassment as she indignantly replied, How can you speak of me in such a manner, father? Wang expressed her discontent, saying, Master, it is merely a matter of borrowing a bracelet among sisters. Why must it be treated with such gravity? Duke Ningyuan, witnessing the pair of them still maintaining their unjust demeanor, felt his expression darken considerably. He could not help but exclaim in anguish, Wang, just look at what you have turned Xiangru into. Wang remarked indignantly, My lord, Xiangru is not at fault. Han Xiangru retorted with a cold laugh, I have long been aware that my father has always favored my elder sister. Duke Ningyuan, feeling a throbbing headache, resolved not to dwell on the matter further. Han Xiangru stubbornly asserted, It must be that my elder sister has intentionally said this. Duke Ningyuan's countenance darkened as he replied, This matter can be easily clarified. Your elder sister would not jest about such a thing. Upon hearing this, Wang hesitated. Indeed, the Qingyuan marquisate held considerable prestige, yet with a third son's notorious debauchery, what would become of her daughter if she were to endure such indignities? She could not help but advise, Xiangru, perhaps it would be better to let it go. Han Xiangru felt uncertain within her heart. On one hand, the son of the Duke of Qingyuan represented the highest social standing she could hope to attain in a marriage. Yet on the other hand, if her future husband were to be surrounded by unsavory companions, her life would undoubtedly be plagued with difficulties. At that moment, Han Xiangru couldn't resist recalling the engagement of Han Wanqing. The Prince of Yu not only held the esteemed title of a royal, but also harbored deep affection for his princess, even naming their daughter Siqing. This sentiment was well known throughout the capital and was regarded as a cherished tale. Why was it that, despite being born of the same father, Han Wanqing was bestowed with such fortune, marrying a husband who was both powerful and devoted? She is undoubtedly exceptional, yet she is relegated to choosing a partner among a plethora of undesirable options. Han Xiangru felt a deep anguish in her heart, yet found herself utterly helpless. Just at that moment, Lord Ningyuan declared, "Do not even consider it. I shall never consent to this marriage." He continued, "Xiangru is no longer young. I believe she should marry someone reliable and ambitious, a person with whom she shares a deep understanding, even if his background is modest." Lord Ningyuan had one more thought, provided the man possesses good character. But before he could articulate it, he was interrupted by his second daughter.
Han Xiangru contorted her face,
Unwillingly protesting, "Why must I marry a man of lower status? I refuse." Her father, with every word, struck precisely at her self-esteem, reminding her of her age and humble origins. Han Xiangru erupted, declaring, "I shall marry the third son of the Qingyuan Marquis. The Duke of Ningyuan has also risen to prominence. Do you believe that the noble house is entirely resplendent and glamorous?" Han Xiangru from their family interrupted, saying, "I have no intention of marrying into the Marquis's residence. Am I to choose to wed those insignificant officials instead?" She exclaimed indignantly. "Is my elder sister truly worthy of marrying a prince, while I am deemed unworthy of anything at all?" With that, Han Xiangru's tears could no longer be restrained and cascaded down her cheeks like autumn rain. The Earl of Ningyuan, witnessing his daughter's sorrowful weeping, understood the imbalance in her heart. His second daughter had been fiercely competitive since childhood, constantly comparing herself to her elder sister in all matters.
Now,
With such disparity in their marital prospects, she could not bear the thought of marrying beneath her station. Heaving a sigh, the Earl gently counseled, "Xiangru, our family's standing in the capital has never been particularly lofty. Your elder sister was simply blessed by fortune." With measured wisdom, he added, "Life's true warmth and chill are known only to oneself. The young master of the Qingyuan Marquis is no suitable match. Marrying into that household would only bring you suffering." Yet Han Xiangru, her eyes rimmed with crimson defiance, insisted, "I would rather endure hardship in a Marquis household than resign myself to an ordinary marriage." Ning Yuanhua offered his counsel repeatedly, yet alas, the reality proved to be precisely as the eldest daughter stated. It was Han Xiangru who stubbornly insisted on pursuing that narrow path. With a furious glare and bristling beard, he exclaimed, "Forget about the Marquis of Qingyuan's estate. In a few days, I shall arrange another suitable match for you." Having spoken, Lord Ningyuan waved his sleeve and departed. Lady Wang embraced her daughter, offering solace. "Xiangru, let go of the idea of the Duke of Qingyuan's residence. There may yet be prospects even more favorable." She hesitated as she spoke. Han Xiangru was acutely aware that she would not find a suitor of higher status than that of the Duke of Qingyuan. Contemplating her father's unwavering resolve, Han Xiangru lowered her head, suddenly struck by a bold thought. The Prince of Yu. Chu Siqing presumed that after the Princess of Yu explained the situation, the matter would be resolved. Little did she anticipate that there would be further developments, and they were quite sensational. The system chimed in with gossip. Host. Han Xiangru secretly met with the third son of the Duke of Qingyuan. Chu Siqing was taken aback. What? In ancient times? How dare she engage in such clandestine exchanges behind closed doors? The system explained, because the Marquis of Ningyuan wished to arrange her marriage to an honest man of lower social standing. Han Xiangru was unwilling to resign herself to such a fate. Chu Siqing remarked, "Yet this third son of the Marquis of Qingyuan is an utterly detestable specimen, a mama's boy, a philanderer, and a miser all rolled into one. How could Han Xiangru have met him without retching in disgust?" She herself couldn't help but feel the urge to retch after speaking. The system responded. Han Xiangru not only refrained from vomiting but actually found it immensely enjoyable. Chu Siqing, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How is that even possible?" The system analyzed for her. In truth, this type of exceptional man's disguise is rather well crafted. This third young master possesses decent looks and has always presented himself as refined and gentlemanly in public. After Han Xiangru revealed her identity, realizing she was the wife his mother had deliberately chosen for him, he became even more attentive and solicitous. Chu Siqing remarked with displeasure, "What a scheming scoundrel. To cling to the illustrious leg of our joyful prince's estate, one must truly exert oneself." System. Host, Han Xiangru likely perceives this as a match made in heaven. Already determined to wed none but you. You must guard against the troubles yet to come. Chu Siqing nodded slightly, then whispered a little secret to the Duchess of Yu. "Mother, Auntie has already met privately with the third son of the Marquis Qingyuan's household." The princess furrowed her brow and inquired of her daughter. "Did your grandfather not intervene to prevent this marriage?" Chu Siqing thought to herself. No, grandfather had already intervened, but aunt took matters into her own hands. The Yu princess could no longer remain seated and immediately set off for the Ningyuan manor once more. This time, she gathered her father, Lady Wang, and Han Xiangru together in one place. With a stern expression, the Yu princess inquired, Xiangru, did you secretly meet with the third son of the Qingyuan Marquis's household? Upon hearing this, the Earl of Ningyuan exclaimed in astonishment, what? Han Xiangru refused to admit. Elder sister, you must not slander me. Wang Shi also anxiously said, Wanqing, you cannot casually tarnish your younger sister's reputation. The Duchess of Yu cast a glance at Han Xiangru and inquired, pointing at her waist, Xiangru, that jade pendant at your waist, where did it come from? Chapter 34. The determined bride, the Marquis of Ningyuan, and Lady Wang followed the direction indicated by the Princess Consort of Yu's finger. There, indeed, hung a jade pendant from Han Xiangru's waist. In the Great Chu, it was customary for men to wear jade ornaments while women adorned themselves with sachets. Never before had Han Xiangru been seen with such a pendant, making the sight undeniably suspicious. With a darkened expression, the Marquis of Ningyuan demanded, Xiangru, hand that pendant to me. Han Xiangru clutched the jade tightly in her palm, her heart in turmoil. It was a token of affection given to her by Qin Sanling, a pledge of their love. Yet, if this were discovered... With forced composure, she replied, Father, it's merely a pendant I purchased for myself. What is there to see? The Duchess of Yu inquired, Xiangru, if it was purchased, why can't father see it? Han Xiangru replied bitterly, Sister, why must you always begrudge my happiness? The Duchess of Yu was so infuriated that she could only laugh bitterly. Just as she was about to speak, the Earl of Ningyuan frowned and said, Xiangru, do not speak nonsense. Hand over the jade pendant. Seeing no way to refuse, Han Xiangru petulantly yanked off the pendant and surrendered it. With a darkened expression, the Earl took the pendant and examined it carefully. The quality of the jade was rather ordinary, but at the bottom was engraved a tiny character, Yun. Something flashed through the Earl's mind, and his heart gave a sudden jolt. The third son of the Marquis of Qingyuan was named Qin Songyun. Ning Yuanhua was instantly filled with rage, exclaiming, Han Xiangru, have you lost your senses to dare meet with that Qin Songyun in secret? Wang hurriedly said, My lord, please refrain from anger. It may very well be a misunderstanding. Upon witnessing her father's fury, Han Xiangru suddenly felt hesitant to admit the truth. After all, the reputation of clandestine dealings is indeed unseemly. She protested, as for Qin Songyun, I do not know him at all. It was merely a coincidence. Lord Ningyuan sneered, saying, It is perhaps for the best that you do not recognize them. Tomorrow, I shall present you with the person in question. At this, Han Xiangru grew flustered and hastily corrected herself. This jade pendant was indeed gifted to me by young Master Qin. Lady Wang was taken aback, her heart sinking at the realization. Indeed, in the next moment, Lord Ningyuan raised his hand and struck Han Xiangru across the face. He sternly admonished, Have you forgotten the principles of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and honor that I taught you in the past? How dare you clandestinely associate with foreign men nowadays? Are you intent on driving me to despair? Princess Yu did not anticipate her father would resort to violence and quickly urged, Father, let us speak calmly. Han Xiangru turned her head away, covering her face as tears streamed down uncontrollably. For her, the physical pain inflicted by the beating paled in comparison to the humiliation of losing face before Han Wanqing. Wang swiftly embraced his daughter, noticing the swelling and redness adorning her face. With a heavy heart, he pleaded, My lord, regardless of Xiangru's transgressions, you must not resort to violence against her. Fortunately, her face remained unscathed. Wang lamented, A young lady's complexion is most precious. What would become of her if it were marred? Ning Yuanhua, too, felt a twinge of regret, yet having already struck, he could not bring himself to apologize to the younger generation. With a cold glare, he reproached Wang. This is all a result of your indulgence. If the reputation of clandestine transactions were to spread, it would be one matter for her, but what would become of Xiang Ning's prospects for marriage? Upon hearing this, Wang's grip on Han Xiangru's hand stiffened. Indeed, she had more than one daughter. She also had Xiang Ning. After a moment's contemplation, Wang tentatively suggested, Since it has come to this, why not acquiesce to the request of the Duke of Qingyuan's residence? Lord Ningyuan hesitated momentarily. The Princess Yu Wang reminded him, Father, this concerns Xiangru's entire life. Lord Ningyuan's expression suddenly turned serious. Wanqing is right. Xiangru cannot marry into the Qiyuan Marquis. Han Xiangru's eyes were bloodshot. Her voice hoarse. Han Wanqing, you simply cannot bear to see me thrive. In the past, you flaunted your superiority at every turn, and now you seek to ruin my chances at love. Lord Ningyuan could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Xiangru, your sister acts in your best interest. The Marquis of Qingyuan's residence was not. Han Xiangru, in a fit of reckless defiance, declared, I and young Master Qin are deeply in love. I shall marry none but him. Ning Yuanhua, overcome by anger, exclaimed, If you refuse to marry, then go become a nun. The Wang matriarch hurriedly interjected, My lord, such words should not be uttered. Han Xiangru cried out in shock, Father, could you not grant me my wish to be with Lord Qin? This is the only request I make of you. The Earl of Ningyuan felt a headache coming on and instinctively turned to his eldest daughter. Wanqing, what do you suggest we do about this matter? The Duchess of Yu had long grown cold-hearted and said indifferently, "Father, you may decide as you see fit." With an icy gaze toward Han Xiangru, she continued, "There is but one matter that must be settled beforehand. If second sister insists on marrying into that household, henceforth the affairs of the Marquis of Qingyuan's estate shall not be brought to the doors of the Yu residence." Han Xiangru averted her eyes, replying with evident discomfort, "Should not sisters support one another in times of need? Sister, your heart is truly as cold as ice." The Duchess of Yu remained unmoved, then simply refrained from marrying into the house of Qingyun.
Han Xiangru clenched her teeth.
Her voice dripping with venom. "I always knew you harbored ill intentions. I have no need for your patronage." The Princess Yu merely remarked, "Remember what you have said today." After uttering these words, she took her leave from her father. Following her departure, the residence of Lord Ningyuan erupted into yet another quarrel. Ultimately, he could not defy his daughter's wishes and consented to an alliance with the house of Marquis Qingyuan. Before long, the Marquis Qingyuan sent envoys bearing betrothal gifts. Upon seeing these gifts, the servants of the Ningyuan estate were left utterly astounded. Although the offerings were substantial in quantity, their quality was woefully inadequate given the status of the marquisate, consisting primarily of superficial items. For instance, the golden adornments listed were mostly mere gilded or gold-plated trinkets, hardly worth a significant sum. The fabrics included were either outmoded or of poor color, leaving one to wonder how long they had languished in storage. The disparity compared to the betrothal gifts received by Prince Yu upon marrying Han Wanqing was stark and pronounced. The servants could not contain their whispers, lamenting that the dowry for the second young lady was less than a tenth of that bestowed upon the elder sister. How could such a comparison hold? Prince Yu had already assumed control as a ruling prince, while the third son of the Qin family was merely one among the offspring of Marquis Qingyuan. Alas! The betrothal gifts were utterly unworthy, comprising items of inferior quality. It seemed that the house of Marquis Qingyuan was indeed a fait of strength concealing its inherent weakness. Han Xiangru, already feeling a swell of indignation, erupted upon overhearing the gossip of the maids. Lady Wang, with a calculating glint in her eye, inquired, "My lord, what if we were to provide Ruer with a dowry that exceeds that of the elder sister?" The Marquis of Ningyuan remarked, "Wanqing's dowry includes a portion from her birth mother. I can only provide the standard dowry from the family coffers. If you wish to add any personal belongings as supplementary dowry, feel free to do so." Wang Shi's expression darkened considerably. Having been elevated from concubine to principal wife, how could she possibly possess such substantial personal savings? She clutched the handkerchief tightly. "Master, after all, Xiangru is marrying into the Marquis's residence. We must not allow them to look down upon us." Ningyuan Bo expressed his discontent. "The betrothal gifts sent by the Qingyuan Marquis's residence are merely of that caliber. What is there to discuss? Moreover, the estate of the Earl's household is limited, with 3 sons and Xiangning still to be provided for." Lady Wang fell silent at this. Though the disparity weighed heavily on her heart, Han Xiangru ultimately achieved her wish of marrying the third son of the Qin family. However, the warmth or chill she experienced within the walls of Qingyuan Marquis residence remained known only to herself. Chapter 35. The scandal of the second princess's consort. As Chu Siqing grew older, the moment she learned to walk, she became incessant in her pleas for the joyful princess consort to take her out exploring. Having been confined to either the royal palace or the princely residence, she had long grown weary of the familiar sights. The outside world, in contrast, brimmed with novelty. After strolling through the streets, the joyful princess consort would occasionally bring her to temples or Taoist monasteries to offer incense. Once, curiosity getting the better of her, Chu Siqing inquired silently within her heart, "Mother, do you truly follow Taoism or Buddhism? Why pay homage to both?" The Duchess of Yu said, "To be honest, I don't truly believe in either. The main purpose is to take you sightseeing. Burning incense is merely incidental." Chu Siqing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Mother, you are truly wise. Those performances by Taoist priests and Buddhist monks are nothing but smoke and mirrors." They had witnessed Taoist priests performing so-called mystical arts, retrieving coins from boiling oil, drawing water from broken baskets, transforming lamp smoke into snakes, and all manner of such tricks. The gathered common folk had believed them utterly genuine, donating money and burning incense, unaware of how thoroughly they were being deceived. The joyful consort smiled and said, "Though I cannot fathom these supposed arts, I do understand one truth. If these monks and priests truly possessed such abilities, they would not constantly beg for incense money." Chu Siqing was deeply impressed by this insight. In ancient times, when scientific knowledge was not yet widespread, few could maintain rationality when faced with such seemingly miraculous phenomena. Most would assume these monks and priests possessed extraordinary powers, even honoring them as esteemed guests. Princess Tuanmin was one such believer. That day, when Chu Siqing and the joyful consort visited the Empress Dowager's palace, they encountered this princess who praised Taoist priests to the heavens. Princess Tuanmin, the second daughter of Emperor Chu Ming, had been married for over 3 years and had only recently given birth to a son. The Empress Dowager Pei inquired, "Tuanmin, does this Taoist priest truly possess such abilities?" Princess Duanmin nodded gently. Imperial grandmother, it is indeed true. Her eyes shimmered with quiet joy as she continued. After 2 years of marriage, I had yet to conceive, and my heart was heavy with sorrow. Then the Taoist priest arrived. He told me that my fate originally denied me children, and that only by finding a woman of extraordinary destiny to complement me could this be altered. If my consort took her as a concubine, and she bore him a child, I too would conceive. Since I had already intended to arrange a concubine for him, I sought out an orphan girl of that exact fate. And indeed, shortly after, we both found ourselves with child. Empress Dowager Pei listened, a faint unease stirring within her, though she could not yet place its source. The Duchess of Yu also sensed something amiss. Meanwhile, nestled in the Duchess's arms, Chu Siqing was deep in conversation with her system. System, investigate this matter at once. What in heaven's name is going on? After consulting the system, he relayed the information to her. As Chu Siqing listened, she marveled inwardly. What? Is this Taoist priest a mere charlatan hired by the second imperial son-in-law, specifically brought here to deceive Princess Duanmin? Princess Duanmin finished speaking in one breath and, feeling slightly parched, raised her teacup to her lips. Unexpectedly, a soft, milky voice suddenly whispered by her ear. Who could be speaking? How dare they claim the imperial son-in-law deliberately sent someone to deceive me? He has always been devoted and affectionate toward me. This audacious individual actually dares to slander my beloved husband in my presence. Such insolence is utterly intolerable. Princess Duanmin widened her beautiful eyes, glancing around before finally directing her gaze towards Chu Siqing. Was it truly her younger cousin who had just spoken? Yet this little child evidently cannot speak. Could it be the voice of the heart? Princess Duanmin was aware that her uncle, the emperor, had conferred the title of the Sacred Maiden of De Chu upon his daughter. However, she had never had the opportunity to engage with Chu Siqing up close, leaving her in a state of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Chu Siqing was indulging in gossip when she suddenly felt the penetrating gaze of Princess Duanmin upon her, which left her feeling quite perplexed. Alas, my cousin seems to have fallen into unfortunate circumstances. It was then that Princess Duanmin confirmed that the soft, melodious voice indeed echoed her cousin's innermost thoughts. She opened her mouth to speak. Grandmother, Siqing. Yet, the words she intended to convey remained unuttered. Empress Dowager Pei nodded in understanding and exchanged a knowing glance with her. The Princess of Yu, too, wore an expression of comprehension and diplomatically interjected. Is it that the princess wishes to have a closer look at Siqing? Princess Duanmin suddenly realized that perhaps her grandmother and others were already aware. The matter of the Sanus's heartfelt thoughts must not be divulged. She quickly echoed, Indeed, dear aunt, I long to have a lovely daughter like Siqing. The Princess of Yu then embraced her daughter and brought her closer for Princess Duanmin to see. As soon as Princess Duanmin gently touched her cousin's chubby little hand, she heard her thoughts again. Cousin, that solitary girl is none other than the former beloved of the second prince. He has deliberately orchestrated this scheme to ensure that you willingly accept her into your household. For the past 2 years, you have remained childless because the imperial consort had been consuming male contraceptive medicine, deliberately making you feel remorseful. Princess Duanmin was taken aback. How could this be possible? The prince had always been devoted to her, and although she had previously mentioned the idea of taking a concubine, the prince had never acquiesced to such a notion. However, the heartfelt words of my cousin, articulated with such clarity, do not appear to be fabricated. Previously, she had consulted the imperial physician, who assured her that there were no issues. Yet, if the problem lies with the prince consort, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Empress Dowager Pei and Princess Yu exchanged a significant glance, silently continuing to listen. Chu Siqing grasped Princess Duanmin's hand, yearning to reveal the truth immediately, unaware that her innermost thoughts had already been perceived. As soon as his old companion entered, the prince consort immediately ceased the medication, which is why both of you are now with child. Not long ago, you and that orphan girl gave birth in close succession, and the prince consort audaciously swapped your biological daughter for the son he had with the orphan. The red mole on your daughter's arm bears an uncanny resemblance to your own, serving as irrefutable evidence of your shared lineage. Upon hearing the phrase, the raccoon cat substitutes the prince, the expressions of the crowd turned grave. Princess Duanmin felt a chill run down her spine, wishing fervently to uncover the truth of the matter at once. Upon hearing other matters, she managed to maintain her composure. However, upon discovering that her biological daughter had been taken away by the prince consort, Princess Duanmin's heart was suddenly pierced with profound anguish. She cast her gaze downward and beheld her cousin grasping her fingers, her eyes brimming with concern, and in that moment, she realized that all the unspoken sentiments of her cousin were indeed authentic. For more than a year, she had believed that she and her husband were in perfect harmony, only to discover that the person beside her was a wolf in sheep's clothing, harboring ambitious designs. He enjoys the esteemed privileges of a prince among other sons, while his own biological daughter remains oblivious to the harsh treatment that may await her. But why is this so? Back then, it was the consort who took the initiative to propose marriage. She believed their love was mutual. Could all of this have been nothing but an illusion? Princess Duanmin found herself utterly perplexed. Chu Siqing had already unraveled the entire intricate tale from the system. The second consort was born to the second wife of Marquis Chongming, neither accomplished in literary pursuits nor martial arts, far inferior to his elder brother. This stepmother, desiring her own son to inherit the title, devised the scheme of marrying into royalty. In his youth, the second consort had cherished the maiden living across the street. When she departed with her father to assume an official post elsewhere, they were separated. Pressured by his mother, he had no choice but to court the princess's favor. Princess Duanmin's gaze turned icy. Only now did she realize, from the very beginning, it had all been the consort's calculated deception. Chapter 36. Exposed face to face. Upon hearing this, both Empress Dowager Pei and the Duchess of Yu found the second imperial son-in-law utterly repugnant. As she indulged in the unfolding drama, Chu Siqing couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. In this world, there are countless scoundrels. Yet this second prince desires both the power of the princess's estate and is unwilling to let his beloved suffer. Truly, his greed knows no bounds. It is my dear cousin who is to be pitied. The consort of Yu, noticing the somber expressions of Empress Dowager Pei and Princess Duanmin, surmised that the grandmother and granddaughter likely had further matters to discuss. She tactfully excused herself and departed with Chu Siqing. Once the two had left, only Empress Dowager Pei and Princess Duanmin remained in the hall of benevolent tranquility. The Empress Dowager nodded in approval. It is well that you understand. This old one merely feared you might follow in the footsteps of the eldest princess, allowing yourself to be manipulated by her consort's family. The eldest princess was widely known for her infatuated disposition. Despite her imperial status, she endured the petty torments of her mother-in-law like any common daughter-in-law. Most exasperatingly, she remained oblivious to the impropriety, leaving Empress Dowager Pei at a loss for words. Recalling her elder sister's plight, Princess Duanmin's gaze hardened with indignation. Imperial grandmother need not worry. How could I, a daughter of the imperial house, ever permit a mere consort to overstep his bounds? The concubine, surnamed Yi and named Ling, possessed a delicate demeanor akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. Her character was gentle and compliant, adhering to propriety, and she seldom engaged in contention or rivalry. Hence, the esteemed Princess Duanmin had never regarded her with much significance in the past. Before long, Lady Yi arrived accompanied by the wet nurse, who cradled a child in her arms. Lady Yi bowed gracefully, addressing the princess with utmost respect. I pay my respects to your highness. Following her, the wet nurse also performed a courteous bow while holding the child. The Princess Duanmin gazed eagerly at the infant in the wet nurse's embrace. For that child was her very own daughter. She could hardly contain her eagerness as she exclaimed, "Bring the child here for me to see." A flicker of surprise passed through Lady Ye's eyes. The princess had never shown the slightest interest in the child before. What could have sparked this sudden curiosity? Could she have discovered something? No, impossible. They had been exceedingly cautious, and the princess had always adored the child. There was no indication she had noticed anything amiss. Lady Yi consoled herself with these thoughts and quickly regained her composure. As soon as the wet nurse brought the infant over, Princess Duanmin carefully cradled the child in her arms. The baby's tiny face was sallow, her spirit listless, devoid of the rosy vitality that should grace an infant's countenance. The moment the princess held her, she was struck by how featherlight the child felt. And when her gaze fell upon that pitiful little face, her heart ached with an unbearable sorrow. She and Lady Yi gave birth almost simultaneously, yet this child is so much lighter. Clearly, she has been cruelly mistreated. She raised another son in comfort and plumpness, yet her own flesh and blood, her daughter, endured untold hardships. Princess Duanmin's heart was utterly shattered, her fury blazing as she exclaimed, "Why is the child so frail and emaciated? How have you all been tending to him?" The wet nurse immediately knelt down in fear and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I have done my utmost to nurse the child, but he was born frail." Yi Shi also knelt, tears streaming down her face, and pleaded, "Indeed, Your Highness, this child is my own flesh and blood. How could I not care for him with all my heart?" Princess Duanmin listened, her eyes shadowed with inscrutable emotions. Fortunately, the child was now safely in her hands, and from this moment onward, she need not restrain herself in any action. She studied the woman before her intently before suddenly inquiring, "Lady Yi, when did you arrive in the capital?" Princess Duanmin was about to inquire further when a maidservant entered and announced, "Your Highness, the consort has arrived." The second consort, Zhengzi, hastily lifted the curtain and stepped inside, only to see Lady Yi kneeling on the floor, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. Overwhelmed with heartache, yet compelled to restrain himself, Zhengzi could only ask softly, "My princess, what has transpired here?" Princess Duanmin could tell at a glance from his hurried demeanor that someone in the mansion had informed him, and upon hearing the news, he had rushed here to champion Lady Ye's cause. How detestable that she had failed to perceive it before. These two had long been entwined in mutual affection, while she herself had been utterly and completely exploited. Princess Duanmin cradled her daughter, a chill coursing through her heart. She felt disinclined to elaborate further, and, With a frosty tone, directly inquired, Prince Consort, I ask you, was I born a son or a daughter? Upon the utterance of these words, all present were rendered speechless. Zheng Zi's heart raced wildly, yet he forced himself to maintain composure as he replied, What are you saying, Your Highness? Naturally, you have given birth to a son. Princess Duanmin gently caressed the child's face in her arms, her expression enigmatic as she remarked, Why do I feel that this one is truly my child? Yu was flustered and immediately began to weep, exclaiming, Your Highness, this is my daughter. Zheng Zi endeavored to suppress his panic and spoke gently, Princess, you are mistaken. This is the daughter of the Yi family. If you truly desire a daughter, we can certainly have another. Upon witnessing their reactions, Princess Duanmin coldly declared, Zheng Zi, you and the Yi family have swapped my child, intending to obscure the imperial lineage. What punishment shall you face for such a crime? Zheng Zi suddenly raised his head and retorted loudly, How can a princess be swayed by the slander of a petty person and misunderstand my relationship with the Yi family? Yi swore to the heavens, declaring, I, a mere servant, have never exchanged the princess's child. It must surely be the fabrications of someone with a loose tongue. Princess Duanmin could not help but scoff. Yi family, did you swear never to speak of the consequences? She maliciously said, Swear to the heavens right now. If you were to exchange your child, may your biological offspring suffer a terrible fate.
How about that?
Yi was immediately rendered speechless, her lips trembling in silence.
Zheng Zi,
Filled with disappointment, remarked, Princess, how could you utter such venomous words? Princess Duanmin chuckled softly, Am I truly malicious? If you have not exchanged the child, what is there to fear from the wrath of heaven? She gently unwrapped the swaddling clothes and pointed to the crimson birthmark on the infant's arm, whispering with tender conviction, This child bears my own mark. She is truly my flesh and blood. Zheng Zi was utterly flustered and blurted out, It is merely a coincidence. The princess must not believe it. He was now consumed by profound regret. Had he known it would come to this, he should have sent the child far away, or better yet, strangled it at birth. Nor would it have brought about the current troubles. Princess Duanmin said coldly, Whether it's a coincidence or not shall be determined by the Ministry of Justice. Upon concluding her statement, she commanded, Bring forth Zheng Zi and the Yi family, along with all the maids and matrons who attended during the birth of the Yi family. They are to be taken to the Ministry of Justice for interrogation. Upon hearing this, Zheng Zi's face immediately drained of color, and he indignantly exclaimed, Your Highness, you must not act recklessly. These are mere baseless accusations. How can one approach the Ministry of Justice with such claims? Ye's family, in a state of panic, interjected, Your Highness, please reconsider. I am innocent of these charges. However, the guards of the princess's residence, sworn to obey Princess Duanmin, disregarded their struggles and forcibly took them away. Chapter 37. The consequences. The two princes and their companions were sent to the Ministry of Justice by Princess Duanmin, causing an uproar throughout the capital. Lady Lin, the wife of Marquis Chu Ming, promptly submitted a petition to Xinang Palace, seeking an audience with Her Majesty the Empress Dowager to lodge a complaint, only to find that the Empress Dowager paid no heed to the matter at all. In the Chongning Marquisate, Lady Lin implored, My lord, you must devise a solution at once. Lin interjected, No matter the circumstances, the princess cannot send Ji Yi to the Ministry of Justice. Marquis Chongning furrowed his brow and remarked, Zhili speaks the truth. My lady, are you fully aware of the implications at play here? Lin's eyes flickered with unease as she spoke evasively. It's simply because Zi favors that concubine too much, which angered her. To be honest, the princess is being utterly unreasonable. How can she be so intolerant of others? Zheng Zhili spoke solemnly, Mother. Please weigh your words carefully. The princess would never send Zi to the Ministry of Justice over such trivial matters. Lin Shi glared at him fiercely, her words tumbling out without restraint. You're simply envious that Zi has won the princess's favor and will inherit the title. Zheng Zhili remarked with self-deprecation, Mother, you worry too much. I shall earn my own fortune and honor. There is no need to contend with my younger brother. From childhood, he had understood. Ever since his father took a stepmother and bore another son, favoritism had taken root. No matter how exceptional he proved himself, he could never surpass his brother in their father's eyes. Long ago, Zheng Zhili had relinquished any hope of inheriting the family title, resolving instead to carve out his own future through sheer effort. Madame Lin hastily interjected, You must remember these words. The title of the Marquisate shall never be yours to inherit. The Marquis of Chongning coughed lightly, attempting to smooth things over with feigned composure. Why bring this up now? We should focus on how to handle Zi's situation first. Yet, after much deliberation, the entire family remained at a loss for solutions. Little did Lady Lin anticipate that within mere days, the title of Marquis would indeed have no connection to Zheng Zhili, or more precisely, it would belong to no one at all. Under the Ministry of Justice's relentless interrogations, the maids and servants were the first to break, confessing everything they knew. It was revealed that Lady Yi and the imperial son-in-law had been acquainted long before, reuniting in the capital 3 years prior. The The son-in-law had secretly housed Lady Yi outside the residence, deliberately consuming medicine for 2 years to prevent the princess from conceiving. Then hiring a fraudulent Taoist priest to deceive her into accepting Lady Yi into the household. Later, some of these servants were bribed with hefty sums, while others were threatened with harm to their families. During the childbirths of Princess Duanmin and Lady Yi, they had assisted the son-in-law in swapping the infants. Based on these testimonies, the Ministry of Justice uncovered further irrefutable evidence. Confronted with undeniable proof, Zheng Zi and Lady Yi, realizing the futility of denial, admitted to their crimes. Once the truth came to light, Emperor Chu Ming was enraged, decreeing severe punishment for the son-in-law's household. Zheng Zi and Lady Yi, for their audacious act of tampering with imperial lineage, a crime punishable by death, were executed publicly. The Marquis of Chongning, deemed negligent in disciplining his son, was stripped of his title and official rank, reduced to a commoner. When the imperial edict arrived, Lady Lin fainted on the spot. Not only had the noble title she coveted vanished, but her dearest son was also lost to her. The Marquis himself swayed unsteadily, and Zheng Zhili hurried to support him. Watching the scene unfold with cold detachment, Zhili could only reflect on the capriciousness of fate. His younger brother, who had basked in their father and stepmother's favor, even at the cost of his own inheritance, had now committed a grave crime that doomed the entire family. With his death and the title revoked, it seemed the heavens themselves mocked the folly of human schemes. On the eve of his execution, Zheng Zi repeatedly requested an audience with the princess. Princess Duanmin, delighted at the prospect of witnessing his humiliation, granted his plea. Within the prison walls, Zheng Zi appeared disheveled and unkempt, his once dashing demeanor as royal consort utterly vanished. With icy detachment, Princess Duanmin remarked, "I was informed you sought my presence." Prostrating himself in desperation, Zheng Zi pleaded, "Your Highness, I implore you, spare my wretched life. It was the Yi family's allure that beguiled me. I acted without intention." Princess Duanmin was nearly driven to bitter laughter, realizing with piercing clarity how blind she had been to ever favor such a despicable man. Had Zheng Zi pleaded for Lady Yi's life, she might have regarded him with a shred of respect. Yet at this critical juncture, the wretch still sought to absolve himself, casting all blame upon Lady Yi. Truly, it revealed that no matter how devoted a man may seem, when life hangs in the balance, his deepest love remains for himself alone. Seeing the princess's icy indifference, Zheng Zi grasped at a final, desperate ploy. With feigned tenderness, he implored, "Your Highness, we share a daughter. I am her father. Would you condemn her to grow up without a father's presence?" The mere thought of her mistreated daughter sent Princess Duanmin into a fury, wishing she could tear those vile creatures limb from limb. Were it not for her cousin's inner thoughts, she might never have discovered her own flesh and blood had been swapped away, while she foolishly cherished those vile women sons as treasures. Princess Duanmin resolved to inflict one final torment upon the scoundrel Zheng Zi on the last day of his wretched existence. There exists no greater agony than having hope bestowed, only to have it cruelly snatched away. With a voice as soft as silk, the princess murmured with deceptive gentleness, "I had intended to spare you, my consort." Zheng Zi, foolishly believing her words, was overcome with the euphoria of a reprieve from death. Tears of relief streamed down his face as he kowtowed fervently, his forehead striking the ground with hollow thuds. "Gratitude, eternal gratitude, your Highness," he cried. "Henceforth, I shall toil as your ox and serve as your steed, devoting myself to you and our child." Princess Duanmin waited until he had knocked his head enough times, leaving bloodstains on his forehead, before approaching him deliberately and saying, "What a pity, but if my father wishes you dead, there is little I can do." At once, Zheng Zi's body stiffened, his gaze vacant, as if he had yet to comprehend the meaning behind her words. Slowly, he raised his head, his voice tinged with the last remnants of hope, and softly inquired, "Do you mean, Princess, that I should use the potion of apparent death?" Princess Duanmin could not restrain her laughter, yet her smile was imbued with a palpable malice. "No, I desire your demise, utterly and completely," Princess Duanmin coldly stated. "Without you, she will thrive. Zheng Zi, you may rest in peace." The prison warden, exasperated, muttered, "This madman is driving me to distraction." He ordered his men to give Zheng Zi a thorough beating, continuing until he could no longer utter a sound. At the residence of the Prince of Yu, Chu Siqing suddenly opened her eyes, exclaiming, "Huh? Is it true that my cousin is aware of the matter concerning the second prince's exchange?" The system responded, "Indeed, both the second prince and his concubine have been executed, and his family has also faced repercussions." Chu Siqing clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "That scoundrel deserved his fate. It is fortunate that my cousin dealt with this promptly. Otherwise, how much torment would her daughter have endured over time?" In truth, the system had intended to convey that it felt the recent accumulation of points was rather inexplicable. However, Chu Siqing, basking in her own satisfaction, asserted, "This is all thanks to me. Surely, my mother must have heard my heartfelt wishes and discreetly informed my cousin." The system replied, "Yes, that is a possibility. Regardless, an increase in points benefits him, so he refrained from further comments. Chapter 38. Rectification of deceit in the common folk. With the conclusion of the exchange incident, the fraudulent Taoist summoned by the prince was reported to the authorities. It turned out that ever since he had predicted the fortunes of Princess Yongfu, his reputation had spread, attracting numerous wealthy gentry in the capital. The fraudulent Taoist had initially planned to flee after his lucrative venture with the prince, but was blinded by the allure of wealth, truly believing himself to be a deity, thus deceiving the masses. These affluent individuals sought various fortunes. Some desired children, others power, and some long life. Fearing his predictions might falter, the fraudulent Taoist resorted to concocting elixirs. Regardless of their requests, he collected money and nonsensically provided predictions, subsequently offering his elixirs. The public, having previously witnessed his accurate predictions for Princess Yongfu, placed their unwavering trust in him, treating the elixirs as treasures. They remained unaware that these elixirs contained high levels of heavy metals, which were detrimental to their health. Before long, a local gentleman who frequently consumed the elixirs suddenly perished, and with the truth of the prince's case unraveling, someone reported the fraud to the authorities. The Ministry of Justice apprehended the fraudulent Taoist, confiscated all the money he had swindled, and compensated the victims. Although the court acted swiftly, mitigating the losses suffered by the populace, the lives lost could not be restored. Previously, there had been numerous instances of deceitful practices among the common folk. However, the methods employed by these Taoists and monks were exceedingly sophisticated, and even with official notices, the public continued to fall victim to their scams. Consequently, the court officials were greatly troubled, yet no one proposed a viable solution. One day, Emperor Chu Ming had a sudden epiphany and thought perhaps he could consult the saintess. Since she had disclosed the prince's deception involving the fraudulent Taoist to Princess Yongfu, she might also possess a method to curb deceit among the commoners. Thus, Emperor Chu Ming specifically chose a day when Chu Siqing was to enter the palace and set off for Tianyan Pavilion. Intentionally, he posed a question before Tu Qingshen, asking, "National Master, many of our citizens adhere to Buddhism and Taoism, leading to the persistent prevalence of deceitful practices. What strategies might you suggest?"
Chu Ming note that.
"Your view aligns with mine." He then subtly shifted his gaze to his niece seated nearby. Chu Siqing thought to herself, indeed. Distributing the public's newspapers nationwide and urging local officials to educate the populace about various scams would be effective. Furthermore, there should be stricter regulations on Taoist temples and monasteries, imposing severe penalties on fraudulent Taoists and monks lacking proper credentials. Suddenly inspired, Chu Siqing communicated with the system in her mind, Auntie, quickly assist me in opening the system store. I recall a book on ancient scams was updated last time. The system replied, understood, host. Upon opening the system store, Chu Siqing indeed found a tome titled Comprehensive Guide to Unveiling Folk Scams. She exclaimed with excitement, Auntie, please exchange this book for me. The system responded, host. The exchange for Comprehensive Guide to Unveiling Folk Scams has been successful. Points deducted, 100. Should it be placed in the system space?
Chu Siqing had deeply.
Place it in the space for now. My uncle is still here watching. Emperor Chu Ming and Tu Qingshen could not hear Chu Siqing's dialogue with the system. They merely observed her utter a few phrases before falling into a stupor. Tu Qingshen cleared his throat, attempting to rouse the dazed Chu Siqing. Unbeknownst to her, he was quite aware of the situation. The emperor was eagerly awaiting the saintess's thoughts, yet she had faltered at a crucial moment. Tu Qingshen thought, how amusing it would be to tell you that the emperor can hear you, but alas, I cannot. Emperor Chu Ming felt speechless. What was happening? His niece placed more trust in the national master than in him, her own uncle? Though a twinge of jealousy arose within him, he sought an excuse to depart. Once Chu Siqing left with Princess Yu, Tu Qingshen felt compelled to meet Emperor Chu Ming. In the imperial study after bowing, Tu Qingshen produced the book from his sleeve and presented it to the emperor through eunuch phone. Emperor Chu Ming flipped through a few pages of Comprehensive Guide to Unveiling Folk Scams, discovering secrets behind famous Taoist techniques such as the paper turtle swimming, the lamp smoke transforming into a snake, and ghostly flames disappearing. He felt both astonished and delighted. By disseminating this book, those fraudsters would no longer dare to masquerade as deities among the common folk. Tu Qingshen remarked, Your Majesty, forgive me. The previous book on movable type printing was also gifted to me by the saintess. The emperor, in high spirits, waved his hand. No matter. I had already surmised as much. Since the saintess places such trust in you, I expect you to exert considerable effort going forward. Tu Qingshen was taken aback, not anticipating the emperor would comment further on the matter. Emperor Chu Ming pondered for a moment before suddenly inquiring, National Master, how about having the saintess join you in court to oversee governance? With the surprises that Chu Siqing had provided thus far, if her insights were shared in court, greater rewards might be achieved. Tu Qingshen expressed concern, Your Majesty, the saintess is still quite young. Emperor Chu Ming responded, The saintess can walk without issue now. I shall make an exception to allow her to use food and rest during court sessions, which should pose no problem. Tu Qingshen nodded, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Well then, if you insist, what more can I say? Emperor Chu Ming entrusted the task of promoting fraud prevention among the populace to the Ministry of Rights. with the right vice minister leading the effort, alongside the monastic and Taoist registries assisting. As the new issue of the public newspaper was distributed, an increasing number of individuals became aware of the secrets behind various scams. The court also began rigorously inspecting Taoist and Buddhist credentials, dismantling numerous illegitimate temples and monasteries. When Chu Siqing ventured out with Princess Yu once more, she observed a gathering of citizens encircled around what she presumed to be another Taoist performance and approached, intending to unveil the trickery. To her astonishment, upon getting closer, she discovered a scholar in blue attire standing within, vociferously denouncing the fraudulent Taoist. Do not be deceived. His techniques are all mere fabrications. By sketching a ghost on talisman paper with slaked lime and soaking it in ginger water, the paper will reveal red imprints. With arsenic powder smeared on a sword made of saltpeter, it will ignite. The onlookers began to point and murmur among themselves, "What? These Taoist techniques are false? I knew he was just a money-grabbing fraud. I read about this scam in the public newspaper." Chapter 39. Attending court to oversee governance previously. These tricks had proven effective against the gullible populace, and after the performance concluded, the Taoist expected to collect a hefty sum in incense money. However, today's encounter left him utterly astonished. Initially dismissing the meddlesome scholar, he was taken aback when the scholar articulated the secrets behind his techniques with clarity. Even more infuriating was the fact that the crowd largely believed the scholar's words. Witnessing the awakening of the populace, with some even hurling rotten eggs and vegetables at him, the Taoist hurriedly gathered his belongings, desiring to flee. But to his dismay, the crowd swiftly blocked his escape, and one voice called out, "Take him to the magistrate." Another individual chimed in, "Indeed, who knows, he might be a fraudulent Taoist. If we capture the charlatan, the court will surely reward us. Let us proceed." Upon hearing their intention to turn him over to the authorities, the Taoist immediately began to struggle. However, the townsfolk unitedly overpowered him and escorted him to the magistrate's office. Chu Siqing stood aside, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. The Princess of Yu could not help but exclaim, "Your Majesty enlightens the people, truly a display of wisdom." Upon hearing this, Chu Siqing secretly reveled in delight, thinking to herself, "Mother surely remains unaware. This is all due to my efforts." Just before she fell asleep, the system announced, "Host, you have made a significant contribution to combating folk scams in the state of Chu, earning 10,000 points." Chu Siqing's expression brightened instantly. She felt as though fortune was smiling upon her, her points steadily increasing. She feigned distress to the system. "Ah, though I am but a lazy fish. This streak of luck is simply unstoppable." Simultaneously, the edicts of Emperor Chu Ming were disseminated from the capital to various towns throughout the realm. The implementation of these policies gradually curtailed the prevalence of scams, forcing those who relied on selling charms and elixirs to seek alternative means of livelihood. Soon, local officials submitted reports to the court, detailing their successes in rectifying these fraudulent practices. Many even lavished praise upon Emperor Chu Ming, declaring him a sovereign of unparalleled wisdom who rid the world of malevolence and enlightened the populace. Emperor Chu Ming was greatly pleased by the flattery and promptly announced, "From this day forth, the Holy Maiden shall accompany the national master to the court to participate in governance." Upon hearing this decree, all the court officials were taken aback. Many of the nobles who had once accompanied Emperor Chu Ming to the sacrificial rites had heard the Holy Maiden's inner voice. The treacherous former vice minister of rites, Lu Dehai, had been exposed through her revelations. In an instant, the minister's thoughts were varied. When the edict reached the Yuwang manor, Chu Hongla nearly leapt in astonishment. His daughter was to enter the court for governance at such a tender age. Surely, his royal brother had lost his senses. Anticipating his brother's reaction, Emperor Chu Ming had deliberately dispatched the chief eunuch, Feng Zhonglin, to convey the message personally. As it became apparent that Prince Yu was about to erupt in anger, Eunuch Feng quickly stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, the Emperor has granted the Holy Maiden the privilege to eat and rest in court, allowing you to carry her with you daily." Initially furious, Chu Hongla found himself swayed by the prospect of holding his daughter in court each day.
Well,
Perhaps that could be rather pleasant? Eunuch Feng observed the transformation of Prince Yu's expression from fury to contemplation, and finally to secret delight, inwardly marveling at how well the Emperor understood his younger brother. After much deliberation, Chu Hongla ultimately consented. He realized that his brother likely wished to discern the true loyal subjects from the treacherous ones by listening to his daughter's inner voice in court. A duty befitting the Holy Maiden of the state of Chu. The Princess of Yu had no choice but to acquiesce, gently caressing her daughter's small face, murmuring, "You truly have suffered." Only Chu Siqing remained perplexed and vehemently protested. She lamented to the system, "Heavens, does this dynasty even recognize human rights? Even a mere child like me is being utilized. My uncle is truly heartless." The system reassured her, "Host, the Emperor has stated that you may eat and rest during court, so it will not affect you significantly." Chu Siqing widened her eyes in disbelief. "Ah, what a preposterous assertion. How could I possibly sleep soundly amidst the cacophony of ministerial disputes during court?" The system, struck by inspiration, suggested, "Host, you could indulge in gossip. Your interactions within the Wang Manor are limited. However, the court offers a plethora of intriguing tidbits. Chu Siqing's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. That does seem enticing. Her innate curiosity about gossip diminished her initial reluctance toward her future. Yet, the following morning, Chu Siqing found herself regretting her decision. How could court compare to the warmth and comfort of her bed? Before she had even fully awakened, her father had whisked her from her cozy nest, ushering her through a whirlwind of dressing, washing, eating, and entering the palace. All she desired was to remain snuggled in her bed forever. As she begrudgingly followed her father into the palace, her initial excitement about attending court was overshadowed by her morning grumpiness. Chu Hongla, however, cherished his daughter and was overjoyed. Yet, once they entered the palace, he soon realized he had been outmaneuvered by his elder brother. While he had indeed carried his daughter into the court, as the Holy Maiden, she was to sit alongside the National Master during the morning assembly. Thus, that day, Emperor Chu Ming was the first to sense the waves of reproachful glances from his younger brother. He could not help but shudder. Clearing his throat and striving to ignore his brother's discontented countenance, Eunuch Feng stood in the golden hall, flicking his feather duster, and proclaimed, "Those with matters to address may speak, those without may withdraw." The morning assembly officially commenced. As it was the Holy Maiden's first appearance in court, many ministers opposed to her participation immediately voiced their concerns. The left Minister of Defense was the first to speak. "Your Majesty, I humbly request to address a matter. Though the Holy Maiden holds a distinguished status, she remains but a mere child. Is it not premature for her to attend court?" He puffed out his cheeks and glared. "To have a mere child join us, seasoned ministers and governance, is akin to childish play." Chu Siqing had initially been drowsy in court, but the boisterous outburst startled her awake, and she immediately felt irked. She queried the system in her mind. Who is this? What juicy gossip can I uncover to amuse myself? As the left minister continued speaking, attempting to conclude that the Holy Maiden should not attend court, a sudden sound of innocence interrupted him. At that moment, all present, including the ministers and Emperor Chu Ming, comprehended the content of the innocent voice. So the left minister's temperament is so irascible due to this hidden ailment. How understandable. Chapter 40. A shocking revelation. The left minister suffers from mammary gland hyperplasia. Tuxing Chen's mouth twitched as he realized that Chu Siqing was about to stir up trouble once more. Were it not for the need to maintain the national master's dignity, he would have shaken her head to rattle some sense into her. Why must you choose to gossip at such a critical moment? Do you not grasp the gravity of this situation? We are in a court. Must we not maintain decorum? Chu Hongla's eyes sparkled with delight. He was one who relished gossip and was eager to hear his daughter's tales. Emperor Chu Ming, intrigued by his niece's inner voice, felt a flicker of curiosity. The ministers, recalling their previous experience at the Holy Maiden's elevation ceremony, quickly recognized that this was indeed the Holy Maiden's inner voice. The austere Wang Dijing had a hidden ailment? No wonder he was perpetually irritable and quick to ignite. Many court officials who had previously been reprimanded by the left minister were eager to savor the unfolding drama. After all, he had always found fault with every trivial matter, reprimanding them before the emperor for the slightest infractions. Upon hearing the Holy Maiden's revelation of his ailment, the left minister's face turned ashen, and he momentarily forgot everything he intended to say. He longed to cover the Holy Maiden's mouth, but alas, it was her inner voice, and he could not silence it. Despairing, the left minister closed his eyes. The innocent voice continued, "If a man's chest is swollen like a woman's, it is indeed vexing." Wang Darren, in order to conceal the abnormality of his chest, wrapped several layers of cloth around it before venturing out. Today it appears somewhat bulging. Could it be that the cloth has loosened? The ministers and officials could not help but cast their gazes towards Wang Darren, as though they too wished to uncover the secret of his chest. The courtiers seated adjacent to him observed with keen clarity that, indeed, as the voice of the saintess suggested, Lord Wang's chest appeared somewhat swollen. For a robust martial general, a pronounced chest might be quite commonplace. However, Lord Wang was evidently an exception. As a slender elder, his bulging chest, so uncharacteristic of a man, could only indicate some underlying ailment. The various ministers cast knowing glances at the left Minister of Justice, contemplating how his daily attire, wrapped around his chest, resembled a female disguise from a storybook. Entering the court, as if in the guise of a man. Lord Wang, how the tables have turned, they thought, relishing the irony of his previous disregard for them. The left Minister of Justice lowered his head in a state of disarray, clutching his tablet to shield his chest, wishing fervently for a crack in the ground to swallow him whole. He, too, had not desired this predicament. This affliction had troubled him for several years. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Chu Siqing was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Goodness! Just because of the left minister's swollen chest, Lady Wang refuses to share a bed with her husband. What a curious woman she is, openly declaring before the left minister. Your chest is so grand, I feel utterly inadequate. Henceforth we shall not share a bed. Such utterances sent ripples of astonishment through the court. It is well known that among the gossip mongers, such intimate matters are the most tantalizing. While the civil officials maintained a semblance of decorum, the martial generals, who had previously been reprimanded by the left Minister of Justice, could no longer suppress their smirks. Their gazes flickered, almost imperceptibly, towards Lord Wang's chest, their mockery unmistakable. The left Minister of Justice, engulfed in shame and indignation, was about to unleash a tirade when he heard the voice of the saintess, once more. It is no wonder Lord Wang suffers from mammary gland hyperplasia as an official. He surely engages in frequent disputes. Little does he realize that his constant anger is the root cause of his condition. Men have mammary glands too. The more anger, the greater the swelling, creating a vicious cycle. The left minister's anger was suddenly stifled. Although he was unfamiliar with the specifics of mammary glands, he grasped the essence of her words. Was it truly his frequent anger that led to his chest discomfort? Initially, he had dismissed the notion, believing that as a censor, engaging in discourse with ministers was part of his duty, and anger was an inevitable consequence. Yet, he recalled that during his tenure as Deputy Minister of Justice, his physique had been unremarkable and his wife had been affectionate. After ascending to the position of left minister, his irritability had increased, seemingly coinciding with the onset of his discomfort. Eventually, he had resorted to binding his chest for public appearances, and his wife had grown distant. In his desperation, he had concealed his identity and sought the counsel of numerous physicians, none of whom could elucidate the nature of his strange ailment. However, the saintess's voice suggested that his anger was the culprit, leaving him to wonder if she might possess a remedy. Indeed, Chu Siqing did not disappoint him. Soon reflecting in her mind, in truth, this ailment is easily remedied. Maintaining a cheerful disposition and engaging in regular exercise will surely lead to recovery. Upon hearing this, the left Minister of Justice felt tears welling in his eyes. To think that a condition that had plagued him for so long could be alleviated simply through the cultivation of tranquility and physical activity. The saintess's insights had proven invaluable. Emperor Chu Ming observed the reactions of the courtiers from his throne with clarity. The transformation of the usually stoic Lord Wang, from righteous indignation to sheer panic, followed by embarrassment and ultimately joy, was nothing short of amusing. Even the civil and military officials, typically at odds, seemed to share an unspoken camaraderie as they indulged in the unfolding spectacle. The emperor smiled subtly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Clearly, allowing his niece to participate in court affairs was a brilliant idea. Previously, the bickering of the ministers had caused him considerable vexation, but now, witnessing their amusement was decidedly more enjoyable. With a hint of mischief, he intentionally addressed the left Minister of Justice. Lord Wang, I have heard much from you just now. Yet you seem to oppose allowing the saintess to partake in court governance? The left minister jolted back to reality, realizing the gravity of his earlier words. Had he inadvertently sabotaged his own fortune? The saintess's voice had just illuminated the source of his hidden ailment, and yet he had publicly dismissed her capability. His countenance shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Nonetheless, as a man of letters renowned for his eloquence, the left minister was not one to be easily silenced. With a swift mental recalibration, he responded, Nay, I intended to convey that although the saintess is young, she is imbued with wisdom and fortuitous grace. Her presence in court will surely bring blessings to our great Chu. His voice resonated with conviction. To suggest that the saintess's entry to court is mere folly is a misrepresentation of other sentiments. I am unequivocally in favor of her involvement in governance. Chu Siqing gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, How can Lord Wang's statements be so contradictory? I find myself somewhat bewildered. Chapter 41. The heir of the Duke of Wei and his wife are surprisingly the fourth affection. Tu Qingchun wore a look of resignation, mentally pleading, ancestral spirits. Please spare me. This is all you're doing. Emperor Chu Ming and Chu Hongla could hardly contain their amusement. Siqing's reaction was simply delightful. Bringing her to court had undeniably been worthwhile. The sudden volte-face of the left Minister of Justice drew incredulous expressions from the assembled ministers, who could not help but smirk at his inconsistency. Those who had opposed the saintess's involvement cast disapproving glances in his direction. Wang Jingda, what has become of your integrity as a civil servant? How swiftly you have defected. The left minister paid no heed to their scornful gazes. Unlike those with ulterior motives, his previous opposition stemmed solely from a belief that the saintess was too young for such responsibilities. Having witnessed her capabilities firsthand, he was now fully convinced and had no qualms about her participation. Moreover, he felt genuine gratitude towards the saintess. Without her insights, he might never have understood the root of his affliction. Perhaps before long, with his chest returned to normalcy, his wife would once again be willing to share a bed with him. Lost in daydreams of reconciliation, the left minister was interrupted as another dissenting minister could no longer restrain himself and approached Emperor Chu Ming with his counsel. This time, it was the Duke of Wei, opposing the saintess's entry on the grounds of propriety. The presence of a woman in court governance is already contrary to decorum, and the saintess is but a child. Should word of this spread, all would deem our great Chu to be acting absurdly, he declared with fervor. Though those with ulterior motives remained silent, the Duke stood firm, believing his stance to be righteous and just. Emperor Chu Ming felt a headache coming on. The Duke of Wei had dedicated his life to the service of the state, earning his reputation through valor, yet his stubbornness would likely be difficult to sway. At that moment, Chu Siqing received another revelation from the system.
What?
The Duke of Wei's heir has a penchant for cross-dressing and delights in masquerading as a young woman to accompany his wife on nocturnal escapades. As the Saintess's voice echoed, the courtiers erupted with excitement once more. The Duke of Wei, having risen through military ranks, had seen his wife endure a fright during childbirth, resulting in the heir's premature birth and frail health, rendering him unable to pursue martial endeavors. Instead, he had devoted his time to scholarly pursuits. Despite his frail constitution, he was remarkably handsome and had garnered considerable acclaim. It was said that at poetry gatherings, he had incited jealousy among many noble ladies. Little did anyone suspect that such a dashing young man harbored a fondness for wearing women's garments and dared to stroll the streets in disguise with his wife. As the Duke's heir had not yet taken up an official position and had not appeared in court, the ministers were left with lingering doubts about his reaction. The Duke of Wei wore a grim expression, disbelief etched across his face.
Impossible.
This was utterly inconceivable. While his son may have had a somewhat delicate disposition, he was undeniably a genuine man. How could he possibly disguise himself as a woman and venture out with his daughter-in-law? Even if his son were willing, his daughter-in-law could never consent. The thoughts of the Saintess were simply outrageous. Just as the crowd's curiosity piqued, the Saintess's voice resonated once more. Last year at the Lantern Festival, the Duke of Wei's heir disguised himself as a woman, leaving his brother-in-law utterly captivated. The complexion of General Liu, the Duke's ally, soured immediately. His son had been severely reprimanded for coveting another man's wife. To his astonishment, the woman his son had taken a fancy to was none other than the husband of his own daughter, masquerading as a lady. Observing the Duke's reaction, the astute courtiers quickly grasped the situation. The revelations of the Saintess were indeed factual. The crowd became animated with excitement, eager to witness firsthand the Duke of Wei's son as a young woman, curious as to what enchanting visage could have so enthralled his brother-in-law. The scandal of a brother-in-law falling for his sister's husband disguised as a woman was far too juicy. The Duke of Wei felt his world spinning. Just as the crowd believed the spectacle could not get any more outrageous, the Saintess's voice echoed again. Is this heir truly the Duke of Wei's biological son? This remark prompted all eyes to turn curiously towards the Duke. Whispers of doubt had already circulated. The Duke, with his brawny and robust frame, contrasted sharply with his son's delicate and handsome appearance. It seemed a stretch to claim they were father and son. Nonsense. The heir is indeed my flesh and blood. Is it not normal for sons to resemble their mothers? Chu Siqing had the system verify, only to regretfully report, it is indeed his son. The heir merely resembles the Duke's wife. The Duke's heart momentarily settled, as the shadow of infidelity was lifted. However, his relief was premature. In the next moment, the Saintess's voice, laced with astonishment, chimed in again. My goodness, this Duke of Wei's son and his wife are quite avant-garde, indulging in the fourth love. The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, intrigued by the Saintess's new terminology. What could the fourth love entail? Given the Saintess's mention of play, it surely could not be what they were thinking. Fortunately, the Saintess's voice soon followed. In a situation where the woman takes the lead and the man submits, it seems the Duke of Wei's son and his wife are quite harmonious in their intimate affairs. This revelation sent shockwaves through the court. The notion of the Duke's son and his wife engaging in such a dynamic was not lost on the seasoned ministers, who were far from naive. They understood the implications of such roles. The absence of the heir in the court left the ministers casting inquisitive glances toward the Duke of Wei. The Duke felt a wave of darkness wash over him. His daughter-in-law, from a martial family, possessed both skill and temperament that pleased him. He had hoped that despite his son's frailness, a union with Liu would produce a respectable grandson, thus preserving the family honor. Yet now, these two were entangled in a relationship that defied conventional procreation. The Duke's face fluctuated between shades of green and white as he was unable to confront his son, instead directing a furious gaze towards General Liu. Old Liu, what kind of daughter have you raised? How could she have led my son astray? General Liu was equally astounded. He had never envisioned his traditionally well-mannered daughter engaging in such bold conduct. Clearing his throat, he felt a twinge of guilt. If your son were not so fond of disguising himself as a woman, would my daughter have turned out this way? Your family cannot escape responsibility either. As the Duke and General Liu glared at each other like two roosters in a coop, Emperor Chu Ming cleared his throat, offering a reminder. Duke of Wei? Realizing the peculiar gazes of his colleagues, the Duke understood that everyone had overheard the gossip about his son. A chill of apprehension gripped him, and he hesitated to continue criticizing the Saintess. Should she unveil even more scandalous details, his son's reputation, and by extension, his own, would be irreparably tarnished. With this in mind, the Duke swiftly shifted his stance. Your Majesty, I concur with the left minister. The Saintess holds a unique position in our great Chu and should not be bound by conventional norms. Thus, I too support her attendance in court. He hoped fervently that she would refrain from further exposing his son's embarrassing affairs. Chu Siqing was taken aback. How bizarre. Why does this Duke of Wei seem so disjointed in his reasoning? I wish more would oppose my presence in court. I truly detest early mornings. Chu Siqing shot her a glance, mentally noting, with you, the gossip monger, here, who would dare speak out? Emperor Chu Ming smiled. Is there anyone else who opposes the Saintess's attendance in court? The assembly fell into a profound silence. Many held dissenting opinions, but dared not express them openly. To do so would certainly invite dire consequences. With the left minister and the Duke of Wei voicing their support, even those without any skeletons in their closets feared their family secrets might be exposed by the Saintess's revelations. In that moment, no one dared to voice opposition before Emperor Chu Ming. Chu Siqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Noticing her reaction, Emperor Chu Ming declared, since there are no objections, the matter of the Saintess attending court is hereby settled and shall not be revisited. A sycophantic minister chimed in, Your Majesty is sagacious. The court then shifted its focus to other matters. As Chu Siqing contemplated closing her eyes, someone interjected, I wish to impeach the governor of Linen, Xiao Weining. That name rang a bell for Chu Siqing, prompting her to consult the system about his identity. Xiao Weining is the elder brother of Xiao Wenshu. After Xiao Wenshu was appointed as the crown princess, Ning Qingyan had attempted to entangle herself with the crown prince. Clearly, their family was discontented. She stroked her plump chin, pondering, this is likely a move against the future crown princess. Could this be orchestrated by Lord Qingyan? The assembly was rife with speculation upon hearing the Saintess's voice. Lord Qingyan clenched his jaw in secret. So, what if he was behind it? Xiao Weining's actions were indeed egregious. The impeaching censors quivered slightly, but continued. During this year of severe drought in Linen, the common folk are struggling to find food. Yet Xiao Weining has allowed grain merchants to inflate prices and has engaged in extravagant construction and festivities, which is utterly reprehensible. With these words, the ministers began to weigh their considerations. If Xiao Weining had truly committed such grievous acts against the people, the position of the Duke of Ngua, his father-in-law, would be in jeopardy. Emperor Chu Ming found himself in a quandary, having personally chosen a daughter for the crown prince. If Xiao Weining were guilty of serious crimes, it would reflect poorly on both him and the crown prince. Nevertheless, action had to be taken. The welfare of the people was paramount over mere reputation. Just as Emperor Chu Ming was about to speak, he heard his niece's voice again. Isn't this the infamous 3 policies of misrule? Xiao Weining is truly a rare talent. The assembly gasped in astonishment, their curiosity piqued by the Saintess's words. How could Xiao Weining, in a time of scarcity, engage in such scandalous behavior? And yet the Saintess deemed him a talent? Was there an undisclosed truth behind this? Having been an office worker in her previous life, Chu Siqing often indulged in trivial videos after work. Had she not encountered educational content regarding such matters, she too might have thought that Xiao Weining had lost his moral compass. Now, reflecting on Xiao Weining's actions, she recalled the explanations from the videos. By first raising grain prices, many merchants would see a profit opportunity and transport substantial amounts of grain, leading to an eventual surplus, thus causing prices to naturally drop. The grand undertaking aims to employ laborers as a means of relief, enabling disaster-stricken individuals to sustain themselves and preventing their displacement, while also contributing to the construction of local towns. Organizing competitions and events is indeed a means to foster tourism, undoubtedly attracting numerous visitors, whose needs for food, shelter, and transportation would provide a source of income for the affected populace. All the court officials are exceptionally learned individuals. Although some of the words in the saint's inner voice elude their comprehension, they generally grasp the essence of her message. Xiao Weining is neither audaciously greedy nor has she lost her senses. On the contrary, she surpasses others in intellect. These seemingly implausible policies serve to stabilize public sentiment and aid the victims in weathering the famine. Were it not for the saint's inner voice, they might have unjustly accused such a capable minister, who genuinely cares for the people and possesses extraordinary talent. Some officials, constrained by pride, hesitated to voice their opposition to the saint's participation in governance, but at that moment, they could not help but set aside their biases. The idea of the saint entering the court was not entirely unacceptable. Emperor Chu Ming, observing the unfolding discourse, inquired, "What do you, my ministers, think of Xiao Weining's actions?" At that juncture, a minister, having discerned the saint's intent, proposed, "Your Majesty, I believe Xiao Weining's actions are indeed justified." He reiterated several points from the saint's inner voice. The other ministers fell silent, realizing they were merely echoing someone else's thoughts, yet they begrudged him for having spoken first. However, they were not entirely in agreement. This individual was the Duke of Qing'an. The Duke of Qing'an initially sought to tarnish the Xiao family's reputation through the matter concerning Xiao Weining, intending to render the previously established position of the crown princess unsuitable for them. To his dismay, the situation was diffused by the saint's inner voice, leaving him unsatisfied. Consequently, the Duke declared, "Your Majesty, while Xiao Weining's policies seem reasonable, their efficacy remains uncertain." Chu Siqing questioned whether her insights were merely theoretical, having previously consulted the system, which confirmed that Xiao Weining's policies were, in fact, effective. Linen was the least affected area during this famine. Thus, The court officials were once more privy to the saint's inner voice. Of course they are effective. If in doubt, the court could dispatch someone for an inspection, ideally allowing neighboring officials to learn from Xiao Weining's policies. Having felt overshadowed, another voice quickly chimed in, Your Majesty, as the saying goes, seeing is believing. It would be prudent to send a special envoy to Linen. Should Xiao Weining's measures prove effective, we must encourage other afflicted regions to adopt this strategy. Chu Hongla couldn't help but feel exasperated. Must you all mimic my daughter's manner of speaking? Is there no original thought among you? Chapter 43. Disseminating agricultural knowledge. Emperor Chu Ming found himself at a loss for words, but consented to the dispatch of an envoy for investigation, secretly attributing the credit to his niece. After the court session, Chu Siqing tugged at Tu Qingchen's sleeve. Understanding her intent, Tu Qingchen informed Prince Yu, then escorted her to the Tianyan Pavilion. Chu Siqing, having recently contemplated the famine, recalled that the system's marketplace held numerous beneficial items. Upon reaching the pavilion, in their private moment, she inquired, Tu Qingchen, do you have any high-yield crops such as sweet potatoes or potatoes? Tu Qingchen replied, none. Those were introduced from foreign lands much later. Do you happen to possess any?
Chu Siqing not dead.
Tu Qingchen's eyes brightened. Quick, show them to me. It has been ages since I last saw those. Closing her eyes, Chu Siqing accessed the system's marketplace and exchanged her items. Soon, 3 bags materialized on the ground. Tu Qingchen opened them to reveal potatoes, sweet potatoes, and hybrid rice seeds. Tu Qingchen, please deliver these to the emperor for cultivation, Chu Siqing instructed. Understood, Tu Qingchen replied. Suddenly recalling something, she exchanged a comprehensive agricultural treatise from the system and handed it to him. I have accumulated quite a few points lately, so I'm giving you this agricultural encyclopedia as well. Tu Qingchen asked, didn't you mention previously that points are earned through good deeds? At this, Chu Siqing eagerly wished to share her good fortune with Tu Qingchen. Tu Qingchen thought to himself, is this what you call not doing much? Your inner voice is bubbling over with excitement. However, as Chu Siqing's inner thoughts could be heard by others, he held back his comments and merely chuckled. Eunuch Feng presented several items, and Emperor Chu Ming began to peruse the agricultural encyclopedia. Upon examining it, he was profoundly astonished. The book not only detailed various cultivation techniques, but also encompassed topics such as land reclamation, irrigation, and agricultural policy. This work seamlessly integrated agricultural measures and techniques. Undoubtedly a monumental contribution to agricultural literature. If its content could be disseminated widely among the populace, the strength of the Great Chu would undoubtedly advance further. With this thought, Emperor Chu Ming felt an overwhelming joy. Setting aside the encyclopedia, he examined the other items. 1 bag contained rice seeds, which he recognized, while the other 2 were unfamiliar to him. National Master, what are these 2 bags? He inquired, both surprised and intrigued. Tu Qingchen explained, Your Majesty, these are overseas crops that require specialized cultivation for widespread planting. Emperor Chu Ming, filled with delight, remarked, I shall pay close attention to this matter. If successful, the Great Chu shall no longer face the threat of famine. With the National Master and the Saint here, it is truly a blessing. Tu Qingchen humbly responded, I am unworthy of such praise. At the Prince Yu's residence, Chu Siqing lounged on a rocking chair under the sun, while the Princess Consort read beside her, both enjoying a tranquil moment. The system announced, Host, agricultural knowledge has been disseminated in Chu, and high-yield crops have been introduced, awarding 1,000 points.
Pu Thou, Chu Siqing vì mát.
Why has it only resulted in 1,000 points this time? It feels like a significant contribution. Previously, points had surged in increments of 10,000, leading her to find this 1,000 rather meager. The system clarified, Host, the dissemination of agricultural knowledge and the promotion of high-yield crops require considerable time. I am granting you an initial portion, with future increments expected to increase.
Satisfied, Chu Siqing not dead.
At that moment, the system added, Host, there will soon be a significant development. Would you like to know? Excited, Chu Siqing urged, please tell me. The system revealed. The Crown Prince's wedding is set for a month from now, and Ning Qingyan is growing anxious and planning some mischief. Chu Siqing exclaimed. That explains why the Duke of Qing'an was so quick to criticize Xiao Weining today. It seems the Crown Prince's wedding is imminent. She then asked the system, what does Ning Qingyan intend to do? The system responded, she plans to drug the Crown Prince to ensure consummation. Startled, Chu Siqing rocked violently in her chair, accidentally tumbling off with a thud. The Princess Consort, alarmed, quickly set down her book and rushed to lift Chu Siqing, expressing concern. Siqing, did you hurt yourself? Shaking her head, Chu Siqing felt her mother's gentle pinch on her cheek. You mischievous child, sit properly and focus. What were you thinking? Embarrassed, Chu Siqing nestled deeper into her mother's embrace. Such matters were not something she could casually discuss in front of her mother. The system's timing was truly unfortunate. It should have waited until she was alone. Chu Siqing pondered how best to warn the Crown Prince. After much deliberation, she decided to seek Tu Qingchen's counsel, as the National Master could easily arrange a meeting with the Crown Prince. Eventually, the day arrived for her to visit the Tianyan Pavilion again. Just as she was about to share the news with Chu Siqing, an announcement came from outside. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived. What a fortuitous coincidence. The principal figure has arrived. Chu Yuheng contemplated the impending marriage to the Crown Princess in a month's time, feeling a flutter of excitement in his heart. After witnessing the arduous pursuit of love by his cousin, Chu Yushi, he decided to consult the National Master, primarily to hear his younger cousin's thoughts and discern any areas of caution. Following the customary greetings, everyone took their seats. Chu Yuheng addressed Tu Qingchen, saying, "National Master, I am to marry soon and wish to seek your divination." Despite his words, his gaze discreetly flickered towards his cousin, aware of his role as a mere tool.
Tu Qingchen shook head softly.
Nevertheless, he felt obliged to heed the Crown Prince's request and began the pretense of divination, all the while straining to catch the musings of Chu Siqing. True to expectations, Chu Siqing had already begun to murmur in her heart, "Crown Prince, be wary. Ning Qingyan has not relinquished her claim on you. She intends to seize an opportunity within this month to consummate your union." Just as Chu Yuheng lifted his cup to sip tea, he trembled at her revelation, causing the hot liquid to spill onto the hem of his garment.
What?
He was taken aback by his cousin's thoughts. Is she truly plotting against me? The sudden realization left him momentarily paralyzed. "Your Highness, the tea is scalding."
Unut Young exclaimed.
Startled, as he hurried to wipe the tea from the Crown Prince's attire, Tu Qingchen, listening intently, barely managed to suppress his curiosity. Chu Siqing continued in her heart, "Tu Qingchen, did the Crown Prince not request your divination? You must inform him of this matter." Tu Qingchen cleared his throat and replied to the Crown Prince, "Your Highness, it would be prudent to avoid any encounters with Miss Ning in the coming month." "Understood." Chu Yuheng responded, feeling the weight of embarrassment over his cousin's predicament. After the Crown Prince departed, Chu Siqing remarked to Tu Qingchen, "The Crown Prince places great trust in you. He did not even inquire why you advised him to avoid Ning Qingyan." Tu Qingchen was speechless. Everything was abundantly clear. Was there any need for further inquiry? Recently, Ning Qingyan had faced numerous setbacks. Her father, Duke Qing'an, had attempted to impeach her brother, Xiao Wenshu, but instead, it only enhanced her brother's reputation. As she contemplated Xiao Wenshu's imminent ascension to the esteemed position of Crown Princess while her own marital prospects remained unresolved, she became increasingly frustrated and desperate. She resented the Crown Prince for choosing Xiao Wenshu, but her greater ire was directed towards the second prince. Had it not been for Chu Yutao's earlier deception, which had left her in doubt, she would have long been betrothed to the Crown Prince and not found herself in such a predicament.
Zhu Zu Dao.
"I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed." Ning Qingyan's delicate features twisted in anguish as a plan began to form in her mind. Soon enough, the day of the Crown Prince's wedding arrived. At dawn, officials from the Eastern Palace and the guard troops, along with a grand procession, awaited outside the palace gates. The Crown Prince, clad in ceremonial attire, rode a steed, while an inner court official carried a vibrant red bridal sedan chair, followed by a throng of attendants heading towards the residence of Duke Anghua. With the auspicious hour at hand, the inner court official placed the sedan chair in the main hall, where the Crown Princess, Xiao Wenshu, dressed in her bridal finery, emerged, attended by her maidens. The procession, accompanied by the sounds of celebration, created a magnificent spectacle, with onlookers lining the streets. Upon arrival at the palace, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess paid their respects to Emperor Chu Ming and Empress Dowager Pei, after which the wedding banquet commenced. Attending the feast were not only members of the royal family, but also esteemed nobles and ministers accompanied by their wives and children. Chu Siqing sat beside the Princess of Yu, her mouth watering at the sight of the lavish banquet spread before her, yet she could only partake of the soft dishes, having only a few baby teeth. The novelty of her brother's wedding soon wore off as the crowd's incessant flattery and sycophancy began to wear on her nerves. At that moment, the system suddenly conveyed to her, "Host, Ning Qingyan has orchestrated a scheme against the second prince, intending to frame the Crown Princess." Chu Siqing gasped in astonishment. "What is Ning Qingyan thinking? How dare she cause trouble on the day of my brother's wedding? She is entangled with the second prince and seeks to cast blame upon the Crown Princess." The whispers of the attendees, drawn in by the sacred maiden's voice, captured the attention of the nobles present. The implications of this revelation left the guests seated with the Crown Prince exchanging perplexed glances towards the now empty seat of the recently departed second prince. Chu Honglei observed his nephew's expression, knowing that the heart's voice of his daughter was not something he alone could hear, rendering the situation rather awkward. After absorbing his cousin's thoughts, Chu Yuheng excused himself from the gathering, hastily exiting the grand hall, leaving the guests in a state of anxious curiosity, eager to follow him. Unlike the others, who reveled in the unfolding drama, Duke Qing'an was restless, his heart ablaze with indignation. How could his daughter engage in such reckless behavior? Unfortunately, Ning Qingyan remained among the ladies, beyond his reach, and the sacred maiden's thoughts were not something he could disclose. Duke Qing'an felt utterly trapped in an unspeakable predicament. Just as Chu Siqing was anxiously pondering how to warn her brother, the system presented her with another revelation. She was astounded to hear, "What? Ning Qingyan? seeking her own downfall, was caught by the crown prince with the second prince. The attendees, captivated by the sacred maiden's thoughts, could not help but cast curious glances at Duke Chang'an. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The disgraceful behavior of his daughter had become public knowledge, leaving him utterly humiliated. Overcome with emotion, Duke Chang'an gasped and fainted, collapsing from his seat. My heavens! The noble duke has fallen. Quickly, summon the physician. At the residence of Duke Chang'an, the atmosphere was charged with fury. Look at the daughter you have raised. Today, she has brought shame upon our family. The duke thundered. His wife, in tears, pleaded, Yan Yan. Tell your mother what transpired today. Ning Qingyan, consumed by despair, refused to divulge anything. The duke pointed an accusatory finger at her. At the banquet, the crown prince caught you with the second prince. Ning Qingyan interrupted through her tears. Father, please do not speak. Duke Chang'an's wife interjected. Surely it was the second prince who wronged Yan Yan, my lord. We must seek justice. The duke retorted. It was she who drugged the second prince and summoned him. What right do we have to seek recourse? His wife's expression turned to one of disbelief. Yan Yan, how could you be so foolish? Ning Qingyan was now sobbing uncontrollably, nearly fainting from distress. Witnessing her daughter's misery, the duke's wife felt a pang of compassion. After all, she was the cherished daughter they had raised. She turned to her husband and asked, with matters as they are, what shall we do about Yan Yan? Duke Chang'an, still seething, declared, tomorrow. A small sedan will deliver her to the second prince's residence. Ningkinkyang panikit, no. I must at least be recognized as a concubine. She could not bear the thought of being brought into the household without any acknowledgement. The duke scoffed, after such disgraceful conduct. Do you still expect to be treated as a legitimate wife? His wife quickly interjected, my lord, we cannot allow such a hasty decision. After all, Yan Yan is the daughter of our noble household. The duke bellowed, foolish woman. Are you not concerned about the shame this has brought upon our family? This matter must be resolved swiftly and discreetly. Ning Qingyan stubbornly protested. I refuse to agree. Duke Chang'an glared at her. Refusal means you shall cut your hair and become a nun. Do not further tarnish the name of the Ning family. Faced with her father's unyielding resolve, Ning Qingyan could only relent. The following day, she was carried away in a small sedan to the residence of the second prince. After the crown prince's wedding, the triennial imperial examination, known as the spring examination, was fast approaching. The Princess of Yu was particularly invested, as her younger brother, Han Yuqing, was also set to participate. Curious, Chu Siqing inquired, Mother, does uncle have confidence? She recalled that her uncle had yet to reach his coming of age. And to attempt the imperial examination at such a young age, could he be a prodigious talent? The Princess of Yu replied, it is no matter, it is merely a test. Should he fail, it is of little consequence. Accumulating experience is beneficial. Her pride and concern for her younger brother were intertwined. Following their mother's passing, their father had elevated the Wang family, neglecting the needs of his children, even depriving them of basic necessities. Observing this, Han Yuqing aspired to excel, which fostered his composed demeanor and ambition from a young age. Fearing the Wang family's indifference, the Princess of Yu personally prepared provisions for her brother's 9-day examination. She meticulously gathered everything he would need, from bedding to writing supplies, and even food for the duration of his stay. Before the examination, she summoned both of her younger brothers to give them her heartfelt counsel. When she saw both uncles had arrived, Chu Siqing unhesitatingly extended her small hand to her eldest uncle, her voice sweetly uttering, hug. Such a handsome youth, with a face like jade, he was undoubtedly a heartthrob. Han Yuqing understood her gesture and chuckled as he lifted Chu Siqing onto his lap. Han Nanqing, feeling slighted by his niece's attention, quickly attempted to engage her. Siqing, don't you remember your second uncle? His voice had long since returned to normal, no longer sounding like a croaking duck. Chu Siqing responded with a few excited sounds. Gazing up at her charming eldest uncle, her infatuation evident. Observing her reaction, Han Nanqing playfully pinched her cheek, bemused and puzzled. It is strange. My brother and I are blood relatives, yet why does Siqing always seem closer to him? Chu Siqing secretly mused, because uncle is my idol.
Han Yuqing looked.
Perhaps it is because I resemble my sister. He allowed Chu Siqing to grasp his fingers, clearly enjoying her affection. The Princess of Yu teased. Siqing has always preferred the refined. They exchanged pleasantries and finally, the Princess of Yu addressed her younger brother. Yuqing, I have prepared everything you need for the examination. Just do your best, and try not to be too anxious. Tears glimmered in Han Yuqing's eyes as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your concern, sister. The Princess of Yu patted his shoulder. The examination lasts 9 days. It will be a challenge for you. Han Nanqing interjected. Sister, rest assured. Brother has gone through the autumn examination just fine. He will surely be successful. The Princess of Yu shot him a sidelong glance. Nanqing, it is easy for you to say. Let me ask you, after studying alongside General Fong for so long, when will you take the martial examination to show me? Han Nanqing scratched his head sheepishly. I had intended to, but my master said, I am not ready yet. The Princess of Yu advised, heed General Fong's words. Dedicate a few more years to your studies, learn to be more composed, and avoid being so impulsive. Filled with confidence, Han Nanqing declared, Sister, do not worry. In a few years, I will definitely return with the title of martial champion. Chu Siqing chuckled to herself. Second uncle is delightfully overconfident. The corners of the Princess of Yu's mouth lifted slightly. I shall eagerly await that day. On the day of the examination, Han Nanqing accompanied Han Yuqing early to queue outside the examination hall, where they would remain for 9 days. The Princess of Yu, naturally anxious, found herself in a rare moment of spiritual concern, bringing Chu Siqing to temples to light incense, hoping for her brother's success. Chu Siqing couldn't help but tease her mother inwardly. Mother, you used to say that visiting temples was merely for enjoyment, and lighting incense was incidental. Why seek divine favor now? The Princess of Yu, somewhat embarrassed, replied, Siqing, I am worried about your uncle's examination. Feeling powerless, I sought some peace of mind. Chu Siqing stifled a laugh. Mother, it seems that when it comes to family, your rationality wavers. Haha. The Princess of Yu affirmed, it is only human nature. You see, even the emperor, who once cracked down on folk deception, has not abolished legitimate temples and monasteries. She gazed at the deity and explained, sometimes, we merely need a source of solace. After 9 days, when the examination concluded and the hall reopened, the Princess of Yu, accompanied by her daughter and Han Nanqing, awaited Han Yuqing's emergence. The area around the examination hall was crowded with others, all anticipating the candidate's exit. At the sound of a gong, the heavy doors swung open, and countless eager eyes turned toward the entrance. The examiners exited first, followed by the candidates. Sitting upon her second uncle's shoulders, Chu Siqing spotted her eldest uncle. She squealed and pointed in his direction. The Princess of Yu and Han Nanqing looked over to see a weary Han Yuqing. As he caught sight of his sister, niece, and brother waiting for him, a knowing smile spread across his face. As he approached, the Princess of Yu noticed the shadows beneath his eyes and felt a pang of sympathy. Yuqing, you must be exhausted. Han Yuqing replied with a smile, Sister, I feel all right. Everyone is in the same boat. Han Nanqing, carrying Chu Siqing, leaned in closer to his brother, exclaiming, Brother, you smell terrible. He then turned to his niece, Siqing, do you still want uncle to hold you? He is quite smelly. Chu Siqing shot him a significant eye roll, thinking, second uncle is truly incorrigible. Observing his brother's playful antics, Han Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle, his fatigue somewhat alleviated. The Princess of Yu also laughed. Nanqing, how can you speak of your brother like that? You are quite the mischievous imp. Han Yuqing added, Father, I believe it is acceptable. Han Nanqing candidly remarked, Brother is just being modest. Saying it is acceptable surely means he is confident. The Princess of Yu regarded him with a cool glance. Yuqing is still young. Let us not overpraise him. Wang Shi attempted to interject, but Ning Yuanbo shot her a warning glance. Do not speak out of turn. Wang Shi fell silent, though her expression soured. The Princess of Yu ignored her and continued conversing with their father. On the day the results were announced, Han Nanqing eagerly pulled his brother from his slumber to witness the results, exhibiting more enthusiasm than Han Yuqing himself. Since the results were released during the blooming of apricot blossoms, the announcement of the successful candidates was referred to as the apricot list. Although they arrived not too late, when they reached the notice board at the examination hall, they found themselves amidst a throng of people. Clearly, they were not the only ones anxious to see the results. All candidates shared the same sentiment. Han Nanqing, relying on his physical prowess from martial arts training, forcefully made his way through the crowd to the front of the list. While Han Yuqing also wished to see, as a frail scholar, he found himself unable to push through, opting instead to maintain a composed demeanor while observing his brother from the outskirts. As the crowd swelled, tensions arose, and soon complaints erupted. Who stepped on my foot? Why are you pushing? Are you in such a rush to be reborn? Which scoundrel dared to touch my backside? Get away from me.
Han Yuqing,
Who had been striving to remain calm, could not help but twitch his lips at the chaos. Watching Han Nanqing's back, he felt a wave of concern. Han Nanqing was tall and handsome, exuding masculine charm, having trained under General Fong, and Han Yuqing thought to himself, Oh brother, please do not let anyone take advantage of you. Unaware of his elder brother's worries, Han Nanqing continued to press forward, and through his relentless efforts, he finally reached the front row. Han Nanqing, with his tall stature and sharp eyes, quickly discerned the content of the announcement board. As he scanned from top to bottom, a sudden brightness lit up his gaze, and joy spread across his face. He turned to Han Yuqing and exclaimed, Elder brother, your name is fifth. Due to his brother's loud voice, Han Yuqing had already heard that he was in fifth place. However, when Han Nanqing approached him, he couldn't help but ask again, What did you just say? Just as Han Nanqing was about to respond, he mischievously replied, Elder brother, your name is actually the last one. Han Yuqing blurted out, Am I not fifth? As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was amiss, and the next moment, he caught the teasing glint in his brother's eyes. Han Nanqing winked and said, Elder brother, I thought you were genuinely calm. Turns out you were just pretending.
Ha ha ha.
Han Yuqing, feeling embarrassed, felt a flush on his face. Seeing his brother still laughing, he playfully punched him. Han Nanqing's laughter ceased abruptly as he cried out in pain from the punch. Being a serious martial artist, he would hardly fear his brother's playful antics. However, Han Yuqing took it seriously. He quickly supported his brother, anxiously asking, Nanqing, are you alright? Han Nanqing, suppressing his laughter, looked down, feigning grievance as he said, Elder brother, I was just joking with you, and you actually hit me. I even squeezed to the front to show you the board. Instantly filled with guilt, Han Yuqing's eyes were filled with concern. Nanqing, it was my fault earlier. I will carry you to see a doctor. Han Nanqing burst into laughter. He then lifted his head, showing no sign of pain, and merrily replied, Elder brother, with your small frame, you think you can carry me? Realizing he had been tricked again, Han Yuqing's face turned pale with embarrassment. And he playfully punched Han Nanqing once more. Oh, dear. Elder brother, you're truly something. His sister and niece were still waiting for his news at the tea house. Noticing that his brother had ignored him this time, Han Nanqing could no longer continue his one-man act and hurriedly followed him. Together, they registered their names at the tea house and entered the elegant room reserved by Princess Yu. Had the place not been so crowded, she would have loved to accompany her two brothers to see the results herself. Seeing her two younger brothers looking relaxed, Princess Yu knew their rankings must be commendable. She promptly summoned someone to refill their tea and cheerfully inquired, what position did you achieve? Han Yuqing took a sip of tea and was about to respond when Han Nanqing interjected, Sister, why don't you take a guess? After a moment's thought, Princess Yu tentatively suggested, within the top 10? Han Nanqing merely smiled in silence and turned to his niece, Siqing. What do you think? Chu Siqing scoffed lightly, extending 5 fingers. With the gossip system at her disposal, such trivial matters were hardly elusive to her. Han Nanqing feigned surprise, Siqing, you truly are a fortune teller. Princess Yu joyfully exclaimed, so you placed 5th. Yuqing, you did quite well this time. Upon hearing his sister's praise, Han Yuqing couldn't help but smile broadly. Han Nanqing jested, Sister, you have no idea, just a moment ago, elder brother. He began to recount the earlier jest to his sister and niece. Han Yuqing's mouth twitched as he shot a fierce glare at his mischievous brother. Princess Yu couldn't help but chuckle, you little rascal. No matter how composed your elder brother is, he is still quite young, yet you are so mischievous. Chu Siqing giggled, reaching out her small hand to comfort her uncle. Han Yuqing's handsome face flushed, and he remained silent. The siblings exchanged a few casual words. Finally, Princess Yu addressed her eldest brother, Yuqing, during the upcoming palace examination. There won't be any eliminations. The emperor will simply rearrange your rankings. Just approach it with a calm mind. Han Yuqing nodded, saying, I understand, sister. Before long, the time for the palace examination arrived. Princess Yu, accompanied by Chu Siqing, went to the bodhisattva they had prayed to when Han Yuqing took the preliminary examination and offered another prayer. Chu Siqing couldn't help but tease inwardly, Mother. You told uncle to maintain a calm heart, yet you appear even more anxious than him. After lighting a stick of incense and bowing, Princess Yu replied to her daughter, I just don't want to put too much pressure on your uncle. Of course, I hope for his success. Days later, the results of the palace examination were announced. After the examination, the court released the list of successful candidates, commonly referred to as the Golden List. To have one's name on this list was the aspiration of countless scholars. At this stage, those who were honored on the announcement board were not anxious, as they would all be on the Golden List. Most of them dressed impeccably, waiting in the tea houses near the examination hall, anticipating the arrival of those bearing good news. This was a customary practice among candidates after the palace examination, known as catching a son-in-law beneath the list. Chapter 47. The announcement of the palace examination results. Han Yuqing and the others had gathered early at the tea house. Han Nanqing jokingly remarked, Elder brother, with your remarkable talent and looks, I fear someone might come to claim you as a son-in-law soon. The capital was filled with the powerful and wealthy, and there were plenty of noble ladies. Unlike the daughters of poor families, they were mostly raised in pampered environments. Parents who cherished their daughters naturally sought to find a well-off son-in-law for them. The names on the Golden List were sure to be future officials. Hence the custom of catching a son-in-law beneath the list emerged. Han Yuqing's face flushed as he softly said, Do not speak nonsense. Observing his expression, Chu Siqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Uncle is shy. Han Nanqing pointed at the candidates in the hall, laughing. How is that nonsense? Look at how they dressed so splendidly, waiting for a good match. After pausing, he added, If someone does come to claim you as a son-in-law, and the lady is decent, it wouldn't be bad to agree. Chu Siqing's eyes widened in shock. Her idol uncle, was he about to become someone else's husband so soon? Han Yuqing, feeling embarrassed, exclaimed, Sister, why are you teasing me too? Chu Siqing extended her chubby hand, grasping her uncle's fingers, and sweetly called out, Uncle. Seeing his niece's antics, Han Nanqing burst into laughter. Elder brother, look, even Siqing wants an aunt. Han Yuqing shot his brother a glare. Why don't you find a wife for Siqing to be her aunt? Han Nanqing scratched his head, unabashedly boasting. Once I become the top martial artist, families will surely be scrambling to claim me as their son-in-law. Everyone erupted in laughter at this. At that moment, a resounding gong echoed through the air. The entire tea house erupted in excitement. Whether it was the waiting examinees, the servants assisting the hosts, or the patrons of the tea house, everyone perked up and turned their gazes toward the entrance. They saw several individuals entering the tea house, beating drums and gongs. Among them, one shouted, "Congratulations to the esteemed scholar Yan from Yangzhou for achieving first place in the palace examination. I am here to congratulate the top scholar." All eyes followed the announcer as he approached a young man clad in a resplendent robe, whose handsome demeanor drew a crowd of admirers. The young man calmly instructed the servant, "Reward him." The servant promptly handed over a heavy silver ingot, clearly worth a significant sum. The congratulator's eyes gleamed with gratitude as he departed. Just from the demeanor of this young Master Yan, everyone could tell he hailed from an extraordinary background, not to mention his generous disposition. Whispers circulated about his family background. This young Master Yan belonged to the prestigious Yan family of Yangzhou, a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition and immense wealth, now crowned with the title of top scholar, truly a sight to behold. Someone remarked enviously, "With such an outstanding top scholar like Yan, families will surely be clamoring to have him as a son-in-law." One person spoke up, saying that it was rumored he had become engaged to the sister of his friend, Yu Juji, and would likely reject the suitors from the capital city. Another voice chimed in, casting a cynical remark, "That may not be the case. Everyone knows the Yu family is impoverished. Perhaps Yan Zhuangyuan still wishes to marry into a noble family in the capital." Han Yuqing, overhearing the discussion about Yan Zhuangyuan, could not help but defend him. "I have met Brother Yan a few times. He is not the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich." The Princess of Yu remarked, "The Yan family of Yangzhou is indeed prestigious. It has nurtured someone of Yan Zhuangyuan's caliber."
Han Nangsing, initially skeptical,
cast a glance at Yan Guan and found himself at a loss for words. Chu Siqing, unable to contain her admiration, stared at him repeatedly. Another male idol. This Yan Zhuangyuan not only had an appealing name and exceptional talent, but he was also remarkably handsome, and his demeanor was extraordinary.
Han Yuken,
Originally feeling indignant on behalf of Brother Yan, could not ignore his niece's infatuated gaze. "Siqing, have you forgotten your uncle's family upon seeing Yan Zhuangyuan?" Chu Siqing quickly flashed a smile at her uncle, responding in a childish voice, No, I have not forgotten. I simply share my affection with all handsome men." While the gossip regarding Yan Zhuangyuan's engagement continued, another person arrived to announce good news. The second messenger proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to Wang Yutian from Shuzhou for achieving second place in the palace examination. I have come to congratulate the runner-up." The entire tea house fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Upon hearing the rather rustic name of Wang Yutian, many scholars felt a sense of discontent. They turned to see Wang, the runner-up, whose complexion was somewhat dark and, indeed, not pleasing to the eye. With the remarkable Yan Zhuangyuan shining before them, the earthy Wang seemed rather unappealing. Whispers began to circulate amongst the crowd. What is the background of this Wang Yutian? His family is merely a wealthy farming household from the countryside of Shuzhou, hence his name. I have heard that Shuzhou produces handsome men, but I must say, Wang Yutian. Words fail me. It was unfortunate enough for him to look so plain, but his name was equally unrefined. Truly unfortunate for Wang Yutian. Ignoring the mockery, Wang Yutian was beaming with joy upon hearing his name called. Without servants to assist him, he pulled out a handful of copper coins from his pocket to give to the messenger. The messenger's expression stiffened, hesitating to accept the coins. Observing this, Wang Yutian also produced a bag and handed it to the messenger along with the coins. As the messenger was left bewildered, Wang Yutian remarked, "This is some of my family's wheat seeds. They have grown quite well. Please take them." At this, another round of laughter erupted in the tea house. Many began to point and gossip about Wang Yutian. A scholar giving away wheat seeds as a congratulatory gift. What a sight to behold. To think such a person could achieve second place, I cannot help but laugh. As the murmurs grew, Wang Youtian's face flushed with embarrassment.
Suddenly,
a voice rang out. One must know that those who speak ill of others are often of questionable character. Is it not unkind to discuss Wang Yutian in such a manner? The voice was clear and resonant, akin to a warm ray of sunlight dispelling the malicious laughter. The entire tea house fell silent. Those who had been disparaging Wang Yutian felt their brows furrowed in concern, but upon hearing this voice, their expressions softened. Chu Siqing leaned forward to see who had spoken. In the midst of the crowd's derision, someone had bravely stepped forward to defend Wang. And the sound of their voice was so pleasant that her curiosity was piqued. Not only her, but nearly everyone in the tea house craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the person standing up for the rather unrefined Wang Yutian. A young man strolled in, illuminating the tea house as if all others dimmed in his presence. Dressed in simple clothing, his appearance only accentuated his ethereal beauty. More captivating than his looks was his noble disposition, reminiscent of a celestial being, leaving onlookers in awe. Chu Siqing's eyes widened, her mouth agape. Others shared similar reactions, and soon whispers began to circulate. Who is he? He seems to be Yu Qing, a friend of Yan Zhuangyuan. It is said that the son of the Shun County King possesses a celestial aura. This Yu gentleman is no less remarkable. Is he married? Upon hearing the mention of you, Chu Siqing chimed in, you Marin. Han Yuqing pinched his niece's cheek playfully. Look at you, so mesmerized by you.
Han Nongxing exclaimed, ooh.
Little Siqing knows about you Marin. The princess of Yu added, indeed, this Yu gentleman is truly a being of divine quality. Downstairs, Wang Yutian, filled with gratitude, addressed Yu Qing, thank you for your righteous words, Yu. Yu Qing smiled, responding, there is no need for thanks, Wang. Yan Guan approached Yu Qing to engage him in conversation. Observing Yan Zhuangyuan conversing with Yu Qing, others began to consider their own standings. What capabilities does he possess to be so close to Yan Zhuangyuan? I heard Yan Zhuangyuan is engaged to his sister. The pieces fell into place. The familiarity of the name was explained. Upon hearing Yu Qing defend Wang Yutian, many felt a sense of admiration. And even those who had previously mocked Wang began to feel a twinge of shame. However, some could not tolerate Yu Qing's demeanor and derisively remarked, merely someone relying on connections. He has no real abilities. Just then, a third messenger arrived. He walked directly up to Yu Qing and proclaimed loudly, congratulations to Yu Qing from Danzhou for achieving 3rd place in the palace examination. I have come to congratulate the flower-picking scholar. At this announcement, the person who had previously mocked Yu Qing turned crimson. Someone nearby laughed. You said Yu Qing had no real abilities. May I ask what rank you achieved? Laughter erupted around them. The mocker, feeling cornered, retorted. Yu Qing spoke for Wang Yutian only because he is also from a poor family and has no money to reward the messenger. Nearby, another person chimed in, Danzhou is indeed desolate and impoverished. Look at how shabby Yu Qing is dressed. I wonder how he plans to reward the messenger. Yu Qing, unfazed by the insults, graciously addressed the messenger. I apologize. I truly am from a poor family and have no money to reward you. Yan Guan quickly instructed a servant to present the messenger with silver, but the messenger repeatedly declined, insisting, I do not need a reward. I am also from Danzhou and understand how difficult life can be for the common folk. You, hailing from Danzhou, yet achieving such a remarkable rank, make us all proud. How could I accept your money? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing smiled. It seems you are from my homeland. You are too kind. His smile was like a blooming flower, brightening the entire tea house, leaving everyone momentarily spellbound. Chu Siqing gasped, wishing she could rush to Yu Qing's side. The princess of Yu held her daughter in her arms, laughing. It seems you are quite taken with Yu Qing.
Chu Siqing not that we got to sin.
Han Yuqing and Han Nanqing could hardly contain their amusement. Just then, someone else chimed in with a sour remark, a poor peasant from Danzhou. I wonder how he managed to make it to the capital. Surely, he only ranks highly because of his looks. Though whispered, those nearby could hear. Yan Guan immediately turned cold, addressing the speaker. A true man should earn his own future. Being born into poverty is not a disgrace. Yu has achieved his success through hard work. What right do you have to speak ill of him? The audacious individual dared to confront the humble Yu Qing, yet hesitated to oppose the well-connected Yan Guan, ultimately retreating in silence. Yu Qing exchanged a few words with Yan Guan. Han Nanqing could not help but remark to Han Yuqing, brother, these individuals, after gossiping about Wang Bangyan, are now disparaging Yu Tanhua. Is the mindset of these literati truly so narrow? Upon hearing this, Chu Siqing stifled a giggle, bemused by her second uncle's erratic thought process. Han Yuqing, with a furrowed brow, replied, what does this have to do with me? These individuals harbor jealousy towards Wang Bangyan and Yu Tanhua, while I hold them in high esteem. The princess of Yu added, Nanqing, one must not generalize, whether among scholars or warriors. There exist those with expansive hearts as well as those with petty grievances. It is wise to discern character before engaging with others. As the siblings conversed, they were unexpectedly greeted by a 4th messenger bearing good news. Congratulations to Lord Han Yuqing from the capital for achieving 4th place in the palace examination. I have come to deliver the joyous tidings. Han Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The princess of Yu was the first to react, her face lighting up with joy as she instructed the maid, Mei Qing, to present a reward to the messenger. Han Nanqing enthusiastically patted his elder brother on the shoulder, exclaiming, brother, you have achieved the title of Zhuangyu. How remarkable! Chu Siqing joined in, clapping for her uncle. It was then that Han Yuqing, as if awakening from a dream, managed a bashful smile. To his astonishment, he had secured 4th place, surpassing his previous rank in the preliminary examination. Surrounding acquaintances extended their congratulations, some even inquiring about his background. What is the lineage of this Master Han? I have heard he is the eldest son of the Duke of Ningyuan and is destined to inherit the title. Such a noble origin. And now he has achieved the title of Zhuangyuan. His future prospects are surely bright. Moreover, his sister is the Princess of Yu, whose family is quite illustrious. It appears Master Han is still unmarried. What a fitting match for our daughter. Upon overhearing the discussions about himself and potential matrimonial prospects, Han Yuqing felt increasingly restless. Han Nanqing teased, brother, you are rather bashful. Hearing that someone wishes for you to be their son-in-law has made you shy. Chu Siqing, with her small hands, playfully pinched her uncle's hand and chimed in with a childish tone, uncle, Do not be shy. Han Yuqing's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly retorted, do not speak nonsense. I am not. The Princess of Yu smiled knowingly at her brother, Yuqing. Now that you have achieved success, it is time to consider the matter of marriage. Han Yuqing turned away, softly asserting, it shall be determined by my parents and the matchmaker. They will decide when the time comes. The Princess of Yu, recalling the unreliable Wang family, grew concerned for her eldest brother's marital prospects. Now that Yuqing had achieved the title of Zhuangyuan, it would be prudent to secure a suitable match before the Wang family could interfere. Han Nanqing mischievously suggested, in my opinion, if any family approaches to claim brother as a son-in-law, we should agree without hesitation. It would expedite matters. He shot a teasing glance at Han Yuqing. With the honor of passing the imperial examination and the joy of marriage, it seems brother is encountering two of life's greatest delights in one go. The Princess of Yu, exasperated yet amused, responded, Nanqing, do not jest. Even if a match were to be arranged today, it would not lead to an immediate wedding. Han Yuqing shot his brother a glare, unable to conceal his irritation, and turned his gaze toward the window, hoping to escape the teasing. To his surprise, he noticed a young lady emerging from the opposite bookstore. She possessed delicate eyebrows and bright eyes, clad in a gown of pale moonlight, adorned simply with a silver hairpin. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she exuded a unique charm. In her hands, she held a book, likely purchased from the bookstore, suggesting she was a well-read young lady. Han Yuqing found himself entranced. At that moment, the young lady glanced up, and their eyes met, causing Han Yuqing's face to flush. He quickly averted his gaze, chastising himself for staring at a lady. Yet, in the next instant, he could not resist looking again, only to find her still gazing at him. Overcome with surprise and joy, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Han Nanqing, having noticed his brother's unusual demeanor, mischievously remarked to the Princess of Yu, Sister, I believe that young lady across the street is quite suitable. Why not inquire about her? Han Yuqing immediately interrupted, Nanqing, what are you saying? Han Nanqing feigned innocence, I merely think that young lady seems well matched with brother. Is it that brother does not prefer such a type? After all, I am also unmarried. So, Han Yuqing blurted out, no way. The moment the words left his lips, he felt something amiss, only to notice both his sister and brother laughing.
Chu Siqing,
In her childish voice, chimed, Uncle likes her. Han Nanqing, holding his little niece, laughed heartily. Siqing is indeed clever. The Princess of Yu added with a smile, Yuqing. Shall I send Mei Qing to inquire? Han Yuqing's handsome face turned a deep shade of crimson. He wanted to decline, yet feared the lady might leave and he would miss his chance, so he reluctantly murmured, Thank you, sister. With a twinkle in her eye, the Princess of Yu dispatched Mei Qing to make inquiries. The group watched as Mei Qing exited the tea house and approached the bookstore, quickly engaging in conversation with the young lady. Due to the distance, they could not hear the content of a discussion, but saw Mei Qing and the young lady exchanging words, occasionally gesturing towards their location. Han Yuqing felt a wave of anxiety and straightened himself, striving to maintain the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Han Nanqing, witnessing his brother's nervousness, couldn't help but tease, look at brother's earnest disposition. If that young lady were already engaged, he would surely burst into tears right here. Han Yuqing shot his brother another glare, but as he needed to maintain his composure in front of the lady, he pretended not to hear. The Princess of Yu scolded playfully, What a mischievous child you are. Nanqing, cannot you wish for your brother's success? Han Nanqing laughed, Of course, I hope for my brother's marriage to occur soon. I am merely jesting a little. He looked at Han Yuqing, who told brother to always act so mature in front of me, haha. Chu Siqing, in his arms, giggled in agreement. Han Yuqing's fists clenched beneath his sleeves, yearning to transform his mischievous brother into a pig's head. The Princess of Yu could not help but observe Mei Qing's expression, hoping to discern the outcome of their discussion. She too felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was her brother's first expression of interest in a young lady. And if it did not go well, it would be quite unfortunate. Before long, Mei Qing bowed to the young lady, indicating their conversation had concluded. The Princess of Yu observed Mei Qing's beaming face and exhaled a sigh of relief, sensing that all was well. Han Yuqing too felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gazed at the young lady's retreating figure, unable to suppress his joy. The Princess of Yu exclaimed, Yuqing, shall we have father propose? Han Yuqing's handsome face burned with embarrassment, yet he nodded with restraint. Han Nanqing, overjoyed, quipped, brother must be elated beyond measure right now. Seeing that the lady had already departed, Han Yuqing shot his brother a fierce glare. Han Nanqing teased the little niece in his arms. Look at your uncle. He is displeased with me for speaking the truth, haha. To their astonishment, as they exited the tea house, they found a throng of attendants gathered at the entrance. Upon seeing Han Yuqing and the others emerge, someone shouted, This is the eldest son of the Duke of Ningyuan, the esteemed scholar who has just achieved the title of Zhuangyuan. Suddenly, a multitude of men surrounded Han Yuqing, pushing the Princess of Yu and the others aside, encircling him. Step aside. This is my family's son-in-law. Nonsense. Clearly, Master Han is to be my family's son-in-law. Make way. My daughter is already engaged to Master Han. Ridiculous. I have inquired thoroughly. Master Han is still unmarried. And whoever secures him today shall take him.
Clear the way.
He belongs to my family. The Princess of Yu and her companions were momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Han Nanqing exclaimed, "This is truly a case of catching a husband beneath the examination list." Chu Siqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Princess Yu has already sent guards to rescue her brother. However, the robust attendants, fiercely vying for a son-in-law for their master, were relentless in their efforts, trampling on shoes and tearing clothes, completely disregarding the guards of the Yu Prince's residence. Han Yuqing, a frail scholar, found himself surrounded by these burly men, unable to see the light of day, and could only shout, "I am already betrothed to Miss Du." Upon hearing Han Yuqing's loud declaration, many of the men vying for him paused momentarily. What? We hadn't heard that Han Gongzi was already engaged. In an instant, several began to hesitate. At that moment, two attendants eagerly grasped Han Yuqing's arms and exclaimed, "We are from the Du family. Quickly come with us." Han Yuqing's eyes brightened at their words, but he remained skeptical and asked, "Are you truly from the Du residence?" One of them hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, young master. Just now, my lady saw you at the study and sent us to bring you back." With his doubts assuaged, Han Yuqing prepared to follow them. However, the other men vying for him were unwilling to relent and held on to his arms stubbornly. It must be a ruse. Whoever captures him becomes the son-in-law. Even if he is engaged, it can be nullified. With such talent, he is perfect for my family. Step aside. He belongs to us. Seeing her uncle in such high demand, Chu Siqing couldn't help but feel anxious. What if he was seized by others and became their son-in-law? Observing her brother being tugged in every direction, Han Nanqing quickly entrusted her little niece to her sister and squeezed forward to assist Han Yuqing. The two attendants from the Du family were not to be trifled with. They continued to contend for their young master while berating the others. "You shameless ones. What are you fighting for? We have already claimed Han Gongzi as our own." "Indeed. Han Gongzi is already taken, let us go." Hearing this, Han Nanqing's eyes gleamed with a plan, and she instructed a few guards from the Yu Prince's residence. "Pull the others away, and let my brother go with the Du family." Princess Yu agreed. "Let us do as Nanqing suggests." Thus, Han Nanqing and the guards worked together to clear the other attendants. Seeing their prize slipping away, the others grew frantic, eager to pursue. Han Nanqing and the guards held strong, allowing the Du family to escape. As Han Gongzi's figure disappeared from sight, the disappointed men slowly dispersed, preparing to seek their next target. Princess Yu sighed in relief. Thankfully, Yuqing was not taken away by someone else. Otherwise, the ensuing troubles would have been substantial. Chu Siqing stifled a laugh upon noticing that her second uncle's sleeve had been torn and his arm exposed. Han Nanqing, feeling disgruntled, remarked, "Someone trampled on my foot earlier, and it's still hurting." He lifted his tattered sleeve, lamenting to his sister, "In such disarray, how will people perceive me on the road?" Chu Siqing giggled, her voice playful. "Second uncle, how embarrassing." Han Nanqing pinched his little niece's cheek. "You're quite the clever one." Overjoyed, he responded, "Sister is always good to me." The group then headed to the tailor shop for Han Nanqing to change into fresh attire before hurrying to the Ningyuan Marquis's residence. Upon returning home, Han Nanqing eagerly announced to the Marquis, "Father, my brother has been awarded the top honor." The Marquis, who had been waiting anxiously, couldn't help but beam with joy. Though he asked in disbelief, "Is it the top honor from the second division?" Han Nanqing nodded vigorously. "Indeed. My brother is remarkable." Han Wenyuan and Han Xiangning, the two younger siblings, shared in the joy, exchanging words of praise. The Marquis then inquired of his eldest daughter, Wanqing, "Where has Yuqing gone?"
Han Nanqing interjected.
"He has been taken by the Du family." The Marquis was left puzzled by his second son's abrupt statement. "What do you mean taken?" "Princess Yu clarified, father. I hadn't yet informed you that Yuqing is to be engaged to Miss Du." Before the Marquis could respond, Wang Shi exclaimed, "When did this happen?" "I had no idea." Princess Yu shot her an irritated glance before addressing the Marquis. "Father is aware that there is a custom in the capital of seizing a son-in-law. Now that Yuqing has achieved the honor, many families have sent attendants to claim him." Han Nanqing added proudly, "Father, you do not know how sought after my brother is. When I tried to stop those men, my sleeve was torn. This outfit was bought for me by elder sister." The Marquis, feeling overwhelmed, interrupted, "Wait. Let me first hear from your sister." Meanwhile, Han Wenyuan and Han Xiangning were captivated, bombarding their second brother with questions. "Is it true? So many people were after our brother? Second brother, are you pulling our leg? How could your sleeve be torn?" Han Nanqing, sensing their disbelief, quickly pulled his little niece closer, seeking her support. With each assertion, he turned to Chu Siqing. "Is what second uncle said true?" Han Wenyuan and Han Xiangning, being younger, had never witnessed such a spectacle and were utterly enthralled. On another note, the Marquis asked his eldest daughter, "Which Miss Du are we speaking of?" The Marquis was taken aback, both surprised and pleased. "I know Lord Du's character well. His daughter must be equally admirable." Princess Yu smiled, "I think the same." At the tea house, Yuqing caught sight of Miss Du, and that is why the Du family sent someone to claim him. The Marquis laughed heartily. "Then this is indeed a splendid match." Princess Yu added, "Father, Yuqing is still at the Du residence. Let mother take a pair of golden hairpins to the Du family girl, and this engagement shall be considered settled. The Marquis nodded, about to relay instructions to Wang Shi, when she suddenly interjected, Master, is it not somewhat hasty to finalize your eldest son's marriage like this? As Wang Shi posed her question, the room fell silent. Princess Yu's expression turned icy. Did Wang Shi intend to meddle in her brother's marriage? Han Nanqing glowered and asked, Mother, how can you say my brother's marriage is hasty? He and Miss Du have mutual feelings. He personally thwarted the other suitors to allow the Du family to take him. This match was clearly a match made in heaven. Wang Shi, having listened for a while, had already concocted her counterarguments. She addressed the Marquis, Master, we are still unaware of Miss Du's temperament. If we hastily finalize the engagement, what if she and our son are incompatible in the future? The Marquis pondered her words. Wang Shi's reasoning held merit. Typically, before engagements, families would seek to understand each other's character to prevent future discord. Princess Yu's gaze darkened. She was uncertain of Wang Shi's true intentions. She had previously sent Mei Qing to converse with Miss Du and had learned of her character, which was quite suitable for her younger brother. Chu Siqing quickly consulted the system in her mind. Tong, is there anything amiss with Miss Du? The system quickly responded. Host, Miss Du is not problematic. Though her personality is slightly strong-willed. Chu Siqing felt relieved and then inquired, Tong, what is Wang Shi scheming? Chu Siqing thought, a strong-willed Miss Du would be a good match for her soft-spoken uncle. Otherwise, Wang Shi could easily manipulate him. She promptly communicated this to her mother. Upon hearing her daughter's thoughts, Princess Yu immediately discerned Wang Shi's intentions. She coldly remarked, Mother, do you wish for Yuqing to reject the scholar's daughter in favor of marrying your niece? At this, the Marquis's expression darkened, and he fixed a steely gaze upon Wang Shi. Wang's heart sank as her schemes were laid bare, yet she feigned composure, replying, What do you mean, elder sister? I am merely addressing the matter at hand. Princess Yu, however, showed her no mercy, stating, You should abandon that hope, as long as I am here. It is utterly impossible for Yuqing to be betrothed to such a family. Wang's discomfort grew, and she retorted, What do you mean by that? That is still your uncle's family, and your cousin is of excellent character. Han Nanqing interjected, Displeased, uncle? They are nothing but a family of leeches. Han Wenyuan and Han Xiangning hung their heads in shame, for the second brother spoke of their own uncle, who often brought his family to the estate to take advantage of them. The crux of the matter was that he frequently reminded them to repay him in the future, which hardly painted him as a good man. Wang, born of a concubine, hailed from a poor peasant family, barely scraping by. Later, when she was recognized by the Duke of Ningyuan, her family rose in status, and they used a sum of money from the Duke's estate to engage in small business ventures, constantly requiring Wang's assistance. The Duke of Ningyuan discerned the underlying tension and chastised Wang, saying, Cease your petty machinations. Yuqing is exceptionally gifted and has just excelled in his examinations. How can your family's daughters compare? Wang, unwilling to relent, declared, Daughters of high-ranking families are often haughty. They cannot hold a candle to his cousin, who is gentle, considerate, and well acquainted with us. Princess Yu questioned, Mother, are you attempting to manipulate Yuqing through marriage? Wang's eyes flickered, and she forced a smile, saying, How could that be? I am Yuqing's mother, naturally wishing for his well-being. The Duke of Ningyuan replied sternly, Enough. This matter need not be discussed further. Yuqing is destined for an official career, and his wife must understand the importance of social connections. He refrained from mentioning that a successful career also requires influential patrons. Though he himself struggled in his official path and could not pave the way for his son, if his son had a father-in-law of high status, his future would surely be bright. Seeing her plans thwarted, Wang sought a compromise, suggesting, Then let my elder son take his cousin as a concubine. A man should always have a devoted companion. Chu Siqing could not help but scoff inwardly, thinking, as if being a concubine herself wasn't enough. She wants her niece to become one too. Wang merely seeks to exploit her to control her uncle. Princess Yu coldly remarked, Mother, Yuqing is not yet married, and you propose he take a concubine? Is this a deliberate attempt to intimidate his future wife? Wang quickly protested, I did not mean it that way. Men traditionally have multiple wives. After my elder son's wife enters the household, taking his cousin would be no different. Princess Yu retorted angrily. What respectable young woman would wish to marry into a family with a mother who schemes to place others in her son's chamber? At this moment, the Duke of Ningyuan had grasped the intricacies involved and decisively stated, Wang, do not mention your niece again. Henceforth, should Yuqing take a concubine, it will be at the discretion of his legitimate wife, and you are not to extend your reach so far. He could not allow Wang to jeopardize his son's marriage, for his son's future might very well rely on his in-laws. Wang's face fell, her resentment palpable as she protested, My lord, I, the Duke of Ningyuan, now weary, recalled Wang's family's troublesome nature and coldly declared, Your relatives are henceforth forbidden from entering the Duke of Ningyuan's estate to avoid any delusions of grandeur. He had deliberated and concluded that Wang's family consisted of those who clung to the Duke's estate for sustenance. Should her cousins frequently visit, it would lead to complications. Wang's heart tightened, and she cried out, "My lord, you cannot be so heartless." The Duke of Ningyuan's voice was resolute. "This matter is settled. There is no room for negotiation." Wang's heart sank, her expression darkening as she lowered her gaze, her nails digging into her palm, the flicker of rage flashing in her eyes. Chu Siqing finally felt a sense of satisfaction, inwardly rejoicing. Wang has truly shot herself in the foot this time. Princess Yu, her demeanor softening, turned to the Duke of Ningyuan, saying, "Father, I have already made inquiries. The second Miss Du possesses a commendable character and is well suited to Yuqing." She paused before continuing, as Yuqing is still at the Du residence. "We must swiftly express our intentions regarding the marriage, lest we appear impolite." The Duke of Ningyuan pondered for a moment before assenting, "Wangking, you shall represent Wang in the marriage proposal to the Du family, and thereafter, Yuqing's wedding arrangements will be your responsibility. Should you require anything, simply inform your father." Upon hearing this, Wang's had snapped up in disbelief. "My lord, I am also the mother of the elder son. This matter should rightly be handled by me." The Duke of Ningyuan replied plainly, "I do not trust you with this. Let Wangking handle it." Wang, feeling petty and harboring ulterior motives, feared that if she mishandled the situation, she might offend her in-laws. Princess Yu, in agreement, readily accepted the task. Wang had initially intended to sabotage the engagement, but found that the Duke of Ningyuan offered her no opportunity to do so, feeling a deep-seated resentment while being rendered powerless. She now regretted not having arranged her niece's marriage to Han Yuqing earlier. Princess Yu was quite invested in her younger brother's affairs and soon prepared a pair of exquisite gold hairpins, personally going to the Du residence to propose to Han Yuqing. Chapter 52. The uncle's proposal. Han Yuqing was escorted by 2 strong servants from the Du family, feeling both elated and anxious, his heart racing. Was he truly about to meet his future in-laws? He felt utterly unprepared. Upon entering the gates of the Du residence, the men finally set him down and chuckled. "Han Gongzi, we feared you might be taken away by another family, hence our earlier treatment." Han Yuqing quickly reassured them, "It is of no concern." The steward of the Du residence had long been waiting nearby and now approached with courtesy, saying, "Han Gongzi, please follow me to the front hall to meet the master and madam." Han Yuqing's face flushed slightly as he replied, "Please allow me a moment." The steward, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. "As you wish, Han Gongzi." Han Yuqing adjusted his disheveled robe and smoothed his hair, feeling relieved that it was not too unruly. After composing himself, he took a deep breath to calm his nerves, mentally preparing his speech before addressing the steward. "Please lead the way." The steward, observing Han Yuqing's serious demeanor, felt a swell of admiration for him. It seemed the second young lady had made a wise choice. This marriage was highly likely to succeed. With a beaming smile, the steward guided Han Yuqing to the front hall. Upon announcing his arrival, the occupants of the hall sat upright in anticipation. The steward introduced Han Yuqing, saying, "This is the master and madam." Han Yuqing performed a respectful bow, greeting them, "I am Han Yuqing, here to pay my respects to the esteemed minister and madam." Duke Du nodded slightly, while Madame Du welcomed him with a warm smile. The steward then introduced the other members of the Du family, and after the formalities, Madame Du invited Han Yuqing to take a seat and enjoy some tea. Seeing the handsome scholar before her, modest and courteous, she could not help but praise. "What a remarkable young man! To achieve such distinction at such a young age, your future surely holds great promise." Han Yuqing humbly replied, "Madam, you flatter me. It is merely a stroke of luck." Madame Du was quite pleased. She had already inquired about Han Yuqing and learned that he was the legitimate son of the Duke of Ningyuan and had a sister, who was the princess, thus coming from an illustrious background. Moreover, Han Yuqing was not only talented, but also possessed admirable character, and her daughter had a favorable impression of him. Was this not a match made in heaven? Madame Du found herself increasingly fond of her prospective son-in-law and engaged him in light conversation, to which Han Yuqing responded thoughtfully. Duke Du remained mostly silent, listening intently to his words and observing his demeanor. After a while, he silently nodded, convinced that his daughter had made an astute choice. This young man from the Han family indeed showed great promise. The young master of the Du family could not contain his curiosity and asked Han Yuqing, "Han Ge, how did you manage to study so well? I have yet to pass the scholar's examination, and my father says I have a wooden head." Duke Du shot him a stern look, admonishing, "How can you even say that?" Madame Du laughed gently. Now, do not be so harsh. Chingge is still young." Young Master Du, ever quick-witted, chimed in, "Father, what is there to be embarrassed about? I sought to achieve academic distinction, which is why I inquired of Brother Han." The crowd could not help but chuckle, and the atmosphere in the hall lightened considerably. Han Yuqing began to recount amusing anecdotes from his school days to the young master of the Du family, sharing insights he had gleaned over time. Du Zicheng listened attentively and engaged in banter with him. Just as the conversation was gaining momentum, the steward announced, "Master, madam, the princess of Yu Wang has arrived." A flicker of joy crossed Han Yuqing's eyes. Could it be that his sister had come to discuss a marriage proposal for him? The assembly was momentarily taken aback. While they knew the princess of Yu Wang was Han Gongzi's sister, they had not anticipated her presence at this moment. Given her noble status, It was evident that she valued this match greatly, hence her personal visit. The guests hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. The Princess of Yuwang assisted Madame Du and smiled, saying, Du Shongshu, Madame Du, I have come regarding Yuqing's marriage. There is no need for such formality. Chu Siqing followed her mother with a beaming smile. Upon seeing the saintess, Du Shongshu felt a jolt of surprise. He recalled the gossip she had revealed in court regarding the left minister and the heir of the Wei Duke, which he had also partaken in.
He thought to himself.
Thankfully, only the nobles could hear the saintess's thoughts. Otherwise, if she were to divulge more gossip today, it would be quite a spectacle to manage. Madame Du quickly invited the princess to take a seat and instructed a maid to bring tea. The elder lady of the Du family cheerfully suggested, Mother, let the younger sister come out to greet the princess. Madame Du then remembered, Indeed, I almost forgot. She instructed a maid. Go summon the second young lady to meet the Princess of Yuwang. The maid complied. Meanwhile, the guests exchanged pleasantries. Shortly after, the second young lady of the Du family appeared. Upon seeing her, Han Yuqing felt a surge of excitement, but remained composed, daring not to glance at her too often. Du Ruashi initially greeted everyone with confidence before taking a seat beside Madame Du. The Princess of Yuwang observed her closely and felt satisfied. Previously, she had only glimpsed her from a distance outside a tea house, but now, seeing her up close, she felt reassured. She praised, Miss Du is truly graceful and refined. I took an immediate liking to her. Du Ruashi smiled gently, lowering her eyes, and replied, Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Han Yuqing felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, wishing fervently for his sister to propose soon. Chu Siqing, nestled in her mother's embrace, had clearly noticed her uncle's expression and couldn't help but chuckle internally. She then piped up in a childish voice, Mother, let us propose. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Han Yuqing blushed and looked at his young niece, who smiled proudly at him. Madame Du remarked, I have heard of the saintess's wisdom. Seeing her today confirms it. Du Shongshu could not help but think to himself, not just wisdom, but perhaps too much. No wonder so many nobles have fallen under the sway of the saintess's thoughts. The Princess of Yuwang, also amused, declared, What Siqing says is true. I have indeed come to discuss Yuqing's marriage. She produced a pair of gold hairpins she had prepared in advance and solemnly stated, according to custom, I shall present these gold hairpins on behalf of the Han family to Miss Du, thereby solidifying the engagement between our families. What say you, Du Shongshu and Madame Du? Naturally, the couple had no objections and responded with smiles. We agree with Your Highness. The princess then personally adorned Du Ruashi with the gold hairpins. Thus, the engagement between the two families was tentatively established, and formal proceedings would follow. Chapter 53. The Qianglin Banquet. Following the imperial examination, the newly minted scholars paraded through the streets. Anticipating the lively spectacle, Chu Siqing eagerly urged her mother to take her to see it. The Princess of Yuwang had reserved a private room at a tea house along the procession route, the perfect vantage point to witness the scholars' parade. As only the top 3 scholars were permitted to ride horses, Han Yuqing, ranking 4th, walked alongside the other newly appointed scholars. Though he did not enjoy the same splendor as the top 3, Chu Siqing was nonetheless pleased. This year's parade was particularly vibrant, with many distinguished scholars participating. Leading the procession was the brilliant Yan Zhuangyuan, hailing from an illustrious family, whose handsome demeanor and commanding presence were striking. Although there was an unremarkable Wang Bangyan sandwiched in between, the presence of the captivating Yu Tanhua behind him redeemed the spectacle. Dressed in red with a floral hairpin, Yu Tanhua appeared ethereal, enchanting all the onlookers, who enthusiastically tossed handkerchiefs and flowers towards him and Yan Zhuangyuan, calling out their names fervently. The collective cheer was thunderous, and Chu Siqing could clearly hear it from her perch above. Had it not been for the officials stationed along the parade route, many young ladies might have rushed forward in excitement. Tossing handkerchiefs and flowers was one thing, but throwing fruit verged on perilous. Indeed, a daring maiden hurled a golden loquat at Yan Zhuangyuan, who deftly dodged it. Undeterred, she threw another, which unfortunately struck Wang Bangyan squarely on the forehead, causing him to cry out in pain as a bump quickly formed. The culprit, realizing her blunder, called out, Wang Bangyan, I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to hit you. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Wang Bangyan, a good-natured fellow, jokingly remarked, Everyone admires Yan Zhuangyuan. Yet, I am the one who suffers the consequences. Who can I complain to? Yan Zhuangyuan quickly offered his apologies. My brother Wang, I am truly sorry. The air was filled with levity. Watching from above, Chu Siqing couldn't help but marvel at the scene, reminiscent of the tale of Pan, and the fruit. She turned to her mother, concerned. What if uncle gets hit by a piece of fruit? The Princess of Yuwang felt a tinge of anxiety, glancing down at her brother's position. Although Han Yuqing did not rank first, he was close, and his handsome appearance had earned him an abundance of flowers and handkerchiefs. Luckily, the officials had curtailed the fruit-throwing antics. Otherwise, the more dashing scholars would have been in for a rough time. The day after the parade, the Qianglin Banquet was held. Chu Siqing was overjoyed to learn that the emperor had invited not only the newly appointed scholars, but also the national master and herself to attend. She was thrilled at the prospect of admiring the Zhuangyuan and Tianhua up close. Knowing her character, Chu Siqing cautioned, "Do try not to swoon or daydream. It would be quite embarrassing if your thoughts were broadcasted aloud in front of so many people." Chu Siqing patted her chest confidently. "Rest assured, I will maintain my composure." The Qianglin banquet took place in the imperial garden, and as the custom dictated, the blooming apricot flowers were plucked by the newly appointed scholars to adorn their ears. Watching the scholars, young and old alike, donning flowers, Chu Siqing couldn't help but grimace. She internally complained to Tu Qingchen, "Not everyone is suited to wear flowers. Look at those with grim faces. Can they truly be seen in public like this? And those with scruffy beards? A delicate pink apricot blossom by their ear is truly terrifying." Tu Qingchen, initially intending to caution her against voicing her thoughts, found herself smiling at the amusing scene. Emperor Ming of Chu sat upon the throne, flanked by nobles on one side and the newly appointed scholars on the other. The scholars, yet to be conferred titles, could not hear the saintess's thoughts, but the others did so clearly. The emperor and the nobles, following the direction of the saintess's thoughts, couldn't help but stifle their laughter at the ridiculous appearances of several scholars. The newly appointed scholars observed the peculiar expressions of the esteemed nobles across the table. Some even sporting enigmatic smiles, leaving them bewildered. Had some undisclosed event transpired? Why did these dignitaries appear to be mocking them? Before the banquet commenced, Emperor Chu Ming customarily offered words of encouragement to the fresh scholars, though this time his smile was particularly abundant. The Qianglin banquet was specifically arranged for the new scholars, as they were regarded as the pillars of the Great Chu. "I hope you will be loyal to the throne, devoted to the nation, and united with me in governing our realm." With that, Emperor Chu Ming raised his cup, toasting with his ministers, thus commencing the Qianglin banquet. The saintess and the national master were seated to the emperor's lower left, alongside the noble lords, while directly opposite them sat the top scholar, the second place, and the third place. Chu Siqing showed little interest in the delicacies before her, her young teeth unable to savor such fine food, and instead fixated her gaze on the handsome figures across the table. What joy it is to admire a handsome man up close. Yan Zhuangyuan stands tall and graceful, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, truly perfect. Tu Qingchen could only look at her in exasperation. Could she refrain from swooning at every opportunity? Emperor Chu Ming and the nobles had already discreetly tuned in to their conversation. Following the customary heart's voice of the saintess, it wouldn't be long before they were treated to some gossip. Chu Siqing did not disappoint their expectations. Wang Bangyan, though not particularly striking in appearance, truly lives up to his name as a genius in agriculture. Perhaps the emperor could assign him to the Ministry of Agriculture. Everyone was aware that Wang Bangyan was named Wang Yutian. When the examination officials first encountered his name, they could hardly believe it, thinking there had been an error. However, upon further investigation, it was confirmed that Wang Yutian had performed exceptionally well, with practical and insightful content, leading Emperor Chu Ming to award him the second place. Upon hearing his niece's thoughts, Emperor Chu Ming began to formulate a plan. He still had a bounty of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and hybrid rice given by his niece. Since Wang Yutian excelled in agricultural matters, he decided to entrust these responsibilities to him. Oblivious to the fact that her musings had been overheard, Chu Siqing continued to marvel. Up close, Yu Tianhua is indeed more beautiful than flowers, a feast for the eyes. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in, "Host, there is gossip about Yu Tianhua. Would you like to hear it?" Naturally, Chu Siqing was eager for the scoop and exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Yu Tianhua actually disguised himself as his twin sister to deceive Yan Zhuangyuan?" Chapter 54. Astonishing. Yu Tianhua suffers from split personality. Tu Qingchen felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew this young lady would surely stir up some trouble. However, the intrigue surrounding Yu Tianhua was indeed captivating, and Tu Qingchen decided to let it be. Emperor Chu Ming's eyes flickered as he exchanged a glance with Prince Yu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Inviting his niece to the Qianglin banquet was indeed a splendid idea. The assembled nobles also perked up, their gazes intensely fixed on Yu Tianhua, astonished to discover such a sensational tale hidden behind the celestial figure who seemed like a transcendent being. Who does not relish gossip? The eager onlookers were animated, their anticipation palpable, awaiting the saintess's heart's voice to reveal the details. The deeper Chu Siqing delved into the system's revelations, the more sympathy she felt for Yu Tianhua. So, Yu Tianhua suffers from split personality. No wonder such a bright and composed individual would engage in cross-dressing. The mention of split personality left the crowd exchanging puzzled glances, uncertain of the saintess's meaning. Though many among the ministers were learned, they had never encountered such a condition and thus continued to listen intently. Yu Qing had a twin sister named Yuanwan. Following the untimely death of their father, he relied on his mother and sister for support. Unfortunately, Yuanwan passed away unexpectedly at the age of 8, which drove their mother into a state of mental instability. Often mistaking Yu Qing for Yuanwan and dressing him in feminine attire. To bring joy to his mother, Yu Qing frequently donned the guise of Yuanwan. And over time, a second personality emerged within him, this persona being Yuanwan. As the crowd absorbed this information, they grasped the essence of a second personality, akin to fantasizing oneself as another being. Such an extraordinary phenomenon existed in the world. The saintess's heart's voice had truly opened their eyes. Many stole glances at Yu Tianhua, wondering what a beauty he would be if he were to assume the guise of a woman. It was no wonder Yan Zhuangyuan had been deceived. Yan Guan and Yu Qing, under the watchful eyes of the nobles opposite them, could only lower their heads to their food, perplexed by the attention. Though accustomed to being gazed at due to their striking appearances, the nature of this scrutiny was altogether different. Meanwhile, Chu Siqing remained engrossed in her gossip. Due to his mother's mental condition, Yu Qing, at a young age, had to shoulder the burden of supporting a family, growing stronger through life's tribulations. However, his other personality starkly contrasted with his own. Yu Qing's primary personality is resilient, striving to protect his mother and uphold the family, while the second personality, Yu Wanwan, is fragile, yearning for care and dependence on others. Yu Wanwan emerged as a personality born from Yu Qing's immense stress. When he felt weary or distressed, he would transform into Yu Wanwan, seeking solace and escape. As the crowd grasped the underlying emotions, they could not help but feel compassion for Yu Tianhua. In the trio of top scholars, Yan Guan hailed from a prestigious family, renowned for his prodigious talents from a young age. And it was no surprise that he had achieved the top position in his 20s. Wang Bangyan, though unremarkable in appearance and over 40, garnered little remark. Yet Yu Tianhua, who hailed from a humble background, achieved the remarkable feat of placing third at merely 17, outshining all the ministers in both talent and appearance. Many found themselves muttering that fortune favored Yu Tianhua excessively. Upon learning of Yu Tianhua's background, the ministers felt an increase in admiration for him, their hearts balancing somewhat. Yu Tianhua noticed the growing attention directed toward him, causing a flutter of unease within. He quickly adjusted his attire, anxious about any perceived impropriety. Chu Siqing was thoroughly engrossed in her gossip. After his mother passed away, Yu Qing fulfilled his morning duties before pursuing the examinations. Upon arriving in the capital, he first presented as Yu Wanwan and encountered Yan Guan. Because Yu Qing's feminine disguise was so strikingly beautiful, he attracted unwanted attention, but fortunately, Yan Guan heroically intervened, leading to their acquaintance. Yan Guan fell for Yu Wanwan at first sight, oblivious to the fact that his beloved was a cross-dressing man. The noble's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Their appetite for scandal ignited. They relished tales of love, hatred, and complex relationships. The spectacle of two men, one the top scholar, and the other the third place, enacting a dramatic tale of cross-dressing and heroic rescue unfolded like a mesmerizing story. The fervent gazes directed their way left Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Caught in the middle, Wang Bangyan could not help but glance up repeatedly, thoroughly puzzled. Chu Siqing remained blissfully unaware of the reactions around her, lost in her immersive gossip with the system. This persona of Yu Wanwan is delicate and dependent, and Yan Guan is the first to extend a helping hand, naturally fostering a bond of reliance. Upon learning that Yu Wanwan had an elder brother, he took the initiative to befriend Yu Qing and offered him support. Though Yu Qing was aware of Yan Guan's misunderstanding, he hesitated to clarify the situation. Influenced by Yu Wanwan's personality, he cherished Yan Guan's affection. As the misunderstandings deepened, Yu Qing found himself increasingly at a loss for how to explain, resorting to allowing Yu Wanwan to surface occasionally to meet with Yan Guan. Alas, Yan Guan was entirely oblivious to the anomaly, his heart completely entwined with Yu Wanwan. Whenever someone expresses an intention to marry, he unhesitatingly declines. The crowd follows the saintess, delighting in the gossip. The scholarly top candidates are entangled in misunderstandings. What will happen in the future? Chu Siqing shares this concern. Alas, the truth cannot remain hidden forever. What will happen when Yan Zhuangyuan learns the reality? With a beauty like Yu Tianhua, if I were Yan Zhuangyuan, I would certainly be reluctant to part with him. The ministers nodded in agreement, deeply sympathetic. Such a celestial figure as Yu Tianhua should not be made to suffer. Only the Minister of War, Lu Bushing, suddenly snorted disdainfully, seemingly full of contempt. Chu Siqing, intrigued by his sound, glanced at him and mused, "Is Lord Lu suffering from nasal congestion? Oh, dear. To catch a chill and still attend the banquet. How pitiable." However, those seated beside him should take heed. One wouldn't he want to catch anything from him. Upon hearing the saintess's thoughts, the ministers beside Lord Lu discreetly distanced themselves. Observing their colleague's evasive demeanor, the Minister of War felt a wave of frustration. He was not suffering from a chill at all. He simply disapproved of same-sex affections. At this moment, another shocking revelation emerged. Chu Siqing gasped internally. What? Lord Lu's wife and concubine are mutually enamored? Has he become the third wheel? Chapter 55. The Minister of War is actually the third wheel. Upon hearing this, the noble lords and ministers could no longer remain seated. Good heavens! The second personality of Yu Tianhua is female, and there are rumors of a preference for same-sex relationships. This was already explosive enough, yet the saintess has unveiled such scandalous gossip. In the backyard of the Minister of War, two women are involved in a romantic entanglement. While the tale of Yu Tianhua was enticing, he was merely a newly minted scholar. They had only just met. However, the Minister of War was an old acquaintance. It is well known that the juiciest gossip often involves those close at hand. Everyone turned their teasing gazes toward the Minister of War. His face flushed crimson. How could the saintess know such intimate matters? Initially, he believed his wife and concubine's harmonious relationship was a testament to his charm, only to later discover the underlying complexities. Thus, after hearing about Yanzhuang Yuan and Yu Tianhua, he involuntarily snorted in annoyance. The Minister of War now regretted drawing attention to himself with that snort.
Now,
Both the emperor and his colleagues would be privy to his private affairs. Sweat beaded on his forehead, yet he was helpless against the saintess's revelations. Resorting to lowering his head to eat in an attempt to mask his embarrassment, all eyes turned toward the Minister of War. And Yanzhuang Yuan and Yu Tianhua finally breathed a sigh of relief, the earlier discomfort finally dissipating. Chu Siqing was now particularly exhilarated, eagerly gossiping in her mind. It turns out that the concubine was originally the maid of Lady Lu, having grown up alongside her with a particularly close bond, which later blossomed into romantic feelings. When Lady Lu's mother discovered this, she expelled the maid from the household. Lady Lu, heartbroken, was soon coerced into marrying Lord Lu. The maid, being resourceful, sought opportunities to encounter him, and upon seeing her beauty, Lord Lu took her into his household. Upon hearing this, the crowd could hardly contain their amusement, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of scandal. They had heard of maids vying for affection, but never of one scheming to attract her mistress as husband. Since many knew that Lady Lu was the sister of Lord Lin, the head of the Hamlin Academy, they could not help but glance at Lin Qingzong. How could such a cultured family produce such a rebellious woman? The head of the Hamlin Academy nearly wished to hide his face. Just then, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Upon looking up, he found the Minister of War glaring at him with a fury that seemed to wish him dead.
So,
Your family thought me a fool? I had long suspected your sister had some issues, and yet you married her off to me? The Minister of War's expression was so clear that within moments, Lord Lin grasped the implications. Feeling both guilty and wronged, he protested internally, as he had genuinely been unaware of these matters. Not to mention, as an elder brother, it was inappropriate for him to meddle in his sister's private affairs. And their mother had certainly not made a fuss about dismissing the maid. The onlookers found the clash between the Minister of War and the head of the Hamlin Academy incredibly entertaining. Was this not more riveting than a play? Following the saintess's thoughts while indulging in gossip was simply delightful. Oblivious to the undercurrents among the ministers, Chu Siqing continued to relish the gossip. Lord Lu initially reveled in pride, believing the harmony of his household was due to his own prowess, even boasting to friends about it. Yet now, he felt as though his honor had been tarnished, unsure whether it was his wife or concubine who had betrayed him. The audience was entranced, wishing fervently to witness the dramatic scene unfold. The crux of the matter was that such an embarrassing and humiliating affair had been overheard by colleagues. How would he face them in the future? Realizing the saintess was beyond his control, the Minister of War cast yet another furious glare at his wife's brother. The head of the Hamlin Academy also felt a profound sense of embarrassment. His sister's private affairs had been laid bare by the saintess. Where could he hide his face? Yet, bound by fate, the saintess remained unaware of the impact of her thoughts, and they could not disclose this matter. Under the curious gazes of their colleagues, Lord Lin wished only to vanish into a hole. Meanwhile, Chu Siqing continued unabated in her musings. Lord Lu, in a fit of rage, found his concubine kneeling before him, claiming she had seduced Lady Lu, attempting to take all the blame upon herself. To his astonishment, Lady Lu then lifted the concubine, insisting to her husband that they were truly in love and that he had torn them apart, causing Lord Lu to faint from rage. How melodramatic. Such outrageous revelations. Lady Lu was essentially accusing Lord Lu of breaking up their romance and inserting himself into the affair. This statement was indeed shocking. It was no wonder Lord Lu fainted upon hearing it. The minister's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and Emperor Ming held back laughter, covering his mouth with a fist. When the matter does not concern oneself, the inclination to indulge in gossip is universal. Only the Minister of War and the head of the Hamlin Academy wore sour expressions. They finally understood the feelings of the Grand Imperial Censor and Duke Wei from earlier. Unaware of the uproar her thoughts had caused, Chu Siqing continued to reflect. The maid was loyal to Lady Lu, having been expelled from the household, yet striving to rekindle their romance. Lady Lu was equally courageous and principled, willing to be cast aside rather than let the maid suffer. Both displayed profound affection and loyalty. In truth, if one were to consider the matter in a few hundred years, perhaps society would find a way to accept their love. The saintess's reflections immediately astonished the listening ministers. Initially, they thought, how could adultery between wife and concubine be excusable? But upon further contemplation, if viewed from the saintess's perspective, there seemed to be some merit to her arguments. In that moment, the ministers were left in a state of deep contemplation, wrestling with the morality of the situation. At that moment, the saintess uttered a remarkable statement. Alas, Lady Lu and her concubine were born in the wrong era. However, Under these circumstances, the three of them could certainly coexist. Coexist? Is that what they meant? The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, suspecting they had misheard. Chapter 56, a makeshift arrangement. The Saintess truly possesses vast knowledge. The noble lords and ministers gazed incredulously at His Highness, Prince Yu, marveling internally. How do you educate your daughter? Prince Yu, enjoying the gossip with his daughter, remained oblivious to the astonished looks directed his way. After all, the gossip involved others. So, why should he feel embarrassed? His skin is not that thin. Noticing Prince Yu's impassive demeanor, the assembly turned their attention to Lord Liu and Lord Lin for their reactions. The head of the Hamlin Academy's face had turned a deep shade of crimson, bordering on black. Three people. Good heavens! How could the Saintess utter such words? It is a disgrace to propriety. Overwhelmed by the glances of his colleagues, whether inquisitive or mocking, Lord Lin could no longer bear it and glanced at his brother-in-law. Unexpectedly, the Minister of War furrowed his brow and then adopted a contemplative expression, even appearing somewhat pleased. The gathered assembly, astute and perceptive, quickly deduced that Lord Liu was seriously contemplating the Saintess's words. What is the meaning of this? The Saintess merely spoke casually. Why take it to heart? Well, old Liu, usually so pretentious, has finally revealed his true self before us. We have caught you in a moment of vulnerability. The noble lords and ministers exchanged knowing glances, filled with jests directed at Lord Liu, the head of the Hamlin Academy. Witnessing his brother-in-law's expression, could not suppress his anger. You scoundrel! You were just glaring at me, and now you wish to enjoy the benefits of a trio? Lost in the fantasy of the Saintess's words, Lord Liu was taken aback when he noticed everyone looking at him with amusement. His wife's brother regarded him with disdain. Initially feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Lord Liu's ire ignited. I would prefer to wed a proper wife, yet your family presented such a one. What could I do? Divorce would be detrimental to both families. The Saintess is correct. It is better to make do. As the Minister of War and the head of the Hamlin Academy exchanged glances, the noble lords and ministers relished the spectacle, prompting the newly minted scholars to glance about frequently. Emperor Chu coughed lightly and exchanged a knowing look with his brother. Prince Yu and the Emperor, having shared a bond since childhood, raised their cups in unison, proclaiming, Brother, we toast to you. Congratulations on acquiring such promising talents. Emperor Chu raised his cup and drank heartily. Subsequently, several members of the royal family and a few princes took turns toasting Emperor Chu, offering many auspicious phrases. After sharing a drink with the newly minted scholars, Emperor Chu remarked, Everyone, feel free to relax. There is no need for formality. At last, the atmosphere of the Qianglin banquet became lively, and the newly minted scholars grew less restrained. The majority of attendees felt thoroughly satisfied, primarily because sharing gossip with the Saintess was undeniably delightful. Following the Qianglin banquet, the top scholar, Yan, was traditionally appointed to the Hamlin Academy as an editor, and Yu, the flower of the examination, received a position as a compiler there. Unexpectedly, Emperor Chu made an exception for Wang, the second-ranked scholar, placing him in charge of the Department of Agriculture. Since all the ministers had heard the Saintess's thoughts during the banquet, confirming Wang's aptitude for agricultural matters, no objections were raised. Among the newly minted scholars, only 3 from the first class enjoyed such privilege. Others, like Han Yuqing, were required to undergo further examinations to determine their appointment as junior scholars. Han Yuqing, undoubtedly talented, smoothly transitioned to becoming a junior scholar, and would subsequently study for 3 years before being eligible for official duties. Chu Siqing was elated. With the top scholar Yan and the flower Yu studying at the junior academy, her uncle was also there, allowing her frequent visits to see her admired figures. Her enthusiasm for seeing handsome men was undeniable, albeit it caused distress for Lord Lin, the head of the Hamlin Academy. During the Qianglin banquet, Lord Lin initially found the gossip about Yan and Yu amusing. However, when the conversation turned to his sister, he felt a profound sense of discomfort.
Now,
Every time he encountered the Saintess, he felt apprehensive, fearing she might reveal some scandalous secret. This left the junior scholars of the Hamlin Academy distracted throughout the day, unable to focus on their lessons, as they were preoccupied with stealing glances at Yan and Yu. This infuriated Lord Lin to the extent that he ate less than usual that day. At that moment, Chu Siqing had urged Tu Qingchen to accompany her. She pleaded, The Hamlin Academy is filled with men, and my mother cannot take me inside. Please, Tu Qingchen, take me with you. Tu Qingchen rejected her, stating, My identity does not suit a visit to the Hamlin Academy. Chu Siqing offered her reasoning. As the national teacher, your duty is to protect the Saintess. Just say I wish to see my uncle, and you are accompanying me. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Don't you want to see what happens when the top scholar discovers that Yuanwan is actually Yu Qing? Ultimately, Tu Qingchen succumbed to temptation and took Chu Siqing to the Hamlin Academy. On their first day there, upon seeing Yu, Chu Siqing could not help but ponder. What an ethereal being Yu is. I wonder how she embodies the various forms of beauty as Yuanwan. Tu Qingchen, suddenly overwhelmed, realized the consequences of her spontaneous thoughts. This unguarded sentiment resonated throughout the Hamlin Academy, leaving the junior scholars in astonishment. Yuan? Is she not the twin sister of you? What do you mean you is disguised as her? Wait a moment, who is speaking? These junior scholars, who had not yet been appointed and had never heard the saintess's thoughts, were startled into silence by the unexpected voice. This is the saintess's voice? Yet she seems not to have spoken aloud. Could it be that they can hear her thoughts? Many opened their mouths to inquire but found themselves at a loss for words. At that moment, the voice echoed again. I hope that upon learning the truth, the top scholar does not blame you. He truly did not intend to deceive. It is merely that Yuan is his second persona. The junior scholars now understood that the saintess had indeed not spoken aloud. That voice was her inner thought. As the exceptional individuals amongst the scholars, they were well aware of the saintess's esteemed position within Chu. Reflecting upon the tales of the previous saintess, they accepted the reality of hearing her thoughts while keeping it a secret. However, what did it mean that Yuan was Yu Qing's second persona? Coupled with the saintess's initial thought, they began to grasp the implication that Yu's so-called twin sister was none other than Yu herself. Relishing in such a grand revelation, they turned their curious and gossiping gazes toward Yu and the top scholar Yan. They had heard that the top scholar was seemingly engaged to Yu's sister. Chapter 57. Gossip at the Hamlin Academy. Yan's expression darkened considerably. His handsome face fluctuated from pale to an ashen hue, finally settling into a deep scowl. Initially, upon hearing that voice, he hesitated to believe it, thinking it a jest. However, upon confirming the voice belonged to the saintess and witnessing Yu's reaction, he had no choice but to accept the truth. Yu's gaze toward Yan was devoid of explanation, only filled with shame, and he quickly lowered his head, unable to bear the weight of the moment. At that juncture, Chu Siqing observed the look Yan directed at Yu and felt compelled to defend him inwardly. Top scholar. Yu has his reasons. The Yuan you see is him, yet he did not intentionally disguise himself as Yuan. He lost his father at a young age and relied solely on his mother and sister. After his sister tragically passed away, his mother, succumbing to madness, mistook him for Yuan. At the tender age of 8, Yu Tianhua was thrust into the role of a family provider, enduring immense hardship. It was through overcoming various adversities that a persona of Yuan emerged within him. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Yu Qing. Even those who harbored jealousy towards him began to introspect. If they were in Yu Qing's position, could they manage to care for a mentally unstable mother while diligently studying to achieve success? Not to mention, Yu Qing hailed from the barren lands of Dan Prefecture and was merely 8 years old at the time. It is unfathomable how he persevered through such trials. Yan Guan's expression was also complex, deeply moved within. He was aware of Yu Qing's poverty, yet he had never exhibited a sense of bitterness towards fate, maintaining an air of dignity in his interactions, which made Yan Guan appreciate him even more. Little did he know, Yu Qing's experiences were far more arduous than he had imagined. However, regarding Wan, Yu Qing could have revealed the truth to her much earlier. Throughout those numerous days, he had been contemplating how to spend his future with Wan, unaware that everything had been a fabrication. Now that the situation had escalated to this point, what was he to do? Upon hearing his past recounted so vividly, Yu Qing was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at the saintess. Chu Siqing's heart leaped with joy. Yu Marin is looking at me, truly a sight to behold. If I were Yan Zhuangyuan, I would never bear to see him sad. Beside her, Tu Qingchen nearly covered his ears, wanting to lift her and question, Miss, could you refrain from swooning over beauty? At that moment, Han Yuqing, the saintess's maternal uncle, felt his face flush with heat. He was aware that his niece had a penchant for beauty, often stealing glances at handsome individuals. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that her thoughts could be overheard by so many. Curiously, many scholars glanced at Han Yuqing, aware that the saintess hailed from the Prince Yu's residence, visiting the Hamlin Academy today to see her uncle. How pitifully enamored she is with beauty. Han Yuqing's handsome face turned slightly red, feeling a bit awkward as he lowered his head. It was at this moment that Lin Zhongyuan arrived. Noticing the scholars with their eager, gossiping expressions fixed on Yan Guan and Yu Qing, and seeing the saintess standing nearby, he immediately sensed trouble. The saintess must have exposed Yu Tianhua's cross-dressing, and it seemed everyone had heard it. What a predicament. The Hamlin Academy was supposed to be a place of tranquility. Who would have thought it had turned into a hub of gossip, causing Lin Zhongyuan considerable vexation? Suppressing his irritation, he greeted the national master and the saintess. However, upon seeing Lin Zhongyuan, Chu Siqing's mind raced, and she muttered, Lin Zhongyuan's sister. Lin Zhongyuan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. Panic struck his heart. He feared the saintess would reveal the secrets of his sister in front of so many scholars. Just then, Tu Qingchen interrupted her thoughts with a cough, saying, Lin Zhongyuan, we shall take our leave now. Lin Zhongyuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, gratefully looking at him. National master, saintess, take care. Chu Siqing was surprised. Hey, I wasn't planning to leave yet. Tu Qingchen shook his head at her. She assumed he had something to say, but had to regretfully think. Fine. It's a pity I haven't seen enough of Yu Marin yet. The crowd found the exchange amusing yet regrettable, wishing they had heard more about Lin Zhongyuan's sister. After the national master and the saintess departed, Lin Zhongyuan observed the scholars still in a daze, and couldn't help but huff. He sternly addressed them. What are you all doing standing there like fools? You are scholars now. You should understand not to be swayed by external distractions, and to remain focused on your duties. The scholars sheepishly lowered their heads and returned to their tasks. However, many silently grumbled about Lin Zhongyuan. He was clearly too afraid to express his frustration towards the saintess, instead directing it at them. Meanwhile, the more inquisitive scholars were consumed by curiosity about Lin Zhongyuan's sister. What had happened to her? They yearned for the saintess to divulge the secrets she had nearly revealed. After being pulled away by Chu Siqing, Chu Siqing complained. Why leave so early? I haven't had my fill of beauty yet. Chu Siqing thought to himself, if you stay any longer, Lin Zhongyuan's reputation will be ruined. With so many scholars present, this is not wise. Yet, he replied, if we linger at the Hanlin Academy too long, will others still be able to focus on their work? Chu Siqing was reasonable enough to accept this. However, the next time she wished to drag Chu Siqing to the Hanlin Academy, he resolutely refused. Chu Siqing, displeased, insisted. Are you not a good fellow villager, Chu Siqing? Come with me. Chu Siqing thought. If I accompany you once, I will feel awkward every time. I truly do not wish to get involved in this mess. He excused himself. As the national master, it would be inappropriate for me to frequent the Hanlin Academy. It is against protocol. Then, no matter what Chu Siqing said, he remained unresponsive. Frustrated, she decided to ignore him, prompting Chu Siqing to shift the topic. By the way, the emperor hasn't visited the scholars yet. Perhaps you could accompany him when he does. Typically, to show importance, after the imperial examinations, Emperor Chu Ming would personally visit the Hanlin Academy to meet the scholars. Upon hearing this, Chu Siqing's eyes brightened as she resolved to speak with her uncle. Recently, Emperor Chu Ming had been preoccupied with state affairs and had not yet met the scholars. He had only just begun to find some leisure. Coincidentally, at this juncture, his niece mentioned Yu Tianhua, sparking his interest, and he decided to visit the Hanlin Academy with Chu Siqing. In truth, he harbored a curious desire to see how Yan Guan and Yu Qing were faring now. Little did Emperor Chu Ming anticipate that his visit would lead to an unexpected encounter with a significant incident, as his niece unveiled another major revelation. Chapter 58. Malicious accusations. Lin Zhongyuan was initially quite elated. After all, it was a tremendous honor for the emperor to personally visit the Hanlin Academy to meet the scholars. However, upon seeing the saintess following closely behind the emperor, he began to fret inwardly. Why had this little ancestor come along? With the emperor present today, he hoped she would not cause any trouble. Unaware of Lin Zhongyuan's inner turmoil, Chu Siqing eagerly peered after her uncle. The last time she and the national master visited, Yan Zhuangyuan must have learned of Yu Tianhua's cross-dressing. She wondered if they had reconciled since then. With the emperor's arrival at the Hanlin Academy, all were required to come forth and pay their respects. Led by Lin Zhongyuan, the scholars performed a deep bow to the emperor and the saintess.
Emperor Chu Ming,
Exuding an air of authority and kindness, said, You may rise. Chu Siqing discreetly observed, concluding, It seems Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua must have made amends.
Ah,
Look at them wearing matching outfits. How charming. Lin Zhongyuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. He knew this little ancestor could not resist the urge to gossip. What did she mean by matching outfits? It sounded like clothing, could it be? Hearing the saintess's thoughts, those present discreetly glanced at Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua. The two were standing quite close, and at first glance, their attire appeared unremarkable. However, upon closer inspection, the crowd discerned the subtlety. Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua's robes were merely different in color, yet the style was identical. Suddenly, everyone grasped the implication of the saintess's words. It suggested that the two lovers were donning matching garments. My heavens! Could it be that Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua were indeed embroiled in a romantic affair right before their very eyes? Moreover, among the newly appointed scholars, the two individuals most fervently pursued by countless young ladies were none other than them. When the voice of the saintess echoed, both Yan Guan and Yu Qing felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the very next moment, they found themselves the subject of numerous inquisitive glances from their peers. Yu Qing's ethereal visage flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to subtly shift away. They had been too close just now. He should have been more mindful. Chu Siqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, internally exclaiming, Oh, how conspicuous their affection is. Clearly, they harbor mutual feelings, yet they must maintain a facade of distance before the crowd. Among the throngs of gossiping scholars, Han Yuqing longed to cover his face with his sleeve. What could be done about his loquacious niece? How on earth had his elder sister taught her to be so astute? Though he found amusement in the unfolding drama, the presence of His Majesty the Emperor added a layer of gravity to the situation. Emperor Ming of Chu appeared quite entertained, reflecting inwardly, My niece truly is a source of joy. Managing the burdensome affairs of state often induced him considerable distress. Thus, taking a moment to indulge in the anecdotes of his subjects served as a delightful reprieve. However, not all could accept the notion of such a relationship. Amongst the scholars, there were many rigid traditionalists. A multitude of derisive or scornful gazes were directed at Yuqing. Flustered, Yuqing lowered his head, feeling the heat rise on his previously pale neck. Observing this, Yanguan took a step closer to Yuqing, subtly shielding him from the prying eyes. Chu Siqing could hardly contain her excitement. Ah, is this what it means to publicly display affection? Yanguan's charm is truly remarkable. Yanguan remained composed, contemplating that regardless of their proximity, the saintess already held her opinions. Thus, he resolved to disregard the matter entirely. As for the perceptions of their colleagues, he paid them no mind. Coming from the illustrious Yan family of Yangzhou, endowed with exceptional talents, he had never been swayed by the judgments of others. After all, this was a private affair between him and Yuqing, one that did not contravene the laws of the state of Chu. The opinions of outsiders were irrelevant. Unfortunately, others did not share this sentiment. At that moment, a scholar stepped forward, announcing, "Your Majesty, I, Sun Yaozu, wish to bring a matter to your attention." In a good mood, Emperor Ming permitted him to proceed. "Speak." Chu Siqing raised her gaze, unable to suppress her curiosity about this individual. The scholar declared with righteous indignation, Yanguan and Yuqing's actions regarding their relationship disregard moral propriety, rendering them unworthy of their titles of top scholar and flower of the hunt. Upon hearing this, both Yanguan and Yuqing lifted their heads, their expressions fierce. Was this person intent on completely ruining them? The system revealed to Chu Siqing, it appears that Sun Yaozu, having been unattractive and scorned by women since childhood, harbors jealousy upon witnessing the glory of Yanguan and Yuqing. He ranked 5th in the imperial examination, and upon learning of their connection, he seeks to undermine them, believing that without them, he would rise to 3rd. What audacity! He should consider whether he is even worthy to be compared to the flower of the hunt. The murmurs of the crowd betrayed their disbelief as they scrutinized Sun Yaozu. Admittedly, in comparison to Yanguan and Yuqing, he was less than appealing. Emperor Ming cast a sidelong glance at his niece, suppressing a chuckle behind a clenched fist. Hearing the saintess's inner thoughts, Sun Yaozu seethed with resentment. What was wrong with being born unattractive? It was not his fault. How infuriating that those who were fair of face squander their gifts on such immoral pursuits. Had he possessed their looks, he would surely have taken multiple wives, reveling in the attentions of the world's most beautiful women. Yet, pausing briefly, Sun Yaozu continued through gritted teeth. During our studies at the academy, Yanguan and Yuqing further corrupted the atmosphere, disturbing my fellow scholars and causing unrest. A laugh escaped Chu Siqing at this absurdity. Good heavens, this is pure nonsense. Even if they dabbled in unconventional relationships, it is improbable that they would harass someone as unappealing as you. Your audacity knows no bounds. Those present exchanged bewildered glances, many casting disapproving looks at Sun Yaozu. Even if Yanguan and Yuqing had their peculiarities, they had never troubled anyone. To slander them in such a manner was utterly disgraceful. Han Yuqing rose to defend them, bowing respectfully to Emperor Ming. Your Majesty, Sun Yaozu's words are unfounded. I can attest that Yanguan and Yuqing have never behaved improperly. Every successful scholar has diligently studied the classics, possessing a keen sense of right and wrong. Several others stepped forward, echoing the sentiments in defense of Yanguan and Yuqing. Sun Yaozu's expression darkened. Why was the response from everyone so contrary to his expectations? Shouldn't their unconventional relationship provoke universal disdain? Chapter 59. The Heartless Villain. In truth, not everyone was tolerant of such relationships. However, compared to Yanguan and Yuqing's private matters, the crowd was far more contemptuous of Sun Yaozu's willingness to slander his colleagues for personal gain. Emperor Ming's voice remained steady, devoid of emotion. Sun Yaozu, I ask you once more, did Yanguan and Yuqing truly harass you? Instantly, cold sweat trickled down Sun Yaozu's brow. If he confessed to fabricating his claims, it would amount to treason. No, he could not admit to it. Doing so would ruin him. With this thought, he suddenly knelt, obstinately declaring, Your Majesty, my words are the truth. Chu Siqing's anger flared, her mind racing with indignation. You may harbor disdain, but to invert the truth and deny your lies even when exposed is downright despicable. Many nodded in agreement. The saintess spoke rightly. While they might not approve of Yanguan and Yuqing's relationship, none would stoop to the level of falsely accusing a colleague. Still unsatisfied, Chu Siqing queried the system. Alton, uncover any secrets this man might have. The system complied, and upon receiving the information, Chu Siqing's fury reached its peak. She exclaimed, I'm infuriated. Sun Yaozu has committed numerous vile acts in secret. He is utterly depraved. The crowd leaned in, eager for the saintess's revelations. Sun Yaozu felt a wave of intense anxiety wash over him. Did the saintess know of his past? No, that was impossible. He reassured himself. Those events were far removed from the present. How could she possibly be aware? Yet, the next moment, his relief was shattered by Chu Siqing's thoughts. Sun Yaozu, though born with an unattractive appearance, harbored a desire for beauty. His family arranged for him to have a child bride who endured immense suffering in his household. Later, Upon achieving success in the imperial examination, he was taken as a son-in-law by a prominent family in the capital. Fearing displeasure from his in-laws, Sun Yaozu callously instructed his mother to dispose of the child bride. That poor woman, having suffered throughout her life, ultimately drowned in a pond, with outsiders believing it to be an accident. The atmosphere grew heavy with gravitas. If the saintess's words held any truth, then Sun Yaozu was indeed a monster. Recognizing that she would not joke about such matters, the crowd regarded Sun Yaozu with disdain. You heartless wretch! Not only are you unfortunate in appearance, but your spirit is equally tainted. Not only do you indulge in base desires, but you also extinguish innocent lives in your pursuit of ambition. How utterly revolting! At this moment, Lin Zhongyuan no longer found the saintess bothersome. His gaze towards her had taken on an air of reverence. Fortunately, it was the saintess's heartfelt revelation that exposed the truth. Otherwise, they would have remained blissfully ignorant, cohabiting with such a beast. Although the Hamlin Academy had produced such a scoundrel, the emperor would undoubtedly be enraged upon hearing this, and they would reap no rewards. However, Lin Zhongyuan felt a sense of relief, knowing that Sun Yaozu could be directly dealt with. Chu Siqing, still seething within, thought, that local official is merely a sycophant. He is corrupt and depraved, utterly despicable. The subordinates had evidently uncovered the suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of the child bride, yet he, valuing Sun Yaozu's promising future and having accepted money from Sun's mother, hastily concluded the matter as an accident. That poor woman never had the chance to smile in her life, while her tormentor ascends to great heights. Where is the justice in this world? Sun Yaozu, pale as death, was on the brink of collapse. The moment the saintess's voice spoke of the child bride, he attempted to interrupt but could not utter a sound. He had never anticipated that the saintess would be aware of this matter. Otherwise, how could he have dared to slander Yan Guan and Yu Qing? Sun Yaozu was filled with regret, wishing he could faint to escape the emperor's wrath. Emperor Chu Ming's expression was dark, an ominous anger welling within him. He fixed his gaze upon Sun Yaozu, wishing he could rend him to pieces. Little did he expect that among the newly minted scholars he deemed pillars of society, there existed such a vile creature. Just having achieved the status of a scholar, he dared to commit murder, and the victim was none other than his own intimate companion. Without his niece's voice revealing the truth, who knew how many lives Sun Yaozu would trample upon in the future? Unbeknownst to him, how many commoners were suffering injustices? Chu Ming coldly commanded, bring Sun Yaozu to the Ministry of Justice's prison for harsh interrogation. Yes. The palace guards acted swiftly, dragging the wretched Sun Yaozu away, without hesitation. With the saintess's voice having exposed him, Sun Yaozu dared not cry out for justice, instead succumbing to fear and fainting. The onlookers felt a sense of satisfaction as the emperor swiftly dealt with Sun Yaozu. Only Chu Siqing wore a puzzled expression, contemplating, why has my uncle suddenly ordered Sun Yaozu to be imprisoned for interrogation? This slander does not appear to be a criminal matter? She thought the emperor was incensed over Sun Yaozu's false accusations against Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua. The crowd exchanged knowing glances at the saintess. Having already laid bare Sun Yaozu's true nature, how could she still be in the dark? Indeed, the saintess's inner voice must not be leaked. She herself likely did not realize they could hear her. It was truly a pity. Days later, Chu Siqing received a notification from the system that she had earned points. System. Host, you have successfully aided in avenging the child bride and dealt with local corrupt officials. Points awarded. 500. Chu Siqing's eyes widened in surprise. What? How did these points end up with me? She hurriedly inquired of the system. What exactly transpired? System. Host. Sun Yaozu confessed in prison that he was responsible for the death of his child bride and had bribed the local official. Emperor Chu Ming has sentenced him and the local official to death by execution, replacing the local official with a new one. Chu Siqing clenched her fists and exclaimed, my uncle is truly wise. Justice is served. The wicked have finally met their deserved fate. However, how did these points come to be attributed to her? After much contemplation, she arrived at a plausible explanation. It must be because her suggestion prompted her uncle to visit the Hamlin Academy, leading to Sun Yaozu's slander against Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua. The scholars then emerged to testify against him, prompting her uncle to interrogate Sun Yaozu, during which the truth of the child bride's death was uncovered. As for the local official, it was likely a matter of following the trail. Chu Siqing conveyed her reasoning to the system. The system superficially agreed, but inwardly thought, such a far-fetched rationale could only come from you. Nevertheless, the points were crucial to him, and some matters were inconsequential. So he chose not to disclose the truth to the host. Chapter 60. Uncle's wedding recently. Chu Siqing was filled with joy, often clinging to Princess Yu, babbling happily as she practiced speaking. Being still young, she could only manage simple phrases, needing much practice to improve her eloquence. In the garden of the prince's residence, the afternoon sun shone perfectly. Seated in a rocking chair, Chu Siqing suddenly exclaimed, Mother, I want to attend Uncle's wedding. Princess Yu, sitting nearby, put down her book at the sound and smiled. Is my little Siqing so eager to go? Chu Siqing replied in her sweet voice, weddings are so lively. Princess Yu chuckled, affectionately patting her daughter's two little pigtails. Naturally, I will take you there when the time comes. A string of good fortune had come Chu Siqing's way, leaving her overjoyed. First, her points from the system had increased, and then, after much preparation, her uncle Han Yuqing was finally getting married. Due to concerns about the Wang family's modesty, Duke Mingyuan entrusted the marriage of his eldest son to his eldest daughter. Thus, the wedding arrangements for Han Yuqing were entirely managed by Princess Yu, with Duke Mingyuan providing ample support for all necessities. Wang Shi observed, her heart filled with envy. Han Wanqing was indeed extravagant. Did Han Yuqing truly require such ostentation for his marriage? Such splendor should have been reserved for her own children. Wang Shi even privately remarked to Duke Mingyuan, "My lord, I must say, my elder sister is being rather excessive."
Duke Mingyuan,
aware of Wang Shi's intentions and having already been informed of the arrangements for his daughter's marriage, chose to disregard her. When Wang Shi noticed Duke Mingyuan's silence, an awkward tension enveloped her, and she clenched her handkerchief tightly. Duke Mingyuan finally cast a glance her way. The eldest son is marrying the daughter of the Minister of Justice. If the ceremony is too modest, others may think our Han family is intentionally neglecting our daughter-in-law. He paused before continuing. Wanqing has only taken her share from Yuqing's portion. All other expenses are covered by her. Wang Shi was aware of this, but still protested. But my elder sister is being too biased. When Xiangru got married, she did not even provide any dowry. Duke Mingyuan replied calmly. The bracelet given by the prince among the betrothal gifts was taken by Xiangru, without permission, was it not? I was about to ask how you raised a daughter who steals from her sister. Wang Shi's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly interrupted. What is the big deal about sisters borrowing each other's things? Duke Mingyuan retorted sternly. Absurd. Even now, you remain confused. Xiangru has never regarded Wanqing as a sister, so why should Wanqing treat her kindly? Wang Shi was about to speak again when Duke Mingyuan interjected. If you utter another word against Wanqing, you shall be confined until the day of the wedding. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi was forced to swallow her unspoken slander, her eyes flickering with resentment. One day, she would stand atop Han Wanqing. On this day, Chu Siqing awoke early, allowing Nurse Li to dress her in a vibrant red outfit, adorning her head with a matching red hair ribbon, radiating festivity. Then, hand in hand with her father and mother, they made their way to Duke Mingyuan's residence. For today was the day of her uncle's wedding. Duke Mingyuan's residence was already adorned with lanterns and festive decorations, with guests arriving in droves. Han Nanqing welcomed guests at the entrance with his two younger siblings.
Today,
the groom Han Yuqing was resplendent in wedding attire, adorned with a red flower, riding a tall steed, followed by a lavishly decorated sedan chair as he joyously set out to fetch his bride. The sounds of music and celebration filled the air, creating a lively spectacle that drew many onlookers. Among them, the excited matrons carrying vegetable baskets eagerly pressed forward to gossip. Which family does this handsome groom belong to? I recognize him. This is Han Yuqing, son of Duke Mingyuan, who excelled in the palace examination. Truly a promising youth. A person who had once gone to catch a son-in-law under the rankings casually remarked, Indeed, my lord had initially asked me to pursue him as a suitable match for his daughter, but alas, the Du family intercepted my efforts. A curious onlooker inquired, Are you referring to the Du family of the Ministry of Justice? As the group arrived at the Du residence, the bride, Du Ruashi, bid farewell to her parents, and her brother, Du Zicheng, carried her in the bridal sedan. Han Yuqing was beaming with joy and greeted his brother-in-law with a smile. Today, as his sister married, he was particularly delighted. Upon hearing that there would be brothers accompanying the sedan, he eagerly volunteered for this task. Lift the sedan. With this command, the wedding procession resumed its lively music and celebration. The group carried the bride to the residence of the Earl of Ningyu, followed by a long line of attendants bearing the dowry. The Du family had prepared a lavish dowry for their daughter, truly deserving of the phrase 10 miles of red bridal adornments. Passers-by gazed enviously, lingering long, wishing they too could acquire a bride with such a generous dowry. Upon the newcomer's arrival at the Earl of Ningyuan's residence, the dowry boxes were duly accounted for as per the list, and the bride's treasures were all stored in the treasury. Noticing the bride's opulent dowry, the guests began to speculate. The Han family had certainly made an excellent match. The Du family of the Ministry of Justice was a household of both power and wealth in the capital. Today, not only did the prince and princess attend the celebration, but also Han Xiangru and her husband. Watching the astonished reactions of the guests to her sister-in-law's dowry, Han Xiangru could not help but recall the disdainful glances she had received from her in-laws during her own marriage. In that moment, Qin Songyun reproached her. Look at this. Your brother's bride has such a magnificent dowry. How could yours have been so meager? Han Xiangru retorted, unable to restrain herself. While my dowry may not be extravagant, isn't your family's betrothal gift equally modest? The betrothal gift, of course, had been arranged by the lady of Qingyuan Marquis. Qin Songyun, hearing his wife's disrespect towards his mother, immediately expressed his displeasure. He scowled and admonished, My mother raised me with great difficulty. With so many siblings in our family, the betrothal gift naturally could not be substantial. Furthermore, as a daughter-in-law, how can you voice complaints against your mother-in-law? Han Xiangru, weary of his reprimands, angrily responded, I have never seen a mother-in-law who covets her daughter-in-law's dowry. Qin Songyun, taken aback by her words, felt a twinge of guilt but maintained his righteous indignation. My mother merely believes you are still young. She is only safeguarding it for you. This angered Han Xiangru even more. Not long after she had married into the Qingyuan Marquis's household, her mother-in-law had forcibly taken her dowry under this ridiculous pretense. She could not fathom how she had ended up in such a predicament. Chapter 61. The hardship of Han Xiangru before her marriage. Qin Songyun had always presented himself as a gentleman of refined grace, which had led her to pledge her heart to him. Yet, why had he transformed into a different person after their union? Initially, the family of the Qingyuan Marquis had shown her some consideration, and Qin Songyun had been gentle and attentive for a few days. However, one day, everyone suddenly turned cold toward her. Confused, Han Xiangru believed she must have erred in some way. Later, she learned that her father-in-law, the Qingyuan Marquis, had sought a favor from the Prince of Yu, who had dismissed him entirely. It was at that moment that Han Xiangru understood that the proposal from the Qingyuan Marquis's household had merely been due to the fact that the prince was her brother-in-law. Qin Songyun had pursued her only under his family's wishes.
Han Banking. Han Banking.
Why was this wretched person everywhere? When Han Xiangru discovered the truth, she was nearly driven to the brink of fury. She had thought her marriage was a fortuitous match, her destined partner, only to find it was all a deceit to curry favor with Han Wanqing. This was an utter humiliation for someone as self-important as Han Xiangru. Fearing ridicule from Han Wanqing, she felt compelled to conceal her true circumstances in the Qingyuan Marquis's household. Nevertheless, the humiliation she endured was far from over. Soon, Qin Songyun revealed his lecherous nature, frequently spending time with his 3 concubines, hardly ever returning to her chamber. When Han Xiangru reproached him, he became infuriated, accusing her of jealousy and even confiscating her share of the monthly allowance from the household. The monthly allowances from the Qingyuan Marquis's residence were already pitifully inadequate, and since their marriage, Qin Songyun had never given her a single coin. Consequently, she found herself spending her own savings rather quickly after her arrival. Han Xiangru had once confided her grievances to the lady of Qingyuan Marquis, but to her surprise, her mother-in-law had become cold and unhelpful, even reprimanding her. The once warm relationship with her sisters-in-law had soured into ridicule and sarcasm. Thus, life in the Qingyuan Marquis's household became exceedingly suffocating for Han Xiangru. However, matters took a turn for the worse. One of Qin Songyun's concubines became pregnant. Now he clamored to take her as a concubine, leaving Han Xiangru with no grounds for opposition, especially since the lady of Qingyuan Marquis declared that she bore no offspring. How absurd! Qin Songyun dallied with others daily. How could she alone bear a child? Incensed, Han Xiangru deliberately allowed the concubine to serve her, seeking any pretext to punish her with kneeling. To her shock, the concubine ended up miscarrying. In the wake of such a catastrophe, Han Xiangru found herself at a loss, while Qin Songyun threatened to divorce her. Fearing abandonment, she sought her mother-in-law, who seized the opportunity to take her dowry under the guise of safekeeping. Contemplating her plight, Han Xiangru felt a nagging suspicion that her in-laws had orchestrated the situation, all in a bid to claim her dowry. She attempted to discuss the matter of her dowry with Qin Songyun, but he always insisted on filial piety, adhering strictly to his mother's wishes regarding anything related to the lady of Qingyuan Marquis. Enduring her husband's coldness, her mother-in-law's oppression, and her sisters-in-law's ridicule, Han Xiangru felt as though her days in the Qingyuan Marquis's household stretched endlessly. Fortunately, news of Han Yuqing's success in the imperial examinations eventually reached the Qingyuan Marquis's residence, leading to a slight improvement in her treatment. As Han Yuqing, her brother, had achieved the honor of a scholar and connected with the family of the Minister of Justice, his promising future seemed assured. Thus, when Han Yuqing married, her in-laws particularly insisted that Qin Songyun accompany her. Upon seeing that the prince and princess had also arrived, Qin Songyun hurriedly brought Han Xiangru forward to greet them. He enthusiastically remarked, "Sister, brother-in-law has brought our little niece here so early today." Chu Siqing was momentarily taken aback, inwardly criticizing, how shameless can Han Xiangru's husband be? Hearing their daughter's thoughts, the prince and princess silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, Qin Songyun was excessively obsequious. As he spoke, he gestured for Han Xiangru to extend her greetings. Reluctantly, Han Xiangru managed to utter, "Sister, brother-in-law," with a man of the prince's extraordinary demeanor before them. Qin Songyun seemed to sink into the ground. After enduring her time in the Qingyuan Marquis's household, Han Xiangru had no desire to face Han Wanqing. Every time she witnessed the affection shared between Han Wanqing and the prince, it felt as though a dagger had pierced her heart. The prince and princess merely nodded casually before taking their daughter inside, completely disregarding any opportunity for Han Xiangru and her husband to ingratiate themselves. Frustrated by his own lack of success, Qin Songyun began to complain, with a sister-in-law as a princess. "Why don't you make an effort to curry favor? Instead, you just stand there like a wooden post." Han Xiangru retorted, You may be good at ingratiating yourself, but did they even acknowledge you? You're merely pressing a warm face against a cold backside. Fuming, Chu Siqing snapped, if it weren't for you offending the princess, we would have already established a connection with the prince. Having felt disheartened after seeing Han Wanqing, Han Xiangru decided to let go of her inhibitions. So your family married me just to latch onto the prince's coattails, and now you're here at the Ningyuan Earl's residence because of Han Yuqing's promising future? Struck at the heart of the matter, Chu Siqing could only respond softly, Xiangru, we are now husband and wife. You must consider the interests of the Qingyuan Marquis' household. He paused momentarily and gently persuaded, regardless of whether it is the Princess of Yu or Han Yuqing, they are both your family, and they represent connections we can utilize. As long as our lives can improve, what harm is there in pleasing them a little? Han Xiangru felt a sense of frustration but understood that this was the only way. She could only bow her head and endure. Meanwhile, Chu Siqing was incessantly gossiping about Han Xiangru to the Princess of Yu in her mind. She had just inquired with the system, and now was the perfect time to voice it to relieve her mother's anger. Han Xiangru is truly a tyrant at home. When she was at the Ningyuan Duke's residence, she was audacious enough to confront her grandfather, determined to marry into the Qingyuan Marquis' household. Yet, after her marriage, the Madam of Qingyuan Marquis used a small trick to forcibly seize her dowry, and Han Xiangru didn't dare utter a word. Chu Siqing is a quintessential mama's boy, stingy and fickle. Han Xiangru must certainly be having a hard time in her new home. The Princess of Yu listened with an indifferent expression, feeling not an ounce of sympathy for Han Xiangru. This younger sister had always sought to compete with her. After marrying the Prince of Yu, she harbored ulterior motives to usurp her position and even stole her betrothal bracelet. At that moment, the Princess of Yu felt no sisterly affection towards Han Xiangru. Later, when Han Xiangru eagerly sought to marry Chu Siqing, the princess merely worried that the Qingyuan Marquis' household would take the opportunity to curry favor with the Prince of Yu's residence. Now that Han Xiangru was suffering, the Princess of Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 62, The Cold Shoulder, due to the Ningyuan Duke having a relative like the Prince of Yu, and his eldest son recently having achieved academic success, marrying the daughter of the Minister Du, the number of guests attending the wedding banquet was considerable. Once all the guests had gathered and the auspicious hour arrived, the newlyweds were to perform the wedding ceremony. The officiant called out loudly, bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your parents. The couple bows to each other. Han Yuqing held one end of the red silk knot, while the other end was in the hands of Du Ruoxi, who was veiled in red, completing the 3 bows under the watchful eyes of the audience. The officiant finally announced, take the bride to the bridal chamber. With this proclamation, the bride was escorted to the bridal chamber and the banquet officially commenced. The groom, Han Yuqing, blushed slightly, his eyes filled with joy as he went around toasting the guests. His younger brother, Han Nanxing, followed closely behind to refill the glasses, ensuring that his elder brother would not become intoxicated and neglect the bride. Naturally, the first to be toasted were their parents and the in-laws. The Ningyuan Duke beamed with joy, downing the drink offered by his son. The joy of his eldest son's marriage was evident, and the bustling crowd of guests was a stark contrast to the previously desolate state of their household, which filled him with delight. Wang Shi also drank from her cup, but her thoughts were different. She contemplated how her own son, Wen Yuan, would surely have an even grander wedding when the time came. Minister Du and Madame Du were also gracious towards their son-in-law, readily accepting the drink offered by Han Yuqing. Next came the Prince and Princess of Yu. Since the passing of her mother, the Princess of Yu had been most concerned about her 2 younger brothers. Seeing her eldest brother settle down brought her immense joy. The prince observed a glimmer of tears in his wife's eyes and quickly embraced her, saying, Wanqing, you should rejoice at your elder brother's marriage. The Princess of Yu felt a bit shy, hastily wiping her eyes, and together with her husband, they toasted the drink offered by her brother. Han Yuqing expressed his gratitude, saying, Elder sister, thank you for your concern. When the toast reached his elder sister, Han Nanxing visibly relaxed. He chuckled, Elder brother. Helping your elder sister is of utmost importance, but do not forget about your younger brother. Reflecting on the scene from earlier, Han Nanxing couldn't help but laugh. It was I who intercepted the suitors under the examination tree, allowing you to be chosen by the Du family.
Han Yuqing,
Feeling no need to be modest, patted his brother on the shoulder and replied, Thank you, elder brother. Laughter erupted among the guests. Chu Siqing quickly raised her small cup filled with milk and clinked it with her uncle's cup. In a sweet voice, she said, wishing uncle and aunt a harmonious union for 100 years. Han Yuqing, pleasantly surprised, exclaimed, Little Siqing is truly remarkable. Thank you for your blessing. He promptly drank from his cup out of respect for his little niece. Chu Siqing mimicked the adults, draining her cup of milk and then turning it upside down to show everyone. The guests couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little girl, dressed in festive red with a matching red headband tied into 2 adorable pigtails, resembling a little fortune doll. Madame Du, the elder aunt, smiled and remarked, The little princess is truly delightful. Many other ladies echoed her sentiments. They all said that daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets, and the Princess of Yu was indeed fortunate. Indeed, my family is filled with sons, I also wish for a sweet and soft daughter. When Han Yuqing approached his second sister, Qin Songyun discreetly shot her a glance. Han Xiangru forced a smile and warmly said, "Elder brother, now that you are married, do not forget your second sister." The crowd fell silent. What kind of remark was that? One only hears of grooms forgetting their mothers after marriage, not to mention that Han Yuqing's birth mother had long passed. What was Han Xiangru standing? It was the Princess of Yu, the groom's elder sister, who had contributed both financially and emotionally. Her words lacked any substance, and Qin Songyun had no choice but to interject, "Elder brother, your second sister means to say she is happy for your marriage."
Han Yukeng married inudiat.
Forcing a semblance of politeness. After their mother's passing, Wang Shi had been elevated to the position of the rightful wife. Not to mention that their stepmother had previously withheld their allowances, his second sister had never regarded them highly.
Now,
the warm demeanor of his second sister and brother-in-law was merely because of his recent academic success and the power of his in-laws. They were calculating their future prospects. Han Yuqing was not swayed by such insincere familial affection, and neither was Han Nanqing naive enough to be fooled. Seeing Qin Songyun attempting to engage his elder brother in conversation, Han Nanqing swiftly stepped in, diverting the topic. "Second brother-in-law, let me drink with you. Elder brother still has to enter the bridal chamber tonight, and mustn't get drunk." Saying this, Han Nanqing gently nudged his elder brother, prompting Han Yuqing to move to another table. Watching the opportunity to bond with Han Yuqing slip away, Qin Songyun couldn't help but feel regret. What a splendid opportunity wasted. All because of Han Xiangru's poor choice of words. Qin Songyun shot her a glare, then lifted his cup to converse with the younger brother instead. Han Nanqing was quite shrewd. Every time Qin Songyun attempted to speak of family unity and mutual support, he would promptly interrupt. Consequently, after a lengthy conversation, Qin Songyun had consumed a fair amount of alcohol but had yet to express a single meaningful thought. He intended to ensnare Han Nanqing in a trap, but the boy was too slippery, not granting him the chance. After some time without making any progress, Qin Songyun grew impatient and simply fell silent. Han Nanqing found this amusing and turned back to help his elder brother with the toasting. Seeing Qin Songyun's frustration, Han Xiangru was also boiling with anger. "It's all your fault for trying to curry favor. Do you see how they're reacting? You made me face Han Yuqing's cold shoulder." Qin Songyun, enraged by her words, thought to himself that if they weren't at a wedding banquet, he would have slapped Han Xiangru. He held back his anger and reproached her coldly. "If you hadn't failed to maintain good relations before, would I be facing setbacks everywhere now?" Han Xiangru retorted with scorn, "Then you can only blame your own ineptitude. If you were competent, others would be the ones trying to ingratiate themselves with you. You shameless woman." Qin Songyun, struck at his weak point, abruptly stood up, nearly overturning the table. Han Nanqing recognized the situation was deteriorating and quickly approached to restrain him, saying, "Second brother-in-law, you must be in need of a drink. I will fetch it for you right away." He exerted significant force, leaving Qin Songyun unable to resist. And at that moment, he finally regained his composure. Chu Siqing watched the unfolding drama with great interest, unable to resist chattering away with her parents. Qin Songyun's attempt to entrap his uncle failed, and Han Xiangru mocked his lack of capability. The two began to blame each other, embroiled in their own internal conflict. "Prince Yu and the princess. Daughter, are you aware that the banquet is not only attended by us? Du Shongshu and others, who also heard the voice of the saintess. Let's enjoy the gossip." Chapter 63. The steward's authority changes hands today. After receiving cold treatment from Han Wanqing and her brother Han Yuqing, Han Xiangru felt quite displeased. Lady Wang advised her daughter privately, "Xiangru, now that you are married, it is essential to maintain a good relationship with your husband." Having endured so much humiliation in the residence of the Marquis of Qingyuan, Han Xiangru could no longer maintain her composure in front of her mother after losing face before Han Wanqing and her brother. She could not help but lean on Lady Wang's shoulder, pouring out all her grievances. Lady Wang, both shocked and pained, comforted her daughter while berating everyone in the Marquis of Qingyuan's household. After her outburst, Lady Wang still counseled her daughter, "Xiangru, regardless of how unsatisfactory your husband may be, you must prioritize bearing children, for that is how you will secure your standing in the Marquis of Qingyuan." Han Xiangru indignantly replied, "How can I bear children when he spends all his time fooling around outside?" After contemplating, Lady Wang shared some of her own experiences. However, as a former concubine who had only recently been elevated to the position of wife, her advice was limited to matters of subtle attentiveness. Han Xiangru frowned at her mother's words. Accustomed to pride, she had no desire to demean herself before a man she deemed unworthy. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Lady Wang urged, "Even if you are reluctant, you must still bear children. Otherwise, you will always be regarded with disdain by your husband's family." Understanding the importance of children, Han Xiangru reluctantly agreed to try her mother's method. Still dissatisfied, she added, "Mother, with such a lavish dowry for Han Yuqing's wife, you should help manage it." Watching the boxes of Du's dowry being moved into the storeroom, Lady Wang felt a pang of envy. Originally from a humble background, she had no dowry herself. And though she currently managed the household, the family was not particularly affluent, leaving her little to gain. While coveting her daughter-in-law's dowry, Lady Wang hesitated, mindful of her reputation. Isn't this against the rules? Han Xiangru retorted. Humph. Wasn't my dowry taken by my mother-in-law? If the lady of the Marquis of Qingyuan can do it, then, as the lady of the Duke of Ningyuan, you can too. This way, you can silence Du. Lady Wang felt tempted. However, she knew this matter should remain discreet. The next morning, after Han Yuqing and his wife had served tea, Lady Wang privately called Du for conversation. Du Ruoxu smiled slightly and said, I had no idea there were mothers-in-law who covet their daughters-in-law's dowries. The princess had already informed her of the household situation and revealed Lady Wang's background. Therefore, upon hearing Lady Wang's words, Du Ruoxu felt no resentment towards her husband. She was merely a woman of lowly status. There was no need to concern herself with such matters and could simply approach her father-in-law, or the princess. Lady Wang, taken aback by Du's attitude, felt a surge of indignation. What do you mean covet? Do not speak carelessly. I am merely managing on your behalf.
Du Ruoxu Colby declined.
The daughter-in-law will manage her own dowry. There is no need for your assistance. Lady Wang slammed the table and scolded. Do you dare disrespect your mother-in-law? Du Ruoxu nearly laughed in disbelief. It is not that I disrespect you. It is simply that there is no such custom. Lady Wang insisted. The lady of the Marquis of Qingyuan manages her daughter-in-law's dowry. The Duke of Ningyuan follows the same custom. Just as Du Ruoxu was about to retort, a furious voice came from outside. Since when does the Duke of Ningyuan have such a custom? I was unaware. Upon looking outside, she saw her father-in-law approaching. Lady Wang panicked and exclaimed, My lord, what brings you here? The Duke of Ningyuan snorted. If I had not come, would you have forcibly taken Du's dowry? Lady Wang hurriedly protested. My lord, please let me explain. I did not. The Duke of Ningyuan waved his hand, sternly declaring, No need for explanations. I have heard everything clearly outside. He pointed at Lady Wang and continued, From today onward, you are confined to the courtyard and shall not step outside. Since my son has taken a wife, it is time for you to step aside. Lady Wang rose in disbelief. My lord. Ignoring her. The Duke of Ningyuan addressed Du Ruoxu. From now on, you shall manage the household affairs. Du Ruoxu's expression brightened as she replied, I understand, my lord. Lady Wang's eyes reddened, and she rushed to cling to the Duke's leg, crying, My lord, I know I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. She had worked tirelessly to become the lady of the Duke of Ningyuan and to manage the household. She could not be confined, nor could she lose her authority. If she had known her lord would hear of the dowry issue, she would have approached it more cautiously. Du Ruoxu observed, frowning at Lady Wang's behavior. Indeed, she was a former concubine and lacked the grace expected of a lady, making such a scene before everyone. The Duke of Ningyuan remained unmoved and coldly stated, Wang, I have given you countless opportunities. Alas, you are incorrigible and truly foolish. Lady Wang, disregarding everything, cried, My lord, I will change. How can Du, being so young, manage the household? Let me do it. Hearing this, Du Ruoxu turned to the Duke of Ningyuan. I have learned household management from my mother since childhood and shall not disappoint you. She would not let this opportunity slip away, ensuring Lady Wang would not have the chance to vex her again. Enraged, Lady Wang lunged at Du Ruoxu, shouting, Du, you vile woman! How dare you usurp my authority? Du Ruoxu had long since evaded her grasp. The Duke of Ningyuan quickly restrained Lady Wang and instructed the servants outside. Take her away. Without my permission, she is forbidden from leaving the courtyard. Several sturdy servants entered and swiftly subdued Lady Wang, taking her away. The Duke of Ningyuan rubbed his temples and addressed Du Ruoxu. From now on, you must take more responsibility for the affairs of the household. Previously, he had elevated Lady Wang to ensure that their children would have a good standing, preventing them from being looked down upon due to their illegitimate status. However, it was evident he had made a grave error. Lady Wang was shallow and lacked discretion, not only corrupting Xiangru but nearly offending the minister's household today. Du Ruoxu softly replied, It is all part of my duty as a daughter-in-law. Chapter 64. Malicious thoughts after adultery. Han Xiangru was unaware that her ill-conceived idea had caused Lady Wang to lose her authority the very next day and be confined by the Duke of Ningyuan. Presently, her thoughts were consumed with how to draw Qin Songyan closer to her, so she might bear a child to secure her position. After much deliberation, Han Xiangru ultimately decided to employ the methods Lady Wang had taught her. That night, she lit an aphrodisiac incense in her room and sent her maid, Shuer, to summon Qin Songyan. Han Xiangru endured and resolved to humble herself for a few days, hoping to conceive before making her demands. However, to her dismay, Qin Songyan still harbored resentment from the banquet and refused to come. Han Xiangru exclaimed, What did you say? In truth, Qin Songyan's original words had been far more scathing, but Shuer dared not relay them. In a fit of rage, Han Xiangru smashed a wine cup. After all her efforts, she felt as though she was casting her charms before the blind. The aphrodisiac incense had already enveloped her senses, and with each passing moment, she felt an increasing heat within her body. Gazing at the seductively adorned room, her resentment towards Qin Songyan deepened. Having humiliated herself to this extent, how could this scoundrel continue to torment her? Perhaps influenced by both physical and psychological factors, a bold thought suddenly flashed through Han Xiangru's mind. Her heart raced with both fear and exhilaration. A glint of madness sparked in her eyes as she turned to Shuer. Go fetch Qin Songming for me. Shuer was taken aback. Miss, what do you intend to do? Qin Songming, the fifth son of the Qingyuan Marquis's household and born of the Marquis's wife, found himself in a precarious situation as night fell. How could you allow your brother-in-law to enter your sister-in-law's chamber at such a late hour? Han Xiangru remarked coldly. I command you to go. Do you not understand my words? Shuer hesitated. Miss, you must not do anything foolish. If this is discovered, we shall all face dire consequences. Without a moment's pause, Han Xiangru struck Shuer across the face, asserting, do not forget that your contract of servitude is in my possession. I am your mistress.
Now.
Go fetch Qin Songming. Stung and reeling from the blow, Shuer left to summon him. Qin Songming, known for his lecherous tendencies, approached with eager eyes and an impatient tone. Sister-in-law, I have come. Han Xiangru smiled triumphantly, pulling him inside. She reveled in the thrill of her scheme, unaware that the following day, Qin Songyun would learn of the infidelity. In a fit of rage, he struck her hard across the face, exclaiming, You shameless woman! How dare you betray me with Qin Songming? Han Xiangru, pale and trembling, sank to the floor in panic. Regret washed over her as she realized the gravity of her actions. She had been entranced by some madness the night before. Now, she faced the inevitable consequences. In a further fit of anger, Qin Songyun kicked her, declaring, Today, I shall divorce you. Suddenly, clarity returned to Han Xiangru. She clutched Qin Songyun's leg, weeping, My husband, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please do not cast me aside. The weight of betrayal hung heavily on Qin Songyun, especially since it was his own brother involved. Enraged, he kicked Han Xiangru away. Desperate and cornered, Han Xiangru countered, If you dare to divorce me, I will spread rumors of your impotence and accuse your brother of coercion. The reputation of the Qingyuan Marquis's household will be ruined. Qin Songyun, momentarily stunned, retorted, Nonsense. When have I ever been impotent? I merely have a swift disposition. Yet, the shame of family disgrace loomed large, and he could not allow Han Xiangru to tarnish their name. A sudden thought struck him, recalling the recent wedding banquet at the Ningguan Duke's residence, with lavish gifts being presented to the bride. He smirked coldly. If you wish to avoid divorce, you must quickly retrieve some funds from your family. He mentioned a specific sum. Recently, he had borrowed money from a loan shark while at a brothel, a debt that had compounded significantly. Although he intended to default, the lender had connections to the influential Li Guifei, making it impractical. Han Xiangru's spirits lifted at the prospect of a solution, albeit reluctantly. She realized that Wang Shi would have access to Du Ruoxi's dowry, money she could seize. Anger surged within her as she contemplated confronting Du Ruoxi, but was halted by the Duke of Ningyuan. Father, how can you confine mother and hand over the household management to the Du family? She protested. The Duke responded coldly, Wang Shi has lost her senses, coveting your elder brother's wife's dowry, and she has brought this upon herself.
Han Xiangru retorted.
Is it so wrong for a young woman to have her dowry managed by her mother? The Duke was taken aback and furious. Is this your suggestion? Han Xiangru fell silent, her expression betraying her intentions. Frustrated and embittered by Du Shi's newfound power and wealth, she harbored dark thoughts. Why should others thrive while she suffered? The thought of her own mother being confined by Du Shi ignited a reckless idea within her. She resolved that Du Ruoxi must perish. After attending her uncle's wedding banquet, Chu Siqing felt a sense of disinterest. Suddenly, the system unveiled a shocking revelation. Host, Han Xiangru is plotting to poison Du Ruoxi. The system recounted the unfolding events. Han Xiangru had been caught in her affair with her brother-in-law, and in a desperate bid to repay her debts, she sought to extort money from her family. Fueled by resentment and pressure from Qin Songyun, she contemplated poisoning Du Ruoxi to claim her dowry. Chu Siqing was both alarmed and furious. How foolish and malicious can Han Xiangru be? Does she think she can execute this plan without a hitch? Her jealousy has clouded her judgment, leading her to reckless decisions, the system noted. Quickly, she informed her mother to ensure that Du Ruoxi was protected. The Princess of Yu could no longer remain idle and visited the Ningguan Duke's residence. Just as she arrived at the end of the day, Du Ruoxi greeted her with a smile, suggesting they dine together. The princess, however, had urgent matters to discuss with her. She inquired in detail about the household cooks, particularly the one responsible for that evening's meal. Although puzzled, Du Ruoxi trusted the princess and summoned the steward to provide thorough details about the cook's arrangements. Upon learning that Lin, the cook, was preparing dinner, the princess felt both relief and apprehension. Thankfully, she arrived just in time. The plot had not yet unfolded. Her daughter had warned her that Han Xiangru intended to poison Du Ruoxi using Lin. The cook's daughter was the only leverage Han Xiangru had, compelling her to comply. After whispering a few urgent words to Du Ruoxi, the latter's eyes widened in fear. However, being the daughter of a high-ranking official, she quickly regained her composure. After the princess departed, Du Ruoxi pondered deeply, and resolved to act. That evening at the dinner table, she tested her porridge with a silver needle, which turned black upon contact. Gasps filled the air as utensils clattered to the ground. With tears in her eyes, Du Ruoxi turned to the Duke, requesting his intervention. She recounted Han Xiangru's plot to poison her. The Duke, heart racing, understood the gravity of the situation. His daughter would never falsely accuse her sister-in-law. Furious, Han Yuqing declared, "How dare Han Xiangru harm you? I shall report her to the authorities." Han Nanqing echoed his father's outrage, insisting, "Father, Han Xiangru has attempted murder. You must not shield her." The younger siblings trembled in disbelief, unable to comprehend their sister's treachery. The Duke's brow furrowed, aware of the implications. He recognized that the Duke's family, connected to the Minister of Justice, would ensure a dire fate for Han Xiangru, though she was his daughter. Her heinous actions warranted the consequences she would face. The crux of the matter lies in how to quell the ire of Duke Du. Lord Ningyuan felt a pang in his heart and said to Du Ruoxi, "Handle this matter according to the law, without regard for her being a member of the Duke's household. From this moment forth, I shall consider her no longer my daughter." Du Ruoxi felt a slight sense of relief. She feared that her father-in-law would be swayed by paternal affection and let the venomous Han Xiangru off the hook. Fortunately, Lord Ningyuan proved to be a man of reason. Han Yuqing and Du Ruoxi promptly turned over the culprits, including the poisoned cook Lin, to the Ministry of Justice. Given the involvement of a superior's daughter, the officials were swift and efficient in their inquiries. Before nightfall, a contingent of soldiers descended upon the residence of the Duke of Qingyuan, seeking to apprehend the suspect Han Xiangru for interrogation.
Han Xiangru, incredulous, shrieked, impudence.
"What do you intend to do? My family is the Duke of Qingyuan, and my sister is the Princess of Yu. How dare you treat me with such disrespect?" The leading officer of the Ministry of Justice replied coldly, "Han, you instigated Lin to administer arsenic with the intent to poison the Du family. The evidence is irrefutable. It is futile to resist. Come with us for a brief inquiry." In a state of panic, Han Xiangru turned to the Duke and his wife for aid, exclaiming, "Father, Mother, please save me. I am Samling's wife. I cannot be imprisoned in the ministry." The couple had no grounds to intervene, especially since they lacked the power to do so. Moreover, Han Xiangru's relationship with the Princess of Yu is tenuous at best, rendering her rescue a matter of little consequence. The Duchess of Qingyuan declared resolutely, "Han, you have committed such a grave offense that the Duke's household can no longer harbor you. Songyan shall deliver the divorce papers in due time." Han Xiangru trembled, pierced by her mother-in-law's frigid demeanor. She had been coerced by Qin Songyan to extort money from her family, leading her to plot the poisoning of Du Ruoxi in an attempt to seize her dowry. Yet the true instigator remained at large, oblivious to the chaos. With reddened eyes, Han Xiangru hissed, "Officials! It was Qin Songyan who compelled me to act thus. He coveted the Du family's dowry and forced me to demand money from my family. You should apprehend him as well." Now that the Duke's household had turned against her, she had no qualms about dragging Qin Songyan down with her. The Duchess of Qingyuan exclaimed, "Wretched woman! How dare you slander my son? I wish upon you an untimely demise." As she lunged to strike Han Xiangru, the officials restrained her. In a state of panic, the Duchess protested, "No, my son is innocent." However, the officials dismissed her pleas and, upon learning that Qin Songyan was not present, immediately dispatched men to apprehend him. Shortly thereafter, both Han Xiangru and Qin Songyan found themselves incarcerated. Following thorough interrogation by the Ministry of Justice, and with evidence firmly against them, they were swiftly sentenced to exile for 2,000 miles. Upon hearing this dreadful news, Wang seized a knife, intent on avenging her daughter, only to be restrained. Furthermore, in an effort to appease Duke Du's wrath, Lord Ningyuan made a momentous decision after careful consideration. The next day, he submitted a memorial requesting that the title be bestowed upon his eldest son, Han Yuqing, to which Emperor Chu Ming acquiesced. Thus, Han Yuqing inherited the title, becoming the new Duke of Ningyuan, while Du Ruoxi was freed from her previous constraints, finally taking her rightful place as the mistress of the Duke's household. In the garden of the Prince of Yu, another sun-drenched afternoon unfolded. The system chimed, "Host, you have successfully prevented Du Ruoxi from being poisoned, earning 400 points." Chu Siqing perked up and eagerly inquired, "Tong, has Han Xiangru faced punishment?" The system replied, "Both Han Xiangru and Qin Songyan have been sentenced to exile for 2,000 miles." Chu Siqing clapped her hands in celebration. Neither of them are virtuous. Their confinement is well-deserved. Observing her daughter reclining in a rocking chair, her little legs crossed and swaying, her hands clapping in delight, the Princess of Yu couldn't help but smile. She set her book aside, gently placing Chu Siqing's feet down, playfully chiding, "If you wish to lounge, do so properly. Why elevate your feet?" Chu Siqing beamed with joy, unable to resist grasping her mother's hand. The system informed her that her grandfather had bestowed the title upon her uncle, making the current Duke of Ningyuan her elder uncle. Not only had Han Xiangru been exiled, but Wang had also been discarded by her grandfather and sent to the countryside. The two could no longer vex her mother. It was a delightful turn of events. She cheerfully declared to the Princess of Yu, "Uncle is now a duke." I am so happy. The Princess of Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Mother is equally pleased. Previously, Han Xiangru and Wang had committed numerous unsavory deeds. Yet due to their lack of legal repercussions, she had been unable to take action, mindful of her two younger brothers. Now, seeing their downfall, they reaped what they had sown, and it was truly gratifying. Furthermore, with her eldest brother now a duke and his wife possessing considerable capability, the Duke of Ningyuan's household would no longer be plagued by distressing matters, allowing her to finally breathe easy. The mother and daughter reveled in their satisfaction, oblivious to the fact that this situation had stirred a considerable uproar in the imperial court. The following day, as Chu Siqing accompanied Tu Qingchen to court, she overheard an official stepping forth to accuse her uncle. The official proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I wish to indict Duke Ningyuan, Han Yuqing, for failing to maintain familial harmony," resulting in Han Xiangru's attempt to poison the Du family, nearly leading to a tragic loss of life. At present, Han Yuqing was merely an honorary scholar and was not present at court. Du Muqing, the Minister of Justice, furrowed his brow. While he was understandably furious over his daughter's near poisoning, he could not fathom how this implicated his son-in-law. Clearly, it was Han Xiangru's greed for his daughter's dowry that had prompted the poisoning scheme. Moreover, the in-laws had not shielded Han Xiangru. They had even conferred the title upon their son-in-law. With his daughter now the wife of Duke Ningyuan, what purpose did this accusation serve? The expressions of those present varied, with many feeling perplexed. Wasn't Han Yuqing's wife the victim of his sister's poisoning? The fault lay squarely with her, who, devoid of sisterly affection, had resorted to such malicious acts against her brother's wife. How could the blame be shifted onto Han Yuqing? Chu Siqing too found the situation baffling and silently queried the system. "Atong, why is this person accusing my uncle?" The system promptly provided clarity. In the next instant, the ministers heard the voice of the saintly maiden. "It turns out that my uncle's report led to the exile of Qin Songyun and his wife, and the Duke of Qingyuan, harboring resentment, sought to retaliate by submitting this indictment." How ludicrous! Han Xiangru, consumed by jealousy, viciously poisoned her sister-in-law. Yet she blames my uncle for disrespecting her elder sister? Moreover, it was Qin Songyun who initially coveted the dowry of his sister-in-law, inciting Han Xiangru to extort money from the Duke of Ningyuan's household. As her indignation swelled, Chu Siqing couldn't resist indulging in a bit of gossip in her mind. Speaking of the Duke of Qingyuan's household, they are rather impoverished. Every daughter-in-law who marries and has her dowry tightly controlled by the Duchess of Qingyuan. Such a family would surely subject a bride to a life of hardship. Tu Qingchen merely cast a glance at Chu Siqing, accustomed to her penchant for gossip. The official who had initiated the indictment immediately recoiled. The onlookers could not help but cast peculiar glances toward the Duke of Qingyuan. Tisk tisk. One could only wonder how destitute the family must be. Previously, one had only heard of in-laws plotting against their daughters-in-law's dowries, which was already quite disreputable. Yet here, every daughter-in-law's dowry was seized. Even more egregious, the son had set his sights on his sister-in-law's dowry. Such a lack of decorum was truly unfathomable. The Duke of Qingyuan felt the weight of the gazes upon him, wishing for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. With numerous offspring, the family's expenses were indeed substantial. Thus, the Duchess had kept a tight grip on the dowries of the daughters-in-law, turning a blind eye to the situation. Little did he know that these disgraceful deeds would be laid bare by the voice of the saintly maiden. This was indeed a colossal embarrassment. Most importantly, these revelations were overheard by the court officials, making it exceedingly difficult for his children to marry into illustrious families in the future. The ministers silently expressed their disdain for this family's character, each resolving to refrain from associating with them. Emperor Chu Ming, seated high upon the dragon throne, observed the ministers' reactions keenly. Having just heard the heartfelt sentiments of his niece and grasped the intricacies of the situation, he spoke, "I believe that Han Yuqing bears no fault in this matter. What do you all think?" Immediately, a minister emerged to echo his sentiments, declaring, "Your Majesty speaks truly. I too believe that this is solely the fault of the Han family and has nothing to do with Lord Ningyuan." Such sycophancy indeed had a swift reaction. Others, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, "I contend that this affair stemmed from Qin Songyun coveting his sister-in-law's dowry. I must call for an admonition against Duke Qingyuan for his laxity in educating his children." Further voices chimed in, "I concur, and furthermore, the family ethos of the Duke of Qingyuan is quite flawed, allowing the mother-in-law to control all the dowries of her daughters-in-law, which is truly unprecedented." Duke Qingyuan himself was already trembling with apprehension. Unfortunately for him, the accusations brought forth were undeniably valid, leaving him without a defense. Therefore, Emperor Chu Ming issued a decree. Duke Qingyuan's failure in parental guidance and his family's poor morals shall result in the forfeiture of his title and removal from office, reducing him to commoner status. In her heart, Chu Siqing could not help but exclaim, "My royal uncle is indeed sagacious. The minister's insights are remarkably astute." Both Emperor Chu Ming and the ministers felt a sense of elation. "Ah, our niece the saintess is praising us." Prince Yu and the frivolous Qing Chen silently derided. "It is clear they only spoke after hearing your innermost thoughts." Little did Duke Qingyuan anticipate that his resentment over his son's exile would lead him to petition against Lord Ningyuan, resulting in the loss of his own title. Upon hearing the imperial decree, he was immediately engulfed by regret, overwhelmed by the reality, and fainted away. Observing Duke Qingyuan collapse on the court floor, carried away by attendants, Chu Siqing could not help but reflect. With the Qin Songyan family in such dire straits, they still dare to vie for status, borrowing usury for the sake of pride. Unable to repay the accumulating interest, and now coveting the dowry of their sister-in-law. However, those who lend at usury are hardly virtuous. The mention of usury piqued the interest of the ministers, for it is well known that the Great Chu has strictly prohibited such practices. Who would be audacious enough to defy the law? Chapter 67. The abolition of private usury. In truth, the Great Chu has state-run lending institutions known as the Jiku, where the law stipulates that interest must not exceed a third. Hence, when the populace is in urgent need of funds, they typically turn to the Jiku for assistance. Conversely, usury is a private lending practice, with exorbitant interest rates often accompanied by violent collection methods. Once the impoverished populace becomes entangled in usury, escape becomes nearly impossible. Thus, the Great Chu has mandated a prohibition on usury, with violators facing confiscation of property, exile, and in severe cases, execution. Even those in official positions would face severe consequences. Curiosity piqued, the assembly strained to discern the identity of the usurer. Chu Siqing, not one to disappoint, began to divulge information within her mind. No wonder Yao Lianhu dares to engage in usury. It turns out he is a cousin of concubine Li, with a powerful backing. The Yao family profits from usury, sharing the gains with the Li family, thus giving them a sense of security. Li Zhongdian, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, trembled at this realization. The situation had unexpectedly implicated him. He glared at the saintess, wishing she would cease her inner monologue. However, being in the court, to act against the saintess was nothing but a foolish dream. The ministers, having caught wind of this revelation, turned their gazes toward Li Zhongdian. Concubine Li was the mother of the second prince, and Li Zhongdian held the esteemed position of deputy minister, enjoying considerable favor from the emperor. To think that the Li family would so brazenly collude with the Yao family to engage in such nefarious acts. The system revealed to the host all of Yao Lianhu's schemes, and with each detail, Chu Siqing's anger escalated, prompting her to murmur, "Ah, this is all a tangled web." Because Li Zhongdian is the deputy minister overseeing the Jiku, he signaled his subordinates to make life difficult for the citizens seeking loans, privately documenting their information, subsequently allowing Yao Lianhu to make contact. When citizens are unable to secure low-interest government loans, falling into Yao Lianhu's trap, they are compelled to resort to his usury. Yao Lianhu is ruthless, maliciously undervaluing the assets pledged by the populace and resorting to early violent collections, having driven several families to ruin. The ministers, hearing this, were filled with indignation, and Emperor Chu Ming's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Li Zhongdian. It was revealed that this man had grossly neglected his duties, orchestrating such inhumane acts. As an official of the court, to deliberately deprive the people of their property is an offense deserving of death. Li Zhongdian's face turned pale, cold sweat streaming down his brow, as he trembled on the brink of collapse. It was over. Everything was over. The Minister of Revenue was equally alarmed, wishing he could hang Li Zhongdian for his transgressions. Although he had not been complicit in the scoundrel's misdeeds, as Li Zhongdian's superior, he would undoubtedly bear the blame for negligence. Oblivious to the minister's reactions, Chu Siqing continued to indulge in her musings. Many merchants also borrowed Yao Lianhu's usury to establish connections with Li Zhongdian, hoping to exploit the deputy minister's influence for tax evasion. Yao Lianhu's usury, demanding a 5% interest, has made him exceedingly wealthy, and the Li family, including concubine Li, indulges in extravagant living and wasteful spending. Li Zhongdian has engaged in so many illicit activities behind the scenes, yet the Minister of Revenue remains utterly oblivious. Truly a blind man. The Minister of Revenue thought to himself that while the saintess had scolded him, she had also publicly distanced herself from Li Zhongdian, avoiding any association with his misdeeds. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped forward to confess, "Your Majesty, I am at fault." Emperor Chu Ming's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "What fault do you bear?" Detecting the emperor's rising anger, the Minister of Revenue quickly stated, "I have sinned through negligence." Failing to notice that Deputy Minister Li Zhongdian abused his power for personal gain, causing officials of the Jiku to harass the citizens, colluding with the Yao family to engage in usury. The leading voice spoke up, and immediately a censor echoed, "Your Majesty, I too wish to indict Yao Lianhai for violating the laws of the Great Chu, employing violent methods to collect usury and robbing the citizens of their wealth, resulting in countless ruined families." Li Zhongdian, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Emperor Chu Ming was already seething with rage, turning to the Minister of Punishments, Du Muqing. "I command you to thoroughly investigate this matter. If proven true, administer justice according to the law and provide compensation to the affected citizens."
Du Muqing promptly responded, "I shall obey."
Chu Siqing was utterly bewildered. So, the Minister of Revenue had already detected this, and other ministers are aware of the situation. "I have truly misjudged them," the assembly murmured, Saintess, it was your innermost thoughts that revealed all of this to us. Thanks to the insights of the Minister of Punishments, the crimes of the Li and Yao families were swiftly uncovered. Both families were sentenced to confiscation of property, with the main offenders facing execution and the accomplices exiled 3,000 miles. Officials of the Jiku involved, along with merchants guilty of tax evasion, were also dealt with accordingly. Upon learning that her family had been confiscated, concubine Li, whose father and relatives had been sentenced to execution and exile, sought to plead with Emperor Chu Ming. She wept bitterly. Your Majesty, I implore you to spare my family. They have recognized their mistakes. Grant them a chance for redemption. However, Emperor Chu Ming coldly responded, if I grant them a chance at life, what of the citizens who have suffered to the point of destruction? Concubine Li, in tears, continued to plead. Emperor Chu Ming, fixating on her ornate adornments and lavish attire, realized that these were all provided by the Li and Yao family's usury, igniting his fury. He sternly interrupted, your extravagant expenditures are born from the oppression of the common people. Your moral character is lacking, rendering you unworthy of your rank as concubine.
Concubina Li,
In disbelief, hastily protested, Your Majesty, I am wronged. I was not aware of this matter. Emperor Chu Ming, unwilling to hear her explanations, issued a decree stripping her of her authority over the inner palace and demoting her rank. Once the favored concubine Li, she was now merely Lady Li, stripped of her former affection. Before long, Chu Siqing heard of the aftermath of the usury. The system announced, Host has successfully aided in the eradication of underground usury organizations and compensated the victims, gaining 2,000 points. Chu Siqing exclaimed with delight, Wonderful! At last! This usurious debt is gone. It has caused so much suffering to the common people. She hurriedly inquired of the system. Tong. Those vile Li Zhongdian and Yao Lianhu must have been dealt with, right? Chu Siqing feared that her uncle, the emperor, might let the matter slide due to his affection for concubine Li and his consideration for the maternal family of the second prince. The system reassured her. Rest easy, host. Both of them have already met their demise, and concubine Li has also been dealt with by Emperor Chu Ming. The treasury has arranged for new officials. And if the common people are in urgent need, they can now borrow from official loans. With this, Chu Siqing felt relieved. Pondering how the points had been added to her account, drawing from her previous experiences, she soon deduced that it must be a chain reaction triggered by her informing her mother, Han Xiangru, about the poisoning incident, which led to the case being investigated by the Ministry of Justice, thereby spreading the word about the usurious practices. The system remarked, As long as you're happy, host. Chapter 68. Golden Light Protection. While Chu Siqing was still reveling in her accumulated points, the system delivered another piece of good news. Host, your points have now reached 30,000, and I have upgraded 2 functions. Chu Siqing was both surprised and elated, quickly asking, What are those functions? The system replied, Malicious Rebound and Golden Light Protection. In truth, it had recently detected some malevolent intentions directed at Chu Siqing, prompting the enhancements to her protective features. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, Chu Siqing responded, That sounds rather sophisticated. Tong. Please elaborate. The system explained, Malicious Rebound means that when someone harbors ill will towards you, they will themselves experience a sense of fear, as if being targeted. Chu Siqing nodded eagerly, as if pecking at grains. Indeed, that function is quite impressive. She recalled how her uncle had insisted on her entering the court, with many ministers opposing it. At that time, she had sensed a lurking malice towards her, which had left her feeling uneasy. Now, with the function of Malicious Rebound, those individuals would likely think twice before harboring such thoughts. Satisfied, she inquired further. And what does Golden Light Protection entail? Could it be akin to the divine effects she had witnessed on television before her transmigration? The system clarified. Golden Light Protection means that when someone attempts to harm you, a golden light will emanate from your body, preventing the assailant from approaching you. Chu Siqing thought to herself, this truly sounds promising, yet she worriedly asked, Tong, can this golden light genuinely protect me? I hope it's not just a flashy display meant to intimidate, much like the special effects in dramas, where the protagonist is shielded by golden light. But that was merely fiction. She could not afford to be careless when it came to her personal safety. The system replied, somewhat exasperated. Host, would I present you with a counterfeit? Rest assured, what the system produces is of the finest quality. Chu Siqing felt a surge of joy at this assurance, yet hesitated. This function is indeed useful, but isn't emitting golden light a bit too ostentatious? The system responded, Host, you are now a saintess, naturally. You must stand out. If others see you surrounded by golden light, they will undoubtedly recognize your status. The shimmering feature was deliberately chosen by the system to elevate the host's presence. Convinced, Chu Siqing pondered that it might be a challenge to utilize this function. After all, as a saintess and the daughter of a royal family, who would dare to harm her? Little did she know, she would soon publicly demonstrate the golden light protection, gaining a multitude of supporters. Chu Siqing, fond of lively gatherings, eagerly insisted on accompanying the Princess of Joy to the Grand Temple Fair in the capital. Initially, the fair was an occasion for people to visit temples to pray and make offerings, but as participation grew, it evolved into a bustling market. The common folk adored attending the fair, leading to a scene of throngs filling the streets on this day. Even though the Princess of Joy was accompanied by guards, Chu Siqing felt the crowd pressing in on her. However, her enthusiasm for the festivities only soared. This was the most familiar sight she had encountered since arriving in this foreign world. Numerous vendors lined the streets, offering an array of trinkets, clay figurines, shuttlecocks, bamboo dragonflies, kites, spinning tops, and lanterns. These delightful toys had existed for ages and remained beloved by countless children even in later generations. Having become an orphan early in her past life, Chu Siqing had little opportunity to play with such toys. Now, despite being an adult in spirit, she couldn't help but gaze longingly at these delightful items. Pulling at the Princess of Joy, she exclaimed, "Mother, I want." Chu Siqing's eyes widened with excitement, her mouth agape in sheer joy. "Really? Mother, can I have them all?" The Princess of Joy chuckled, pinching her little nose. Of course. She had already noticed her daughter's keen interest in the toys. The little girl, with wide-open eyes, seemed unable to blink, her expressions oscillating between desire and hesitation, which was utterly adorable. The Princess of Joy couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although Siqing was inherently clever, she was still, at heart, a child who loved such trinkets. Overjoyed, Chu Siqing's gaze inadvertently drifted to the nearby food stalls, and she found herself unable to move. Rice candy, sugar-coated fruits, sorghum syrup, jerky, and candied hawthorn. She couldn't resist swallowing hard, pointing at the food with her eyes sparkling. "Mother, I want those treats too." The Princess of Joy looked towards the direction her daughter was pointing, bemused. "Siqing, you're still so small, your little teeth can't handle those snacks." It wasn't that she was unwilling to buy them for her daughter, but she feared that Chu Siqing might damage her teeth. Chu Siqing, unabashed, pleaded, "Mother, I just want to taste them. We can buy a lot and share with others." Seeing her daughter's mouth watering, the Princess of Joy hesitated. She feared that Chu Siqing might lose control in her excitement. Observing the opportunity, Chu Siqing quickly flattered, "Mother is the best in the world." She even extended her chubby little hand to massage the Princess of Joy's back, exuding an endearing charm. The Princess of Joy couldn't help but laugh. What a little flatterer. Chu Siqing pouted. "I mean it." The guards and servants accompanying them all laughed heartily. With a bamboo dragonfly in her left hand and a candied hawthorn in her right, Chu Siqing licked the treat while watching the performances around her. Due to the large crowd at the fair, there were many lively activities taking place: lion dances, stilt walking, magic shows, comedic skits, and puppet performances, among others. Chu Siqing was dazzled, feeling as though her eyes were insufficient to take in all the sights. The Princess of Joy, noticing her daughter engrossed in the performances, wiped the sugary residue from her mouth with a handkerchief, suppressing her laughter. Just as she was about to respond, a massive surge of people suddenly rushed toward them. Due to the sheer number of individuals and their apparent intent to separate Chu Siqing, despite the guards' desperate efforts to protect them, they were still scattered apart. The head guard, Lin Yuan, urgently called out, "Protect the princess and the duchess." Having witnessed the earlier scene, he was filled with dread, realizing that this crowd was likely targeting the duchess. Indeed, the next moment, someone brandished a sharp knife, lunging towards Chu Siqing. Lin Yuan had no time to think. He leaped forward, attempting to shield her from the blade. Siqing, the Princess of Joy, realizing someone was plotting against her daughter, felt her heart race with anguish. In that split second, Chu Siqing's body suddenly radiated a golden light, enveloping her in a protective aura. Chapter 69. The spectators, the assailant, as though colliding with an impenetrable barrier, was knocked to the ground. Lin Yuan, witnessing this, dismissed his astonishment at the golden light emanating from the little duchess and hurriedly subdued the attacker. After the man was captured, he wore a fierce expression and decisively bit into the poison pouch hidden behind his teeth, choosing to end his own life. Lin Yuan was unable to intervene in time and could only urge the other guards, quickly apprehend his accomplices. "We must not allow them to take their own lives." The Princess of Yu tightly embraced Chu Siqing, her heart filled with dread. Her daughter had come perilously close to leaving her. Sensing her mother's trembling, Chu Siqing quickly grasped the royal consort's hand with her small, pudgy fingers, offering reassurance. "Mother, I am fine. I am safe." In truth, she had been terrified as well. Who would not be frightened when, while indulging in play and relaxation, a sharp dagger suddenly lunged toward them? Fortunately, at that critical moment, the system spoke to her, assuring her that she would be unharmed thanks to the protective golden light. It was then that Chu Siqing remembered this extraordinary ability. She had believed that no one would dare to harm her, rendering the golden protection unnecessary, only to be swiftly proven wrong. The Princess of Yu's heart raced, and it was only by tightly holding her daughter that she managed to maintain her composure. At that moment, Lin Yuan knelt, saying, "Your Highness, it is my failure. I have sent someone to report this to the capital's magistrate. The people are surrounding us. What should we do?" Many had witnessed the attempted assassination of a young girl, and when the girl suddenly radiated golden light, the assailant had been repelled and unable to come near. The onlookers were astonished by such a miraculous scene and gathered around in awe. Many even believed the girl to be a reincarnated deity. As they heard her refer to herself as the Holy Maiden, even more curious souls approached. Those with knowledge understood the esteemed status of a Holy Maiden in the Great Chu. Others, well informed, recognized that the court had conferred the title of Holy Maiden upon the daughter of the Prince of Yu. Upon hearing the guards call the girl's mother princess, they were further convinced of her identity. She was indeed the Holy Maiden of the Great Chu, which explained the protective golden light surrounding her. With this realization, some began to bow, proclaiming, "Commoners pay their respects to the Holy Maiden." In an instant, the crowd seemed to awaken to the truth and began to bow before the girl. "We have seen the Holy Maiden. Did you suffer any injuries, my lady?" The Holy Maiden, with her golden protection, must be unharmed. Chu Siqing found herself encircled by the masses, their reverence overwhelming. The efficacy of the golden protection was astonishing. Yet, she was at a loss for words. What was she supposed to say now? Unable to contain herself, she called out to the system in her mind, "Atong, what should I do now?" She felt like a fish out of water, utterly unprepared for such a grand occasion. The system replied, "Host, now is the perfect opportunity for you to introduce yourself." Chu Siqing hesitated, "But there are so many people here. It would be so embarrassing to introduce myself. I'm just a child." The system, seemingly exasperated, responded, "Host, please refrain from pretending to be innocent." Fuming, Chu Siqing decided to ignore the system for the moment. Just then, Lu Huaying, the magistrate, hurriedly arrived with his officers, finally breaking through the crowd to assist them. Upon seeing that the Princess of Yu and the Holy Maiden were unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, he had received a report from the guards at the princess's residence, stating that someone had attempted to assassinate the Holy Maiden, which had sent a chill down his spine. As he was responsible for the city's security, he had dispatched additional officers to maintain order during the temple fair. Despite his precautions, an incident had still occurred. The Holy Maiden was crucial to the fate of the Great Chu. If anything were to happen to her, he could only face death as penance. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Lu Huaying bowed, "Your Highness, Holy Maiden, I beg your pardon for my tardiness." The Princess of Yu, having regained her composure, replied, "Lord Lu, during the temple fair, an attempt was made on the Holy Maiden's life. My guards have already captured the assailants. They are in your hands now." Lu Huaying promptly responded, "Understood." Lin Yuan then handed the attackers over to the officers. The Princess of Yu nodded, "That will suffice." Lu Huaying sighed in relief. Observing the crowd of onlookers, he furrowed his brow and quickly ordered the officers to disperse them. However, the citizens, having witnessed the Holy Maiden, had no desire to leave. They wished only to gaze upon her a moment longer. Packed together, they were unwilling to budge, making it increasingly difficult for the officers to clear the area. Having seen the golden protection firsthand, the people held her in high esteem. When they heard the Holy Maiden thank them and urge them to leave, they finally began to disperse, satisfied. At that moment, a ragged woman suddenly knelt before them. The guards and escorting officers rushed forward to block her, preventing her from approaching the Princess of Yu and the Holy Maiden. Lu Huaying felt a pang of anxiety, fearing yet another complication. If anything were to go wrong while escorting the princess and the Holy Maiden, he would face dire consequences. With this thought, Lu Huaying prepared to issue a command to apprehend the mysterious woman. "Seize her." Before he could finish, the woman, kneeling on the ground, began to knock her forehead repeatedly, pleading, "Holy Maiden, I implore you to save me." Seeing her bloodied forehead, Chu Siqing could not help but say, "You need not bow anymore. Please rise and speak." She was primarily concerned that the woman might harbor ill intentions and take advantage of their momentary lapse in vigilance against the princess and the Holy Maiden. The woman, upon hearing this, quickly introduced herself, "I am Huang Manxiang, a common woman from Songjiang Wuni. I came to the capital last year and make my living through weaving." Just as Chu Siqing was about to respond, the system interjected in her mind, "Host, this woman is an alternate version of Huang Daopo." Huang Daopo? Chu Siqing vaguely recalled seeing that name in her history textbooks. She was known as a remarkable woman who improved weaving technology. With the system's revelation, Chu Siqing was convinced that Huang Manxiang was not a malicious assassin. Thus, she decided to listen to her request. She addressed Huang Manxiang in a gentle voice, "Please wait. Lord Lu, this is a talent in the weaving industry. We must not act hastily." Hearing her thoughts, Lu Huaying replied, "Yes, Holy Maiden. Since you are aware of this woman's background, I shall ease my vigilance." The Princess of Yu, observing the scene, chose not to interject. Her daughter seemed to have gained some authority in front of the officials. As the Holy Maiden, Chu Siqing's growth was a source of pride for her. Yet, for reasons unknown, the princess felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Chu Siqing then asked Huang Manxiang, "What do you wish of me?" Seeing the Holy Maiden address her, Huang Manxiang's face lit up with joy as she seized the opportunity. She tearfully recounted, "The head of the Weaving Institute is forcing me to become his concubine. When I refused, he beat and imprisoned me. After enduring countless hardships, I finally escaped today. I beseech the Holy Maiden to intervene on my behalf." The Weaving Institute was a state-run textile organization that housed the finest weaving machinery, craftsmanship, and skilled artisans in the Great Chu. Consequently, many women seeking work in weaving traveled great distances to the capital to join the institute. Lu Huaying, as the magistrate, felt a fresh wave of cold sweat as he heard this. The head of the Weaving Institute, a mere sixth-rank official, had the audacity to commit such outrageous acts under the emperor's nose, effectively slapping his face. The Princess of Yu's expression turned grave. How could there be such lawless officials within the capital? Chu Siqing's expression also tightened as she considered the head of the Weaving Institute's utter lack of morality. She observed the disheveled state of Huang Manxiang, confirming that she bore the marks of a brutal beating. Surely, the head of the Weaving Institute was merely using the pretext of taking a concubine to covet Huang Manxiang's weaving skills. With this speculation in mind, Huang Manxiang began to recount her tale in detail. My husband passed away early, and my mother-in-law cast me out.
To survive,
I traveled far to learn weaving techniques from the Li ethnic group. Later, after completing her training, the common woman, filled with admiration for the Weaving Institute in the capital, made her way to the city. However, due to a lack of financial means, she was not selected for the institute and instead rented a room to weave for a living, often teaching her neighbors the craft. Upon hearing this, Chu Siqing felt that the tale of Huang Manxiang bore a striking resemblance to the historical figure Huang Daopo. Unable to contain her excitement, she clenched her small fist, determined to protect this remarkable woman. Initially, Huang Manxiang maintained a semblance of calm, but soon her composure began to unravel. With a tone laced with bitterness, she recounted how the head of the Weaving Institute had fortuitously encountered her skills and then visited her home. Upon discovering her improved loom, he conceived malicious intentions. To ensure the institute monopolized her technique and loom, he coerced her into becoming his concubine and forbade her from teaching the craft to the common folk. Naturally, she resisted, leading to her imprisonment within his estate, where she endured daily beatings to force her compliance in teaching the institute. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Truly, her escape was akin to a miraculous deliverance. Chu Siqing, filled with rage, wished to drag that head of the Weaving Institute out and give him a taste of his own medicine. Meeting Huang Manxiang's pleading gaze, she quickly reassured her, "Fear not. I shall advocate for you." Grateful, Huang Manxiang immediately bowed her head repeatedly, exclaiming, "Thank you, holy maiden. I will repay your life-saving grace, even if it means toiling like a beast in the future." Chu Siqing hastily urged her to stop, stating, "There is no need for such gestures. It is my duty. As the holy maiden of Chu, it is only right for me to assist the common people in their times of injustice." The Princess of Yu also commanded her maid to help Huang Manxiang to her feet. Observing this, Lu Huaying suggested, "Princess of Yu, holy maiden, perhaps I should take her to a safe place before we interrogate the head of the Weaving Institute?" Before the princess could respond, Chu Siqing interjected, "Mother, let us first provide her shelter in the royal residence. It is said that one should see a task through to the end. We must ensure that no opportunities are given for the head of the Weaving Institute to plot against Huang Manxiang." The Princess of Yu, already hesitant about potential mishaps, found her resolve strengthened by her daughter's words. She addressed Lu Huaying, "Very well, let us take her to my royal residence. You may continue your investigation regarding the assassin who attempted to harm the holy maiden afterward." Lu Huaying complied, "I shall obey your command." With both the princess and the holy maiden taking a keen interest in this woman, he realized he must swiftly deal with the head of the Weaving Institute once the assassin's matter was resolved. Fortunately, Chu Siqing remained unharmed, yet she clung to her daughter, filled with trepidation as she declared, "We shall not venture outside again." Chu Siqing, in a childlike tone, retorted, "Father, how can you let fear dictate our actions?" The Prince of Yu insisted, "I am simply concerned. My precious daughter, I am relieved you are safe." At this point, Chu Siqing, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Father, you need not fear. I am the holy maiden, protected by divine light. Did you not see how that villain attempted to harm me but could not even approach? He was repelled by my golden aura." The Prince of Yu gazed at his daughter, half believing, and asked, "Is that truly so? Are you not exaggerating?" It was not that he doubted her, but the notion of a golden light repelling assailants seemed far-fetched, especially since he had never seen such a phenomenon before. Seeing his skepticism, Chu Siqing puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. "Humph. Father, you do not understand. Many commoners witnessed it and even came to pay their respects to me." The Princess of Yu corroborated, "Indeed, Your Highness, the holy maiden possesses a golden aura. When I saw her being attacked, I was utterly shocked. Thankfully, the golden light shielded her." She paused before adding, "However, the assassin merely fell to the ground. Claiming he was repelled is a bit of an exaggeration."
Chu Siqing pouted.
"Mother, why must you undermine my tale?" The Princess of Yu gently patted her head. "No more fibs." The Prince of Yu beamed with pride. "A golden aura is indeed impressive. My daughter is truly the holy maiden." Simultaneously, news of the assassination attempt on the holy maiden and her divine protection spread like wildfire, reaching many ears. Chapter 71, The Outcome of the Assassination. Did you witness the events of the temple fair? You mean the holy maiden's golden aura? I've heard it recounted hundreds of times, yet it all seems like mere boasting. It is true. I saw it with my own eyes. The assailant pulled a dagger from his cloak and lunged at the holy maiden, who was yet a mere child. In that dire moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from her, illuminating the entire realm. Take care with your words. The sun was shining brightly that day, and even the most radiant golden light would not illuminate the world. I was just getting to the good part. Please do not interrupt. When the golden light appeared, disbelief flashed in the assailant's eyes, yet he still dared to stab forward with reckless abandon. And then he was knocked unconscious by that golden light. The assailant did not lose consciousness. I recall him simply collapsing to the ground. That is not the important part. What matters is that the holy maiden thanked us afterward. Did she not say this to avoid hindering the investigation by the magistrate? Oh, please be quiet. When she speaks, listen. Do not interrupt. Indeed, do not disturb our recounting of the holy maiden's exploits. Thanks to the tales passed among the common folk, more and more people learned of the holy maiden, all the while growing in reverence toward her. Surely, she is blessed by the heavens. Otherwise, how could she possess such divine protection? With her presence in Chu, their future days would surely grow brighter. Among the civil and military officials who heard this news, some quietly concealed their ulterior motives. Ever since the holy maiden began attending court, her insights had often revealed truths, prompting unease among those with guilty consciences. Now, with the rumor of her golden aura circulating, no one dared to act against her, fearing they might suffer dire consequences for their misdeeds. Emperor Chu Ming, upon learning of his niece's assassination attempt, felt a pang of anxiety and fury. He immediately decreed, this case must be thoroughly investigated. Anyone involved in the assassination of the holy maiden shall be dealt with severely. He deeply regretted not having dispatched someone to protect Chu Siqing earlier. Though her insights could help him discern loyalty from treachery, they also made her a target for envy. Now aware of his niece's golden protection, Emperor Chu Ming nonetheless decided to assign her a female guard for her safety. The emperor's thoughtful choice of a female guard was well received by the Prince of Yu and the princess. Elated to learn that her uncle had specifically sent a young lady to accompany her, Chu Siqing was beside herself with joy. She hurried into the main hall, her face radiant with anticipation. Upon arrival, she saw her parents present and greeted them, father, mother. The Prince of Yu smiled, introducing Siqing. This esteemed individual is the guard sent by the emperor. The Princess of Yu teased, look at how eager you are. Chu Siqing looked up to see a poised woman clad in black standing respectfully before her. Upon noticing her, the guard bowed solemnly. I pay my respects to the holy maiden. Quickly, Chu Siqing extended her chubby hand to assist her up, beaming with delight. Please rise. What is your name? Her infatuation flared up again, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What a beautiful lady. Her demeanor is so unique. The guard replied respectfully, I am Yao Zhen, assigned to be the holy maiden's protector by the emperor. From this day forward, my allegiance lies with you, holy maiden. Yao Zhen did not treat Chu Siqing with any less regard due to her youthful age. At that moment, a voice echoed in Chu Siqing's mind from the system. Host, you have struck gold. Yao Zhen is one of the 4 elite guards of the palace, possessing both wisdom and martial prowess. The emperor's choice to assign her to you signifies the importance placed upon you. Should you have any matters in the future, entrust them to her. And you shall not be mistaken. With a gleam of enthusiasm in her eyes, Chu Siqing grasped Yao Zhen's hand and affectionately declared, from now on, I shall call you Sister Yao, if that pleases you. A flicker of surprise crossed Yao Zhen's gaze as she hesitated, responding, that is against propriety. The holy maiden should simply call me by my name. Chu Siqing, shaking her hand playfully, protested in a childlike voice, but I am still so young, and you are here to protect me. Calling you Sister Yao is hardly inappropriate. To this, Yao Zhen acquiesced, then I shall abide by the holy maiden's wishes. Observing that their daughter got along splendidly with the royal guard, both the prince and princess were naturally pleased. Before long, the individuals behind the assassination attempt on the holy maiden were brought to justice. The culprits comprised mainly of the remnant members from the Li and Yao families, previously sentenced to execution or exile for dereliction of duty and colluding in usury. A few opportunists had also entangled themselves in the affair, with several court officials implicated as well. Due to the extensive nature of the suspects involved, the case was transferred to the Ministry of Justice.
Ministère du King.
Having received the emperor's decree, initiated a rigorous investigation into all implicated individuals, determined to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Many were swiftly brought down, regardless of their status, facing the death penalty. In an instant, no one dared harbor ill intentions towards the holy maiden. As the case of the assassination was transferred to the Ministry of Justice, the governor of Jingzhou, Lu Huaying, commenced his investigation into the case of Huang Manxiang. When the accused was brought to the Jingzhou prefecture, Pang Ming, the head of the Brocade Institute, displayed an air of arrogance. He disdainfully glanced at Huang Manxiang, who knelt beside him, and addressed Lu Huaying, Lord Lu. How can you detain a 6th-rank court official without any evidence? After the woman had fled, he had dispatched someone to seek her out, yet found no trace. Let her go. Huang Manxiang is but a commoner. What can the governor do to me? Lu Huaying retorted with a cold laugh. How can there be no evidence? Bring forth the witnesses. Several women were brought into the court. They testified, we live in Ping Alley alongside Huang Manxiang. She often shares her weaving techniques with us. And we care for her deeply. One day, a gentleman came to Ping Alley, demanding to see Huang Manxiang. We overheard a quarrel from her room, and shortly thereafter, that gentleman stormed out in anger. The women continued. Upon questioning Huang Manxiang, we learned that the gentleman wished to buy her loom and techniques, forbidding her from teaching us any longer. We were heartbroken at this news, and soon after, Huang Manxiang vanished. We reported it to the authorities, but received no updates. Lu Huaying pointed at Pang Ming and inquired, is that individual present here? Chapter 72. Handling the head of the Brocade Institute, Pang Ming faltered for a brief moment before regaining his composure, retorting. These women are close to Huang Manxiang, and will naturally speak on her behalf. Lu Huaying pressed further, I ask you, did you not seize the improved loom that Huang Manxiang created? Pang Ming's heart raced, yet he quickly devised a response. That was merely a purchase arrangement. Lu Huaying seized the opportunity. So you indeed sought after Huang Manxiang's loom? Pang Ming protested. It was simply a mutually beneficial transaction. Lu Huaying persisted. If it was a purchase, do you have any receipts? Pang Ming stammered. I only provided the payment. There was no receipt. Huang Manxiang could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, you speak nonsense. You forbade me from teaching others my techniques. How could I sell you my loom? Pang Ming scoffed. What other reason could there be, but for the money? Huang Manxiang retorted, you saw that I refused to sell my loom and techniques to you. So you had me kidnapped and imprisoned, even sending someone to beat me daily. That man was named Fong Tai. He has a large black mole on his nose. I remember it clearly. Lu Huaying immediately commanded, bring Fong Tai here. Before long, a young servant resembling a lackey was brought forth, and indeed, he bore a conspicuous black mole on his nose. Fong Tai's composure was evidently not as sturdy as that of the head of the Brocade Institute. Upon being presented in court, he trembled in fear. Pang Ming subtly signaled to Fong Tai. Lu Huaying brought down the gavel, demanding, Fong Tai, did you not follow Pang Ming's orders to beat Huang Manxiang daily, coercing her into revealing her weaving techniques? Huang Manxiang lunged forward, grasping his arm, and fiercely questioned, what about those bite marks on your hand? Fong Tai instinctively pushed her away and covered his hand. Huang Manxiang turned to Lu Huaying. My lord, this Fong Tai attempted to assault me, and I bit him in self-defense. The bite marks match my teeth perfectly. Fong Tai blurted out, nonsense. You are the lord's concubine. How could I, realizing he had misspoken? Fong Tai quickly fell silent. However, Lu Huaying had already caught on. Did you not claim to not know Huang Manxiang earlier? Pang Ming glared angrily at Fong Tai, cursing him for his thoughtless speech. Fong Tai, now aware of the gravity of his blunder, stammered, I only heard rumors. What a foolish and ignorant creature. Pang Ming gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could silence Fong Tai's mouth. Was this not an admission that his relationship with Huang Manxiang was more than a mere transaction? Lu Huaying shouted, enough of your nonsense. Bring forth the impressions of Huang Manxiang's bite marks and those on Fong Tai's hand. I shall compare them. Immediately, officers went to take impressions of Huang Manxiang's bite marks. When they proceeded to do the same for Fong Tai, he obstinately refused to extend his hand for examination. 2 officers had to restrain him to obtain the impressions. A short while later, the officers presented the 2 papers to Lu Huaying. Upon comparison, the 2 marks indeed matched perfectly. He sternly addressed Fong Tai. The marks on your hand are from Huang Manxiang's bite. How do you explain this? Fong Tai stuttered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Throughout, he covertly glanced at Pang Ming, seeking a cue. Yet Pang Ming was too enraged to offer any assistance. Lu Huaying's voice boomed, Fong Tai, if you do not confess, I shall resort to torture. Fong Tai, lacking fortitude, panicked at the mention of torture and, realizing Pang Ming could not help him, confessed everything. He admitted, I was instructed by Pang Ming to beat Huang Manxiang daily to force her to reveal her weaving techniques. He added, my lord. It was not my own malice, but Pang Ming's orders. Pang Ming was furious, nearly losing his mind. Fong Tai, you scoundrel. How dare you slander me? I will see you dead. Lu Huaying struck the gavel, commanding silence. He turned to Pang Ming, now that we have both witness and material evidence. What further words do you have? Pang Ming desperately protested. It's all false. You conspired against me. Lu Huaying responded sternly, Pang Ming, driven by your covetousness for Huang Manxiang's improved loom and weaving techniques, you abducted her under the pretense of marriage and unlawfully imprisoned and abused her. With irrefutable evidence at hand, I hereby sentence you to 100 strokes of the rod, followed by 3 years of hard labor. Initially flustered, Pang Ming quickly regained his arrogance, declaring, Lu Huaying, my sister is the wife of the Duke of the State, and my niece is the 2nd Princess Consort. You dare lay hands on me? Lu Huaying found himself speechless. How could this Pang Ming, with such a lack of intellect, hold the position of head of the Brocade Institute? Yes, it was due to his connections. Yet instead of seeking assistance through back channels, he chose to expose himself in broad daylight. What a foolish act. In a show of impartiality, Lu Huaying resolutely declared, "Bring forth the punishment immediately." As the officers prepared to carry out the sentence, Pang Ming continued to boast, "If you truly dare to strike me, do you believe I won't have you stripped of your official cap?" Lu Huaying could only laugh in exasperation. This man dares to threaten a court official and remains unrepentant. Strike him hard. Upon hearing this, the two constables brandished their punishment rods and began to strike Pang Ming in turn. Having never endured such torment, Pang Ming was immediately drenched in cold sweat, his eyes wide with disbelief. Realizing that Lu Huaying was indeed serious, he could only beg for mercy, exclaiming in pain, "Ouch. You're killing me. Why are you really hitting me? Please stop." Witnessing his pitiful state, Huang Manxiang and several other women in the crowd felt a sense of vindication. This heartless scoundrel was finally receiving his just deserts. Fong Tai, observing from the side, felt his world crumbling. It was over. All hope was lost. With his superior being beaten so severely, his own fate would surely be no better. Not far outside the Jingzhou prefecture, within a sedan chair, in order to avoid suspicion, Chu Siqing did not accompany her mother to witness the trial of the Jingzhou Yin, but waited outside. However, prior to the court session, she had indeed provided Huang Manxiang with a suggestion. Now, hearing this commotion, it was clear that her idea had borne fruit. Chu Siqing, reveling in the misfortune of others, turned to her mother and said, "Mother, did you hear that? It must be the head of the Weaving Institute receiving the beating, hence the wails." The Princess of Yu replied, "He is getting what he deserves." Chu Siqing nodded, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. The constables, experienced in administering punishment, heeded Lu Daren's orders to strike with intensity, ensuring that no leniency was granted to Pang Ming. Alongside the punishment, there was also a 3-year prison sentence, so they could not beat him to death. Thus, the punishment was a torturous ordeal for Pang Ming. After 100 strikes, his lower body was left a mangled mess, and he fainted from the pain. Awaiting him now was a 3-year term of imprisonment. Moving forward, should the Holy Maiden have any commands, the common folk would certainly serve without hesitation. Chu Siqing hurriedly supported her with her small, chubby hands, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Sister Huang, do you dislike the Weaving Institute?" Chu Siqing heaved a sigh of relief. Upon hearing from the system that Huang Manxiang was an alternate version of Huang Daopo, a thought had subtly formed in her mind. If Huang Manxiang could enter the Weaving Institute and implement some reforms, the textile techniques of De Chu would undoubtedly see improvement. Huang Manxiang, not a fool, sensed Chu Siqing's intentions. She proactively stated, "Does the Holy Maiden wish for me to teach weaving techniques to the Weaving Institute?" Chu Siqing quickly clarified, "Indeed, I believe your talents in weaving are exceptional, and I hope you can enter the Weaving Institute to initiate reforms." Huang Manxiang's face lit up with surprise and joy. The Holy Maiden recognized her improved weaving machines. She was being invited to reform the best textile institution in Dechu. What an honor this was for her. However, the next moment, Huang Manxiang recalled her previous rejection by the officials of the Weaving Institute. She glanced at Chu Siqing's expression and cautiously replied, "Holy Maiden, I am very willing to go to the Weaving Institute, but the officials there may not be agreeable." Chu Siqing waved her small hand confidently, saying, "You need not worry about that. I have my ways. Just wait for my news." Huang Manxiang responded joyfully. As Chu Siqing entered the Tianyan pavilion, she shared this matter with Tu Qingchen. Curious, Tu Qingchen asked, "When you were attacked, did you really have that golden light protecting you?" Chu Siqing beamed with pride. "Of course. You should have seen it." The people around were utterly astonished. Tu Qingchen glanced at the female guard stationed outside. "If you had golden light protecting you, why did the emperor assign you a guard?" Chu Siqing replied, "Uncle Emperor is just being cautious. Moreover, Sister Yaozhen is exceptionally skilled, one of the 4 elite guards of the palace." Tu Qingchen nodded. That makes sense. Chu Siqing's thoughts could be heard by the noble officials without their awareness, making her vulnerable to resentment. With the dual assurance of golden light protection and a royal guard, her safety was now secure. Tu Qingchen then inquired, "Is Huang Manxiang truly as remarkable as you say?" "Indeed, the Weaving Institute has its share of greedy individuals. You must inform Uncle Emperor to ensure that these pests do not hinder the progress of the reforms at the Weaving Institute." Tu Qingchen agreed. In the imperial study, Tu Qingchen addressed Emperor Ming of Chu, "Your Majesty, according to the Holy Maiden, this woman named Huang Manxiang can reform the textile industry, significantly increasing the production of fabrics. If we can utilize her talents, the people of Dechu will no longer worry about exorbitant cloth prices or their inability to afford clothing." Upon hearing this, Emperor Ming expressed keen interest, asking, "National Master, does Huang truly possess such abilities?" Tu Qingchen explained, "Her improved foot-powered spinning wheel eliminates many complexities and greatly enhances efficiency." Emperor Ming listened intently. The needs of the populace revolve around food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Thus, the textile industry must be treated with utmost seriousness. Tu Qingchen paused before continuing. Additionally, she has invented a cotton seed dehulling machine. Previously, people relied on manual methods or iron rods to hull cotton seeds, which was not only cumbersome but also resulted in impurities within the cotton. If we utilize Huang's dehulling machine, we could produce 4 pounds of pure cotton daily. After considering this, Emperor Ming declared, "In that case, let us allow Huang to enter the Weaving Institute." However, Tu Qingchen interjected, "Your Majesty may not be aware, but Huang previously applied to the Weaving Institute. Unfortunately, the officials demanded bribes, preventing her from being selected. Subsequently, she worked from home and often taught the neighboring women weaving techniques until she was discovered by Pang Ming, who coveted her improved machines and techniques. Under the pretense of taking her as a concubine, he forcibly abducted her to his residence and subjected her to daily beatings to extract her weaving secrets." Emperor Ming was incensed. In the capital, there exists such a lawless official? Tu Qingchen quickly reassured him, "Your Majesty, the Jingzhou has already investigated the case and has punished Pang Ming with 100 strikes and a 3-year prison sentence. However, there still exist individuals in the Weaving Institute who are merely occupying positions without merit. If Huang were to enter, she might face difficulties." After pondering for a moment, Emperor Ming stated, "Given Huang's remarkable talents, I shall make an exception and appoint her as the new head of the Weaving Institute, overseeing the textile reforms." The Grand Eunuch Feng Zhonglin was utterly astonished by this proclamation. Chu had never before had a woman appointed to an official position. Why had the emperor suddenly entertained such an idea? Tu Qingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly remarked, "Your Majesty's willingness to employ talent without regard for gender is truly enlightened. Such wisdom will undoubtedly lead to the prosperity of Chu." Although he was currently male, he did not forget the struggles faced by women in his past life, especially in this era. Now, having arrived in this alternate world, he was pleasantly surprised by the emperor's progressive stance, which did not belittle women but instead set a precedent for female officials in Chu. While Tu Qingchen had his motives for flattery, he genuinely admired the emperor's vision. Emperor Ming, his expression brightened, waved his hand and said, "The Holy Maiden is also a woman yet has contributed greatly to the strategies of Chu. This illustrates that if women possess talent, they too can achieve remarkable feats. As long as it contributes to the prosperity of Chu, what is wrong with appointing her to an official position?" Tu Qingchen eagerly offered more sincere praise. Upon hearing that her uncle emperor had appointed Huang Manxiang as the head of the Weaving Institute, Chu Siqing was left utterly speechless. Wasn't this an era where women were considered of low status and where such conservative ideologies prevailed? How was her uncle emperor so open-minded as to directly appoint a female official? Chu Siqing had not anticipated that this was all due to her own efforts. She only considered a plausible possibility. Perhaps there had been precedents of female officials in Chu before? However, she soon realized that there were still many who opposed the appointment of women to official positions. The following day during the morning court session, numerous officials voiced their objections to the appointment of female officials. One censor boldly proclaimed, "Your Majesty, if that Huang is made an official, would it not be like a hen crowing at dawn, disturbing the order of the court?" Another echoed, "I concur. This Huang was once driven from her home by her mother-in-law, which surely reflects on her character." Yet another added, "Although the head of the Weaving Institute oversees textile affairs, the position is merely of the 6th rank, and it is not suitable for a woman of such lowly status to hold." The court officials' opposition to female appointments was anticipated by Emperor Ming. To their astonishment, the intensity of the backlash was unexpected, with many disparaging the Huang family. Displaying an astonishing lack of insight, the expressions of Tu Qingchen and Chu Siqing mirrored their discontent. This obstinate group of elders. Prince Yu could no longer restrain himself and retorted, "Esteemed colleagues, you must recognize that the women of Chu are not to be belittled." He proclaimed loudly, "Do you not remember that 50 years ago, the first saintess emerged, reforming internal affairs and repelling formidable foes, leading to the flourishing Chu we witness today? Those old scoundrels." He could easily discern that their remarks were not only aimed at Huang's appointment, but also subtly alluded to his daughter. In an instant, the court fell silent. Why did Prince Yu mention the saintess? Surely, they bore no disrespect towards her. The previous speaker hastily corrected himself, stating, "Huang is merely an ordinary woman. How can she possibly be compared to the saintess?" "Oh, saintess, I hold the utmost reverence for you. Please do not hold my words against me." Chu Siqing had already inquired of the system in her heart and could not help but seethe inwardly. So it was the wife of the Duke of State who instigated this. Her brother, the former head of the Weaving Institute, Pang Ming, harbored resentment after Huang Manxiang was punished and imprisoned, hence he sought the censors to voice his grievances. Tu Qingchen silently applauded her in his heart. Yes, indeed. These foolish individuals who belittle women have now exposed their own shortcomings. The courtiers collectively sighed with relief, thankful that the saintess had not turned her ire upon them. The Duke of State, feeling somewhat weak-kneed, recalled that his wife had mentioned the desire to impeach Huang, but he had not consented. When Pang Ming was punished, the Duke's wife had furiously sought influence from the Jingzhou prefecture. believing her status as the duke's wife and the mother of the second Princess Consort would guarantee her success. Little did she know, Lu Huaying dismissed her entirely, and later, the emperor even decreed Huang Manxiang to be the new head of the Weaving Institute. This was a direct blow to the duke's wife's pride. She had immediately urged her husband to intervene, but to her surprise, he had not acquiesced, leading her to take matters into her own hands. The more Chu Siqing pondered, the angrier she became. This Pang Ming, lacking in talent, sought to claim Huang Manxiang's innovative machinery and techniques as his own achievements. Not only did he prevent her from passing on her techniques to the common folk, but he also imprisoned her in his residence, subjecting her to daily beatings, truly heartless. He has corrupted the officials of the Weaving Institute. They are all only interested in accepting bribes, neglecting the textile industry. With a clearer understanding of the situation, the courtiers could not help but cast wary glances at the Duke of State. Your wife and brother-in-law are indeed audacious. Under the emperor's rule, they dared to privately imprison and abuse innocent citizens, showing blatant contempt for the laws of Chu. It is evident you have shielded him from accountability. The Duke of State wished he could shout, I did not condone this. Regarding Pang Ming, his wife had urged him to intervene, but upon learning the truth, he had never intended to act unlawfully. Chu Siqing continued to seethe inwardly. You ignorant men, each one narrow-minded and petty, fearful of being outdone by a woman. Huang Manxiang, despite her youth, has already invented the foot-powered spinning wheel and cotton ginning machine, far superior to those bureaucrats at the Weaving Institute who merely occupy their posts. If she were to lead the Weaving Institute in reform, the textile industry of Chu would undoubtedly thrive, and the populace would no longer fret over clothing. The courtiers, chastised by the saintess, felt a twinge of guilt. How could they possibly fear being outdone by a woman? Previously, they merely believed Huang unworthy of such a position. However, after hearing the saintess's sentiments, it became evident that Huang indeed possessed exceptional talent in the textile field. After all, the head of the Weaving Institute held merely a 6th grade rank, since the emperor had issued a decree, let her take the position. What could a mere woman do to surpass them? At that moment, a minister spoke up. Your Majesty, since Huang has demonstrated notable talent in textiles, I support her trial for the position of head of the Weaving Institute. Another added, I have heard that Huang has invented a foot-powered spinning wheel and a cotton ginning machine, widely teaching these skills among the populace. Such talent should be utilized by the court. Furthermore, a censor impeached the Duke of State. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the Duke of State for enabling his wife's brother to imprison innocent citizens. This abuse suffered by Huang was perpetrated by the former head of the Weaving Institute, Pang Ming. Immediately, others echoed, I second this. This Pang Ming dared to act with impunity, relying solely on his connection to the Duke. The atmosphere in the court shifted dramatically, transforming from a defense of the female official into an indictment of the Duke of State. The Duke, drenched in sweat, quickly stepped forward, declaring, Your Majesty, I am wronged. Please allow me to clarify this matter. I only learned of Pang Ming's actions recently. He has already received 100 lashes and a 3-year sentence. I understand this is all a consequence of his own misdeeds, and I never intended to show favoritism. Hearing that the courtiers no longer opposed Huang Manxiang's appointment, Chu Siqing felt elated, but she could not resist a mental jab. You may not have had ulterior motives, but your wife was indeed clamoring to have the Jingzhou prefecture release him. Not only did she invoke your title as duke, but she even brought up your daughter's status as the second Princess Consort. Fortunately, Lord Lu is just and impartial. Otherwise, would Pang Ming not continue to wreak havoc upon the people? At that moment, a minister mockingly remarked, Minister Wang, your reasoning is sound. How is it that your wife pressured the Jingzhou prefecture, using her power to coerce them into releasing Pang Ming? The Duke of State stammered, unable to formulate a rebuttal. He deeply regretted not having confined his wife, which led to this mess. Emperor Ming sat upon his throne, observing the unfolding events with a keen eye. His niece continued to impress. Finally, he issued a decree that decisively settled the matter. The Duke of State had failed to manage his household, allowing Pang's defiance of the law to go unchecked, and thus was fined a year's salary. Pang's disregard for the law and contempt for the court's officials resulted in the revocation of his title. Huang was officially appointed as the head of the Weaving Institute, and this matter was not open for discussion. The women of Chu are never to be deemed inferior, if indeed one possesses extraordinary talents that can benefit Chu. I am willing to embrace talent without discrimination. Regardless of their private thoughts, the courtiers, in unison, proclaimed, Your Majesty is wise. The emperor's words carried great weight. For the prosperity of Chu, talent must be embraced without bias. To protest would imply indifference towards the nation's flourishing. Chapter 75, setting an example. When Huang Manxiang received the imperial decree, she was utterly stunned. Although she had anticipated the saintess would arrange for her to enter the Weaving Institute, she never expected the emperor would directly appoint her as the head. Not to mention, she had transitioned from a commoner to a 6th grade official. Most significantly, there had never been a precedent for a woman holding an official title in Chu. Such honor was unparalleled in this age. Her heart swelled with gratitude towards the saintess. Had it not been for her intervention, How could Pang Ming have been dealt with so swiftly? If the saintess had not recognized her, how could she have been appointed by the emperor? Huang Manxiang resolved that no matter the hardships ahead, she would strive to achieve greatness at the Weaving Institute. Only in this way could she repay the saintess's kindness in recognizing her talent. The reforms at the Weaving Institute commenced with fervor. A clerk named Li Shun, feeling disgruntled, had anticipated that with Pang Ming's dismissal, he would ascend to the position. To his dismay, a new head had been appointed, and a woman at that. To make matters worse, he had previously sought a bribe from Huang Manxiang, which she had refused, leading to his failure to secure the position. Truly, fate had conspired against him. Fearing that Huang Manxiang would undermine him, he sought to intimidate the new head from the very first day. He sarcastically remarked, "I wonder which esteemed official's guest you are, Head Huang, to have attained the position of head of the Weaving Institute as a discarded woman?" The female workers at the Weaving Institute could not help but frown upon hearing this. Li Shun's usual sharp tongue caught everyone by surprise when she dared to speak so insolently in front of the person in charge. Huang Manxiang, instead of reacting with anger, merely smiled. "I obtained the position of head of the Brocade Institute through my contributions to the improvement of the weaving machine. It was you who sought a bribe from me, and when your demands were not met, you revealed your true colors. I remember your petty demeanor quite clearly. Li Shun, how could someone as incompetent as you, who merely accepts bribes, possibly hold a position in the Brocade Institute?"
Li Shun,
taken aback by the public revelation of her corrupt actions, retorted angrily, "Do not speak nonsense. Clearly, it is you who lack skill and bears a grudge after being eliminated from this election." The matter of bribery was widely known, and Li Shun's ignorance of the gravity of her situation was astonishing. Huang Manxiang feigned confusion. "Li Shun, if you understand nothing, do you spend your days in the Brocade Institute as a mere parasite? You wretched woman, I will not let this go." Enraged, Li Shun lunged at Huang Manxiang in a fit of fury, but she was swiftly restrained by onlookers. Huang Manxiang coldly declared, "Li Shun, who has been accepting bribes and neglecting her duties while showing disrespect to her superiors, will be dismissed from her position today and expelled from the Brocade Institute."
Li Shun,
consumed with rage, shouted, "Wretched woman, how dare you? On what grounds do you expel me?" Huang Manxiang replied with authority, "I act upon the emperor's decree." As the head of the Brocade Institute, her declaration silenced the crowd. Huang Manxiang surveyed everyone with a stern gaze. "I shall overlook past transgressions, but from this day forth, anyone found accepting bribes will share the same fate as Li Shun." Those who had previously considered speaking out for Li Shun fell silent, realizing that preserving their own livelihoods took precedence over defending a disgraced colleague. Seeing her situation deteriorate, Li Shun begged for mercy. "Head Huang, I should not have disrespected you. I truly regret my actions. Please grant me another chance." Huang Manxiang, however, remained unmoved and commanded, "Someone, remove Li Shun from the Brocade Institute and ensure she is never allowed to return." Her authority firmly established, the order was promptly executed as Li Shun was dragged away, her mouth covered. Huang Manxiang understood that Li Shun was not the only one involved in corruption, but as the first female official of common birth in the Brocade Institute, she could not afford to make a sweeping display of punishment. Such actions might invite criticism and create unrest, jeopardizing the reforms ahead. By dealing with the most notorious offender, Li Shun, she could establish her credibility without facing constant sabotage. The rest would be handled gradually. There was ample time ahead. Surprisingly, after expelling Li Shun, Huang Manxiang did not continue her display of authority. Instead, she began to familiarize herself with the workers, personally reviewing each female worker as skills. She then had her foot-powered spinning wheel and cotton ginning machine brought in and publicly demonstrated their use. The female workers quickly accepted their new leader, recognizing that someone who truly understood weaving techniques was now at the helm of the Brocade Institute. One worker exclaimed in astonishment, "Head Huang, I have never seen such weaving techniques before." Huang Manxiang smiled at her. "You must be Lu Fang, am I correct? This technique was learned from the Li ethnic group, which is why it is rarely seen in the capital." Lu Fang was both surprised and delighted that the head had remembered her name and patiently explained the technique. Feeling embarrassed, Lu Fang asked, "Head, will you teach us this technique?" Huang Manxiang replied gently, "I will share all my techniques with you." Lu Fang rejoiced, "That's wonderful. I didn't expect Head Huang to be so approachable." Another worker remarked, "I heard that the land of the Li people is rife with miasma. How did Head Huang venture there?" Huang Manxiang recounted her journey, from the death of her husband and being cast out by her mother-in-law, to traveling thousands of miles to learn weaving techniques from the Li, and ultimately arriving in the capital to seek refuge at the Brocade Institute, only to be harmed by Pang Ming. The workers listened with sympathy and admiration. Huang Manxiang continued, "The emperor, recognizing my contributions to the improvement of weaving machines, has exceptionally appointed me as the head of the Brocade Institute. Now that the emperor is wise and open-minded in utilizing talent, I hope you will join me in reforming the weaving process, ensuring that the people of Dichu will no longer worry about clothing." Her words ignited a fervor among the workers, filling them with enthusiasm and determination. For the first time, the female workers felt that despite their expertise being limited to weaving, they were not inferior to men. Head Huang not only excelled in weaving but was also willing to impart her knowledge freely, guiding them towards a brighter future. The foot-powered spinning wheel and cotton ginning machine she invented would save time and effort, significantly enhancing their productivity. Who could fail to respect Head Huang under such circumstances? Chapter 76. Down Jackets. Chu Siqing initially believed that Huang Manxiang would face considerable challenges in asserting her authority within the Brocade Institute. To her surprise, Huang adapted remarkably well, earning the trust and respect of the female workers. Even those with ulterior motives who sought to sow discord found their efforts thwarted, as the workers dismissed their provocations. Not only was Huang Manxiang's competence far superior to her predecessors, but her character also endeared her to the workers. Women understand the struggles of other women better, facilitating communication. Previously, if the female workers felt unwell and wished to take leave, their superiors would make it difficult. However, under Huang Manxiang, such matters were handled with ease. Moreover, the former head, Pang Ming, had been known to withhold wages, earning him the nickname Pang the Skinner among the workers. In contrast, Huang Manxiang ensured that salaries were paid on time and in full, with bonuses for good performance. Consequently, those who intended to disrupt the Brocade Institute found themselves swiftly expelled, and under her leadership, the reform efforts commenced in an orderly fashion. As the weather turned colder, Chu Siqing sought out Huang Manxiang to discuss down jackets. Sister Huang, she said, gesturing animatedly, I noticed that ducks and geese still swim in the water during winter. If we could fill the layers of clothing with duck down or goose down, wouldn't that provide warmth? Huang Manxiang, amused by the little girl's adorable imitation of the birds, chuckled. I understand your intention, holy maiden. It is akin to stuffing cotton into the layers. Chu Siqing danced with excitement. Exactly. This down jacket will not only be lighter than a cotton jacket, but also warmer. Huang Manxiang hesitated. You make a valid point. But down is prone to shifting and can clump together after washing. The clumping may occur if the down is not thoroughly dried after washing or if impurities are not properly removed. Realizing the implication of her words, Huang Manxiang praised. The holy maiden is truly wise. I have learned much today. Chu Siqing humbly replied. Sister Huang, you flatter me. I merely heard it from others. After a moment's thought, Chu Siqing added. Since the cotton ginning process has become more efficient, we can produce more cotton jackets to help the common people endure the winter. Huang Manxiang smiled. Rest assured, holy maiden. I have already shared the foot-powered spinning wheel and cotton ginning machine with major workshops in the capital and dispatched people to teach in the provinces. This year, the production of cotton jackets will be abundant, leading to lower prices and allowing more citizens to afford them. Unable to contain her admiration, Chu Siqing gave her a thumbs up. Sister Huang, you are simply amazing. Huang Manxiang, although unable to decipher the meaning behind the saintess's gestures, understood that the saintess was praising herself. She softly replied, You flatter me, saintess. This is merely the duty of a common woman. Chu Siqing couldn't help but mentally commend herself for her discernment. As winter approached, the chill in the air grew more pronounced each day. The cotton garments available in the capital were noticeably more abundant than in previous years, and their prices had decreased somewhat. In the past, families of modest means would stuff their clothing with rags or straw to endure the winter. Now, with the plummeting prices of cotton clothing, even impoverished families could afford them, allowing more people to stay warm through the cold season. Additionally, a new fashion item known as down jackets suddenly gained popularity in the capital. Previously, the affluent would typically don fur coats made of fox or mink to fend off the cold. Wealthy households might wear sheep or dog fur. However, down jackets not only provided superior warmth and comfort, but also came at a lower price. Upon the launch of these down jackets by the Weaving Institute, they quickly garnered widespread acclaim. Not only did the nobility embrace them, but it was also rumored that even the emperor had worn one. Consequently, the streets of the capital saw a continuous stream of customers eager to purchase down jackets. The Weaving Institute's profit soared, marking a stark contrast to its previous lackluster performance. After the down jackets were produced, Chu Siqing enthusiastically invited everyone she knew to wear them. Not only did she ensure her family and maternal grandfather's household donned them, but she also brought jackets to the palace for Tu Qingchen and the emperor to wear. Inside the Tiangong pavilion, Tu Qingchen glanced at the down jacket she held and remarked, but this isn't waterproof. Chu Siqing lamented. I wish I could find polyester or nylon. But our current technology is still far from that. Tu Qingchen teasingly inquired, why didn't you exchange for it from the system mall? Chu Siqing shot him a glare. Do you think I'm foolish? Not to mention whether it's available. Even if it is, we can't produce it in bulk. Wearing it out would only invite resentment. Tu Qingchen replied, indeed, one should not overly rely on what the system provides. He merely intended to tease Chu Siqing, and seeing her clear-headedness reassured him. Chu Siqing nodded. I understand that much. Tu Qingchen smiled. Thank you for the down jacket, but I prefer not to wear it since, to be honest, I find it a bit unattractive. Chu Siqing immediately jumped up. No way. You must wear it. Otherwise, I'll have Sister Yao help you put it on. This was the culmination of her efforts. Admittedly, it was a bit of an exaggeration, She merely suggested the idea, as it was Huang Manxiang's hard work. Reluctantly, Chu Siqing donned the down jacket, feeling rather like a clumsy bird. Meanwhile, Chu Siqing gazed at him with satisfaction, seemingly pleased with her creation. As for Emperor Ming of Chu, upon seeing his niece flaunt the down jacket, he graciously wore it, although he felt it was rather too puffy and diminished his regal stature. However, in private, it was indeed light and warm enough to wear. Upon learning of the Weaving Institute's accomplishments, Emperor Ming even bestowed special rewards. Henceforth, no one dared to claim Huang Manxiang was unworthy of leading the Weaving Institute. Those officials sporting down jackets, utilizing the products of her labor, felt a measure of respect and no longer regarded women as incapable. Through the Weaving Institute's technological advancements across the Great Chu, cotton fabric became the preferred material among the populace, leading to large-scale cotton cultivation throughout the region. Subsequently, Chu Siqing received a notification from the system. Host. You have successfully assisted Huang Manxiang in the textile reform, alleviating the clothing difficulties faced by the people of the Great Chu. Points awarded. 5,000. Chu Siqing couldn't help but sigh. Why does accumulating points feel as easy as picking up money? Chapter 77. The Lantern Festival Banquet. By the time the Weaving Institute sold out its batch of down jackets, the new year was nearing its end. On the 15th day of the first month, a banquet would be held in the palace, allowing princes, nobles, and ministers to bring their families. Emperor Ming of Chu even offered a prize. Whoever crafted the best lantern would receive a reward of 100 taels of gold. The little money-loving Chu Siqing, upon hearing of her uncle's generous offer, immediately began to scheme. Thus, in the days leading up to the banquet, she remained at home, wholeheartedly focused on making lanterns. Seeing his daughter so enthusiastic about lantern making, Prince Yu invited the finest lantern maker in the capital to teach her. Yet, Chu Siqing, being still quite young and lacking skill, produced lanterns that were vastly inferior to those crafted by her teacher. Holding the rabbit lantern she had made, she noted not only the uneven coloring but also the rough workmanship. It looked rather unsightly. Chu Siqing shook her poorly made rabbit lantern and sighed. Alas, in her previous life, she was also inept with her hands, and it seemed this flaw had not improved with her rebirth. Observing her daughter's dejection, the Princess of Yu quickly comforted her, saying, I think the dog lantern you made is quite lovely. Prince Yu, rather untruthfully, praised, indeed. This is the cutest little dog lantern I have ever seen. Chu Siqing had initially felt somewhat comforted, but when her father and mother unreservedly referred to her creation as a dog lantern, she felt a surge of indignation. But I clearly made a rabbit lantern. It seemed that when her father and mother praised her, they were speaking without regard for the truth. Unwilling to accept this, Chu Siqing believed there must be someone who could recognize her work as a rabbit lantern. Noticing Yao Jin deep in thought beside her, Chu Siqing eagerly asked, Sister Yao, what do you think I made this lantern as? Both Prince Yu and the princess were taken aback. Wasn't he a little dog lantern? Or perhaps a little cat lantern, or even a monkey lantern? In truth, it did resemble a little dog lantern, but since the saintess had specifically asked, it surely wasn't he. Chu Siqing immediately adopted an expression of finding a kindred spirit, affectionately grasping Yao Jin's hand. Indeed, Sister Yao is remarkable. Prince Yu couldn't help but blurt out, no way. He guessed dog lantern, cat lantern, or even monkey lantern, but never thought it was a rabbit lantern, for it simply did not resemble one. Chu Siqing huffed, Father, you just praised my lantern as beautiful, and now you say this. It's clear you were just flattering me. Prince Yu laughed awkwardly. How could that be? I speak only the truth. Chu Siqing feigned difficulty. So, does father think I might win the 100 taels of gold from my uncle? Prince Yu dryly responded, well, saying this ugly dog lantern is beautiful was already a stretch. Unless the emperor and all the princes and ministers are blind, they would never award a prize for this lantern. Faced with his daughter's hopeful gaze, Prince Yu was at a loss and sought help from the princess. The Princess of Yu smiled, Siqing, though your lantern is quite nice, among the nobles are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I doubt the emperor's prize will fall to you. At that moment, Prince Yu, struck by a sudden inspiration, added, yes. But do not be disheartened, for although we may not obtain your uncle's prize, your father has prepared a reward for you as well. How about 10 taels of gold? Chu Siqing's eyes immediately lit up, though she wanted to appear restrained. Upon mentally calculating the value of 10 taels of gold, she eagerly agreed, her tone now laced with flattery, and her eyes sparkling with excitement. The Princess of Yu couldn't help but chide. The prince is spoiling Siqing. She is still so young. How can you promise her such a large sum? Seeing his daughter beaming with joy, Prince Yu couldn't resist picking her up, laughing. Not at all. Our daughter is the most sensible. He even playfully pinched her cheek. Teasing, isn't that right, Siqing? Chu Siqing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, yes. Mother, you can rest assured. I definitely won to spend recklessly. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. With the encouragement of her father, on the 15th day of the first month, Chu Siqing confidently carried her handmade, somewhat unsightly rabbit lantern into the palace. As dusk settled during the banquet, Everyone lit their respective lanterns, parading them towards the feast. Those familiar with one another exchanged remarks and comparisons along the way. Chu Siqing and her group soon encountered the entourage from the Ningyuan Duke's residence. This time, her grandfather was absent, but her uncle Han Yuqing had come along with his wife and a few younger siblings. Everyone greeted one another. Han Nanqing, noticing his little niece, whose diminutive lantern was nearly grazing the ground, chuckled, "Would you like your second uncle to help you with that little dog lantern?" At this, the Prince and Princess of Yu exchanged amused glances, unable to stifle their laughter. It did resemble a puppy indeed, they had not misjudged. Chu Siqing retorted, "Second uncle. Take a closer look, what kind of lantern is this?" Han Nanqing scratched his head in confusion. "Isn't it just a little dog lantern?" He looked left and right but could not associate the lantern with anything other than a puppy. The Princess of Yu laughed. "This is a rabbit lantern, made by Siqing herself." Han Nanqing appeared puzzled. But why do I feel?" Han Yuqing, noticing his niece's disgruntled expression, quickly interjected, "Siqing, your eldest uncle believes it still resembles a rabbit lantern." Chu Siqing then smiled. "Indeed, eldest uncle has a discerning eye." Han Nanqing shot him a speechless glance. "Eldest brother, you truly know how to tell tall tales." Du Ruashi praised, "This rabbit lantern is quite adorable. Has the little princess learned to make lanterns at such a young age?" Chu Siqing humbly replied, "Eldest aunt, your osmanthus lantern is stunning as well. I learned from the lantern master." The two families chatted and laughed, soon arriving at their destination. They arrived neither too early nor too late. Some guests were already present at the banquet. Chu Siqing's attention was swiftly captured by the handsome young men, specifically Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua, though now merely editors at the Hanlin Academy. Their remarkable talents had led Emperor Ming of Chu to make an exception and invite them to the banquet, seemingly intending to enliven the atmosphere. Indeed, this goal was achieved, as the noblemen and ministers attending had brought their families, and the young, unmarried maidens could not help but steal glances at Yan Guan and Yu Qing. Chu Siqing too found herself infatuated, secretly gossiping in her mind. Today, Yan Zhuangyuan and Yu Tianhua are as charming as ever. Just look at how captivated those young ladies are. Yu Qing brought a chrysanthemum lantern. Why didn't Yan Guan bring a cucumber lantern? The assembled nobles and ministers could not help but perk up their ears. What had the saintess just said about chrysanthemums and cucumbers? Chapter 78. The pursuit of a wife. During this moment, Yan Guan and Yu Qing exchanged glances, unable to suppress their thoughts. Looking down at the orchid lantern and chrysanthemum lantern in their hands, they both fell into contemplation. The plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum are known as the four gentlemen of flowers, thus they had quite harmoniously chosen one each for their lanterns. They believed this would neither attract attention nor raise eyebrows. Even if others noticed, they would not comment. However, feeling the curious gazes of their peers, Yan Guan and Yu Qing realized that things had not gone as planned. As for the saintess's mention of a cucumber lantern, they had never seen anyone create a lantern in the shape of a cucumber. Could there be some special significance behind it? Anyone who managed to attend the palace banquet was far from foolish. Although they could not immediately grasp why the saintess thought Yu Qing's lantern was a chrysanthemum while Yan Guan should have a cucumber, the sudden connection to their rumored relationship brought enlightenment to those present. The cucumber lantern and chrysanthemum lantern could only allude to that, well, that thing. The saintess was truly
refreshingly innocent.
The crowd looked incredulously at the prince and princess of Yu. What on earth had you two taught the saintess? Some things are not meant for a young girl to speak of. As the prince and princess of Yu comprehended the implications of their daughter's words, they caught sight of the astonished expressions of the ministers and felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing to bury their faces in their hands. "Dear daughter, why must you say that?" Han Yuqing suddenly stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Du Ruashi supported him, scolding, "Why aren't you more careful while walking?" Han Nanqing teased, "Eldest brother must be thinking of the delicacies at the banquet." Han Yuqing shot him a glance. "Do you think I'm as gluttonous as you?" Clearly, it was the shocking words of his little niece that had caused him to falter. Simultaneously, Yan Guan and Yu Qing were also reacting. "Saintess, how could you speak of such matters aloud?" They blushed deeply, wishing they could flee from the scene if not for the royal banquet. Chu Siqing, still puzzled, wondered, what on earth are they blushing for? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyes gleamed. Could it be they recalled something embarrassing? Someone at the table couldn't contain a chuckle, breaking the silence. Yan Guan and Yu Qing lowered their heads, seemingly wishing to hide their faces. The crowd thought to themselves, "Saintess, please refrain. Can't you see they wish to disappear?" Fortunately, at that moment, the entourage from the Shun County Prince's residence arrived, deftly diverting Chu Siqing's attention. "Ah, the little prince of the pursuit of a wife has arrived." The noblemen and ministers were momentarily taken aback. Pursuit? Funeral pyre? These two words were easily understood separately, but why couldn't they grasp the saintess's combined meaning? Chu Siqing could not help but marvel inwardly. Once upon a time, the little prince vowed never to marry Wen Minjing, yet he ended up shamelessly trailing behind her. Upon hearing this thought, the Shun County prince halted in his tracks. The embarrassing incident regarding his son had long passed. Why did the saintess still hold on to it? The Shun County princess, unaware of the inner thoughts, looked at her husband in confusion. The Shun County prince could only feign nonchalance, inwardly wishing the saintess would not bring this up. The crowd curiously glanced at the Shun County prince's heir. The uproar surrounding his engagement to the Wen family had been well known, and they had heard the rumors. It was common knowledge that the Shun County prince's heir was not fond of the Wen family's daughter, yet the Shun County princess had taken her in as a goddaughter, and ultimately, the two families became connected.
Now,
seeing him and the heir's wife walking hand in hand, the affectionate couple exchanged sweet nothings, completely oblivious to his past attempt to elope. Chu Siqing could not resist indulging in the gossip. Let me see how the little prince pursues his wife. Chu Yushi, under the guise of practicing martial arts, began to get close to the Wen girl. He initially aimed to impress his beloved but found himself unable to last 3 moves against her. Whether it was landing on his backside or being thrown onto the ground, it was utterly humiliating. Those eavesdropping exchanged subtly knowing glances at the Shun County prince's heir. Where did this confidence come from, considering his lackluster skills, to challenge her? Little did anyone know that the heir of the Shun County prince completely ignored the ministers around him, engrossed in affectionate exchanges with his princess consort. The atmosphere between the two was undeniably sweet. Many spectators pondered, could a relationship marked by a weaker man and a stronger woman truly thrive in such harmony? Amidst the gossip, Chu Siqing could not help but exclaim, Miss Wen truly embodies the teachings of the Duchess of Yongding. Not only is she adept with the whip, but her martial skills are also commendable. The eavesdropping crowd couldn't resist casting a glance at the Duke of Wen. Sir Wen, you must have endured considerable hardship over the years, they thought. When Yuanyi, basking in the sympathetic gazes of his peers, felt utterly perplexed. While his wife's skills indeed surpassed his own, only incompetent men could not bear to see women excel. He held great admiration for his wife. Although, there were moments when he would quietly grumble while kneeling on the washboard. Chu Siqing continued her chatter about the unfolding drama. After several embarrassing moments, Chu Yushi finally devised a strategy. He resorted to a feigned injury. He deliberately did not dodge, allowing Miss Wen to hurt him, then shamelessly leveraged her guilt to have her tend to his wounds. As they spent each day in close proximity, feelings inevitably blossomed between them. Chu Yushi had long sought the favor of his grandmother, smoothing over relations with Lady Wen and even petitioning his uncle for a marriage decree. Who doesn't relish a bit of gossip? Chu Siqing mulled over the underlying reasons. Miss Wen must be captivated by looks, otherwise, how could Chu Yushi manage to win her heart? Surely, she could not resist the allure of his handsome visage. Yet this is quite natural after all. The reputation of the divine son is not without merit. But now that Yu Tianhua is present, let me see who is more dashing. As the banquet unfolded, the male attendees showed little interest in comparisons of beauty, but the young ladies who accompanied their fathers and brothers began to draw their own distinctions. Yu Gongzi, with his celestial demeanor and unparalleled grace, was indeed deserving of his title. Although the heir of the Shun County prince was handsome, his aura fell short in comparison. Now married, his interactions with the princess consort, filled with her tender attentions, were quite disheartening to behold. The young ladies mused, Yu Tianhua is undoubtedly more charming. When the appointed hour arrived, Emperor Chu Ming entered alongside Empress Dowager Pei. Everyone rose to pay their respects. With a cheerful spirit, the emperor exchanged a few words about the joys of camaraderie between ruler and subjects before commencing the feast. Chu Siqing, still young, was restrained by the princess consort from indulging too much in the banquet delicacies. She could only sample a bit of everything, ultimately serving herself a few sweet dumplings. As she savored her food, Chu Siqing's gaze wandered, and she suddenly noticed a maidservant attending to the Minister of War's wife beside her. With a mere glance, the maid understood precisely which dishes to serve and which to withhold, demonstrating an extraordinary rapport. Their eyes met, and an unspoken affection seemed to linger between them. A spark of inspiration ignited in Chu Siqing's mind, prompting her to inquire of the system. A tong. Is this maid in a romantic relationship with the Minister of War's wife? Indeed, host, your deduction is correct, the system replied. Excitement flickered in Chu Siqing's eyes as she delved into the juicy tidbit. Oh my, does this mean the Minister of War is indeed involved in a triadic relationship? Eavesdropping guests discreetly perked up their ears. Following the system's lead, Chu Siqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. During the day, while the minister attends to his duties, his wife and concubine revel in the comforts of their home, engaging in discussions ranging from poetry to the philosophies of life, living quite blissfully. At night, the three share a bed, yet whenever the minister awakens in the chill of the night, he finds himself pushed to the edge of the mattress. Not only do his wife and concubine commandeer all the blankets, but they also snuggle together, leaving him in solitude. What? 3 in a bed? With the wife and concubine forsaking the husband for each other in tender embrace? How provocative. The crowd exchanged knowing glances toward the Minister of War. It is said that a statesman must possess a broad mind, and truly, the ancients have not deceived me. Sir Liu, your generosity is truly beyond our reach. Upon hearing the mention of a triadic relationship, Minister Liu immediately sensed trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, This scandalous affair was unceremoniously laid bare before all. Knowing the decorum expected at a royal banquet, he thought to himself, but couldn't he help shooting a fierce glare at the head of the Hanlin Academy. This is all your fault. The head of the academy, feeling guilty, could only awkwardly avoid the accusatory gaze. Meanwhile, Chu Siqing continued to revel in her inner musings. After being pushed to the edge of the bed several times, the minister resolutely declared his intention to sleep in the middle. To his dismay, the next morning, he found himself once again relegated to the outermost edge. Fearing the chill, he abandoned hope and prepared a separate blanket for himself, ensuring he wouldn't have to compete for warmth. How amusing is this, Sir Lu? The assembly of nobles could hardly contain their mirth. In the midst of the laughter, an unidentified person inadvertently chuckled aloud, quickly rising to apologize. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, forgive me, I have lost my decorum. Emperor Chu Ming and Empress Dowager Pei, engrossed in the delightful gossip shared by their niece and granddaughter, chose not to pursue the matter, even as they too nearly succumbed to laughter. The emperor, possessing great composure, managed to restrain himself. Princess Yu retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's mouth, subtly signaling her, my dear, do refrain from further gossip. We are dining. It would be quite improper if anyone were to spew their food. Alas, Chu Siqing misinterpreted her mother's gesture, thinking it a cue to stop eating. Thus, she set aside her utensils and focused intently on the unfolding drama. Oh, this is the playful son of Duke Wei and his consort. The heir is truly a sight to behold. No wonder the consort dotes on her husband. What a curious statement. Is it common for wives to cherish their husbands? The eyes of the noble assembly sparkled with intrigue as they followed the gaze of the saintly maiden. Upon closer inspection, indeed, the son of Duke Wei was more captivating than a flower in bloom. His delicate features and gentle gaze evoked a protective instinct among onlookers. Even the consort exuded more charisma than he did. No wonder their intimate life leaned towards a dynamic where the woman takes the lead. The countenance of Duke Wei grew increasingly dark. Who would have thought that a single blow would send his son reeling, blood spilling forth as he fainted? Duke Wei found himself in a precarious situation. His wife and mother united in their fury, each delivering a sharp reprimand, eager to avenge their son. Observing his son's frail condition, Duke Wei hesitated, realizing he could not press further. He turned to his daughter-in-law, Lady Lu, subtly suggesting that she should exercise her wifely duties and allow her husband to take a concubine for the sake of producing heirs. To his surprise, Lady Lu steadfastly refused, merely asserting that they would indeed have children. Duke Wei, initially skeptical, found solace only a month ago when Lady Lu was confirmed to be with child. Chu Siqing, overhearing yet another piece of juicy gossip from the system, could not suppress her inner chatter. What? The consort of Duke Wei is pregnant? But the heir seems incapable. The assembly glanced curiously toward the Duke's son. Duke Wei's heart skipped a beat. What? Could it be that his son had been cuckolded? The heir raised his head and met the mixed expressions of excitement and pity from the crowd, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He leaned against the consort's shoulder, fearing he had once again become an object of disdain. The consort embraced him, offering comfort as she gently patted his hand. Witnessing this tender exchange, Chu Siqing felt a flutter of emotion. Such love is indeed love. Was it not the case that the young lady used props to rouse the heir of the Wei Duke? Regardless, as long as this child belongs to the heir, that suffices. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Holy maiden, could you refrain from panting so heavily while expressing your thoughts? One might mistakenly believe that the heir of the Wei Duke has been cuckolded. Nevertheless, the notion of using props to rouse someone is indeed quite scandalous. The Wei Duke felt as if he were on the verge of a heart attack. This troublesome offspring, once his grandchild is born, he shall pass on his position to the grandchild. As for this ungrateful son, he should keep as far away as possible. Chapter 80. Lantern selection following the palace banquet. It was time for the lantern selection. Everyone carried their lanterns and made their way to the plum blossom garden within the palace. Since ancient times, the Lantern Festival has held a connotation of romantic encounters between men and women. A fresh snowfall had graced the capital just yesterday, and now the snowy scenery combined with the blooming red plums created a uniquely enchanting atmosphere. The young gentlemen and ladies took this opportunity to catch a glimpse of their admirers. The wives of noble lords and ministers also observed the lanterns crafted by various young ladies, calculating in their hearts. While it wouldn't lead to engagements solely based on a lantern, it served as a glimpse into the temperament of the young ladies. The Plum Blossom Garden had only a few palace lanterns lit, yet everyone eagerly ignited their own lanterns. The moment was transformed into a vibrant lantern festival, with a dazzling array of lanterns illuminating the surroundings. Attendees were free to mingle, admiring each other's lanterns, and could select their favorites. This was an idea conceived by Chu Siqing. At that time, she proposed to Emperor Chu Ming, "Uncle, I believe we could vote anonymously on whose lantern is the finest." Emperor Chu Ming pondered, "This idea is indeed novel. Please elaborate, Siqing." Chu Siqing continued. "Each guest should receive a special ballot to write down the name of the lantern they admire. We will then collect these ballots and announce the results publicly. The one with the highest votes shall receive the prize." This method of anonymous voting would eliminate the possibility of insincere choices due to social obligations. Moreover, announcing the results publicly ensured fairness, leaving no room for doubt regarding the outcome. Finding this notion agreeable, Emperor Chu Ming consented. Not only that, but he later implemented this approach in other matters. When the time came for lantern selection in the palace, everyone first received a ballot. Should a ballot be lost, it would be considered a forfeited vote. After selecting a preferred lantern, one could approach the chief eunuch, Feng Zhonglin, to inscribe the name of the lantern's owner. Eunuch Feng was responsible for collecting these anonymous ballots, and once everyone had completed their voting, the counting would commence. Chu Siqing held her mother's hand, weaving through the crowd of lantern bearers, her eyes dazzled by the display. Some lanterns were exquisitely crafted in the shape of flowers and animals, each one more lifelike than the last. Among the plum lanterns, orchid lanterns, butterfly lanterns, lion lanterns, crab lanterns, and shrimp lanterns, Chu Siqing was particularly fond of the shrimp lantern. This shrimp lantern was crafted with such skill that it resembled a real shrimp, its colors both vibrant and harmonious. Even the antennae were delicately crafted, and the pincers could genuinely grasp objects. The owner of the shrimp lantern was Shen Luyuan, the youngest son of the Minister of Personnel. It is said that Shen Luyuan had a certain reputation in the capital, albeit not a favorable one, known as a dissolute scion. The Minister of Personnel was known for his strict parenting, with 2 of his 3 sons dedicated to their studies, while this youngest son spent his days in mischief and revelry. Han Nanxing, a kindred spirit to Shen Luyuan, was regarded by Shen's father as one of his son's unsavory companions. After being given the freedom to roam, Shen Luyuan quickly joined Han Nanxing, who was carrying a monkey lantern. Upon their meeting, Han Nanxing waved the monkey lantern beneath Shen's waist, exclaiming in delight, "Behold my trick, the monkey steals the peach." Shen Luyuan had anticipated his friend's antics and deftly evaded. "You little rascal, watch how I deal with you." In the next instant, he hoisted the lantern, directing its pincers to pinch Han Nanxing's backside.
Ouch.
"You rogue, release me at once." Han Nanxing yelped, caught off guard, and leaping to retaliate against Shen Luyuan. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, while only the Minister of Personnel wore a stern expression. "Humph, 2 idle scoundrels." Chu Siqing found the scene amusing and couldn't resist saying to the Princess of Yu, "This shrimp lantern is quite entertaining. It even pinched my uncle's backside." The Princess of Yu smiled, though she discreetly concealed her amusement with a handkerchief. She leaned down to her daughter and advised, "Siqing, there are some words we ought not to speak aloud. Not only was it about the backside, but also the cucumber and chrysanthemum in your heart, which are quite improper. You know." The princess subtly cautioned her daughter. However, Chu Siqing remained unfazed. Had she merely mentioned a backside? Who in the world had not one? Yet, recalling that this was ancient times and people's thoughts were rather conservative, she obediently replied, "All right." Chu Siqing glanced once more at the shrimp lantern, contemplating. This Shen Luyuan possesses great potential for the Ministry of Works. She merely uttered this thought internally, yet the Minister of Personnel seemed to grasp something. Had he misjudged his youngest son all along? Perhaps Luyuan was not a dissolute fool, but merely misguided in his upbringing. In addition to those who focused on the lantern's appearance, others paid great attention to the materials used. The attendees at the banquet were predominantly noble lords and ministers, naturally affluent. For instance, the wife of Lord Cheng presented a lantern adorned with various gemstones, shaped like a koi fish. The scales of this koi lantern were embellished with thin slices of red, yellow, and white agate, while the fish eyes were inlaid with 2 pearls. Moreover, the wife of Lord Zhenghua appeared to compete with Lady Cheng'en, carrying a pomegranate lantern. This lantern featured jade leaves, with the pomegranate seeds crafted from peach blossom jade beads. Though visually stunning, it lacked novelty. Chu Siqing favored lanterns where craftsmanship surpassed mere materials. For example, the daughter of the left minister, Wang Yiming, had crafted a boneless plum lantern. As the name suggests, this lantern lacked a frame, relying solely on paper to be pieced together. The surface was embroidered with intricate patterns using a needle, and once lit, the candlelight would shine through the delicate perforations, revealing a clear design without any shadow cast upon the lantern. Additionally, there were uniquely styled lanterns that captivated attention, such as the revolving lantern, which had always been in demand. Essentially, it contained a rotating wheel that, powered by the heat from a lit candle, spun paper to display various patterns. Furthermore, the Minister of Works, Lord Zhang, showcased a rolling lantern. This lantern was not only colorful but also peculiar in that, regardless of how it was tossed or rolled, the candle inside would not extinguish. Many spectators marveled at this phenomenon. Young Master Lu's artistry in creating beauty lanterns was simply extraordinary. The beauty depicted was strikingly elegant, her delicate visage radiating a gentle grace. Remarkably, this beauty could even blink. When her eyes opened, it was as though she had come to life. Her gaze carried a hint of melancholy, evoking a desire to protect her upon first glance. Chu Siqing immediately recognized the resemblance. Her curiosity piqued within. Isn't this the appearance of young Master Lu's sister-in-law in disguise? Chapter 81. the battlefield. The crowd first regarded the exquisite beauty lantern in young Master Lu's possession before glancing at the heir of the Wei Duke. To their astonishment, the beauty lantern bore an uncanny resemblance to the Wei Duke's heir. Many recalled the holy maiden southwards from the court, wherein she revealed that the Wei Duke's heir had a penchant for cross-dressing, particularly relishing the role of a young lady during nocturnal escapades. Due to his son's attraction to married women, Lord Lu had even chastised him severely. Chu Siqing couldn't help but marvel inwardly, however. Considering the likeness of this beauty lantern, I can understand him. Many individuals in their hearts deeply resonate with this sentiment. The heir of the Wei State Duke indeed presents an unappealing demeanor. As a man, he ought to embody a robust and heroic spirit, yet he chooses to adopt a timid appearance, which few can tolerate. However, if he were to masquerade as a woman, he would resemble the exquisite beauty of a lantern, evoking a sense of tenderness that stirs the heart, compelling one to cradle and cherish her. Speaking of which, the aesthetic sensibilities of the Lu family siblings are strikingly similar, truly a familial trait. Upon hearing this, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances at the general of the state, acknowledging the deep affection his son harbors for his sister's husband, a sentiment that has lingered for a year. The general's complexion turned a mottled hue. Last year during the Lantern Festival, he fell hopelessly in love with a captivating beauty, only to learn she was already wed. Now, as the festival approaches again, her smile lingers in his memory, yet he finds himself gazing at the lantern, seeking solace for his unrequited longing. "Father, what are you doing?" The elder Lu could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Are you still pining for her?" The son seemed at a loss for words. Knowing his sister had made it clear that the woman was married, it had been a year, he should have moved on by now. At this scene, the surrounding crowd subtly drew closer, eager to eavesdrop on the unfolding gossip. Just then, the heir of the Wei Duke and his wife, the Lu lady, arrived upon hearing the commotion. From a distance, the Lu lady perceived her father and brother engaged in what appeared to be a quarrel, prompting her to rush over with her husband. Upon their arrival, Chu Siqing's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Ah!
The main characters have arrived. This is going to be thrilling. The crowd buzzed with anticipation while feigning indifference, their ears perked up, eager for the juicy details. "Who can you forget?" the Lu lady inquired of her brother. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a dramatic fit of coughing, which cut through the air. The heir of the Wei Duke blushed profusely, quickly averting his gaze. Chu Siqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The eavesdropping crowd nodded in silent agreement, thinking, surely, he is not so blind as to not recognize his beloved, just because she wears male attire. The heir of the Wei Duke instinctively stepped back, gently caressing his wife's back, as if attempting to shield himself behind her from the probing eyes of his brother-in-law. After a moment, the Lu lady managed to stop her coughing fit and awkwardly stated,
"Ie me fine."
The elder Lu could only point shakily at his son, stammering, "You unfilial child." He thrust the lantern before the Lu lady, insisting, "Sister, it's her. Do you know her current situation? Is she still married?" The Lu lady retorted sharply, "Nonsense. What are you saying? No one should divorce her. They're doing well." Chu Siqing's eyes sparkled with mischief. He couldn't suppress the smile tugging at his lips. The lady is agitated. She truly cares for the heir of the Wei Duke. How could her brother utter such ill-fated words? The onlookers shared amused smiles, relishing the unfolding drama. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed his brother-in-law hiding behind his sister, prompting him to ask, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" The heir of the Wei Duke cleared his throat softly. "I'm helping your sister with her back." He leaned in to say something, but his brother-in-law turned his head away, leaving him perplexed. Witnessing this interaction, Chu Siqing inwardly screamed, "Ah, is this a case of mistaken identity? Hurry and confront him. We revel in this." The heir of the Wei Duke had been crafting the lantern while constantly thinking of that person, leading to this amusing confusion. Why did he feel his brother-in-law resembled his beloved lantern, or rather, his heart's desire? At that moment, the Lu lady stepped forward, forcefully separating her husband from her brother. Chu Siqing mentally applauded her cleverness, while the crowd observed with twitching lips, sensing the underlying sarcasm in her words. "Lu boy, are you perhaps lacking in wits?" Seeing the hopeful gaze of his younger brother, the heir of the Wei Duke felt an acute embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. The wife of the Wei Duke immediately interjected, "Impossible. I only bore one son." Yet upon reflecting, she realized that the lantern bore an uncanny resemblance to her son, leading to a chilling realization. She grasped her husband's ear, exclaiming, "Old man, have you been secretly fathering a child with a mistress?" Chu Siqing was taken aback. The Wei Duke had not anticipated his wife would direct such an accusation at him, wincing in pain as he protested. "Ouch. Please let go, dear. It's not true." He swore an oath. "My love for you is as constant as the sun and moon. Have I ever laid eyes on another woman? Clearly. It was their beloved son who harbored a clandestine affection, causing this predicament." The Wei Duke felt utterly wronged.
Now,
his wife mistook their son dressed as a woman for his illegitimate daughter. Who could he turn to for justice? Chu Siqing felt as if he were watching a play unfold. each twist and turn intensifying the suspense, yet the truth remained obscured, leaving him anxious for resolution. Someone, please reveal the truth. He thought impatiently. Let us simply enjoy this spectacle. Although the Wei Duke denied any wrongdoing, his wife remained unconvinced. How dare you deny it? The woman depicted on that lantern is an exact replica of our son. Her grip tightened. When did you take a mistress? How many? How many children did they bear? With a fierce glare, the Wei Duke's wife declared, So, you do have a mistress. Just wait until I make you regret it. Seeing his mother ready to confront his father, the heir of the Wei Duke hurriedly intervened. Mother, you are gravely mistaken about father. The wife paused, sensing her son knew more than he let on, and asked, What do you mean? Do you recognize the woman on the lantern? The heir of the Wei Duke's expression faltered for a moment, and he quickly denied, No, I don't know her. Seeing her son's unusual demeanor, she assumed he was deliberately concealing the truth to protect his father, and her frustration boiled over. You are my son. Do you really intend to shield your father's illegitimate child? Overwhelmed by his mother's accusations, the heir of the Wei Duke blurted out the truth. Mother, that woman is me. Chu Siqing's heart raced. He revealed it himself. This is truly escalating. The crowd, hearing this for the first time, stood in stunned silence. What did this mean? The woman was him. The beloved was his brother-in-law? How could this be? The Wei Duke's wife froze, unable to comprehend. My son. What did you just say? The Lu lady attempted to defend her husband. Mother, he didn't mean to. But the heir of the Wei Duke interjected. Mother, I dressed as that woman. She is not father's illegitimate daughter. In a desperate bid to clarify the misunderstanding, he revealed this delicate truth. The Wei Duke's wife trembled, her eyes widening in disbelief. She had never anticipated the truth to be this shocking. The Wei Duke stepped forward to support his wife, recalling his own initial reaction upon hearing this revelation. All blame fell upon their troublesome son. He murmured, Brother-in-law, at last year's Lantern Festival. The woman beside my sister was you. It made sense now, during such a special occasion. How could his sister abandon her husband to wander with another? He cursed his own blindness for mistaking his brother-in-law for a woman. Though it was embarrassing, the situation had come to this, and he must reveal the truth to avoid further delaying his brother-in-law. Chu Siqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Poor child. The onlookers, noticing his unsteady form, felt a twinge of sympathy. What a heavy blow this foolish boy must have endured. As the appointed time arrived, everyone cast their votes for their favored lantern master, inscribing names on slips of paper. Emperor Chu Ming and Empress Dowager Pei refrained from joining the festivities, their curiosity piqued. He inquired Feng Zhonglin, why did the majority vote for the beautiful lantern? Feng Gonggong relayed the gossip shared by the young eunuch, which elicited laughter from both the emperor and the empress dowager, clarifying why the beautiful lantern garnered such votes. As names were called, the crowd accepted the outcome. Young Master Lu, having suffered heartbreak, unexpectedly stumbled upon a windfall and promptly expressed his desire to travel abroad for studies. Naturally, his parents did not object. After such a profound emotional upheaval, now that the truth had been unveiled, they allowed him to seek solace. Chapter 83. Spring outing at Yanqi Lake. As winter faded and spring blossomed, time flew by. The season heralded the revival of nature, making it an opportune moment for excursions. Nobles and commoners alike, if afforded leisure time, cherished outings near Yanqi Lake. Nestled at the foot of the Yanshan Mountains, Yanqi Lake was named for its bountiful fish, shrimp, and aquatic plants, often frequented by wild geese. The picturesque scenery was complemented by numerous pavilions and towers, inviting visitors to admire the view and rest, thus rendering it exceedingly popular. Chu Siqing had longed to visit this enchanting place, but the recent cold had deterred her. Now, with the warmth of spring, she incessantly urged her mother to take her to Yanqi Lake. The princess, recalling how long it had been since she had taken her daughter out, and now with the protection of the guard Yao, consented. One afternoon, donning a spring gown, Chu Siqing accompanied the princess and her entourage to Yanqi Lake, bringing along a kite, as she had heard it was particularly suitable for kite flying. The lake was not too far. Located just outside the capital at the base of the Yanshan Mountains, and after a little over an hour's carriage ride, they arrived. Upon disembarking, Chu Siqing grasped her mother's hand, and the group strolled towards the lakeside. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the surface of the water, creating a shimmering spectacle reminiscent of countless gemstones sparkling upon the lake. The water was as clear as the blue sky above, and the grass along the shore was as green as emerald. Witnessing this idyllic scene, Chu Siqing couldn't help but marvel internally. Ah, Tong. The scenery of ancient times is truly exquisite, pure and unpolluted. Even the air is sweet. The system replied, Indeed, host, this time travel comes with its perks. Looking up, Chu Siqing noticed a considerable number of visitors at Yanqi Lake that day. In the nearby pavilion, several ladies were seated, enjoying the scenery and engaging in light conversation. Numerous young men gathered to drink tea and play chess. On the expansive grassy fields, many young men and women reveled in play. Some kicked shuttlecocks, others swung on swings, while many flew kites. Unable to contain her excitement, Chu Siqing exclaimed to the princess, Mother, It's so lively over there. I want to go fly my kite. After a moment's hesitation, the princess responded, Siqing, there are too many people over there. Chu Siqing promptly assured her, Yao's sister will accompany me. You need not worry, mother. Yao Zhen added, rest assured, princess, I will protect the saintess without fail. Thus, the princess acquiesced. Chu Siqing brought a soft-winged butterfly kite. She held the spool of string and instructed Yao Zhen, Sister Yao, please lift the kite higher. When I run, let go of your hold. Yao Zhen agreed and together, they coordinated perfectly, launching the butterfly kite into the sky. Its wings fluttered gracefully in the wind, resembling a real butterfly. As Chu Siqing turned the spool and watched her kite ascend ever higher, she glanced at the kites of others. The sky was adorned with kites of all shapes and sizes, geese, phoenixes, tigers, lions, peaches, and lotuses, along with a peculiar centipede kite that, despite its odd appearance, flew as a long ribbon in the air. Just as Chu Siqing was captivated by the scene, a sudden gasp rippled through the crowd. Someone was about to leap from the Golden Phoenix Terrace. The Golden Phoenix Terrace was the tallest and most conspicuous structure around Yanqi Lake, visible to nearly all. Its distance from other pavilions meant that few ventured up there. Below the terrace lay Yanqi Lake. Was someone truly contemplating a plunge into the depths for the world to witness? Chu Siqing craned her neck to see, but her height impeded her view amidst the crowd. Yao Zhen, noticing this, lifted the saintess onto her shoulders for a better vantage point. Chu Siqing quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yao, and turned her gaze back to the Golden Phoenix Terrace. As the commotion drew the attention of nearly everyone, they beheld a figure precariously perched at the edge of the terrace, leaning dangerously over. The wind billowed his garments, rendering him unsteady. And it seemed he might tumble down, at any moment. The onlookers whispered anxiously, Good heavens! Who was so despondent? It appears to be a young man. What could have driven him to this? Indeed, the lake's depths were unknown, and the height of the terrace posed a great risk. A jump could spell disaster. Let him perish. Some muttered, a true man ought to endure, yet he chooses cowardice to seek death. What a waste of sustenance. Urgent messages were dispatched to the authorities. For should he drown, it would be too late to rectify the situation. Witnessing the unfolding drama, the princess hastily sent for the magistrate. Although the officials were alerted, they could not arrive instantly. Meanwhile, the individual on the terrace appeared resolute, preparing to leap. Kind-hearted souls shouted, Young man, do not jump. The waters of Yanqi Lake are treacherously deep. You will regret it. Indeed, if you have grievances, voice them instead of seeking death. Yet perhaps due to the distance, the figure on the terrace seemed oblivious to their pleas. He produced a gigantic kite from behind, one that was at least twice his size. The crowd fell silent in astonishment. What was he doing? It seemed he was not intending to end his life after all. Who would contemplate suicide while carrying a kite? They pondered, surely he climbed the terrace to fly this enormous kite. What a showman. How foolish of me to worry. Though many scoffed at his actions, their eyes remained glued to the Golden Phoenix Terrace, for this was an extraordinary spectacle. Never had anyone flown a kite from the terrace, let alone such a colossal one. It was common knowledge that larger kites were more challenging to lift. Perhaps that was precisely why he had ascended the terrace. How high could such a great kite soar? The crowd was a mix of nervousness and anticipation, eager to witness the grand ascent of the enormous kite. To their astonishment, the individual on the terrace positioned the massive kite upon his back, then spread his arms wide to grasp the kite's framework. In the next moment, he sprinted forward and leapt from the lofty Golden Phoenix Terrace. His decisive jump caught the wind, and to the amazement of all, he soared into the air. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they watched in disbelief. He was not merely flying a kite, he was ascending to the skies. Look, he has not fallen into the water, he truly flies. Chapter 84. Astonishment. Someone is soaring into the heavens with a kite.
Chu Siqing, equally Metzmedi, could not help but gossip with the system.
Unexpectedly, there existed such a spirit of dedication to science in ancient times. It is indeed both commendable and heartrending. Atong, quickly tell me, who is this fearless individual? The system conducted a search and informed her, host, this person is Shen Luyan. Chu Siqing found the name oddly familiar. Yet she could not recall it at the moment. The system reminded her, he is the one who created the shrimp lantern at the Lantern Festival banquet. Your second uncle's companion. Upon hearing this, Chu Siqing immediately remembered. She exclaimed in astonishment, isn't Shen Luyan the son of the Minister of Personnel? How could his father allow him to engage in such activities? Unbeknownst to her, this was all due to her influence. Had it not been for her admiration for Shen Luyan's shrimp lantern at the banquet, believing him to be a promising talent for the Ministry of Works, the Minister of Personnel would never have permitted his son to pursue this path. The system explained, after the Lantern Festival banquet, for reasons unknown, the Minister of Personnel began to support Shen Luyan's pursuit of a career in the Ministry of Works. Thus, Shen Luyan, as if fueled by fervor, prepared to chase his dreams. After months of effort, he successfully developed this colossal kite. Then, inspired by a brilliant idea, He went to the Jinfeng platform at Yanqi Lake to test its flight, all the while keeping it a secret from his father. Chu Siqing twitched her lips and anxiously inquired, how proficient is Shen Luyuan in swimming? Can he make it back? Such an admirable pioneer should not sacrifice himself for the sake of science. The system reassured her, fear not, host. Shen Luyuan is quite the swimmer. The mere Yanqi Lake cannot hold him back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to test fly at the Jinfeng platform. With a sigh of relief, Chu Siqing turned her attention to Shen Luyuan's daring endeavor. A young child gazed skyward and excitedly exclaimed to his mother, Mother, that brother is amazing. I want to fly up to the sky too. The mother, initially astonished, was suddenly taken aback by his words. Without hesitation, she gave him several smacks on the backside, retorting sharply, What nonsense! You think you can soar to the heavens? You little rascal! Why don't you learn something worthwhile instead? See if I don't teach you a lesson. The child genuinely thought that the brother flying was impressive. The onlookers stifled their laughter. Yet they could not help but feel a twinge of concern for the man on the kite. After all, a man weighs quite a bit. The kite could hardly sustain him in the air indefinitely. What if he fell into Yanqi Lake and drowned? That would be fortunate. What if the wind carried him far away, leaving him entangled in branches or crashing to the ground? At that moment, the Jingzhao Yin, accompanied by a group of officials and soldiers, hurriedly arrived at Yanqi Lake. Although it was not uncommon for people to seek death, it was not customary for him to investigate every incident. However, because the Princess of Yu had sent word and the Holy Maiden was present, Lu Huaying took this matter very seriously, coming personally to assess the situation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he bowed to the Princess of Yu and said, Your Highness, I have arrived late. How is the person who sought to end their life? The Princess of Yu's expression was peculiar, and she momentarily did not know how to respond. A flicker of confusion crossed Lu Huaying's eyes.
What?
Flying in the sky? How is that even possible? Despite his disbelief, he followed the direction indicated by the Holy Maiden. The officials and soldiers also looked up at the sky. Wait, isn't that a large kite? Chu Siqing noticed their bewilderment and explained, The person is beneath the kite, grasping its wings with his hands. Look closely, and you will see. Lu Huaying and the officials finally discerned the truth, left speechless. How did this fellow manage to fly into the sky? As the kite began to descend, the Princess of Yu could not help but express her concern. Lord Lu, I am rather worried about how he will come down. Whether he lands in the water or on the ground, it poses a grave danger to his life. Lu Huaying understood this truth as well. Yet this individual had clearly brought this upon himself, and he still had to devise a way to save him. Lu Huaying found himself in a predicament, but the kite is not tethered by a string. How can we rescue him? The crowd grew anxious for the individual on the kite, yet they had no immediate solution. The wind gradually weakened, and the giant kite could no longer sustain the weight of a grown man, slowly descending. Fortunately, it appeared to be drifting toward the lake's edge, suggesting it would ultimately land in the water not far from the shore. Lu Huaying urgently instructed his subordinates, Those who are good swimmers, listen up. Warm up and prepare to enter the water to rescue him. He cautioned, While saving a life is indeed critical, you must prioritize your own safety. Do not be careless. Upon hearing this, the soldiers felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. A few capable swimmers quickly shed their outer garments and shoes, stretching their limbs at the shore, awaiting the kite's descent into the water. As anticipated, the kite finally settled on the water surface, a mere dozen meters from the lake's edge. Several proficient swimmers had already made their way there. Just as they reached the halfway point, they noticed the individual on the kite swimming toward the shore. His movements were graceful and swift, clearly indicative of a skilled swimmer. He did not require their assistance at all. The rescuing soldiers exchanged glances, speechless. Yet there was a hint of amusement. You, my friend, have quite the audacity. Indeed, upon witnessing him soar through the sky, they had all felt a pang of anxiety for him. The group swam together to the shore. Upon their arrival, the crowd could not help but gather around, their expressions a mix of curiosity as they regarded the individual who had been tied to the kite. Lu Huaying, seeing him seemingly unfazed, pointed at him in exasperation. Which family do you belong to? Do you have no sense? Do your parents not understand either? The man suddenly lifted his head, cupping his hands in greeting, and replied with a smile, Lord Lu, do you not recognize me? I am Shen Luyuan. Lu Huaying felt as if the world had darkened before his eyes. How could it possibly be this troublemaker? Previously, a young prince had fled his marriage, only to be caught by a flower seller and taken to a brothel, causing Lu to suffer a setback, yet he ultimately ended up with the same person. Now, the son of the Minister of Personnel, in a fit of whimsy, fancied himself capable of soaring to the heavens, bound to a kite. Days filled with idle mischief, he seemed to seek trouble at every turn. Lu Huaying could hardly bear to continue as the Jingzhao Yin for another day. Chapter 85. The Chosen One. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. So, it is the young master of the Shen family. No wonder he behaves so recklessly. Curiosity sparked among them, which Shen family? I heard he could dismantle a house by the age of 3. Nothing he could get his hands on could escape his clutches. Now I see. Who would have thought he would tie himself to a kite in broad daylight? Indeed, had it not been for his luck, he would either have drowned or met with a fatal fall. Listening to their discussions, Chu Siqing could not help but gossip with the system. I feel that Shen Luyuan must have been quite adept with his hands since childhood. He is truly suited for invention and creation. The system agreed, indeed. Reflecting on the matter of luck, Chu Siqing asked the system, Atong, given Shen Luyuan's audacity, I fear he may one day meet an untimely end. Can you foresee his fate? Upon hearing the chosen one, Chu Siqing was taken aback. Could it be that Shen Luyuan is the male lead? Pondering this, Chu Siqing considered that if Shen Luyuan were not in danger and was destined to achieve great things, then perhaps there was something he could be encouraged to pursue. Amidst the murmurs of curiosity about Shen Luyuan's experience of flying, someone asked, Shen Shaoling, what does it feel like to soar in the sky? Is it as light as a swallow, as if you're drifting among the immortals? You must know that all the young ladies on the ground are watching you with wide eyes. I suggest that the next time you fly, you should tie a rope to the kite so someone on the ground can hold it. That way, you won't have to worry about veering off course. Observing that some were reveling in the spectacle and offering unsolicited advice, Lu Huaying furrowed his brow. He raised his voice. Everyone, please disperse. I have matters to attend to. Upon finishing his words, Lu Huaying signaled to his subordinates. Immediately, soldiers were dispatched to disperse the onlookers. Once the crowd had cleared, he introduced Shen Luyuan to the Princess of Yu and the Saintess. Princess of Yu, Saintess, this is Shen Luyuan, the third son of the Minister of Personnel. After that, Lu Huaying turned to Shen Luyuan and said, Young Shen, it was the Princess of Yu who informed me about your antics on the Golden Phoenix Terrace today, prompting me to devise a means to rescue you. Shen Luyuan, drenched yet composed, offered a respectful bow. I have met the Princess of Yu and the Saintess. I apologize for my earlier indiscretion and am grateful for the princess's concern. His demeanor was dignified, in stark contrast to the rumors of his reckless nature. The Princess of Yu nodded and instructed Mei Qing to bring him a cloak. Thank you, Princess, Shen Luyuan replied gratefully, wrapping the cloak around himself. Chu Siqing's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they roamed over him. While he appeared rather handsome, his stature was modest, hardly resembling that of a destined hero. Moreover, he seemed somewhat unreliable. The memory of Shen Luyuan at the Lantern Festival, holding a shrimp-shaped lantern and playfully pinching Han Nanqing's backside with shrimp claws, made her want to laugh. He was clearly a comical character, not someone destined to leave a mark on history. Noticing the little girl giggling at him, Shen Luyuan wondered aloud, is there something amiss with me, Saintess? Chu Siqing quickly composed herself, shaking her head. No, not at all. After a moment of thought, she curiously asked, Brother Shen, have you always been so fortunate? She sought to confirm whether Shen Luyuan truly had the extraordinary fate that the system had claimed, capable of avoiding various mishaps. I was about 3 or 4 years old at the time, Shen Luyuan recounted with enthusiasm. There were some loose stones beneath the rockery, and had I fallen, it would have been disastrous. But by sheer luck, my dog happened to come over and nudged me with its head just in time. As he spoke, both the Princess of Yu and Chu Siqing could hardly contain their laughter. Lu Huaying, however, found the situation unacceptable and chastised Shen Luyuan. Young man, no matter how fortunate you are, you cannot act recklessly. Your body is a gift from your parents. How could you treat it so frivolously today? He paused, speaking earnestly. I know your swimming skills are commendable, but if that kite were to break in the air, or the wind carried you away, and you fell to the ground, what then? After receiving the reprimand, Shen Luyuan remained unperturbed, grinning as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Lord Lu. I appreciate it. He was accustomed to such admonishments, having heard them often enough to grow somewhat immune. Believing that Shen Luyuan had heeded his advice, Lu Huaying was about to relax when he heard Shen Luyuan's confident retort. However, Lord Lu, you worry too much. I have been perfecting this kite for months and have conducted numerous trials with it. It will not falter in the skies. As for where I would land, I calculated that before I jumped. Given the height of the Golden Phoenix Terrace and the absence of strong winds today, I would surely land in the water. Seeing the boy's brazen demeanor, Lu Huaying was infuriated, puffing his cheeks in indignation. You certainly have a sharp tongue, don't you? Humph. Just empty arguments. Yet, Shen Luyuan brushed off his ire, saying, if it comes to it, I can just take another beating. Surely, the old man cannot kill me. Lu Huaying was left speechless. Chu Siqing stifled her laughter from the sidelines. Shen Luyuan respectfully added, I am grateful for the Princess of Yu's guidance. I shall keep it in mind. Lu Huaying could not help but resent the apparent favoritism, cursing inwardly. I just spoke to you for ages, and you didn't absorb a single word. For every admonition, you had a retort. But now, when the Princess of Yu speaks, you are all too eager to comply. Is this some sort of jest with me? The antics of these noblemen in the capital are truly vexing. Chapter 86. Elevate 1. Suppress 3. Though Shen Luyuan landed safely, Chu Siqing knew this matter was far from over. After all, in this era, aspirations of flight were still deemed too avant-garde. As anticipated, during the morning court session the next day, an official raised an indictment regarding the incident. Your Majesty, I must accuse the Minister of Personnel of failing in his duty as a father, allowing his son to behave in such a reckless and absurd manner. Inspector Zhang declared. Yesterday at Yanqi Lake, his son Xin Luyuan, in a bid for attention, jumped from the Golden Phoenix Terrace while tethered to a kite. On the throne, the usually impassive Emperor Chu Ming was intrigued.
Oh,
I recall that name. He is the young man who crafted the shrimp lantern at the Lantern Festival. Inspector Zhang continued. Your Majesty, the Golden Phoenix Terrace stands 10 zhang high. Xin Luyuan's antics display a blatant disregard for life, drawing a crowd of onlookers and causing a profoundly negative impact. Minister Shen Huairen's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at Inspector Zhang. How could this be? The Golden Phoenix Terrace is so high. My son is not foolish enough to jump from there. The other court officials were equally astonished. Based on the inspector's tone, it seemed Xin Luyuan was unharmed. Otherwise, he could not accuse him in court without worsening Minister Shen's plight. But if he truly jumped from the Golden Phoenix Terrace, how could Xin Luyuan possibly survive? As the officials pondered, they heard the Saintess's inner voice. He was not merely seeking attention. Xin Luyuan's kite experiment was a pursuit of scientific advancement. Hearing the inspector malign Xin Luyuan, Chu Siqing could not help but feel indignant on his behalf. Science? Advancement? What do those terms even mean? The assembled ministers exchanged puzzled glances. While they did not fully grasp the Saintess's words, they could ascertain one thing. Xin Luyuan had indeed jumped from the Golden Phoenix Terrace with a kite. Furthermore, the Saintess seemed to hold him in high regard. Tu Qingchen shot a glance at Chu Siqing. In this era, a person willing to risk their life to attempt flight was truly commendable. With the Saintess advocating for him, the Minister of Personnel felt his vision darken. Yet, when he had inquired about the matter, he was told it was to save a drowning child. Little did he know that Xin Luyuan had jumped into the water from the Golden Phoenix Terrace. For a moment, Minister Shen was torn between anger and relief. Before ascending the throne, Emperor Chu Ming had visited Yanqi Lake numerous times and was well aware of the perils of jumping from the Golden Phoenix Terrace. Could it be that the Shen boy had lost his senses? Emperor Chu Ming asked Minister Shen, do you know of this matter? Minister Shen nodded. This is a family issue. I will handle it myself. Although Xin Luyuan had leaped from the Golden Phoenix Terrace, it was his own choice and had not harmed anyone. Moreover, it seemed his niece had a favorable impression of him. Thus, Emperor Chu Ming intended to pass over the incident lightly. However, Inspector Zhang would not relent, insisting, Your Majesty, Xin Luyuan has committed such a ridiculous act, and yet Minister Shen is entirely unaware. This clearly indicates a lack of discipline in his parenting. If we do not pursue this matter, Xin Luyuan will likely engage in even more outrageous behavior that will undermine the decorum of the capital. Chu Siqing found this harsh and could not resist inquiring about Inspector Zhang's own family. Ah Tong, how well has Inspector Zhang raised his children? The system provided an answer, and in the next moment, the courtiers heard the Saintess's inner voice once more. This self-righteous Inspector Zhang, who accuses Minister Shen of poor parenting, has 3 sons of his own, each one a disappointment. Zhang Darlang is a gambler, drowning in debt from the gaming tables, which he ultimately repaid with his wife's dowry. Zhang Erlang has a penchant for debauchery, once getting into a brawl at a brothel over a courtesan. As for Zhang Sanling, he is uniquely fond of cricket fighting, hoarding an entire room of crickets. The eavesdropping officials could not help but cast curious glances at Inspector Zhang. TSK, the hypocritical old man Zhang, your day of reckoning has come. The sons of Zhang, each one aimless and irresponsible, dare to criticize Lord Shen for his lack of discipline in raising his children. Humph. It seems they have now been publicly humiliated by the Saintess. Zhang Yushi, however, wore a look of disbelief.
Impossible.
The Saintess must be spouting nonsense. His 3 sons, though lacking in great talents, have always been honest and dutiful. Furthermore, they have shown filial piety towards him and his wife. How could they possibly resemble the way the Saintess described? Yet, based on past experiences, the truth of the Saintess's words was undeniable. When he inquired further, his second son merely claimed he hadn't seen a stone and had accidentally hurt his head while on the road. More suspiciously, there were times when he had indeed heard the sounds of crickets coming from his third son's room. The third son insisted that it was merely his aging ears playing tricks on him. The past events seemed to corroborate the Saintess's assertions. The 3 sons he thought were upright were, in fact, quite troublesome behind his back. Zhang Yushi's body swayed, as if he might collapse at any moment. Witnessing this scene, everyone understood. The old man had come to realize that the absurdities of his sons were indeed true. At this moment, Chu Siqing added fuel to the fire, internally comparing Zhang Yushi's sons with Xin Luyuan. Zhang Yushi's 3 sons are truly absurd, whereas Xin Luyuan is entirely different. From a young age, he has shown brilliance and a lofty ambition, constantly exploring the realms of the unknown. He had even previously experimented with kites to carry objects, calculating the wind strength from the previous day, preparing thoroughly before attempting to fly from Jinfeng Terrace. While the world currently deems the idea of flying as fanciful, they remain unaware that in the future, flying will be commonplace, allowing one to traverse thousands of miles in a single day. In her comparison, she not only exalted Shen Luyan to the heavens, but also trampled on Zhang Yusher's 3 sons. Zhang Yusher nearly choked on his own anger. It was bad enough that his sons were useless, but the saintess had to elevate one while belittling 3, leaving him with nowhere to hide his embarrassment. Moreover, Shen Luyan was clearly out of his mind to leap from Jinfeng Terrace tied to a kite in front of so many witnesses. How did he transform into an ambitious youth in the eyes of the saintess? The lords and ministers, however, did not share Zhang Yusher's perspective. They were more intrigued by the saintess's proclamation regarding the future. A world where everyone could fly, traversing thousands of miles in a day. What an enticing notion. Chapter 87. The resilient talent Emperor Ming of Chu's eyes lit up at this revelation. His niece, recognized as the saintess by the national teacher, could foresee the people and events of the future, which was hardly surprising. Yet, hearing that flying would become a common occurrence left him both incredulous and exhilarated. Thus, it appeared that the young Shen was indeed a rare talent. Most of the lords and ministers shared a similar sentiment. Since flying would become ordinary in the future, Shen Luyan, who dared to attempt it now, could be deemed visionary and commendable. A perceptive courtier immediately suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe Zhang Yusher is making a mountain out of a molehill." Shen Luyan's south leap from Jinfeng Terrace, though seemingly absurd, is actually a pursuit of innovation and change, marking him as a practical talent. Zhang Yusher could not refrain from retorting, is he not merely seeking thrills out of boredom? How can he be considered a practical talent? My sons may lack ability, but I will not concede that Shen Luyan is a great talent. At this juncture, Minister of Works Zhang Yuan spoke up, Zhang Yusher, be cautious with your words. At the Lantern Festival banquet, I found myself rather fond of the young Shen for his creation of the shrimp lanterns.
Now,
having heard the saintess's insights, I understand that Shen Luyan is indeed an invaluable talent for the Ministry of Works, and I cannot abide any slander against him. Zhang Yuan continued solemnly, in the days before boats existed, people could not cross rivers, and few dared to even dream of such a feat yet now. With countless vessels navigating the great and small rivers, crossing by boat has become a commonplace affair. Tell me, Zhang Yusher, does the first person to attempt crossing a river on a bamboo raft still seem absurd to you? The example that the Minister of Works cited resonated well, and many courtiers nodded in agreement. Indeed, those who mock Shen Luyun's aspirations to fly today could hardly have foreseen a future where flying would be a commonplace marvel. Zhang Yusher stammered, struggling to counter, but found no words. As the courtiers spoke in favor of Shen Luyan, Chu Siqing could not help but applaud inwardly. It seems there are indeed many wise individuals in the court. So many have recognized Shen Luyun's extraordinary potential. Many felt a twinge of embarrassment. The saintess had overpraised him. In truth, they had not discerned any remarkable qualities in Shen Luyan before. They merely thought him foolish and eccentric. The Prince of Yu mused, daughter, this is all you're doing. Meanwhile, other courtiers added insult to injury. Zhang Yusher, you criticize Shen Luyan for being absurd and extravagant, yet what of your own sons? Some chimed in with derision. Indeed, one is a gambler, another a womanizer, and the last a brawler with crickets. With sons like these, how can you still have the gall to admonish Lord Shen for poor child-rearing? Zhang Yusher's face turned a deep shade of crimson. They need only to know it in their hearts. Why must they reiterate it aloud, such cruelty? Those who disapproved of the old man went so far as to advise Emperor Ming, Your Majesty, Zhang Yusher's indulgence of his sons has corrupted the morals of the capital. He should receive a lesson. This was a case of retribution in kind. Emperor Ming found it amusing but maintained a serious demeanor as he replied, in that case, since Zhang Daocheng has failed in his duties as a father, let him be fined a year's salary. Zhang Yusher, upon hearing this decree, felt that the punishment was excessive. Given that he had committed no wrongdoing and his family was not affluent, such a fine was indeed a severe reprimand. Unable to retaliate, Zhang Yusher reluctantly acquiesced. This minister obeys the command. Suddenly, he thought of something and quickly added, but even if Shen Luyan harbors lofty aspirations, he should not act so recklessly. Our bodies and skin are gifts from our parents. How could he carelessly leap from Jinfeng Terrace? What would happen if an accident occurred? I ask you, would you allow your sons to take such risks? Minister of Personnel Shen, upon hearing this, felt a pang of bitterness. Although Zhang Yusher was targeting him, he found himself in agreement on this point. The courtiers fell silent for a moment. Regardless of whether the future would truly witness a call for innovation and the praise of practical talents, they were reluctant to permit their own sons to engage in such dangerous endeavors. At this moment, the voice of the saintess echoed once more. Fear not. Shen Luyan is destined to be resilient, a person of great achievements who will leave his mark on history. He will not meet with misfortune. This chosen one should focus on developing artillery, enhancing the military strength of Chu. As the saying goes, truth lies within the reach of artillery. With advanced weaponry, Chu will no longer be threatened by enemies. Tu Qingchen could not help but glance at Chu Siqing. Your system is truly remarkable, even capable of discerning one's resilience. The truth does lie within the range of artillery. Tu Qingchen pondered this phrase and agreed that bolstering did Chu's military power was indeed essential. Is this truly a system for watching the world rather than one for strengthening the nation? This cascade of thoughts left the lords and ministers in awe. Shen Luyuan, destined for greatness? Unlikely to encounter misfortune? That alone was enough to incite envy in countless hearts. But the saintess also claimed he was destined for historical renown, capable of enhancing Dai Chu's military prowess. People could not help but cast envious glances at the Minister of Personnel. This fellow, who appeared no different from others. How did he end up with a son destined for greatness? Truly, his ancestors must have blessed him. In these times, which scholar or warrior does not aspire to leave a mark on history? Yet, the vast majority remain insignificant and ordinary, destined to fade into the annals of time. Those who can leave their names in the annals of history are exceedingly rare. The Minister of Personnel was equally astonished and unable to conceal a flicker of joy, as if a pie had unexpectedly fallen from the heavens, landing squarely upon his head. In the past, he had observed his son, Shen Luyuan, cavorting with a band of rascals, indulging in idle books, and dabbling in trifling matters, leading him to believe that his son was of little worth. Little did he know that his son was indeed a prodigious talent, destined to be immortalized in history. A rush of warmth flooded Shen's heart. His son had endured great hardship in his recent diving endeavor, and as a father, he felt compelled to offer words of encouragement. Any earlier concerns about potential accidents had dissipated. After all, the Holy Maiden had spoken. His son possessed a resilient destiny, destined to achieve great things. And how could he obstruct his son's future? In the imperial court, Emperor Chu Ming was also finding it difficult to contain his excitement. Cannons? Advanced weaponry? Was this not precisely what he needed? The kingdom was currently divided into four, with Chu located in the east, Zhao to the north, Yan to the west, and Qi to the south. Although the Great Chu was not weak, its geographical advantages and favorable climate had long made it a target for other nations. Presently, there was no war, but that was merely temporary. The enemies had yet to find a suitable opportunity. If peace was to be desired, allowing the populace to live and work in contentment, Great Chu must possess sufficient military deterrence. To subdue an enemy without battle was the best strategy. Thus, Shen Luyuan was someone he must promote. Chapter 88. The divine mechanism camp among the courtiers. There were those astute enough to read the room. It did not take long for someone to sense the emperor's intentions and suggest, "Your Majesty, I believe Shen Luyuan is not a reckless individual. I have heard that he has been adept in water since childhood and has previously attempted to use kites to carry objects. On the day he visited Yanqi Lake, he even calculated the wind strength at Golden Phoenix Terrace. Only when all was prepared did he dare to conduct personal experiments. This illustrates his meticulousness and willingness to embrace innovation. He is indeed a rare talent." Upon hearing this, many courtiers quickly echoed their agreement. Indeed, Shen Luyuan is a talent worth utilizing. It is a testament to the Minister Shen's excellent upbringing. However, Inspector Zhang could not tolerate the notion that another's son surpassed his own, and scoffed at the praises. He rolled his eyes at the dialogue. In the end, Emperor Chu Ming penalized Inspector Zhang with a year's salary forfeiture, while the Minister of Personnel faced no repercussions. After the court session, Chu Siqing accompanied Tu Qingchen to the Tianyan Pavilion. Earlier, she had been contemplating that with Shen Luyuan's fortuitous disposition and creative mind, he should engage in the development of advanced weaponry. Coincidentally, the system's marketplace contained relevant texts, which she could exchange to cultivate talent for her uncle. Tu Qingchen inquired, "What? Do you require my assistance again?" Chu Siqing nodded, "Indeed. Our synergy is growing, haha. Just wait a moment." She closed her eyes and entered the system marketplace. Locating a book on weaponry. Addressing the system, she said, "Atong, please exchange for this book." The system replied, "Host, the exchange for compilation of weaponry is successful. Points deducted, 200. Would you like to use it now?" Chu Siqing affirmed, "Right now." In the next moment, the book appeared in her hands. She handed it to Tu Qingchen, saying, "Please take this to my uncle and ask him to have Shen Luyuan develop it." Tu Qingchen took the book with ease, saying, "Understood." After all, it merely required relaying a message. Yet, he couldn't resist asking Chu Siqing, "I sense that while your system ostensibly indulges in gossip, it is engaged in matters of national strength. Could it be that you are the main character?" Chu Siqing hastily waved her hands. "Impossible. I am merely a nosy fish, occasionally doing good deeds. Please do not place me upon a pedestal." Tu Qingchen chose to remain silent, but a vague thought began to form in his mind. Perhaps the current world was merely another book, and the heroine had naturally changed. Regardless, as long as things were improving and what he felt was real, that was sufficient. "Your Majesty, the Holy Maiden has entrusted me with a book concerning weaponry, and I hope your Majesty will employ Shen Luyuan for its development." Emperor Chu Ming's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "My dear minister, present the book to me." He had anticipated that his niece would bring him delightful surprises. Tu Qingchen presented the book to eunuch Feng, who brought it before the emperor. Chu Ming opened the book and briefly glanced through its contents. He discovered numerous methods for crafting heavy machinery and firearms, including siege engines such as battering rams and trebuchets. as well as firearms and rockets, formidable weapons for both offense and defense. Each weapon was accompanied by detailed illustrations and even included sections on gunpowder production and metal smelting. Chu Ming was both astonished and impressed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. With such a marvelous tome of weaponry, how could I worry about the strength of the great Chu's forces?" Seeing the Emperor's excitement, Eunuch Feng felt a sense of relief. The Emperor, who had long fretted over the great Chu surrounded by formidable foes, had finally found a means to counter them. After a moment, Chu Ming turned to Chu Siqing and asked, "Master of State, what do you think about placing Shen Luyan in the Ministry of Works as the chief officer?" Chu Siqing replied, "Your Majesty, Shen Luyan lacks formal titles. If he were to be appointed as chief officer, there would inevitably be dissent." He paused before continuing, "Furthermore, the weapons we are to create are not ordinary. We should avoid attracting attention to prevent other nations from discovering our plans." Chu Ming nodded in agreement. "What you say is reasonable. Then let us secretly establish a divine mechanism camp, with Shen Luyan overseeing the weapon production." Chu Siqing praised, "Your Majesty is wise." Meanwhile, Shen Luyan found himself at home, facing the tearful admonitions of his grandmother and mother. "You foolish child. How could you jump from such a height? If anything were to happen, your grandmother would not survive. Child, you are truly reckless," his mother exclaimed, her heart racing at the thought. Upon hearing that Shen Luyan had leaped from Golden Phoenix Terrace with a kite, both women were taken aback. They each grasped one of Shen Luyan's arms, crying and demanding assurances that he would not engage in such reckless behavior again. Caught between them, Shen Luyan felt utterly helpless. After an hour of their incessant nagging, his ears felt as if they might develop calluses. Yet he could not promise them anything. With arms outstretched, he embraced both his grandmother and mother, reassuring them, "Grandmother, mother, please do not worry. I value my life. I had calculated countless times before jumping, ensuring everything was foolproof. Otherwise, would I dare to leap from Golden Phoenix Terrace?" However, his grandmother and mother were not swayed by his reassurances. "Forget about those empty words, Yun-er. Just promise your grandmother you will not do such things again, all right?"
Yes.
"How can there be any guarantees? Your mother cannot endure the thought. Please agree, Yun-er." Shen Luyan stammered, unable to provide a simple assurance. His mother, exasperated, threatened, "If you do not promise me, I shall inform your father, and see if he does not break your legs." Even the usually doting Shen grandmother disregarded her usual leniency, adding, "Indeed, if you do not guarantee, your father will punish you, and I will not intervene." The thought of his father's stick, thick as a bowl, made Shen Luyan shudder. He opened his mouth to speak, but then heard his father's voice from outside. "What are you all trying to stop me for?" As he stepped into the courtyard, he overheard his mother and grandmother's anxious responses. And nothing at all. They merely intended to issue verbal threats, not genuinely wishing for their grandson to suffer punishment. Shen Darren strode in with great enthusiasm, patting his youngest son's shoulder, a broad smile gracing his face. "Luyan, in the past, I misjudged you, but now I have come to recognize your virtues." Shen Luyan swallowed nervously and replied, "Father, is there something you wish to discuss?" Surely, his father had not taken leave of his senses today, had he? Chapter 89, A Gem Will Always Shine Upon Hearing This. Shen Darren remarked, "I have heard that you visited Yanqi Lake yesterday." Before he could finish, old lady Shen interjected hastily, "Yunar merely went there to fly kites, nothing more." Shen Luyan cast a resigned glance at his grandmother. Was there any difference between this and a confession? Indeed, the next moment, Shen Darren raised an eyebrow. "Mother, are you aware that he jumped from Jinfeng Terrace yesterday?" Old lady Shen's eyes widened in disbelief as she vehemently denied. "Who said that?" "It's not true. Yunar has always been well behaved." Seeing the situation, Madame Shen realized her husband was already informed and felt a surge of anxiety. She scanned the room for something to defend their son, fearing her husband might strike him in anger. Shen Luyan sighed inwardly, instinctively kneeling down. He feigned remorse, saying, "Father, I realize my mistake." Shen Luyan had braced himself for a severe reprimand, knowing well his father's stern disposition would never condone such reckless behavior. Old lady Shen and Madame Shen watched anxiously, fearing for Shen Luyan's safety. To their surprise, Shen Darren lifted Shen Luyan up and exclaimed with a smile, "No, you have done nothing wrong. Luyan, I am proud of you." "What?" Both old lady Shen and Madame Shen stared in disbelief. Shen Luyan was equally astonished. If not for the presence of his elders, he would have questioned his own hearing. Was he imagining things, or had his father truly lost his mind? Proud of him? How could that be? This could either be sarcasm or an indication that his father was utterly confused. Feeling a rush of panic, Shen Luyan hurriedly attempted to placate his father. While patting his father's chest, he apologized. "Father, it is my fault. I must have upset you to the point of speaking nonsense." Initially pleased with his son's filial piety, Shen Darren soon felt disheartened at the thought of such disobedience. Shen Darren brushed aside Shen Luyan's hand, scoffing, "Unfilial son. What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Luyan retracted his hand, sheepishly stating, "Father, you are not confused, are you? Noticing the tension, old lady Shen quickly interjected. Yuna, your father has gone to great lengths to praise you. Why do you not believe him? Although she was unsure why her son's attitude had suddenly shifted, she recognized that any praise for her grandson was a positive development. Madame Shen chimed in. It is all your fault, dear husband, for being so harsh on Yunar that he has grown fearful. Shun Darren huffed. I see no fear in him. Yet he refrained from contradicting the fact that he had just praised his son. Shun Liuyun's heart raced with excitement, yet he felt something was amiss. He scratched his head in confusion. Father, why are you suddenly proud of me? Shun Darren replied sternly. Luyun, follow me to the study. Old Lady Shen and Madame Shen understood that the ensuing conversation was beyond their purview. Observing his expression, they felt reassured that the discussion held no ill intent for Yunu. In the study, as soon as Shen Luyun settled into a chair, his father announced, Luyun, the emperor has issued a decree for you. This revelation startled him, nearly causing him to topple from his seat. Grasping the armrest just in time, Shen Luyun managed to maintain his composure before his father. Shen Darren clicked his tongue, frowning. Is this the extent of your composure? Shen Luyun dismissed the remark, urgently inquiring, what does the emperor command of me? Shen Darren replied gravely, the emperor has established the divine mechanism camp and appointed you to oversee weapon production. Shen Luyun pondered this statement, feeling both astonished and perplexed. Father, I have never manufactured weapons. Why would the emperor entrust this responsibility to me? Shen Darren scoffed. Is it not because you foolishly jumped into the lake with a kite? The emperor sees potential in you and wishes to elevate your status. He muttered under his breath. You may not be particularly talented, but your luck is indeed remarkable. Shen Luyun, oblivious to his father's critique, was consumed by the thought that the emperor recognized his potential. He had finally caught the eye of someone with discerning judgment, the most esteemed person in the realm. He had always believed that gold would inevitably shine. Shen Darren observed his son's beaming expression and could not help but pat his head. Do not let your joy drive you mad. Forcing himself to suppress a grin, Shen Luyun asked, what kind of weapons does the emperor require me to produce? Seeing his son's confidence, Shen Darren felt a mischievous desire to temper his enthusiasm. He replied deliberately, you are to create new heavy military equipment, firearms, and artillery. Do you possess the skills for this? This statement deflated Shen Liuyun's confidence. He awkwardly responded, Father, those are classified matters. I have never even seen them, let alone create something new. I fear I may not be up to the task. Delighted to see his typically confident son falter, Shen Darren felt a sense of satisfaction. Finally, he could breathe easy. He then casually added, all the materials and blueprints are available. You can study and figure it out. I still believe in your abilities. Shen Luyun exhaled in relief. But he no longer dared to overestimate himself. He had initially thought the emperor simply wanted him to create a new type of spear or bow, areas in which he felt quite capable. His close friend, Han Nanqing, often practiced with weapons, allowing Shen Luyun to gain some insights. However, heavy military equipment, firearms, and artillery, such confidential matters would be entrusted to him for production. What immense expectations and trust were being placed in him. Shen Luyun felt a mix of joy and excitement, his eyes shining with brilliance. The thought of delving into the classified materials and blueprints made him eager to begin his research immediately. Shen Darren, witnessing his son's fervor, had no doubt that if Emperor Chu Ming were present, he would rush forward to seek his favor. Shen Luyun eagerly inquired, Father, when does the emperor expect me to commence my duties? I am ready at this moment. Shen Darren could hardly bear to watch his son's sycophantic demeanor. He retrieved a command token from his robes, handed it to Shen Luyun, and grumbled, pack your things and move to the palace tomorrow. Shen Luyun accepted the token with a grin, exclaiming, understood. Seeing his son's spirited enthusiasm, Shen Darren could not suppress a slight smile. Should his son succeed in his endeavors, it would be a feat worthy of nobility. This was what the sacred maiden referred to as leaving a mark in history. Chapter 90. Ice for heat relief. As summer approached, the weather in the capital grew increasingly sweltering. The Great Chu had long established methods for storing ice in ice houses and deep wells during winter for summer use. However, ice melts easily, resulting in significant wastage, often leaving only 1/3 of the original supply. Nevertheless, with sufficient wealth, ice could still be procured. The Prince of Joy was not short on funds and possessed his own ice house, thus he was not reluctant to utilize it. Chu Siqing, initially nostalgic for modern conveniences such as air conditioning, refrigerators, and ice cream, was pleasantly surprised to discover that this world had similar alternatives. One afternoon, under the merciless sun, the indoor heat became unbearable. Chu Siqing could no longer contain herself and said to the Princess of Joy, Mother, it is so hot. I wish I could soak in water. The Princess of Joy wiped the sweat from her daughter's forehead with a handkerchief, gently scolding, What nonsense are you talking about? How can one spend all day in water? Chu Siqing sighed. I was just joking. Princess, Yu chuckled, there is no need to soak in water. Your mother will soon have you feeling cool. With that, she turned to the head maid, Mei Qing, and instructed, bring out the ice fan for use. And have the cook prepare some sushan. Yes, princess, Mei Qing replied, promptly exiting to make the arrangements. Curious, Chu Siqing asked, Mother, what is an ice fan and Sushan? Princess, you playfully teased. You will understand once you see it. Chu Siqing speculated that they must be a type of fan and an icy treat. While not particularly extraordinary, it was better than nothing. Before long, the ice fan was brought in. Upon seeing it, Chu Siqing realized it resembled an ancient version of air conditioning. The ice fan consisted of a wooden tub filled with ice, with fan blades above and a pole rope on the outside. Pulling the rope would set the blades in motion, creating a refreshing breeze from the ice. It was far easier and less labor-intensive than having someone fan her. And the wind was pleasantly cool. Several maids took turns pulling the ice fan, bringing waves of refreshing air. Soon enough, Chu Siqing felt significantly cooler. At that moment, Mei Qing approached with a large wooden box, smiling, Princess, the Sushan has been retrieved. Princess, you nodded, present it. Unable to contain her curiosity, Chu Siqing leaned forward. Mei Qing opened the wooden box, revealing it filled with crushed ice. She carefully lifted 2 bowls from the box and placed them on the table. Isn't this just ice cream? Chu Siqing thought, astonished. And this wooden box is essentially a primitive refrigerator. Her eyes widened in surprise. Could there be other time travelers here? But the system quickly informed her. Host, you seem to lack knowledge. This has existed since ancient times. The milk and sugar piled into a mountain shape is called Sushan. Chu Siqing sighed in relief. Princess, you smiled. Siqing, do try it. But do not overindulge. Eagerly, Chu Siqing picked up a small spoon and took a bite. After just one taste, she exclaimed, Mother, Sushan is delicious. I want more tomorrow. It not only resembled ice cream but tasted remarkably similar. Moreover, it was entirely natural, far healthier than the technologically processed versions of the future. Chu Siqing calculated in her mind, thinking, if I can't have too much at once, I shall just have it every day, hee. Seeing her daughter enjoying it so much. Princess, you smiled and agreed, very well. Life in the prince's residence was indeed pleasant, though regrettably, Chu Siqing still had to attend court each day. That day, there were numerous matters of state, causing the court session to extend longer than usual. As the sun rose higher, the atmosphere in the Golden Lawn Hall became increasingly stifling. Chu Siqing wiped the sweat from her brow, unable to resist grumbling internally. Isn't the emperor being rather stingy? It's so hot in the Golden Lawn Hall, and he won't even spare some ice. My goodness. The holy maiden dares to call the emperor stingy. What will happen if he feels embarrassed by this? The sounds of the court officials arguing suddenly paused, only to resume shortly thereafter, as they could not afford to let the silence signal the emperor's discomfiture. The silent ministers shrank back, lowering their heads, yet a flicker of hope stirred within them. Although they too felt the oppressive heat during court sessions, they had endured it before. Perhaps, with the holy maiden's remark, the emperor would allocate some ice for use during court? Tu Qingchen cast a glance at Chu Siqing, thinking she would soon propose a method for making ice. On the throne, Emperor Chu Ming's expression shifted slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. It was indeed hotter this year than in previous ones, so he could not fault his little niece for her comments. However, the ice stored in the palace was limited and must be reserved for the Empress Dowager and the various concubines. Additionally, the Golden Lawn Hall was vast, filled with officials, all attending court daily. If ice were to be used, the palace's supply would not suffice to last through the summer. Yet, the heat was stifling and the officials, clad in heavy robes, had to deliberate in the Golden Lawn Hall for several hours. This could lead to restlessness, adversely affecting the handling of state affairs. Emperor Chu Ming found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, the officials once again heard the holy maiden's thoughts. It seems there is a method for making ice. How exactly is it done? The court officials perked up, quietly straining to listen. They were aware of how to store ice but had not considered there might be a method for producing it. Holy maiden, please share. Chu Siqing recalled, oh right. By placing nitrate in a large barrel filled with water and then submerging a smaller barrel of water inside, the water in the smaller barrel will gradually freeze. After use, the nitrate can be reused, allowing for a continuous supply of ice. Many officials' eyes lit up with excitement. Among them were those from humble backgrounds. During summer, the price of ice could rival that of gold, making it unaffordable. Now that the holy maiden had revealed a method for making ice with nitrate, they could not help but rejoice. They would rush home to try it. However, some officials expressed concern. Nitrate was commonly used in the production of gunpowder and fireworks and was an important material. How could it be used for making ice? Chu Siqing, undeterred, continued to chatter in her mind. I remember the white frost on the bricks of old houses and the white powder on the ground. It's called soil nitrate. By placing soil nitrate in water and allowing it to sit, one can filter the clear liquid and boil it down to obtain nitrate. So nitrate is that common? Then making ice would be even easier.
Emperor Chu Ming not that disconcerting.
His niece, the holy maiden, truly brought him unexpected delight. He decided to command the production of ice according to her method after court. If successful, they would provide ice for the officials the next day. Thus, when court convened the following day, the Golden Lawn Hall was filled with ice buckets. Chu Siqing could not help but adjust her clothing. Why was her uncle suddenly so generous today? Was the ice free? It was already a bit chilly. Seeing his niece shiver slightly, Emperor Chu Ming felt a sense of pride. At last, it is cool today, isn't it? Humph. I am quite generous. The princes and ministers also felt the refreshing chill. With rows of ice buckets present, how could the Golden Yuan Hall not be cool? The emperor was indeed extravagant. However, it was understandable, as the Holy Maiden had rightly pointed out that nitrate could be reused, ensuring a continuous supply of ice. Producing this much ice required little effort, so why not indulge? Not just the emperor, but even they themselves had made considerable amounts at home. As usual, Eunuch Feng announced, if there are matters to be discussed, please speak. If there are none, you may depart. Minister Li rose to address the court. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach the governor of Jingzhou, Liu Huaying, for negligence and disregard for the people. Last night, a private residence in the western suburbs caught fire, and the governor failed to detect the danger in time, leading to the destruction of the owner's possessions. Liu Huaying could not help but furrow his brow. He had yet to clarify the situation, and Minister Li was already eager to impeach him. It was quite uncouth. Emperor Chu Ming's expression turned stern. Liu Huaying, I ask you, is this indeed the case? Liu Huaying replied somberly, Your Majesty, each night after dark, the watchman must patrol the various areas, sounding the bell every hour. The watchman responsible for the western suburbs was not remiss. The fire broke out just within the hour interval. Upon being alerted to the flames, I immediately dispatched officials to extinguish the fire, but alas, the flames were too fierce, and the residents could not be saved. According to the laws of De Chu, the watchman must sound the gong each night, reminding the people to be vigilant against fire and theft. In dry weather, they must caution about fire hazards. Naturally, if the watchman sees a fire, he will report it to the authorities. Minister Li countered, if the officials had not been negligent, how could the fire have spiraled out of control? Liu Huaying retorted, Minister Li, I fear you have never extinguished a fire. Wooden homes are highly flammable. By the time the officials arrived, the flames were already raging. The residence in question lacked any nearby water source. The water transported there was but a drop in the bucket, rendering efforts to control the blaze futile. The Emperor of Chu inquired, Liu Huaying, were there any casualties among the common folk due to this fire? He was puzzled. If there was no one inside the house, how could it have caught fire? Liu Huaying's expression grew peculiar, as if recalling something significant. After a moment's hesitation, he grit his teeth and replied, Your Majesty, the owner of that residence insists that it was a spirit that set his house ablaze. He even claimed that there were 3 fox spirits and a bird spirit by the roadside, alleging that the bird spirit seduced the fox spirits into burning down his home. Chu Siqing could not contain herself and let out a laugh. Realizing her indiscretion, she quickly covered her mouth. The gathered lords and ministers wore expressions of barely contained mirth, their faces contorting as they struggled to suppress their laughter. Had it not been a court setting, they would have erupted in hearty guffaws. On the throne, the Emperor of Chu couldn't help but smirk at the absurdity. Li Yushir mockingly commented, Lord Liu, you must still be half asleep today. To speak of fox spirits and bird spirits setting fire to a house, how absurd. If it were a mere illiterate who spoke such nonsense, it might be excusable. But for someone of your esteemed background, it is quite the disgrace. The assembly looked at Liu Huaying with a teasing gaze. What had happened to the reliable man they knew? The emperor cleared his throat, suppressing his amusement, and said, Liu Huaying, I command you to speak the truth. Yet, Liu Huaying found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed with embarrassment. Your Majesty, when I first heard of this incident, I could hardly believe it and thus inquired multiple times. However, the owner remained adamant that it was indeed a supernatural being that burned his house. Now that the residence lies in ruins, uncovering the cause of the fire seems as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Upon hearing this, many in the assembly glanced at the saintly maiden. The house had turned to ashes, and the owner insisted it was the work of spirits, complicating any potential investigation. Yet, the saintly maiden surely possessed knowledge, for she relished gossip, and they were eager to hear the truth. The Emperor of Chu also leaned in, keen to hear his niece's insights. Chu Siqing did not disappoint their expectations. After consulting the system, she began to unravel the tale in her mind. It turns out that the fire at the residence in the western suburbs was ignited by the owner himself, who, inebriated, accidentally knocked over a candelabrum onto his bed. The assembly found this revelation quite peculiar. If it was indeed his own doing, why lay the blame on spirits? He spoke in such detail about 3 fox spirits and a bird spirit, claiming the latter had lured the former to harm him. The narrative, while chaotic, had a semblance of coherence, suggesting some truth to it. The saintly maiden continued her mental narration, and the courtiers listened with growing interest. This man was known for his fascination with tales of the supernatural, particularly stories of fox spirits repaying the kindness of scholars, eagerly anticipating a fox spirit's visit to him. In pursuit of this, he had moved to the western suburbs, believing that the desolate area would attract more supernatural beings. The ministers exchanged glances, some suppressing laughter at the absurdity of such a character, a man who yearned for fox spirits to seduce him. Did he not know that fox spirits were also said to siphon away one's vitality? Chu Qingchen shot a knowing glance at Chu Siqing, amused by the comical turn of events. With this gossip system, they could all partake in the amusement, unaware of the reactions around her. Chu Siqing continued to revel in her inner laughter. This man is simply too amusing. I might die from laughter. When he sobered up, fearing ridicule for having burned down his own house, he stubbornly insisted that it was the bird spirit who had seduced the fox spirits to destroy his home. The ministers could hardly contain their mirth, while only Lu Huaying appeared pale, trembling with anger. How could the capital bear another fool? This stubborn individual had thoroughly deceived him. Only heaven knew how long Lu Huaying had anguished over this case. In the end, it was merely this man's delusions, his nonsensical utterances. Lu Huaying had been utterly played, and one could hardly help but feel sympathy for him. Chu Siqing remained bemused by the situation. Chu Qingchen mused. And yet, it seems you are enjoying the spectacle just as much. Chapter 92. Love and Rivalry. Upon hearing the saintly maiden's thoughts, Li Yusher's face turned a shade of embarrassment. Realizing Lu Huaying's folly, he momentarily felt triumphant, forgetting that the saintly maiden had a penchant for indiscriminate gossip. Now she would surely take note of him, and he regretted having spoken so freely. Li Yusher internally prayed that the saintly maiden would not divulge his secrets. Yet, in the next moment, his hopes were dashed. Chu Siqing had already inquired of the system, pondering the rivalry between Li and Lu, and was internally reflecting. No wonder Li Yusher harbors animosity towards Lord Lu. It turns out they are both from the same hometown and had once competed closely in examinations. Even in the palace examinations, Li Yusher had ranked just above Lu, which had given him a sense of superiority. However, after the final imperial examination, Lu had advanced to the second tier, while Li had fallen to the third, leaving him with lingering resentment. The courtiers could not help but cast curious glances at Li Yusher. It made sense now. The fire in the western suburbs was hardly a grave matter. Yet he had been so eager to criticize Lu Huaying. The origins of their rivalry became clear. Although many found Li Yusher petty, some understood his grievances. It was well known that the second-tier scholars were granted the title of Jinsher, while those in the third tier were only given the title of Tongjinshi. The distinction, though subtle, bore significant weight. There is a saying, Tongjinshi are like concubines to the Jinsher. Being a third-tier scholar, Li Yusher felt a pang of inferiority when standing before his second-tier peers. Thus, it was only natural that he would resent Lu Huaying. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of his colleagues, especially with Lu Huaying's innocent demeanor before him, Li Yusher felt both embarrassed and pained. Initially, he and Lu Huaying had been on equal footing, with Li even ranking higher in the palace examinations. Little did he anticipate that the final rankings would see him relegated to the third tier, while Lu ascended to the second. How could he bear such a disparity? Chu Siqing remained absorbed in her own thoughts. So it seems that Li Yusher did not always hold disdain for Lu Huaying. They were once friends, bound by a deep camaraderie. He feared not only for his own fortunes but also for those of his friend. The thought of his own failures was daunting. But the prospect of his friend's success was even more distressing. Such was Li Yusher's plight. In the past, when Lu Huaying had struggled financially during their examinations, it was Li Yusher who frequently extended a helping hand, ensuring Lu found his footing in the capital. Hearing this, the ministers exchanged bewildered glances, some stifling laughter. What did it mean to both fear a friend's misfortune and resent their success? The saintly maiden's words initially seemed absurd but, upon reflection, bore a certain truth. Li Yusher and Lu Huaying had once shared a bond, yet jealousy had driven them apart, leading to Li's relentless attempts to undermine Lu. The saintly maiden's insight struck a chord, revealing the complexities of human nature. As Li Yusher felt the weight of his past exposed before the assembly, his cheeks flushed crimson, and a torrent of emotions surged within him. He and Lu Huaying hailed from the same humble origins, but while Li's family possessed some wealth, Lu had been destitute, often appearing in patched clothing during their initial encounters. They had bonded quickly, and with a mix of admiration and sympathy, Li had frequently supported Lu Huaying throughout their endeavors. However, later on, Lu Huaying passed the imperial examination, while he remained merely a fellow scholar. Subsequently, Lu Huaying was promoted to the position of Jingshuoyan, while he was still just an inspector. Over time, the two drifted apart, and he found himself increasingly disdainful of his former friend. It is indeed a source of embarrassment to admit that he harbored petty jealousy towards his companion. Regardless of the present circumstances, it was undeniably Li Longxing who had aided him in the past. It was thanks to his support that he could focus on his studies in the capital without the burden of daily survival. It is truly regrettable that they have arrived at this juncture. Emperor Chu Ming found it amusing as well. He still recalled the events of the palace examination, and was astonished to realize that this incident had shattered the friendship between Lu and Li. Human emotions are indeed inscrutable. Just then, the voice of the saintess chimed in. Why do I feel that Inspector Li has a somewhat arrogant personality? First, he accused Lord Lu of negligence, mocking him for believing in supernatural tales. And the two were at odds. Later, he couldn't bear to see Lord Lu punished and defended him, claiming he was diligent and selfless. Could it be that Inspector Li and Lord Lu share a love-hate relationship? Upon hearing this, Inspector Li shuddered, nearly losing his footing. Nonsense. Who would have a love-hate relationship with Lu Huaying? Lord Lu's expression darkened, his fists clenched. The saintess was quite the meddler. How could she suggest that he and Li Longxing, ugh. Just the thought of that fellow as filthy habits made him feel nauseated. Chapter 93. Fire Safety Measures Previously. When Lu Huaying mentioned supernatural beings causing fires, Prince Yu managed to suppress his laughter. However, hearing his daughter speculate about a love-hate relationship between Li Longxing and Lu Huaying, he could no longer contain his expression. He cast a bemused glance at Chu Siqing, wondering what thoughts occupied her mind all day. He and the princess had certainly not taught her such notions. Tu Qingshun found it both absurd and amusing. It seemed that Chu Siqing had quite the penchant for tales of rivalry and romance. The gathered lords and ministers exchanged curious glances at Li and Lu.
So,
while they appeared to be in a state of conflict, were they secretly in collusion? How deep they had buried their secret. Li Longxing and Lu Huaying exchanged glances, both wearing expressions as if they had swallowed a fly.
Ugh.
Emperor Chu Ming observed the minister's reactions from his elevated throne, unable to suppress his amusement. To maintain his dignity, he clenched his fist to his lips to hide his mirth. Once he regained his composure, Emperor Chu Ming stated with gravity, since the fire in the western suburbs was an accident, Lu Huaying had not been derelict in his duties and thus should not be punished. However, in light of this incident, I believe there are deficiencies in our current fire regulations. My ministers, do you have any suggestions for reform? When the emperor posed his question, the ministers began to ponder earnestly. The destruction of the western suburban residences was due to inadequate fire regulations, a matter Lu Huaying had already considered. He then proposed, Your Majesty, I believe we should construct a fire observation tower, at least 3 zhang high, to oversee the entire city's fire situation. Additionally, we must establish dedicated fire brigades, placing fire stations in each district equipped with firefighting tools and personnel on duty. Emperor Chu Ming and the ministers nodded in agreement. By establishing fire stations in various districts and deploying fire brigades with necessary equipment, we can swiftly address fire emergencies. This would enhance the protection of the lives and properties of the citizens. In areas where residences are closely situated, a fire in one could easily affect the surrounding buildings, necessitating the mobilization of personnel and equipment. The fire observation tower would oversee the city's fire situation, allowing for the dispatch of firefighters to areas experiencing severe flames. These 2 strategies are indeed excellent. Emperor Chu Ming was satisfied. Lu Huaying was truly a man of action, and his promotion was well-deserved. Chu Siqing silently agreed. Lord Lu truly possesses foresight. With the fire tower and firefighters in place, we only need better firefighting tools. Let me think about what useful items we can create now. The ministers perked up their ears at the mention of new firefighting tools. Traditionally, firefighting involved officers transporting water in carts and using wooden buckets and basins to douse flames, which was far from effective. The saintess hinted that there were even better firefighting tools. Oh, what about water bags, made from the bladders of pigs or cows? When approaching a fire, they could be thrown, and when the fire burst the bag, the water would extinguish the flames. Upon hearing this, the ministers exchanged strange glances. Bladders? ISNT that where urine is stored? Using pig or cow bladders as water bags, what a peculiar firefighting tool. However, with water bags, firefighters could project water from a distance, reducing the risk to their lives. Well, it is indeed a useful item, and its odor can be overlooked if it saves lives. The ministers quickly envisioned the rather unpleasant scene and turned their attention back to the saintess for the next tool. Additionally, there are suction hoses made from bamboo, which can draw water and spray it quickly from a distance, and ladder trucks, which can reach high places during a fire. As they listened and contemplated, the prospect of ladder trucks provided reassurance against high-rise fires. Lu Huaying thought to himself, these 3 firefighting tools indeed possess numerous advantages and must be prepared promptly. Before long, in the heart of the capital, a 3-zhang tall fire observation tower arose. Dedicated firefighters and fire stations were established. Each fire station was equipped not only with standard tools like fire hooks and forks but also with water bags, suction hoses, and ladders. Upon detecting a fire, the fire observation tower would signal with flags and lanterns. In the event of a large blaze, firefighters and equipment would be promptly dispatched for support. Incidents of citizens perishing or losing their homes to fire became virtually non-existent. Gradually, these fire regulations spread throughout the Great Chu, implemented by local officials. Consequently, the impact of fires was minimized, and the citizens of Great Chu grew increasingly trusting of the court. One day, Chu Siqing heard that her points had increased. System. Host. You have successfully contributed to the fire regulations of Great Chu, earning 3,000 points. Chu Siqing believed the system's mention of contributions referred to the firefighting tools she had proposed. It was likely that Tu Qingshun or her father had informed the emperor. With a beaming smile, she remarked to the system, just by voicing my thoughts, I can earn points. It's as easy as picking up money. This lazy fish loves this feeling. System. As long as the host is happy. Chapter 94. The Qiqiao Festival. Before long, The 7th day of the 7th month arrived. Huang Monxiang, the head of the Weaving Institute, specifically chose this day to host the Qiqiao festival. She even announced the event in the local press, inviting all the women of the capital to participate. Upon hearing about this, Chu Siqing eagerly approached Princess Yu. Mother, I want to attend the Qiqiao festival. Please take me with you. Princess Yu smiled. Very well, I know you love excitement. I will take you. Chu Siqing pecked her mother's cheek. No one knows their daughter better than her mother. This caught Princess Yu off guard for a moment. While she cherished her daughter's affection, was this perhaps a bit too intimate? She gently ruffled Chu Siqing's hair. Next time, don't kiss your mother's face. It might not be appropriate if someone sees. Chu Siqing pouted. Then I'll just kiss you secretly, so no one sees. The societal norms of the time seemed overly conservative. She merely wished to express her love for her mother. Princess Yu couldn't help but chuckle. What a quirky child. The Qiqiao Festival of the Weaving Institute is held by the picturesque Yanqi Lake. The scenic lakeside, adorned with ample shade, provides the perfect gathering spot for women to showcase their skills. When Princess Yu arrives with her daughter in a carriage, the competition area is already surrounded by a considerable crowd, comprising young ladies from noble families, daughters of the poor, young brides, and middle-aged women alike. The Weaving Institute has proclaimed that women of all backgrounds, rich or poor, young or old, are welcome to partake in this festival. At the forefront of the crowd stands a woman in official robes on a raised platform. Chu Siqing recognizes her with excitement and exclaims to Princess Yu, Mother, it's Chief Huang. Princess Yu smiles and replies, I see her. Let us listen to Chief Huang speak. Little Chu Siqing pouts, I want to see. But I can't. Hearing this, Yaojin kindly lifts her onto her shoulders. Chu Siqing beams with joy. Sister Yao understands me. Thank you. Yaojin responds, it's a trifling matter. There's no need for thanks, holy maiden. At this moment, Chief Huang begins her address from the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Huang Monxiang, the head of the Weaving Institute. The crowd murmurs, for they have heard of her. She is the first female official of the Great Chu. The current emperor has declared that talent should be embraced in all forms. How wonderful it would be if they could follow in Chief Huang's footsteps and carve out their own careers beyond the confines of their homes. Huang Monxiang scans the eager faces below and declares, Today's Qiqiao Festival, organized by the Weaving Institute, consists of 3 categories: weaving, knitting, and embroidery. You may choose anyone to participate. Upon hearing there are 3 categories to choose from, many women sigh in relief, as they may excel in just one, thus increasing their chances of standing out. After a brief pause, Huang Monxiang continues, within 2 hours, participants must complete their works, after which we will hold a secret ballot to select the winners. The announcement of a secret ballot ignites excitement among the women, as it promises fairness. One woman cannot contain her curiosity, asking, Chief Huang, what rewards await the winners? She comes from a humble background and has dedicated a day to participate. Having heard of the festival's prizes, Huang Monxiang gently replies, the top 3 in each category will be exempt from the entrance exam to the Weaving Institute and will receive silver rewards of 50, 30, and 10 taels, respectively. All other participants will receive a box of exquisite treats. The crowd reacts with delight. Since Chief Huang's appointment, the lives of the female workers at the Weaving Institute have improved significantly, and more women aspire to join. For those from impoverished backgrounds, entering the Weaving Institute is a point of pride. The silver rewards could sustain a typical family for 3 to 5 years, even if one does not excel. Every participant will receive a box of treats, a cause for celebration. With such enticing rewards, the women display eager expressions, ready to commence the competition. Observing their enthusiasm, Huang Monxiang refrains from further delay, pointing to the prepared looms and embroidery frames. The materials and tools are ready. Please begin. As soon as she speaks, the women rush towards their chosen areas. Huang Monxiang smiles, preparing to step down and observe. At that moment, she notices Princess Yu's group and hurries over to bow respectfully. I greet you, Princess Yu, and the Holy Maiden, she says. Princess Yu smiles, there is no need for excessive formality, Chief Huang. I brought Siqing to witness the Qiqiao festival. Chu Siqing, in her sweet voice, adds, Chief Huang, today is so lively. She gestures towards the platform. Princess Yu, Holy Maiden, please join me up here for a better view of the competition. Princess Yu and Chu Siqing ascend the platform, where Chu Siqing sits beside her mother, her eyes darting eagerly below. With a time limit of 2 hours, the competitors are keen to get started, swiftly executing their tasks. The sounds of looms echo, while the women handling knitting needles and embroidery threads move with remarkable dexterity, mesmerizing onlookers. Suddenly, Chu Siqing spots a familiar face and cannot help but ask Princess Yu, Mother, is that Miss Wang, who crafted the boneless plum blossom lamp at the Lantern Festival? Chapter 95. Wang Yin dream following her daughter's gaze. Princess Yu examines the figure closely and confirms, indeed, it is. The exquisite boneless lamp had been a marvel, placing among the top 3 lanterns in the palace, thus leaving her with a lasting impression. The boneless lamp is crafted with embroidery needles, painstakingly stitched, and if a mistake is made, all efforts are in vain. Few are willing to undertake such intricate work, let alone execute it so impeccably. Seeing Wang Yindream participating in the Qiqiao festival, specifically in the embroidery category, indicates her profound love for this craft. However, given her elegant hairstyle, it is clear that the former Miss Wang is now a married woman. Huang Manxiang remarks. That lady's distinguished aura is evident. She has also joined the Qiqiao festival. Curious, Chu Siqing inquires, Chief Huang. Did you not write in the public press that all women in the capital could participate in the Qiqiao festival? Why does it seem unbelievable? Huang Manxiang explains, Holy Maiden. While I did write that, the majority of participants are indeed from impoverished families. Those from noble backgrounds, such as young ladies and wealthy matrons, often dismiss the rewards offered by the Weaving Institute and are reluctant to publicly compete. She pauses before continuing, moreover. Most women participating in the festival are eager to join the Weaving Institute as workers. Thus, the presence of that lady surprises me. Princess Yu looks at her and smiles. Chief Huang, organizing this Qiqiao festival is also a means to scout talent for the Weaving Institute, is it not? Huang Manxiang openly acknowledges, Princess Yu, you are perceptive. Indeed. That is my intent. She states candidly, I wish to attract more talented individuals to elevate the Weaving Institute to new heights. Chu Siqing instinctively gives her a thumbs up. Chief Huang, you truly possess foresight. Continuous progress requires one to learn and adapt, and attracting fresh talent will undoubtedly foster innovation and advancement. Recognizing the familiar gesture, Huang Manxiang understands that the Holy Maiden is praising her again. She blushes, you flatter me, Holy Maiden. The 2 hours pass quietly. The participants emulate the anonymous voting method passed down from the palace, each writing their favored work on a slip of paper and placing it into a wooden box. Once collected, a clerk from the Weaving Institute calls out names and counts in front of the assembled crowd. This fair voting process ensures that no one will contest the results. What captivates Chu Siqing most is Wang Yindream's lotus embroidery. As one person walks past the lotus piece, they express confusion. Oh, this lotus embroidery has accidentally been splashed with water. Immediately, another counters. What are you saying? Open your eyes and look again. That is stitched on. Indeed, the lotus embroidery is masterfully done, with the flowers appearing lifelike, and even the droplets on the petals are astonishingly realistic. Look, even a butterfly has been drawn to the lotus embroidery. Upon hearing this, those admiring other pieces turn to gaze. Under the afternoon sun, the embroidered lotus indeed attracts a butterfly to the fabric. This embroidery is nothing short of extraordinary. I've never seen embroidery that draws real butterflies before. The faux flower's allure has enticed a genuine butterfly, a testament to remarkable craftsmanship. The crowd admires the embroidered lotus piece with unanimous praise.
Consequently,
Wang Yindream's lotus embroidery is crowned the winner of the embroidery category, along with the top 3 in weaving, knitting, and embroidery, each receiving silver and exemption from the entrance exam to the Weaving Institute. As the Qiqiao festival concludes, dusk begins to settle, and the crowd at Yanxi Lake gradually disperses. However, Wang Yindream lingers, making her way toward Princess Yu. Upon reaching them, she respectfully bows. I greet you, Princess Yu. Holy Maiden and Chief Huang. Princess Yu, taken aback, ponders for a moment before asking, I recall you are the daughter of the left minister, correct? She cast a glance at Huang Manxiang, saying, Madam, I wish to inquire about the matter of entering the Weaving Institute. Huang Manxiang, taken aback, responded, Madam, do you also wish to enter the Weaving Institute? Wang Yindream laughed and asked, Did you not say that the top 3 in the Qiqiao festival competition could enter the Weaving Institute without further examination? Am I not eligible? Huang Manxiang quickly replied, Of course you are eligible. With your talent, it would be a privilege for me to have you join the Weaving Institute. After a moment's hesitation, she added, But your family might not agree, would they? Wang Yindream, appearing relaxed, responded, I shall soon be divorced. Initially, my family opposed it, but they have now acquiesced. Henceforth, I shall be a free woman, and what harm is there in going to the Weaving Institute? The revelation of her impending divorce astonished everyone. Princess Yu exclaimed, I recall that during the Lantern Festival banquet, you were not yet married. How is it that within just half a year, you wish to divorce? Wang Yindream let out a bitter laugh, expressing her disappointment. My husband is harsh. I do not wish to be trapped there for a lifetime. In just a few words, both Princess Yu and Huang Manxiang discerned the underlying sorrow. Huang Manxiang hastily remarked, I have been troubled by a shortage of staff at the Weaving Institute, so having you assist me would be a tremendous boon. Wang Yindream quickly masked her disappointment, replying gently, Then I thank you, Madam Huang. Thereafter, Huang Manxiang began discussing matters related to the Weaving Institute. As soon as she settled into the carriage, Chu Siqing could not help but quietly inquire within her mind. Atong, why does Wang Yindream wish to divorce? After a brief investigation, the system informed her, because her in-laws are harsh. Her husband regards her merely as an embroiderer and uses her earnings to support a concubine.
What?
Chu Siqing was instantly taken aback. Unable to restrain herself from asking, Wang Yindream is the daughter of the left minister. How could her husband dare to humiliate her so? The system scoffed. He probably thinks that now that she is married, he can treat her however he pleases. Chu Siqing clenched her fists in anger. Noticing her daughter's sudden furious expression, Princess Yu inquired, Siqing, what troubles you? Has someone angered you? With her small fists tightly clenched, Chu Siqing could not contain her frustration, exclaiming, Mother, Wang Yindream's husband is a scoundrel who lives off her. Princess Yu, aware of her daughter's perceptive nature, was not surprised by the outburst. Chu Siqing continued her tirade. Her in-laws are impoverished and not only use her dowry to sustain the family, but also force her to embroider and support her husband's education. Logically, a daughter-in-law who earns money should be treated with respect, should she not? Princess Yu nodded in agreement. In today's society, men are typically the providers. She had never heard of a family that exploited their daughter-in-law, making her the breadwinner. Chu Siqing, her face contorted in anger, exclaimed. Yet Wang Yindream's in-laws not only show no gratitude, but take it for granted. Her mother-in-law imposes rules on her daily, and her husband treats her merely as a seamstress. Using her earnings to take a concubine, Princess Yu frowned. Lord Wang is a high-ranking official. How could he marry his daughter into such a family? Chu Siqing had already learned the backstory from the system. Young Lord Wang had made a childhood engagement with his friend Wu Feng, pledging the infant Wang Yindream to Wu Feng's son Wu Jin. Later, when Wu Feng passed away in office and his family fell into decline, Wu Jin, with nowhere to stay while preparing for the imperial examination, sought assistance from the Wang family. Lord Wang was not the type to disdain the poor. At the time, Wu Jin appeared humble and ambitious, so despite his family's misfortune and his failure in the examinations, Lord Wang allowed his daughter to marry him. Chu Siqing's anger flared. Little did we know that once Wang Yindream married, Wu Jin would show his true colors, abandoning his previous amiable demeanor and treating her with coldness and cruelty. Princess Yu sighed. What a pity for her. Fortunately, she is about to divorce. Such a heartless wretch should be freed from her suffering. Chu Siqing nodded in agreement. They believed Wang Yindream's divorce was a positive development, yet some were far from pleased. However, the following day, a voice of dissent arose in court. Your Majesty, I wish to impeach Left Minister Wang Jingde for failing to educate his daughter properly. The speaker was Inspector Zhang, and the courtiers were taken aback. The Left Minister was the highest official in the Supervisory Bureau, while Zhang Daocheng was merely a minor inspector. How dare he impeach his superior? Zhang must be quite bold today. Nevertheless, the noble lords were amused at the unfolding drama. Typically, inspectors scrutinized officials, reporting even the most trivial matters to the emperor, causing discontent among many. Now, witnessing the Supervisory Bureau embroiled in internal strife, the ministers were suddenly intrigued. The Left Minister shuddered, fully aware of what Zhang Daocheng was about to say. Sure enough, the next moment, Inspector Zhang proclaimed loudly, since ancient times, a husband may dismiss his wife, but a wife cannot abandon her husband. The Wang family daughter has been married for merely 6 months and is already clamoring for divorce. This is indeed unfaithful. Emperor Chu Ming found this amusing and inquired of the Left Minister, Wang Jingde, is this true? Lord Wang's heart raced, and he replied solemnly, Your Majesty, what Inspector Zhang says is true, but my daughter's request for divorce is justified.
Emperor Chu Ming injit, uget, ohat.
Pray, elaborate. Today, there were no pressing matters in court, and he was somewhat interested in hearing the gossip of his ministers, particularly since he had heard that Wang's niece had once remarked on his volatile temper, suggesting it was due to his breast development. Now, over a year later, Lord Wang seemed to have mellowed, and his chest no longer appeared swollen. Since the emperor had asked, Lord Wang began to narrate the circumstances surrounding the divorce. My daughter was engaged to the son of the Wu family in childhood. Even though the Wu family has fallen on hard times, I have honored the marriage contract made years ago. I initially believed that marrying her into a lower status family would earn her affection, but I never anticipated that the Wu family would not only seize her dowry but also demand that she labor daily in embroidery to support their son's education. Upon hearing this, the audience looked down upon the Wu family. What kind of man would seize his wife's dowry and expect her to earn a living? Inspector Zhang, who had initiated the impeachment, also frowned deeply. This Wu family son was indeed lacking in manhood. Even if his 3 sons were unworthy, he would never expect his wife to be the breadwinner. However, the fact that a Wang family daughter would seek divorce after only 6 months of marriage was also quite scandalous. Lord Wang spoke with a heavy heart. Merely 6 months into their marriage, the Wu family son expressed his desire to take a concubine, referring to my daughter as nothing more than a seamstress to earn money for their family. The Wu family had nothing in the capital. Their current wealth was all acquired through my daughter's hard work. My daughter is gentle and kind, yet she is daily subjected to her mother-in-law's rules and her husband's ridicule. Driven to despair, she finally requested a divorce. If I do not advocate for her, I would be failing in my duty as a father. The ministers listened with sympathy. What family does not have daughters? Who could bear to see their daughter subjected to such humiliation? Emperor Chu Ming also appeared displeased. Some ministers could not restrain themselves from questioning Lord Wang. Even with a childhood engagement, one may still seek to annul the marriage. Given the Wu family's inadequacies, why did you agree to marry your daughter to him? The left minister, feeling awkward, responded angrily before the marriage. The Wu family son presented himself as a humble and ambitious individual, deceiving me. Thus, even when his family was in decline and he failed the examinations, I did not look down upon him. Who would have thought he would turn out to be such a heartless wretch? This kind of beast should have been divorced long ago. I simply do not want my daughter to live a life of perpetual sorrow. However, Inspector Zhang was unconvinced, asserting, Lord Wang, your daughter is already married. It is better to adhere to the traditional virtues of obedience. If her husband is not diligent, the wife should counsel him rather than resort to divorce. This is indeed unfaithful and unvirtuous. Chu Siqing could not help but scoff inwardly. Inspector Zhang's 3 sons are all failures. Has his daughter counseled them to any effect? He has no daughters himself. It is easy for him to speak so. Upon hearing the voice of the saintess, the face of the magistrate Zhang flushed crimson. In such a world, it is unheard of for a woman to initiate a divorce. What harm is there in his words? The nobles and ministers mocked Zhang, saying, Old man Zhang, your house is full of sons. What business do you have meddling here? They insinuated that he was deliberately accusing a superior to showcase his supposed integrity before the emperor. How unrefined! The left minister retorted, Lord Zhang, do you not know that ambition cannot be taught? Just like your 3 sons. In the public eye, following the saintess's remarks, Zhang's dignity was further trampled upon, leaving him speechless with indignation. The left minister sighed. Even now, I do not comprehend why my family has treated Wu Jin with such kindness. Yet he chooses to mistreat my daughter. With the gossip system in play, Chu Siqing could not resist the urge to speculate. Greed knows no bounds. Wu Jin, failing to pass the imperial examination, seeks shortcuts through my lord. He could not express this openly, thus he sent his wife to speak with her father, only for Wang Yimeng to ignore his words entirely. Wu Jin harbored resentment, deliberately cold-shouldering his wife to coerce her. Upon hearing the saintess's revelations, the left minister trembled. It turned out that Wu Jin's drastic change in attitude stemmed from this. His daughter had never mentioned the matter, perhaps out of a desire to spare him discomfort. Upon learning the details, Chu Siqing could not help but criticize Wu Jin internally. What a despicable man. It is his lack of virtue that has driven Wang Yimeng to seek a divorce. To secure her separation, she even offered substantial wealth. Wu Jin feigned agreement to write a letter of release but, under the guise of jealousy, ultimately penned a letter of divorce. In my view, women should possess the right to divorce. Wang Yimeng should have written a divorce letter to Wu Jin. Hearing the saintess advocate for women's right to initiate divorce, the ministers grew unsettled. As men, they instinctively sought to defend their privileges. While they sympathized with the plight of the Wang family, they believed that no matter the circumstances, a woman should not have the right to divorce. The saintess's words were utterly absurd. Upon discovering that Wu Jin had presented a divorce letter to his daughter, the left minister was enraged. A divorce letter? How dare this scoundrel humiliate the Wang family in such a manner? Divorce and separation are entirely different. The implication is that all fault lies with the woman. If Wu Jin were to publicly declare that Yimeng was cast aside for her jealousy, what reputation would she have left? How could Yimeng marry again? And how would the other unmarried daughters of the Wang family navigate their futures? Furthermore, this was clearly not Yimeng's fault. If she accepted the divorce letter, how would the world perceive the Wang family? The left minister's anger intensified as he seized the opportunity presented by the saintess's voice to address Emperor Chu Ming. Your Majesty, I humbly beseech you for a favor. At that moment, the emperor, lost in thought regarding his niece's sentiments, inadvertently responded with a murmur. The left minister immediately knelt, overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for permitting my daughter to divorce. I am deeply grateful for your kindness. What had Wang Jingde just said? Several ministers rose to oppose him. Your Majesty, you must not allow this. Since ancient times, husbands have had the right to dismiss their wives, while wives have had no such privilege, especially in the case of a woman initiating divorce. Others exclaimed, Yes, Your Majesty. If this precedent is set, women will follow suit and divorce at will, leaving men unable to pursue their careers with peace of mind. Some berated, Lord Wang. Have you lost your senses today? Have you forgotten the teachings of the sages? The left minister replied dismissively, if men were virtuous, women would not seek divorce. You gentlemen are overly anxious. After a pause, he taunted, or are you hastily voicing your objections because you fear your own wives will wish to divorce you upon hearing of this? Those who had previously opposed him were left speechless. One, trembling, pointed at the left minister. Nonsense. It is you who lack virtue. Another added, we are discussing the rights of women to initiate divorce. How did you turn this into a discussion on men's virtue? It is utterly nonsensical. Indeed, regardless of the reasoning, women should not have the right to divorce. As the ministers descended into chaos, Emperor Chu Ming felt a headache coming on. Deep down, he too did not wish to grant women the right to divorce. Yet, given the sentiments of his niece, he felt compelled to deliberate carefully. Chapter 98. Flattering the dragon. Hearing so many ministers oppose the notion of women initiating divorce, Chu Siqing could not help but scoff internally. What do you mean that if women can divorce, men cannot pursue their careers with peace of mind? This is a reversal of cause and effect. In my view, when women possess the right to divorce, husbands will strive for improvement, fearing to mistreat their wives. If a family treats its wife well, why would she seek a divorce? The ministers, feeling stifled, were at a loss for a counter-argument. Yet the saintess continued to voice her thoughts fervently. Nowadays, many men present themselves as exemplary before marriage, only to reveal their true selves after, believing they can dominate their wives, thus treating them harshly. Such beastly behavior is too numerous to count. These men act with impunity due to unjust customs. The ministers were not oblivious to the realities of the world. They had heard much of what the saintess articulated. Women indeed faced numerous hardships in marriage. If they married poorly and their husbands denied them the right to divorce, they might endure a lifetime of misery. But does that warrant granting women the right to divorce? The left minister seized the moment, exclaiming, "Your Majesty," to prevent men from deceiving women and treating them harshly. Women should possess the right to divorce. Immediately, a censor rebutted, "Lord Wang, are you not being overly selfish? For the sake of your one daughter, must all men in the world suffer?" Another minister concurred, "Indeed. While we sympathize with the plight of the Wang family, allowing her to divorce would bring shame upon all men." The ministers erupted into a cacophony of debate. After absorbing their arguments, Emperor Chu Ming had made up his mind and cleared his throat. The bickering ministers fell silent, all eyes turning to the emperor. With a stern expression, he declared, "Wu Jin is ungrateful and of low character. Effective immediately, I revoke his status as a scholar. I hereby permit the Wang family to divorce." Furthermore, at this point, the ministers felt their hearts leap into their throats. Allowing the Wang family to divorce was one thing, but they fervently hoped the emperor would not extend this privilege further. Observing the varied expressions among his subjects, Emperor Chu Ming continued, "From this day forth, should a husband display poor character or a family treat their wives harshly, all women of the great Chu may advocate for divorce." After a pause, he added, "If the family refuses to permit a divorce, the wife may take her case to court, following the precedent set by today's Wang family divorce." The emperor's pronouncement stunned the ministers into silence, leaving them momentarily speechless. Chu Siqing, however, was quick to rally inwardly. "My uncle is truly wise. Not only has he discerned the truth and punished that scoundrel Wu Jin, but he has also acted justly, providing women with an avenue of escape. With this, wives gain a measure of agency, compelling husbands to be more considerate and refrain from reckless behavior. My uncle possesses remarkable foresight. Future generations will undoubtedly laud you as a sage ruler." With this flattery, Emperor Chu Ming felt a wave of satisfaction. The fact that his niece was unaware that her thoughts were being heard made her praise all the more genuine. Though he relished such commendation, he was also aware that many ministers showered him with compliments out of fear or for personal gain. How refreshing it was to hear such sincere praise from a niece. Tu Qingchen cast a silent glance at Chu Siqing, internally deriding her. "When did you learn to flatter so shamelessly? You have no idea that your words could be heard by the emperor, and yet you gush like this? It's truly unbecoming." Hearing his daughter extolling his brother, Yu Wang felt a twinge of jealousy. "Siqing, your father is quite wise as well. Why do you only flatter your uncle?" He thought to himself, "I've yet to hear you say a kind word about me." Yet some ministers expressed their indignation, saying, "While the emperor permits the women of our great Chu to initiate divorce, is it not excessive to allow them to dissolve their marriages?" Others echoed, "I concur. If this matter spreads to foreign lands, all will say that our great Chu disrespects propriety." Chu Siqing could not help but scoff internally. "Ultimately, you are simply petty-minded, unable to bear the thought of women enjoying equal rights. Are the men of great Chu merely cowardly souls, fearful of women rising above them? It is well known that nations with higher status for women are more civilized. Should other countries learn of this, they would surely admire our great Chu." Upon hearing the term cowardly souls from the saintess's inner voice, the faces of the noble ministers turned grim. How could this be? Men possess their own confidence and grace, unafraid of women surpassing them. The opposing courtiers quickly fell silent. Emperor Chu Mingdi pondered this notion. Is it true that nations with elevated statuses for women are indeed more civilized? Contemplating this, he decisively proclaimed, "My mind is made up. This shall be enacted." With the matter settled, the ministers could only express, "Your Majesty is wise." In the outskirts of the capital, the Wu family was engaged in conversation. Wu Jin disdainfully remarked, "Mother, her mere act of taking a concubine irritates me. She seeks a divorce. But I shall send her a letter of dismissal and see if she dares to bring it up again." The matriarch Wu advised, "After all, Wang is the daughter of the left capital censor. You should not act too hastily regarding the matter of concubines. What if she agrees?" Wu Jin laughed, "Mother, I merely intend to frighten her. If she is dismissed, what reputation will she have left? Do not worry, Wang would not dare." He was well aware that aside from Wang, no other daughter of a second-rank official would consider marrying him. Moreover, without Wang, who would support the family through embroidery, he could never truly part ways with Wang, nor could she hope to leave him. Little did he know, his fortunate days were nearing an end. All the blessings he had previously enjoyed would soon dissipate due to his malicious heart. Chapter 99. Relocating the dowry. The matriarch Wu sighed in relief. I only hope it unfolds as you say. Wu Jin, with a smug expression, was about to speak when a flustered servant rushed in. Madam, sir. Someone from the palace has arrived. Wu Jin was taken aback and immediately stood up, his mother also shocked, trembling as she rose. As they stepped out of the courtyard, they saw a eunuch holding a decree, followed by a group of guards. The decree has arrived. Gentleman Wu Jin, receive it. Wu Jin and his family hastily knelt to accept the decree. After a glance at the kneeling Wu family, the eunuch unfurled the decree and began to read. His Majesty decrees that Wu Jin is ungrateful and of low character. Henceforth, he is stripped of his degree, and Wang is granted permission to divorce him. Upon hearing the content of the decree, Wu Jin shot up, eyes wide, exclaiming, "What? This cannot be." He anxiously inquired, "Has the official made a mistake?" "I have never." The eunuch scoffed, "Young Master Wu, how is it that you suffer from a hearing ailment at such a young age?" "Very well, I shall repeat myself." Observing Wu Jin's panicked state, he contemptuously continued, "Young Master Wu, His Majesty has revoked your degree. You are now a commoner." Pausing, the eunuch added, "Furthermore, your marriage to Wang has been dissolved, not by your hand, but by hers." Hearing that his hard-earned degree was gone and that Wang would shame him by divorcing him, Wu Jin's expression turned frantic. He trembled all over, muttering, "Impossible.
Impossible."
This is all false, false. The matriarch Wu, kneeling behind him, swayed and fainted from the shock. The eunuch, seeing Wu Jin's state, frowned. He coldly stated, "Wu Jin, do you not hasten to receive the decree? Do you intend to defy it?" With that, he extended the decree towards him. Wu Jin momentarily froze, recalling the consequences of defying the decree, and quickly took it with trembling hands. Ashamed and enraged, he bowed his head and gritted his teeth. "I accept the decree." Once the eunuch departed, Wu Jin collapsed onto the ground. Why has this happened? This is all surely because Wang Yinmeng lodged a complaint. He blamed this predicament entirely on that wretched woman. Just as he settled his mother, another servant arrived. "Sir, someone from the Wang family is here." Wu Jin raised an eyebrow, a cold smile forming. "Excellent. I was just about to seek them out for an accounting." When the doors of the Wu residence opened, it was not just a few individuals who entered, but a large group of servants and laborers, all carrying burdens and accompanied by several ox-drawn carts. As if preparing to move, Wu Jin's anger flared, and he pointed at the servants, reprimanding, "What is the meaning of this? Intruding upon my home with these ruffians. Do you not respect the law?" At that moment, the left capital censor stepped forward in casual attire, accompanied by Wang Yinmeng. Upon seeing his father-in-law, Wu Jin felt a twinge of guilt, but upon noticing Wang behind him, his anger reignited. He forced himself to suppress his rage and asked, "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Lord Wang coldly replied, "Who is your father-in-law? Who says this is a trespass?" The servants of the Wang family promptly acknowledged, hurriedly moving to retrieve the dowry. Wu Jin was taken aback, his heart racing. He had intended to berate Wang and extort a substantial sum, but to his shock, the Wang family had come to collect the dowry. Wu Jin understood that without Wang's dowry, without her embroidery to support the family, they would return to their previous state of poverty. Thus, he could not afford to lose everything. Thinking quickly, Wu Jin implored, "Father-in-law, please reconsider. It was just a moment of discord between Yinmeng and me." Wang Yinmeng stepped forward, her voice cold as she interrupted, "Young Master Wu, the decree has granted me permission to divorce. The paths of the Wu and Wang family shall now diverge. I urge you to choose your words carefully." With that, she handed Wu Jin a piece of paper, her gaze icy. "Initially, I sought a divorce and asked for compensation, yet you refused, offering only a letter of dismissal. What pretense do you have here now?" Gazing at the divorce letter, humiliation and fury flashed in Wu Jin's eyes. However, this was not the time to turn hostile. Just as before marrying Wang, he was capable of bending when necessary. Wu Jin did not take the divorce letter. Instead, he suddenly shoved his concubine aside and turned to Wang Yinmeng, exclaiming, "Yinmeng, it is this wretched woman who seduced me. Otherwise, how would I have acted so foolishly?" The concubine fell to the ground, disbelief etched on her face. Initially, he had pursued her, claiming Wang was merely a money-making seamstress for the family. Wu Jin did not spare a glance at the fallen concubine, focusing solely on Wang Yinmeng, sincerely pleading, "Yinmeng, please forgive me just this once." As he refused to accept the divorce letter, Wang Yinmeng threw the paper at him, her eyes filled with disgust. "Wu Jin, you truly make me feel ill. In the past, you exploited the Wang family's influence, consuming my resources while treating me harshly, using the money I earned from embroidery to take a concubine. Now that you see no benefit, you turn against me, blaming the concubine for seducing you, as if you are the innocent one." Wang Yinmeng's words struck Wu Jin like a sword, leaving him utterly exposed. As a scholar, he valued his reputation above all. How could he endure this? He trembled with rage, his face flushed. "Wang Yinmeng, you jealous woman, after leaving me, do you think anyone will still wish to marry you?" Wang Yinmeng replied nonchalantly, "That is of no concern to you, young Master Wu. Even if I choose not to marry, it is far better than being with a scoundrel like you. Wu Jin pointed at her, speechless with rage, while Lord Wang, witnessing his disgraceful demeanor, regretted marrying his daughter to such a wretched man. They spoke for a moment, and the servants of the Wang family swiftly sorted through the dowry of the young lady. The servants carried the dowry bundles, transporting box after box, to the ox cart outside. After the flurry of activity, the Wu residence was left desolate. These items were rightfully Wu family possessions, yet they held considerable value. Previously, he had encouraged his mother to take control of the Wang family's dowry, but alas, the Wang family had firmly refused. Wang Yinmeng cast a regretful glance at the furniture and plants of the Wu residence. These had been procured by her own efforts. Although she could not take them with her, she would ensure they did not benefit the Wu family. Chapter 100. Digging trees and breaking beds. By the following morning, the old madam of the Wu household finally stirred from her slumber. A maid stuttered, "Old madam, the young lady of the Wang family, she." The old madam's gaunt face immediately darkened with anger. "What young lady of the Wang family? Have you lost your senses? Once she marries into the Wu family, she becomes a Wu." The maid, trembling, glanced at the old madam and softly replied, "Old madam, yesterday the emperor issued an edict allowing the Wang family to divorce." The old madam's vision blurred. She finally recalled the events leading up to her fainting. With the imperial decree, not only had her son's reputation been tarnished, but the alliance with the Wang family had also been shattered. Moreover, if word spread that her son had been cast aside, who would want to marry into their family in the future? Given the circumstances, the old madam had no choice but to muster her strength to manage the household affairs. On the bright side, the Wang family had always clung to the dowry, but now, without her, perhaps she could finally lay her hands on it. With such a substantial dowry, her son could marry a woman of reputable background, and they could plan accordingly afterward. With this thought, the old madam's expression softened somewhat, and she eagerly inquired, "Who currently holds the key to the storeroom containing the Wang family's dowry?" The maid hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The old madam's anger flared. "Speak quickly. Now that that wretched woman has left, does she still have any claim to the dowry?" Upon hearing this, the old madam trembled and exclaimed, "What? How dare they?" She clutched the maid's arm with her frail fingers, her face contorted with rage as she demanded, "Are you lying?" The maid, wincing in pain, replied, "No. It's true, old madam. You can ask the master yourself." The old madam could no longer remain in bed. She swiftly rose, donned her garments, and hurried out of the room. She first went to the storeroom and found that the dowry had indeed been entirely removed. The old madam's heart ached to the point of nausea. Those gold and silver ornaments, paintings, jade, and fine silks were of immense value. She had long considered them her own, never imagining that one day the Wang family would take everything away. Upon entering the front hall, she discovered that all the decorative items and screens were also missing. Just then, Wu Jin entered the hall and noticed his mother, looking unsteady. He rushed to support her. Concern etched on his face. "Mother, what are you doing here? The doctor said you need to rest for a few more days." The old madam, irate, retorted, "Our home is being stripped bare. How can I lie here?" Hearing this, Wu Jin also felt a surge of anger. However, to comfort his mother, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mother, it's just money." Though he spoke these words, Wu Jin's heart was troubled. After failing the imperial examination, he had thought marrying Wang would be a shortcut to success, but he had grown complacent over time. More critically, he had been publicly criticized by the emperor for his lack of character, and if the examiners heard of this, they might not even consider him for employment. Even if he were fortunate enough to pass, he would not receive any significant position. The old madam's heart was filled with doubt. It is far easier to transition from frugality to luxury than the reverse. Without the Wang family's dowry and the support of Wang's embroidery for sustenance, how would they cover the expenses for her son's education and the household? She knew her son well. He could not earn much silver. Was she, at her advanced age, expected to work to support the family? Mother and son were both lost in their thoughts, weighed down by anxiety. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the Wu residence. The mother and son perked up, wondering if the Wang family regretted their decision and wished to reconcile. With this thought, Wu Jin's face instantly took on a haughty expression. He would make Wang suffer for her decision. They quickly adjusted their attire and imperiously sent a servant to open the door. To their surprise, upon the door's opening, they were met by another group of servants armed with shovels and hammers. The head servant smiled apologetically. "Young Master Wu, my apologies. Besides the dowry, there are also the furnishings and plants bought by our young lady that have yet to be taken." The old madam was immediately incensed, her eyes flashing with fury as she pointed at the head servant, trembling. "This is outrageous. You are taking this too far. I will report you to the authorities." The head servant, shedding his smile, stated matter-of-factly, "Old madam, do not cause a scene. I possess the original purchase receipts. According to the laws of Chu, these items rightfully belong to our young lady." The old madam felt a wave of despair wash over her as she recalled that most of these items had indeed been procured by Wang. They had sold their ancestral home and land to barely afford a residence in the outskirts of the capital, with no funds left for furnishings. It was Wang who had used her dowry to buy the necessary items, transforming the once desolate Wu residence into a semblance of a home. According to the law, these items did indeed belong to Wang. The mother and son of the Wu household wore expressions of guilt. Yet if they allowed the Wang family to take everything, the Wu residence would be left utterly barren and lifeless. Wu Jin mustered his courage and said, "Head servant, these furnishings are cumbersome to move, and the plants have been nurtured by the Wu family for half a year. Perhaps it would be best not to take them." The head servant chuckled, "Old madam. Young Master Wu, if you wish to keep these items, you may purchase them." Wu Jin's mind raced as he thought, these items are not easy to move. It would surely require your effort. The head servant dismissed him with a scoff. "There is no need for you to concern yourself." Ignoring them completely, he commanded the servants, "Listen closely, according to the receipts, move the items. For the furniture that cannot be taken, feel free to smash it. For the plants, simply uproot them." Chapter 101. Desolation. At this proclamation, both Wu mother and son were taken aback. Before they could intervene, they watched in horror as the servants began uprooting trees and smashing beds. The old madam's heart ached. After her husband passed, she had worked tirelessly to support her son's education, living a frugal life until Wang joined the family, easing their burden somewhat. Now that Wang had left with her dowry, their household was on the brink of financial ruin. If the remaining belongings were destroyed, how could they ever afford to replace them? Purchasing these items from Wang would at least allow for some depreciation and save on moving costs, providing them with a much-needed financial reprieve. With this in mind, the old madam cried out, "Do not destroy any more. I will pay to keep these." The head servant was quick to order the workers to halt. He had been waiting for this opportunity. She merely wished to avoid losing the items to this mother and son duo. Now that they were offering to pay, it was even better. This would also deplete their remaining funds, leaving them to ponder how they would manage in the future. Wu Jin could not help but interject, "Mother." Although he too wished to buy, he lacked the funds. The old madam turned to the head servant. "How much do you require in total?" The head servant replied with a smile, "Old madam, these items originally cost 500 taels. After deducting depreciation and moving costs, the total comes to 300 taels. Our young lady is kind-hearted and will only charge 200 taels." He added, "She insisted we not ask for more to avoid any desperate measures or damage." The old madam's heart trembled. Her private funds amounted to just over 200 taels. Had Wang calculated this all along? Wu Jin had intended to demand a higher price, but given the head servant's offer, he could say nothing more. Compared to purchasing anew, this was indeed a far better deal. Yet the old madam was unwilling to relent. "Head servant, could you possibly reduce the price further?" In the present moment, the steward of the Wu family smirked and interjected, "Old madam, this price is already quite favorable. If you are still hesitant, I suggest we destroy it instead." Upon hearing this, the servants prepared to continue their destructive antics. Wu Laofu, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "Stop! 200 taels it shall be." The steward chuckled. "Now the old madam is agreeable. Once the 200 taels are received, the receipts will be promptly handed over to you. Thus, we shall settle our accounts." Wu Laofu, gritting her teeth, instructed her maid, "Fetch the box from my room." The maid complied and hurried away. Wu Jin's eyes brightened as he fixated on the wooden box in the maid's grasp. He had not anticipated that his mother possessed such considerable private savings, which led him to wonder if he might benefit from it. Unbeknownst to Wu Laofu, her son was indeed scheming for her hidden wealth. Heart heavy, she opened the box and, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, counted out 200 taels, which she reluctantly handed to the steward. The steward had already organized all the receipts and, after verifying the authenticity of the silver notes, presented them to her. He then signaled for the servants to exit the Wu residence, bowing respectfully to Wu Laofu and her son. "Old madam, young Master Wu, I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now." Once the household was alone, Wu Jin could no longer contain his curiosity. "Mother, how much silver do you have left?" The coins that Wang Shi had earned for him had all been spent on purchasing a concubine, leaving him with only a few taels of loose change. Wu Laofu clutched the box tightly, cautioning, "Gina, there are only 20 taels here. With no income at home, we must not spend recklessly." Hearing this paltry sum, Wu Jin felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. At that moment, the household servants and maids gathered around them. Wu Jin, taken aback, snapped, "Why are you all crowding here instead of working?" The boldest among them, a maid, spoke up, "Old madam, it is the 15th day. It's time for the monthly silver distribution." Only then did Wu Laofu and her son realize the burden of supporting several mouths in their household, feeling overwhelmed. With Wang Shi no longer present, how could they afford to sustain these people? After a moment's thought, Wu Laofu decided to retain only the least expensive maid and one servant, sending the rest away with their silver. That evening, the remaining maids served dinner. As Wu Jin took his first bite, he nearly retched. "What kind of food is this?" he exclaimed angrily. The maid, unrepentant, replied, "Master, I used to only sweep the floors. Now I am expected to handle all sorts of chores, and I simply cannot manage everything. Seeing her refusal to admit fault and her incessant complaints only fueled Wu Jin's ire. Do you wish to forfeit your monthly silver? This food is inedible. And you dare to shift the blame. To his astonishment, the maid retorted, Good. I no longer wish to work here. I do all the labor. Yet my silver hasn't increased by a single coin. I've never encountered such a miserly household. Wu Jin was so infuriated he felt compelled to slap the insolent maid. In the end, they had no choice but to assign the cooking and washing to the concubine. Despite her protests of incompetence, they could not expect Wu Laofu to cook for them. The remaining servant, already compensated with a monthly wage, was tasked with all the rough work and could not prepare meals either. The concubine's cooking was half raw and nearly inedible, and in the process of cleaning, she broke several bowls. Each day, they consumed their dwindling resources and ultimately, they could no longer afford to hire anyone, forcing them to handle everything themselves. Wu Laofu had no choice but to return to her former trade, spending her days washing clothes. Wu Jin faced repeated failures in his examinations and resorted to transcribing books and writing letters on the streets for a meager living. When Wang Yin Dream encountered Wu Jin again, he was embroiled in a heated argument over a mere penny. As he quarreled passionately, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. Turning swiftly, he beheld a woman clad in an embroidered official's robe, her demeanor tranquil and serene. It was none other than his former wife, Wang Yin Dream. Though he had never witnessed such a calm expression on her face before, perhaps her marriage had stifled her spirit. Wu Jin quickly regained his composure, covering his face and abandoning the argument over the trivial sum, hastily packing up his bookstall and retreating. At this juncture, if one were to inquire whether Wu Jin felt remorse, the answer would undoubtedly be yes. He had severed ties with his wife for the sake of taking a concubine. Little did he know that in losing his wife, he would find himself unable to afford even a meal, and his concubine had long since been sold for money. He regretted his greed. Had he not been so avaricious, he might still have been the son-in-law of a high-ranking official, living a carefree life with a virtuous wife, and perhaps already blessed with children. Alas, all that was beautiful had turned to mere illusion. Chapter 102. Encountering spirits during the Zhongyuan festival. Chu Siqing trembled with fear, gripping Yao Zhen's hand tightly. She had always harbored a deep-seated fear of ghosts. She recalled the first time she encountered the system's ethereal form within the confines of the system space, mistaking it for a spirit and nearly succumbing to terror. Although she understood that, in theory, ghosts did not exist in this world, having traversed into another realm, what was truly impossible. Observing her daughter's reaction, the Prince of Joy stifled a chuckle. The more Chu Siqing pondered, the paler her face became. The prince's wife shot a reproachful glance at her husband, chiding, Why frighten Siqing, my dear? She turned to her daughter. Do not fear, my child. Your father is merely trying to scare you. There are no ghosts in this world. Are there? You once claimed that the tales of deities and spirits are mere tricks. Without gods, there can be no ghosts. Chu Siqing hesitated to reveal her disbelief in deities, but firmly believed in the existence of spirits. Siqing, you are a saint. How can you fear ghosts? Wouldn't that be amusing to others? The prince chuckled as he spoke. Chu Siqing retorted, Father, I am human too, and as such, I have my fears. The prince's wife suddenly remembered something. Siqing, tonight your mother will take you to release river lanterns. It will be a grand event. Release river lanterns?
Chu Siqing et Galim.
Her surprise evident. Yet, she hesitated. While she wished to accompany her mother, what if she encountered something she should not see? Surely, it would haunt her dreams. Seeing her daughter's apprehension, the prince's wife reassured her. Siqing, have you considered that the ghosts you fear may simply be the beloved relatives of others? Chu Siqing wavered at this thought. Perhaps it was not so terrifying after all. Yao Zhen added, Rest assured, Saintess, should you encounter any malevolent spirits, I will ensure your safety. The prince laughed heartily. Siqing, did you hear that? Even if you face a ghost, you shall be unharmed. Chu Siqing's lips twitched at Yao Zhen's words. She certainly did not wish to meet any malevolent spirits. Ultimately, as dusk fell, she could not resist the allure and accompanied her parents to release the river lanterns. The group from the prince's residence made their way to the Yongding River. Upon reaching the riverbank and disembarking from the sedan chair, the prince noticed that Chu Siqing still appeared tense, clearly anxious about the potential for a ghostly apparition. He found it amusing and, in an effort to alleviate her fears, began narrating stories as they walked. The Yongding River, the largest in the capital, not only carved out vast plains for agriculture, but also provided essential water for daily life and facilitated the transport of goods. Noticing that his daughter was not fully engaged, the prince inquired, Siqing, do you know that the Yongding River was once called the Wooding River?
Wooding? Yongding? So, is it stable or not?
She asked, puzzled. The prince chuckled. In the past, the Wooding River was plagued by frequent flooding, causing countless disasters. The emperor desired a river that would remain eternally stable. Thus, he dispatched an official to manage it. After the river was tamed, its name was changed to Yongding. Before he could finish, however, Chu Siqing's attention had already drifted. Mother, look. So many people are releasing lanterns. The prince's wife nodded. Let us join them. The maid, holding the lanterns, hurried to follow the steps of the princess and the young lady, leaving the prince momentarily stunned. They ran off so swiftly. Was his storytelling truly so dull? Chu Siqing imitated the others, lighting the candles and the lanterns with a fire stick before gently placing them in the water. The lanterns floated gracefully on the surface, drifting further away with the breeze. Hearing the nearby crowd murmuring phrases like blessings from ancestors, Chu Siqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why direct such words towards the river lanterns? A chill ran down her spine as she observed the floating lights, which seemed to harbor restless spirits. The princess consort quickly grasped her daughter's hand, reassuring her, Siqing. People release river lanterns merely to express their remembrance of their ancestors and to wish for a prosperous future. Do not heed your father's frightful tales. Just as Chu Siqing sighed in relief, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Someone shouted in panic, a water ghost is harming people. Chapter 103. Dialogue between human and ghost instantly. Darkness clouded Chu Siqing's vision, her heart racing with fear. At this alarming proclamation, the common folk who had been releasing lanterns hurriedly retreated from the water's edge. Yet, human curiosity prevailed. Many daring souls craned their necks to glimpse the alleged water ghost. Among the fearful, some, emboldened by the presence of others, covered their eyes with trembling hands, peering through their fingers. Chu Siqing clutched the princess consort's hand tightly, her voice quaking, Mother, I am frightened. The princess consort comforted her. Do not fear, Siqing. There are no ghosts in this world. At that moment, she felt her other hand being firmly held. Turning to see her husband's expression mirrored that of their daughter, she quipped, My lord, why are you holding my hand? Are you afraid of ghosts too? Prince Yu turned crimson, grateful for the night as cover. He stubbornly retorted, Of course not. I merely wish to protect you. Despite his words, he did not release her hand. This thought lessened her fear of ghosts. The prince, speaking insincerely, added, Siqing, do not speak foolishly. Your father fears not the supernatural. At that moment, a voice within Chu Siqing's mind began to mock. Host, why are you all so frightened? It is merely someone masquerading as a water ghost. Upon realizing the ghost was a mere ruse, Chu Siqing's courage surged. She declared resolutely, Father, there are no ghosts in this world. It must be someone trying to create a spectacle. Let us expose them. Upon hearing this, the prince's body trembled slightly, yet he feigned calmness, saying, Then let us proceed. Observing her mother's serious expression, Chu Siqing resignedly stated, Someone is pretending to be a water ghost. The prince's face stiffened with anger. Who dares to be so audacious? I shall make them pay for this today. The princess consort, amused, instructed the captain of the guards, Lin Yuan. Send someone to the capital prefecture to report that someone is impersonating a ghost and disturbing the peace. Yes, your highness. Lin Yuan promptly dispatched a messenger. The entourage from the prince's residence made their way to the supposed haunted location. As soon as a leader emerged, the surrounding townsfolk could hardly contain their curiosity, and many followed suit. Upon arrival, they beheld a pale figure sitting by the riverbank, eyes closed, mumbling incessantly. Below the bank, a ghostly, white hand clutched tightly at his ankle. Following that hand, they discovered a disheveled water ghost, soaked and ghastly, its skin a sickly pallor, exuding an unsettling aura. Seeing this, the crowd fell silent, fearful of attracting the ghost's attention. The man ensnared by the ghost, perhaps paralyzed by terror, seemed unaware of the gathering crowd. In the ensuing silence, they overheard the chilling exchange between the man and the ghost. The man, eyes closed, pleaded, Brother Ikong, I beg you, do not kill me. I have realized my wrongdoing. The ghost, with an icy tone, inquired, Why did you harm me back then? The man flinched, seemingly unable to answer. The ghost's cold, rigid hand reached for him, once more. Terrified, the man stammered, No. I am cowardly, Brother Ikong. Do not frighten me. I will tell you everything. 3 years ago, when the emperor ordered the management of the Wooding River, your proposed measures were indeed effective. The emperor wished to reward the one who devised the plan, and I, desiring to claim this honor for myself, neglected to mention your contributions. Fearing exposure, I was momentarily driven by greed. His voice was fragmented, but the crowd grasped the essence of his confession. The water ghost appeared to have chosen its target wisely. Was this not a case of debts having their rightful claim? As the crowd pondered, the ghost tightened its grip on the man's ankle. It coldly demanded, I regarded you as a close friend, yet you chose to intoxicate me and bind me with heavy stones, sinking me into the river. Has your conscience been devoured by a beast? At these words, the man, terrified, began to bow his head to the ground in supplication. Brother Ikong, spare my life. You had no kin in life. Grant me this one chance. I will burn paper offerings for you and release lanterns yearly, so you may have some wealth in the afterlife. The crowd erupted in disdain. What audacity! He had callously murdered for the emperor's reward and now had the gall to offer the ghost paper money. Had he not taken the man's life, the latter could have enjoyed endless wealth. It was astonishing to think they had once been close friends. How could one possess such a blackened heart? The water ghost, with gritted teeth, extended its two ghastly hands, ready to strangle the man. In that fleeting moment, heavy footsteps drew near. Who dares to play tricks here? Lord Liu of the capital prefecture has arrived. Come forth and confess. The onlookers turned to see the officials dispatched by the capital prefecture. Had the water ghost been a mere deception? The man caught in the ghost's grip opened his eyes in an instant. Fueled by an unknown courage, he began to struggle against the ghost. The ensuing scuffle left the onlookers dumbfounded. Chapter 104. The grievance of river management. Upon witnessing this, Liu Huaying promptly commanded, "Someone, quickly separate those two." The officials rushed to comply. Seizing the moment, Liu Huaying approached the prince's group and bowed respectfully. "I apologize for my tardiness. I beg your pardon, my lord and lady." Upon realizing the ghost was a sham, the prince regained his composure, replying nonchalantly, "No matter. First, attend to the case at hand." The princess consort interjected, "Lord Liu, we have just overheard their dialogue, which seems to pertain to the river management incident from 3 years ago. When the emperor sought to reward the planner, someone took credit for the achievements of another and murdered the true hero." Chu Siqing added, "The victim was Jiang, who was bound and drowned after being intoxicated." Liu Huaying's expression shifted with realization. "Thank you, princess. Your insight is invaluable." At that moment, several officials finally managed to separate the two combatants, bringing them before Lord Liu, who was now surrounded by an eager crowd. The excitement was palpable. As Liu Huaying prepared to inquire further, one of the apprehended men spoke up first. His face was a portrait of rage and disarray as he spat. "Lord Liu, I am Guijianing, and this man just now instigated trouble by impersonating a ghost to harm me. Truly despicable." The disheveled figure, still in ghostly attire, retorted defiantly, "Lord Liu, Guijianing is responsible for my father's death. You must uphold justice for me." Liu Huaying's face darkened at their exchange. After a moment's contemplation, he first addressed the impersonator.
Who are you? Guijianing's pupil dilated, exclaiming, "Impossible."
Jiang was all alone. "You cannot be his son." Jiang Tianlu, filled with resentment, replied, "You thought he had no living relatives, which emboldened you to commit such a heinous act." He paused, his eyes darkening. "While I may not be his biological child, he treated me with utmost kindness. I will ensure his name is cleared." After a brief pause, Jiang Tianlu continued, addressing Liu Huaying, "Lord Liu, Guijianing has just confessed to claiming credit for river management 3 years ago, deliberately murdering my adoptive father, Jiang, to cover his tracks." Pointing toward the gathered crowd, he derisively proclaimed, "Guijianing, the townsfolk here have heard everything. You cannot deny your guilt." Upon hearing this, the onlookers around were instantly stirred, eagerly echoing his sentiments. Indeed, he spoke the truth. Guijianing is a man with a heart of darkness. In his quest for glory, he intoxicated his closest friend and bound him with stones, casting him into the river. Yes, I just heard him confess it myself. The magistrate must punish this heartless wretch. Jiang Tianlu scoffed and interrupted, "You must be quite imaginative to concoct such a clumsy excuse. Clearly, you are guilty and, unable to deny it, have resorted to desperate deflection." The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. "The man surnamed Gua is lying. Indeed, he just openly admitted to murder. He was not coerced at all. The magistrate must not be deceived." Observing that the crowd seemed reluctant to disperse, he continued, "If you wish to know the outcome of the proceedings, please return later to the magistrate's office for the announcement." With that, Liu Huaying signaled to his subordinates to disperse the remaining spectators. After the crowd had departed, he ordered the officers, "Take these 2 suspects to the dungeon and await interrogation." Guijianing, sensing the impending doom, could not restrain his fury and shouted, "Liu Huaying, you are but a minor magistrate. How dare you slander a nobleman such as myself? Prepare for your downfall." After this, he barked an order to the officers, "Take them both away." Once the suspects were led away, Liu Huaying bowed to Prince Yu and his wife, saying, "Your Highness, Your Grace, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Prince Yu nodded. "Magistrate Liu, you may proceed." Liu Huaying acknowledged and was about to depart when he suddenly caught sight of the saintess gazing intently at him. Then he heard her thoughts. This Jiang Tianlu, like his adoptive father, is well versed in river management. He is a valuable asset for flood control. Let us not allow him to perish in prison. Liu Huaying stumbled slightly, rendered speechless. "Oh saintess, we are old acquaintances. You know well what kind of person I am. I am a magistrate who upholds justice. Jiang Tianlu shall certainly not meet his end in prison." Upon seeing the melancholic expression on Liu Huaying's face, Chu Siqing couldn't help but feel a shiver run down her spine. Has old Liu taken the wrong medicine today? In the carriage, Chu Siqing couldn't help but express her sympathy that Jiang is so pitiful. Not only was he usurped of his title, but he was also bound with stones and thrown into the very river he devised a plan to manage. Princess Yu sighed. Who knows how many wronged souls exist in this world? Although Jiang Yikong had no biological children, he is fortunate to have an adoptive son seeking justice for him. Prince Yu queried, this incident occurred 3 years ago. Why has Jiang Tianlu only now emerged? After a pause, he added, moreover, instead of reporting it to the authorities, he chose to scare people as a ghost. While Jiang Yikong's plight is indeed distressing, what is this about Jiang Tianlu masquerading as a ghost? What if Guo Jianing did not find him but instead frightened someone to death? Hearing this, Princess Yu asked, are you afraid of ghosts, my lord? I noticed you appeared quite weak in the knees when you heard about the water ghost. Prince Yu's expression faltered, though he maintained his bravado. Nonsense. You must have misinterpreted it. Princess Yu merely smiled in silence. Chu Siqing chimed in, what is there to be ashamed of in fearing ghosts? Even though you are a dignified man, the esteemed Prince of Dechu, it does not exempt you from the fear of ghosts. Witnessing his daughter's triumphant expression, Prince Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just as he was about to retort, his daughter spoke again, preventing him from defending his honor. Armed with the knowledge from the gossip system, Chu Siqing recounted the events leading up to the incident in front of her father and mother. At this point, Jiang Yikong had already perished. Jiang Tianlu had been searching for him but was unable to find any leads. Eventually, he learned that Jiang Yikong had mentioned wanting to see the Wooding River in the capital, which led Jiang Tianlu to seek it out. But alas, 3 years had passed with no traces left behind. Princess Yu questioned, if there is no evidence, how does Jiang Tianlu know that Guo Jianing is responsible for his adoptive father's death? Chu Siqing coughed lightly. He drummed it. Prince Yu incredulously replied, you can dream such things? Chu Siqing nodded, feeling it was quite fantastical, yet it was the truth. At this moment, upon hearing that Guo Jianing had been granted the title of Earl of Gongqing due to his contributions to river management, Jiang Tianlu formed a conjecture. He befriended Guo Jianing's servant, ultimately learning from him that indeed, a guest by the surname Jiang had visited his master. Princess Yu lamented. Fortunately, the townsfolk heard Guo Jianing confess to usurping credit for the achievements and the crime of premeditated murder. Otherwise, this case would have been difficult to resolve. Prince Yu stated, once the truth of this case is revealed, it will surely cause a tremendous uproar in the court. Usurping achievements for personal gain while enjoying the riches and honors, while the true contributor lies buried in the river mud, transformed into bones unseen by the heavens. What a tragic fate. Guo Jianing, being a nobleman personally awarded by the emperor, cannot be dealt with lightly. This matter must be brought to the emperor for a decision. This issue is indeed delicate, as it concerns the emperor's dignity. The following day at the morning court, a well-informed censor brought up the matter. Lu Huaying cast a blank glance at Li Longxing. You certainly have a sharp tongue. Humph. Fortunately, I was prepared and anticipated the gravity of this matter, already conducting a thorough investigation overnight. Old Li, you shall not catch me off guard. Emperor Chu Ming took a special glance at Prince Yu below. His brother has always feared ghosts. I wonder if he was frightened yesterday? Lu Huaying spoke in a serious tone. Your Majesty, the one who masqueraded as a ghost yesterday was Jiang Tianlu, and the one he confronted was Earl Guo Jianing. Lu Huaying carefully observed the emperor's expression. Your Majesty, I have uncovered through a night of interrogation that the original proposal for river management was not authored by Guo Jianing, but by one Jiang Yikong. Emperor Chu Ming's gaze sharpened suddenly. How dare someone claim credit for another's work? Lu Huaying swallowed hard. Under pressure, he stated, Your Majesty, fearing retribution for claiming false credit, Guo Jianing intoxicated Jiang Yikong, binding him with heavy stones and casting him into the river. Yesterday, Jiang Tianlu pretended to be the water ghost of Jiang Yikong, intimidating the guilty Guo Jianing. Many townsfolk heard Guo Jianing confess, admitting that 3 years ago he usurped credit for river management and murdered Jiang Yikong. Emperor Chu Ming's heart sank, and anger surged within him, wishing to rend Guo Jianing into 1,000 pieces. Such a lawless scoundrel exists in this world. The crucial point is that this villain is one he personally ennobled. After calming himself, Emperor Chu Ming inquired of Lu Huaying, is there any other evidence? As soon as he finished speaking, Censor Li interjected, Magistrate Lu, this alone is insufficient to prove that Jiang Yikong was killed by Guo Jianing. He deliberately added, did you not find any physical evidence? Lu Huaying's expression faltered slightly. Having only one night, he had done well to interrogate the servant. He had not yet had the chance to search for physical evidence. Old Li's mind is too small, isn't it? When the Saintess mentioned their past at court, he merely teased her a bit, yet Old Li has held a grudge ever since. Chu Siqing couldn't help but interject in her mind. The physical evidence is Jiang Yikong's manuscript, which contains the river management plans and diagrams, identical to those proposed by Guo Jianing. That river management plan was not conceived by Guo Jianing himself. After killing Jiang Yikong, he kept the manuscript out of fear of future repercussions. That manuscript is currently in his study, tucked within a travelogue. Upon hearing the Saintess's thoughts, Lu Huaying quickly stated, there is also physical evidence, specifically Jiang Yikong's manuscript, which records the original river management plans and diagrams. Chu Siqing glanced at Lu Huaying, astonished. Magistrate Lu's efficiency in solving cases is remarkable, truly deserving of his title as the Magistrate of Jingzhou. Lu Huaying's face turned slightly red. I am but borrowing your words, Saintess. Li Yushi cast a disdainful glance at Lu Huaying. Humph, a mere echo of others' words. Emperor Chu Ming's expression darkened, like the depths of water. With both human and material evidence at hand, and the heartfelt voice of his niece to corroborate, the truth of the matter was indubitable. That accursed Guijianing was indeed guilty of heinous crimes. At this moment, the left minister spoke. Your Majesty, with evidence so compelling, I implore you to exact severe punishment upon the villain Gua, who has usurped the merits of the innocent and conspired to murder a benefactor. Let the world know the truth and restore justice for Jiang Yikang. The gathered lords and ministers, upon hearing this, could not help but break into a cold sweat for Wang Jingde. Take care, old man. While Guijianing deserves death 1,000 times over, he is still a nobleman granted title by the emperor. Now that the truth is revealed, it would suffice to deal with him discreetly. If this matter is made public, will it not imply that the emperor mistook a scoundrel for a hero, revealing his lack of discernment? At once, a minister advised, Minister Wang's words may be imprudent. This concerns the emperor's reputation and must be handled with utmost caution. Others echoed, indeed, in my opinion, it would be wise to execute Guijianing in secret. Chu Siqing, overhearing, could not suppress her disdain, inwardly lamenting, is reputation truly more important than justice? Moreover, can this matter be concealed indefinitely? Today, to protect the emperor's image, we neglect the justice owed to the wrongfully slain. Naturally, future officials will follow this example. Those of ill intent will continue to seize credit, confident that others will remain silent for the emperor's sake. In time, what justice or authority will the court possess? The assembly fell silent, caught between the truth of the saintly maiden's words and the fear of the emperor's wrath. Tu Qingchen cast a glance at Chu Siqing, relieved that she was not only a saint but also the emperor's own niece, for her forthrightness could easily lead to peril. Prince Yu, in his heart, praised her words. His daughter was indeed the saint of Dechu. Her statements were profoundly insightful. He held firm belief in the emperor's wisdom, knowing his elder brother was not one to sacrifice the greater good for the sake of appearances. Emperor Chu Ming's heart tightened, and he finally resolved. He declared solemnly, this matter must be announced to the world. Furthermore, I shall personally conduct a memorial ceremony for Jiang Yikang at the banks of the Yongding River. Upon hearing this, the ministers were left in shock, momentarily speechless. The emperor intended to honor a commoner with such a ceremony? While Jiang Yikang had indeed contributed to flood control and met a tragic end, did he truly merit such an honor? Many of those who had initially sympathized with Jiang Yikang's fate were now consumed with jealousy. With the emperor himself presiding over the memorial, his legacy would surely endure for generations. Chu Siqing, however, applauded inwardly for the emperor's decision. Is this the grandeur of a sovereign? My dear uncle is truly wise. This act will surely win the hearts of the realm. A ruler who disregards reputation, publicly rectifying a miscarriage of justice and personally memorializing a wrongfully slain benefactor. Talented individuals across the land, upon hearing this, will undoubtedly hold the emperor in the highest esteem and be willing to serve Dechu with fervor. Prince Yu and Tu Qingchen exchanged glances, somewhat nauseated. Had Chu Siqing mastered the art of flattery to such an extent? Emperor Chu Ming, feeling buoyed by his niece's praise, relaxed his demeanor significantly. The ministers were still too narrow-minded. While his reputation was indeed important, it paled in comparison to the trust of the people. His niece proved far more reliable. With the saintly maiden's sentiments echoing in their minds, the ministers hastened to express their approval. Your Majesty is indeed wise. After the applause, Lu Huaying boldly inquired, May I ask, Your Majesty, how should Guijianing be dealt with? The emperor replied, On the day of Jiang Yikang's memorial, bind him publicly to a great stone and cast him alive into the river. Upon hearing this, the more timid ministers shivered involuntarily. Dechu seldom imposed cruel punishments, typically resorting to beheading. The emperor's decree for Guijianing indicated his genuine wrath. However, returning the favor in kind was certainly fitting for Guijianing's crimes. Chapter 107, Memorial for the Departed Soul. Lu Huaying felt a chill run down her spine and replied solemnly, This humble official shall comply with the decree. Emperor Chu Ming suddenly recalled something and asked, The one disguised as a ghost, Jiang Tianlu, is Jiang Yikang's son, correct? The emperor expressed mild surprise. An adopted son? Does Jiang Yikang have other relatives? He paused, then continued, Since he is no longer with us, the title that was meant for Jiang Yikang shall be inherited by his descendants. He then elaborated on the backstory. Jiang Yikang had proposed the flood control plan, while Jiang Tianlu spent nearly 3 years uncovering the truth behind his adoptive father's murder, displaying filial piety no less than that of a biological son. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Chu Ming stated, In that case, bestow the title of Gongqin Bo upon Jiang Tianlu. Chu Siqing silently added in her heart, Not only is Jiang Tianlu commendable for his filial piety, but like his adoptive father, he is also a talent in flood management, perfectly suited for the service of Dechu. Hearing his niece's thoughts, Emperor Chu Ming felt a surge of joy. It was as if he had been offered a pillow just as he began to feel drowsy. He had recently been contemplating the need for someone knowledgeable in flood management, and he was determined to meet Jiang Tianlu personally. Simultaneously, a notice was posted at the gate of the Jingzhou prefecture, publicly announcing Guo Jianning's usurpation of credit for flood control and the murder of the true benefactor 3 years prior. Furthermore, the notice declared that the emperor, acknowledging Jiang Yikang's contributions and his tragic demise, would personally lead the officials to the banks of the Yongding River for a memorial ceremony. Many citizens who had witnessed the ghostly encounter that night were keenly interested in the case. Upon arriving at the government office and reading the notice, they began to praise the emperor's wisdom. I knew Guo was no good. Otherwise, how could he have been so terrified that night? Indeed, he was clearly guilty. Yet he dared to speak so brazenly afterward. Thankfully, the emperor sees through it all. What a shame that Jiang Yikang met such a tragic end. However, to have the emperor personally memorialize him is a fitting tribute. I will go, I will go. At that moment, the banks of the Yongding River were a sea of white. Officials, royal guards, and citizens who had heard the news gathered in droves. Standing upon the altar, Emperor Chu Ming personally lit 3 incense sticks, pausing for a moment before proclaiming, Jiang Yikang, I owe you an apology. Witnessing the scene, the crowd was profoundly moved, their eyes glued to the emperor's every action. What humility from the sovereign, who could not be awed. Jiang Tianlu, beside him, was overwhelmed with emotion, wishing he could shout to the heavens in celebration. Adoptive father, do you see? The truth of that year is now known to all. Even the emperor has personally held a memorial for you. Upon the altar, Emperor Chu Ming continued to speak to the departed Jiang Yikang. He solemnly stated, 3 years ago, it was you who proposed the flood control plan, yet Guo Jianning usurped the credit and conspired to murder you. I failed to see the truth and rewarded him instead. Now, with the truth revealed, I shall sever Guo's hands and bind him to a stone to sink him in the river. Thus, your soul may finally find peace. After speaking, Emperor Chu Ming commanded the guards, bring Guo Jianning before me. The guards responded, yes. Guo Jianning was swiftly brought forth. Once a man of great standing, he now appeared disheveled in prison garb, looking utterly wretched. More strikingly, his forearms were bare, clearly indicating that his hands had been severed. Upon reaching the emperor, Guo Jianning immediately prostrated himself, crying out, Your Majesty, spare me. I beg for your mercy. The guilty subject acknowledges his wrongs. Please grant me my life. Jiang Tianlu glared at him with hatred, wishing he could pounce upon the wicked traitor. Ignoring the malefactor, the emperor commanded, bind him to a great stone and cast him into the Yongding River. The guards complied, swiftly preparing the stone. Guo Jianning's eyes widened in terror, his body trembling as fear engulfed him. He collapsed to the ground, stammering, No, no. I beg the emperor for a quick death. To sink alive into the river would be unbearable. A swift beheading would be far more merciful. Jiang Tianlu spat disdainfully, Guo traitor. My adoptive father was once cruelly drowned by you. You shall not escape unscathed. The onlookers murmured in agreement, expressing their outrage. Such a heinous crime deserves no mercy. Indeed, he should know the taste of being submerged. The emperor is wise. This is the rightful punishment for the likes of Guo, to honor the spirit of Jiang Yikang. Thus, Guo Jianning was cast into the Yongding River, and none among the crowd voiced dissent. Emperor Chu Ming summoned Jiang Tianlu forward, saying, Jiang Tianlu, your adoptive father was meant to be the Duke of Gongqin, and now that he is gone, I bestow this title upon you. The emperor smiled. You deserve it. It is only right for a son to inherit his father's title, especially since I have another important task for you. Will you accept? Jiang Tianlu's eyes brightened, and he quickly knelt, bowing deeply. Your Majesty's command is my utmost honor. Chapter 108. The restoration of the Grand Canal. The day after the memorial ceremony, Emperor Chu Ming summoned Duke of Gongqin Jiang Tianlu to the palace. In the imperial study, Feng Zhonglin presented tea first to the emperor and then to Jiang Tianlu. Receiving the teacup, Jiang Tianlu respectfully said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your gracious gift of tea. After taking a sip, Emperor Chu Ming spoke, Jiang Tianlu, I wish to appoint you to oversee the reopening of the Grand Canal. What say you? Jiang Tianlu's hand trembled at this proclamation, causing tea to spill onto his garments. He hastily set down the cup and knelt, saying, I have acted improperly. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Feigning displeasure, Emperor Chu Ming asked, What is this? Are you frightened and reluctant to take on such a weighty responsibility? Jiang Tianlu quickly replied, No, it is not that, Your Majesty. I am merely overwhelmed with excitement that you would entrust me with such an important task. The emperor, uninterested in further excuses, said, Rise and speak. With a face full of enthusiasm, Jiang Tianlu stood up. The emperor continued, The court must transport large quantities of grain from Jiangnan to the capital every year, and the previous canal centered around Luoyang is inefficient for this purpose. With the growing strength of our great Chu kingdom, I intend to reopen the Grand Canal, straightening its course to reduce travel time. Jiang Tianlu furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly asked, Your Majesty, may I have a map? The emperor replied, Of course. He then instructed the eunuch, Feng Zhonglin, fetch a map. Feng Zhonglin complied and soon returned with a map. Jiang Tianlu unfurled it, pointing, Your Majesty. Should we abandon the Tongji Canal and the section of the Yongji Canal, then proceed through Shandong directly to the capital? Emperor Chu Ming clapped his hands in delight. That is exactly my thought. I have consulted the Ministry of Works, but they raised two significant concerns. First, we must find an adequate water source. This source must not only supply the newly dug canal, but also be at a higher elevation to ensure proper flow. Jiang Tianlu considered for a moment before pointing to a location on the map, saying, Your Majesty, I propose we draw water from the Baifeng Spring and the waters of Wengshan Lake to replenish the canal. Emperor Chu Ming was taken aback. Jiang Tianlu, how is it that you appear so confident? Have you anticipated my inquiries? Remembering that this was a talent favored by his niece, the emperor dismissed his doubts. No. My niece would not endorse someone so lacking in insight. Indeed, Jiang Tianlu smiled and explained, To be candid, Your Majesty, I have studied river management under my adoptive father since childhood and have traveled extensively, gaining insights over the years. The water source issue is one I have previously calculated, and the idea of constructing tiered sluices has long been in my mind. Hearing this, the emperor's expression softened significantly. He even patted Jiang Tianlu's shoulder, saying, Duke Jiang, you are indeed a great talent. With someone like you, our great Chu is truly fortunate. Jiang Tianlu quickly expressed humility. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Though he maintained a calm facade, internally he was elated, thinking, the emperor just patted my shoulder. I shall cherish this outfit. Emperor Chu Ming's expression grew serious, prepared to receive the edict. Jiang Tianlu's demeanor stiffened, quickly kneeling to hear the imperial decree. The emperor announced, Jiang Tianlu, from this day forth, I appoint you as the supervisor of the canal, responsible for the reconstruction of the Grand Canal. I trust you will fulfill your duties and not disappoint my expectations. Jiang Tianlu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after a deep breath, he bowed, saying, Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will commit all my efforts to the reconstruction of the Grand Canal, ensuring smooth transport between the north and south. Emperor Chu Ming nodded slightly. You may leave. Jiang Tianlu bowed once more. I take my leave. Once he departed, the emperor settled into his dragon throne, feeling quite pleased. Once the Grand Canal is reconstructed, it will connect 5 major waterways, facilitating communication through various key towns. Additionally, the grain and taxes transported from Jiangnan will reach the emperor's doorstep directly. More importantly, should war arise, the canal will allow for swift resupply of provisions and munitions. The emperor's excitement grew as he pondered these benefits, and he took another sip of tea. However, as soon as the tea touched his lips, he furiously exclaimed, Feng Zhonglin, how dare you serve me cold tea? Feng Zhonglin hastily knelt, confessing, Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. I noticed you deep in thought, and did not wish to disturb you. Please punish me. The emperor reconsidered, saying, Very well. Today I am in good spirits, so I shall not punish you. Feng Zhonglin bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. He hurried to fetch fresh tea, and the emperor added, Feng Zhonglin, later you shall personally deliver some treasures to the saintess. The emperor thought to himself, the talent recommended by my niece is truly commendable. As her uncle, I must express my gratitude, mustn't I? Feng Zhonglin accepted the command, and his esteem for the saintess in the emperor's eyes grew even higher. At the Yuang residence, Chu Siqing fondled a box of treasures, unable to part with them. My uncle is too generous. Chapter 109. The Gossip Journal. On a pleasantly cool day, Chu Siqing accompanied her mother to the market. Their primary goal was to indulge in some delectable snacks, for in this world, only food should never be neglected. Previously, when she was younger, she could not enjoy many treats, but now, she had few restrictions on what to eat. The dishes prepared by the royal kitchen were delightful, yet the street vendors offered an array of intriguing flavors. With a flourish, Chu Siqing instructed the captain of the guards, Uncle Lin, I want this one, and this one. Lin Yuan inquired, My lady, how many of each of these 3 items would you like? Chu Siqing boldly declared, I don't want just these 3. I want one of everything else too. Lin Yuan was taken aback. It isn't a matter of money, but I fear you might eat too much and upset your stomach. As he thought this, he unconsciously glanced at the Yuangfei. The Yuangfei smiled. Siqing, you can buy them, but we must remember that these are not to be considered as meals. Chu Siqing eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. I understand. I promise to only taste a little of each. The lesson from last time was enough. Last time, while shopping, they had bought many snacks that couldn't be finished in one go, leaving some in the cupboard. That night, tempted by hunger, Chu Siqing sneaked a snack and ended up overindulging, resulting in an upset stomach and minimal food intake the next day. Recalling this, the Yu Wangfei felt both amused and exasperated. You certainly worried me that day, but thankfully, Dr. Lin's remedy was effective. Thinking of the bitter medicine from the Lin family, Chu Siqing couldn't help but scrunch her little face. I never want to drink that again. She had to pinch her nose to swallow it down. The Yu Wangfei chuckled. Then this time, remember to control yourself.
Chu Siqing, not that we got to sin.
The Yu Wangfei then instructed the captain of the guards, Lin Yuan, go ahead and make the purchases. Lin Yuan acknowledged, "Yes, my lady." As they waited for the food, Chu Siqing felt a bit bored until she suddenly heard shouting from nearby. Newspapers for sale. New newspapers for sale. The gossip journal is now on sale, only 1 coin each. Yesterday, a gentleman from the Ministry of Rights fell into his own latrine. The official from the Imperial Academy has become so engrossed in writing elegiac couplets that he has secretly penned one for a living friend. The military officer, having neglected to wash his feet for half a month, emitted an unbearable stench when he removed his shoes, leading to his wife unceremoniously kicking him out of bed last night. The newspaper vendors shouted louder with each passing moment, revealing increasingly sensational gossip. The surrounding populace was drawn in, gathering around in curiosity. Someone inquired, "What news are you selling? Why is there so much gossip?" Skeptics questioned, "Why have I never heard of this publication before?" The vendor replied, "This is a newly established little paper, just launched today." Others asked about the price. "Is it really just 1 coin? Even a common newspaper costs 5 coins. If this little paper is only 1 coin, it is quite a bargain." The vendor winked and assured, "Absolutely. Not only is it inexpensive, but it's also delightful to read. Full of amusing anecdotes, you'll surely enjoy it." He then cheerfully asked, "Sir, would you like to purchase a copy? 1 for me, and 1 for me too." Upon hearing that the paper was indeed just 1 coin, and filled with juicy gossip, passers-by surged forward, eager to buy. Chu Siqing was exhilarated. How daring it was for someone to report on the scandals of the highborn. This was precisely to her liking. She urged, "Mother, let us buy a copy of this gossip magazine." The Princess of Yu, intrigued by the vendor's claims, felt her curiosity piqued. Initially hesitant, she now found her daughter's enthusiasm in alignment with her own desires. Clearing her throat, she said, "Very well." Turning to her attendant, she commanded, "Go and purchase a newspaper for us, perhaps 2. She could hardly contain her eagerness to peruse the gossip magazine. Buying 2 would allow both herself and her daughter to read simultaneously. The attendant replied, "Yes, my lady." With that, he deftly maneuvered into the throng of eager buyers. With so many vying for the paper, what if it sold out before he could get one? Fortunately, the attendant was tall and agile, quickly making his way through the crowd. "Good," the Princess of Yu said, accepting the newspaper handed to her by the attendant and sharing a copy with her daughter. Chu Siqing hurriedly unfolded the paper, rapidly scanning its contents. After reading a brief article, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle, bursting into laughter. Unable to contain her amusement, she shared it with those around her. "This is too funny. Let me read it to you." The story recounted how an official from the Ministry of Rights fell into a latrine and, feeling embarrassed, was reluctant to call for help. After struggling to extricate himself, he attempted to sneak off to the back courtyard to clean up. However, the household servants, perceiving his furtive behavior, mistook him for a thief and chased him through the estate, resulting in him being struck on the head, leaving a bruise. The official, having endured such a humiliating experience, found it difficult to impose punishment, as the servants had a reasonable explanation for their actions. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in uncontrollable laughter.